from a historic speech on Capitol Hill to a glittering state dinner at the White House. The king became only the second British royal to address Congress, using the moment to reflect on the deep ties between the United States and Britain.
The story of the United Kingdom and the United States is at its heart a story of reconciliation, renewal, and remarkable partnership.
King Charles also spoke of what he called a time of growing uncertainty, from the war in Ukraine to the conflict with Iran and fears of a wider crisis in the Middle East. The day ended with a state dinner hosted by President Trump and the First Lady, celebrating what both leaders called a lasting friendship between the two nations. But the visit is also unfolding against a backdrop of unanswered questions about the relationship between the king's brother, the former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, and the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. NBC News correspondent Tracy Wilkins has more.
After a full day of spectacle and speeches for King Charles and Queen Camilla, the evening was a celebration of the significant bond between the U.S. and Britain.
Ours is a treasured friendship, an eternal bond, and a true story of extraordinary heroism and skill.
Earlier in the day, both sides of the aisle rose in a resounding welcome for King Charles as he addressed a joint meeting of Congress, the first king to do so and only the second royal, the first, his mother, Queen Elizabeth.
It is an era that is in many ways more volatile and more dangerous than the world to which my late mother spoke in this chamber in 1991.
Though the king does not have political power, he made the point that America does, and with it, a responsibility.
America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more.
He reminded Congress that both nations have won wars together before addressing the ongoing conflict in Ukraine.
That same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people.
Earlier in the day, survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse participated in a roundtable discussion and requested a meeting with the king. His brother Andrew was under criminal investigation and lost his royal title amid allegations of misconduct connected to Epstein survivors.
Virginia was recruited from a property owned by Donald Trump and trafficked to a member of the British royal family. Yet today, survivors are here, sitting with members of Congress, still fighting to be heard.
The king did not meet with the families due to legal constraints per Buckingham Palace officials, but did address the issue in his speech.
It is the very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today.
Tracy Wilkins, NBC News.
For more on the diplomacy, the politics, and the royal family dynamics at play here, NBC News royal contributor Daisy McAndrew joins us now. Daisy, good morning. Great to see you. Okay, so let's first talk this message to Congress from the king. It was about the bond between these two countries, also, though, about the backdrop of what's happening across the world, across the globe, really feeling increasingly unstable. What do you think he most wanted Americans to hear, and what do you think was a lasting message for members of Congress?
I certainly think there were many diplomatic messages contained within that speech. Obviously, one of the main ones was an ongoing friendship and a desire to continue with the so-called special relationship. But then there were very pointed and obvious comments, not least about Ukraine, calling on the United States to support the Ukrainians in their fight against the Russians. There was talk of NATO, again, underlining the importance as Brits as we look towards NATO and America's continuing involvement, and many other quite subtle but pointed messages. I think really one of the ones that got the biggest response within the room, within the chamber, was the one reminding the origins of Magna Carta, the origins of a separation of executive powers, and perhaps, again, quite a pointed comment that perhaps that separation has got somewhat blurred.
Daisy, then let's talk quickly the state dinner. We saw jokes, toasts, this gift to President Trump. What did that moment tell you about the personal dynamic between these two men, and then also the bigger relationship between the two countries?
there was a lot more warmth, I think it's fair to say. Definitely more jokes and more humour in the toasts at that state dinner. Many, many jokes. And also Charles really trying to do his best self-deprecation, which is where a lot of his humour comes. You could see the twinkle in his eye, the sort of pulling the president's leg, whether it was about commenting, saying, you like to say that we in Europe would talk German if it wasn't for your interventions. Well, you in the United States maybe would be talking French if it wasn't for our intervention in the early 19th century. So there were jokes like that. And I think on the whole, they landed pretty well. We know that Donald Trump has a huge affection and loyalty and respect towards the and I think King Charles was really trying to use that to our best advantage.
Daisy, another thing of note, someone the king is not seeing on this trip, his son, Prince Harry, who of course lives here in the United States. How much of a story is that in the palace and in the UK?
Of course, there have been lots of people wondering whether that meeting would happen. And theoretically, timetable-wise, it absolutely could have happened, but I think it never was going to, because this is a visit. It's not a private visit by the king. This is a visit that the king is doing at the request of his government to try to strengthen political ties between the two countries. And if he had requested to carve out some time to meet his youngest son, Harry, during that timetable, that's where all the attention would have gone. You know, Savannah, that you and I would have been talking about that and not NATO and Ukraine and so on. And really, that's why the government would have pretty much vetoed any idea that that would happen, because it would have watered down the political impact of this trip.
A fair point, but certainly something a lot of people, I think, would like to see. OK, we should talk about the Epstein piece of this. There's this pressure on the king to meet with survivors tied to Jeffrey Epstein. He did not. How does the palace handle that, explain that in the midst of a high-profile visit like this?
Of course, we heard in Tracy's excellent piece just now where she was saying it was because of legal matters that the king and the queen couldn't meet Epstein victims or survivors. Now, of course, that is half the story. And it's a very, very difficult situation, particularly for Queen Camilla to be in, because she has made supporting domestic violence and sexual violence against women and supporting survivors a huge part of her public duties. She's talked about her own first-hand experience of sexual abuse, which was quite a thing over on this side of the pond. So we know that her heart is with those survivors. But again, politically, it would have overshadowed this visit. So I think that was a really difficult decision to make. We know at the garden party that they hosted, the King and Queen hosted at the embassy, the British embassy, charities and survivors were invited to that. And I think that was the nod towards the Epstein survivors. But that's a really difficult issue.
Daisy McAndrew, thank you so much. Of course, this continues today with the king coming here to New York City. We'll keep talking to you. We appreciate your time. Well, the Justice Department has once again secured an indictment against former FBI director and Trump critic James Comey. A grand jury handed up the 2-count indictment yesterday over this photo we're showing you right here. It's of seashells. Comey posted this on Instagram in May of last year with the caption, "Cool shell formation on my beach walk." The shells, as you can see, are arranged to spell out 8647. DOJ officials allege that the message conveyed by the post amounted to a threat against President Trump's life. Comey, who once oversaw the FBI's investigation into Russian election interference in 2016 and who remains an outspoken critic of the president, is denying the charges.
Well, they're back. This time about a picture of seashells on a North Carolina beach a year ago. And this won't be the end of it. But nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid. And I still believe in the independent federal judiciary. So let's go.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC News political reporter Megan Leibowitz. Megan, good morning. All right, so Megan, for anybody who maybe is just listening to us, not looking at the screen, doesn't really understand what this picture is or how a picture of shells could really amount to anything, explain what it is, what these numbers 86 and 47 next to each other may have meant, and what Comey is saying about this, the message that he's sharing, and the charges he's facing.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, Savannah. So he's facing 2 counts. This was a 2-count indictment. He's facing accusations of a threat to take the life of a president and also communicating that threat across state lines via that social media post. So this all dates back to that Instagram post where it said 8647. Now, for people who might not be familiar with what 86 means, it's commonly used in restaurants to mean that they're sold out of something, and it's also used informally to mean cancel or get rid of. So when he had posted this last year, it had created a lot of backlash from the right, people saying that this amounted to some kind of threat against the president. After that backlash, Comey very promptly deleted that post and said that he had not been aware that this had anything to do with political, that people had associated that term with violence and that he condemned violence of any kind as well. So in the aftermath of this latest indictment, he maintained his innocence, and his attorney also put out a statement. You can see that on your screen, where he said that Mr. Comey vigorously denies the charges contained in the indictment, adding, "We will contest these charges in the courtroom and look forward to vindicating Mr. Comey and the First Amendment." Now, both of these counts carry a maximum prison sentence of up to 10 years in prison if he is ultimately convicted of these charges. That's according to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche in that press conference yesterday, Savannah.
Megan, an important component of this case is going to be whether the Justice Department can prove that Comey knowingly and willfully, that's the important part, made a threat against the president. What's the DOJ saying about evidence that they have?
Yeah, that's right. That phrase, knowingly and willfully, is going to be a key part of all of this. So yesterday in the press conference, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche did not share evidence that Comey had knowingly and willfully made that threat. He declined to say the type of evidence that the Justice Department would ultimately bring forward in that case. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell had also pressed Blanche on how the Justice Department will ultimately prove intent. Take a listen to how he responded.
There's been a tremendous amount of investigation. And how do you prove intent in any case? You prove intent with witnesses, with documents, with the defendant himself to the extent it's appropriate. And that's how we'll prove intent in this case.
Now, separately, Savannah, 2 senior law enforcement officials also telling NBC News that Comey is expected to turn himself in to federal authorities in North Carolina later this week.
Megan, also, Comey was indicted less than a year ago, and it's important to talk about this. This was charges of making a false statement to Congress and obstructing a congressional investigation. He pleaded not guilty. A judge then later dismissed that indictment, but the administration's appealing that decision. How are Democrats responding to this new indictment, and how is the fact that there's this shadow of this last one hanging over this impacting anything?
Yeah, that's right. Democrats are expressing a lot of criticism, painting this as yet another example of the Justice Department using the Justice Department to go after the president's political opponent. So we started to hear yesterday some reaction from Democrats on social media. I want to point you to a couple of those examples. One was from Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut, where he accused the president of letting vengeance and vanity pervert our justice system, saying indictments on demand deeply degrade our democracy. Also, Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland calling this case a clear political persecution, also saying that the Justice Department continues to act as the president's personal attack dog and calling this blatant authoritarianism. Now, remember, the Justice Department has pursued cases against other opponents of the president before, including people like New York Attorney General Letitia James. That case had also, that indictment had been tossed, and the Justice Department is appealing that as well, among other cases.
All right, Megan Leibowitz, thank you so much. Well, NBC News legal analyst Misty Maris is here to help break this down and talk about how this could play out in court. Misty, good morning. Okay, we've got a lot to unpack. I'm happy that you're here. Thank you. Okay, let's start on how high is the bar for actually convicting someone in a case like this, which has to do with making alleged threats or over this picture of seashells.
Yeah, so this is really going to turn on the meaning of 86. So what the Justice Department will have to show is that James Comey intentionally threatened to kill or inflict serious bodily harm on the president. And the analysis is going to be whether or not this post was First Amendment protected speech or what we call a true threat. So if this is reckless, unprofessional, even malicious, that's not enough. It has to be an intentional threat to kill. And I think where the Justice Department is going to have their biggest hurdle is the ambiguity of the 86 and what that means. It has multiple meanings. And because of that ambiguity, it's not the friend of prosecutors who have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Do you think the fact that this is the second time the Justice Department has indicted Comey and now on something entirely different is going to bear any weight here?
I think you're going to see that play out in motions filed by Comey's legal team to toss this indictment. They're going to be malicious, vindictive, targeted prosecution. His attorneys will argue that this is just another attempt in retaliation because Trump, obviously not a fan of Comey, tried the first time around with the prior indictment. It failed, and now they're just looking for another legal theory to try and go after him. So I think it's going to play out in pre-trial motions trying to get this indictment thrown out before it ever gets on its road to trial.
If you look at it through that lens, if it is the president directing his Justice Department to just find something on Comey, does this carry more water than the last one?
Well, what I think you see here is that it went before a grand jury, probable cause was found. Probable cause, there's an old adage, you can indict a ham sandwich. But at the end of the day, this case, if it goes to a jury, has to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And what prosecutors are supposed to look at the onset isn't, can we get it over the net from the grand jury perspective? It's, do we really think, based on all of the evidence that we have, that we could secure conviction? That's their ethical obligation. So looking at this is a tremendous uphill battle for prosecutors, unless there's something more, Savannah. I mean, this is just the indictment. Todd Blanchett said yesterday this was almost a year-long investigation. Could there be more out there? Maybe. If there's not, I don't expect this case to get too far.
All right, Misty Maris, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, the battle between Jimmy Kimmel, ABC, and the White House is intensifying. Last night, the comedian doubled down during his opening monologue using a clip from President Trump's speech yesterday where he mentioned his parents' marriage. Take a listen.
They were married for 63 years. And excuse me, if you don't mind. That's a record we won't be able to match, darling. I'm sorry. Just not going to work out that way.
Wait a minute. Did he just make a joke about his death? My God. He should be fired for that. Only Donald Trump would demand I be fired for making a joke about his old age and then a day later go out and make a joke about his own old age.
Earlier in the day, the FCC directed ABC-owned and operated TV stations to renew their filing for their broadcast license renewals ahead of schedule. That unprecedented move seemingly designed to threaten Disney's ability to broadcast through its own TV stations. NBC News entertainment reporter Chloe Malas explains.
Pressure is mounting for ABC and Disney after an unprecedented move by the FCC, ordering all 8 Disney-owned local stations at major cities across the country to file early license renewals years before their expiration. If the renewals are not granted, they would lose their ability to broadcast. Tom Wheeler served as FCC chairman under President Obama.
Good question. Let me be real specific. It has been 40 years since the FCC revoked a license, a broadcast television license.
The FCC has been investigating Disney, the parent company of ABC, over its DEI policy since last year. A source with knowledge of the matter tells NBC News that Kimmel's recent comments about the First Lady will now be part of the review.
You know how sometimes you wake up in the morning and the First Lady puts out a statement demanding you be fired from your job?
Jimmy Kimmel addressing the latest controversy.
Oh, I agree that hateful and violent rhetoric is something we should reject. I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it.
This clash stemming from a joke the late-night host made last week in a sketch about the then-upcoming White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Our First Lady, Melania, is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Kimmel now defending his words.
It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not, by any stretch of the definition, a call to assassination.
Melania Trump called Kimmel's words hateful and violent rhetoric, sentiments echoed by President Trump, who demanded Kimmel's dismissal. The firestorm comes just a month after new Disney CEO Josh D'Amaro took the helm, and 7 months after ABC briefly suspended Jimmy Kimmel Live after controversial remarks about the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. In a statement to NBC News, Disney says they have a long record of operating in full compliance with FCC rules.
I just want to point out here that ultimately, this could play out in the court system for years. And if a decision is made to not renew the licenses of these 8 Disney-owned and operated stations, Disney could appeal this decision, and then it would drag out even longer. And all the while, these stations could continue to be on the air. Back to you.
All right, Chloe, thank you. Well, overnight, another powerful line of storms swept across the South. Texas Governor Greg Abbott issued a disaster declaration for North Texas after a possible tornado tore through the town of Mineral Wells, damaging several neighborhoods. Officials say there were multiple injuries, but so far, no reports of fatalities, thankfully. Meanwhile, in Arkansas, a possible tornado was caught on tape. That storm also produced damaging golf ball-sized hail. In central Illinois, there was more damage as another storm system packing high winds toppled trees and destroyed several homes. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is there with the latest.
Tornado sirens ringing out, dark clouds rolling over Bowie, Texas, as another round of dangerous severe weather sweeps through. Destructive hail slamming the nation's heartland from Arkansas.
We just got pelted in Missouri by a hailstorm.
To Missouri, hail cracking this car's windshield. This tree crashing into a home in Kalamazoo, Michigan. While in Kent County, police say a 39-year-old man died after being struck by a falling tree. Meanwhile, planes fighting a new wildfire in Miami-Dade County, Florida, as Georgia's wildfires rage on, the Pineland Road fire expanding to more than 32,000 acres. Back in the Midwest, strong winds leaving more than 200,000 without power. In Clifton County, Illinois, this funnel cloud seen through flashes of lightning. In Germantown, Illinois, where daylight revealed the devastation after a tornado tore through this community, this is what Michelle Welton's home looks like now, after she raced for shelter as warning sirens blared.
It was so fast, you know. Yeah. We just heard glass and everything crashing.
The roofs of several homes there now gone. Her neighbors spending the day coming together to clear debris. How do you rebuild?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Our thanks to Shaq for that report. Well, we've got the details now on what to expect from that storm system making its way east with our Morning News Now weather. Angie Lassman joins us this morning. Angie, good morning.
Hey there, good morning. We've got another day of kind of some showers and thunderstorm activity, end of severe weather risk. Here's what's going on as we take a peek outside right now. Notice some of those showers and thunderstorms centered across the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, and really some rumbles of thunder and some lightning across parts of the southeast. Atlanta waking up to wet weather, Jackson, Cincinnati as well. You'll notice some wet roads in Detroit too. The severe risk not quite as impressive as it has been over the past really 6 days or so. Today we've got still the hail on the table and some gusty winds, but tornado risk is low, and it's generally going to be across parts of the mid-Atlantic and parts of the south, specifically the Gulf Coast stretching out to the southeast and parts of the southern plains. And here's why. We've got this kind of cold front that's going to be shifting its way farther to the east. It brings some of that rain to the northeast and some of those storms along and ahead of it. And same story down across parts of the Gulf Coast where we'll see those downpours ongoing through the day today. By tomorrow, more of that rain beneficial at that for parts of the south, and we'll see some additional rain across parts of New England. And we keep that rain going across those same regions across the south by the time Friday rolls around. So finishing out April with some really unsettled conditions across that region. It'll be beneficial in both the northeast and across the south, but we could, of course, see some of those flooding conditions across parts of the Gulf Coast. Meanwhile, chilly temperatures are in place, and they're going to stay with us. We've got 50s in Minneapolis today, below normal temperatures in Cincinnati, 58 degrees in Atlantic City today, and even by tomorrow, most of the country really looking at below normal conditions. 60s for Wichita, 57 in Chicago, 69 degrees in Nashville, and then cooler and average conditions as we roll through the end of the work week and into this upcoming weekend. 53 on Saturday in Cleveland. We've got upper 50s for Saturday in Philadelphia, rather, and Sunday ending up into those 60s. Still holding on to those, flirting with at least those 70s on Friday and into Sunday, but Saturday we'll see some cooler conditions than normal in Charlotte. Back to you.
All right, Angie, thank you so much. We've got an update on that sprawling gambling investigation that led federal prosecutors to arrest dozens of suspects last fall. Former NBA player Damon Jones has pleaded guilty to federal charges for his role in separate schemes involving sports betting and poker. The 49-year-old was accused of giving inside information to gamblers and helping organize rigged poker games. Officials say the schemes brought in more than $10 million. Jones also tipped off gamblers before a 2023 game, knowing that Lakers star LeBron James was injured and would not play. During a court hearing yesterday, Jones apologized and admitted to providing that inside information. Jones was arrested last year as part of a probe into sports betting and illegal poker involving NBA figures and the mafia. Sentencing is set for next January. There's much more to come here on Morning News Now later this hour. Goodbye benefits. 2 high-profile companies are slashing top benefits for employees. We'll tell you what's behind the move and what it says about the job market. First, though, on the rise, oil and gas prices continue to hit record highs as the war with Iran continues. How one Gulf nation is further impacting the market and what this means for consumers up next. Welcome back. Oil prices are rising again after the U.S. rejected Iran's latest proposal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The ongoing volatility in oil markets is also being impacted by the United Arab Emirates' decision announced just yesterday to quit the oil-producing cartel OPEC. Now gas prices are at a 4-year high. NBC's Raf Sanchez has the latest from Doha, Qatar.
2 months since the start of the war with Iran, the deadlock in peace talks sending oil prices surging. The average price of a gallon of gas now $4.18, the highest level in 4 years.
It's really taking its toll on people.
Adding to oil market uncertainty, the UAE announcing it's pulling out of OPEC, the group of oil exporters that help set prices worldwide. The UAE says leaving will free it to increase production, which could drive down prices in the long term. But for now, the ongoing closure of the Strait of Hormuz keeping prices up and hurting America's allies in the region.
Iran is just the other side of the Gulf, but on this side, there is growing alarm among Arab states as the Strait of Hormuz remains blocked and their energy exports can't get out.
U.S. Marines boarding and then releasing this commercial ship, suspected of trying to evade the U.S. naval blockade that's squeezing Iran's economy. While the White House showing little interest in Tehran's latest peace offer, a narrow deal to reopen the strait without addressing Iran's nuclear program.
Suffice it to say that the nuclear question is the reason why we're in this in the first place.
leaving talks stalled and the critical waterway shut. Raf Sanchez, NBC News, Doha, Qatar.
Let's stay on international news now. A suspect in his 80s is in custody this morning after allegedly opening fire at 2 locations in Greece's capital. NBC News international correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome to take us around the world in 60 seconds. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, that's right. Police in Greece say that on Tuesday they arrested an 89-year-old man after he allegedly opened fire with a shotgun, first in a social service office and then in a courthouse in Athens, wounding several people. Now, authorities say the attacker wounded 1 employee at the Social Security office and several people at the courthouse before he fled the scene. Police arrested the man 130 miles from the Greek capital. The motives for the shooting are unclear. Let's go to Sri Lanka now, where Saturday, 22 Buddhist monks were arrested at the airport in the capital, Colombo, after they were found with 110 kilos of high-grade cannabis worth more than $3 million concealed in their luggage. Officials say the Buddhists are mostly junior monks in training in temples across Sri Lanka and were returning from a holiday from Bangkok. It was the largest single amount of Kush, a strain of cannabis, ever seized at that airport. And let's end this tour of the world in Indonesia, where a video shows an orangutan using a canopy bridge built to allow them to cross a busy road. The Sumatran Orangutan Society says the road created a physical barrier between local orangutans, leading to a real risk of inbreeding and eventually extinction. Well, Savannah, one small step for an orangutan, a giant leap for his species.
Wow, that is a cute and funny video. Claudio, thank you very much. Coming up, ain't no rest for the women. New statistics from the CDC are finding that women get less sleep than men. We'll break down the numbers in our weekly medical checkup, along with the doctor's orders on how to get a better night's sleep, up next. With our weekly medical checkup. This week, we've got to look at an interesting new study from the CDC about American sleeping patterns, along with some tips for getting a good night's rest. Plus, a new report out shows that excessive screen time could be hindering your child's language development. Here to talk through these headlines is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, always wonderful to have you with us. We're going to start with one of our favorite topics around here, sleep. So the CDC released 2 reports this morning, one finding women are less likely to get good sleep. The other discovered some people need medication to help them sleep. Tell us more about these reports and give us any tips you've got for a good night's sleep.
Yes, Savannah, there are no surprises here, but the statistics are equally alarming. We're a chronically exhausted nation from the dual CDC reports. About a third of adults are getting less than 7 hours of sleep. And remember, that's about the average that we recommend. And then to cope, almost 13% of adults are relying on some form of sleep aid, usually a pill, could be prescription, could be over the counter, but that's just to get through the night. And I think just to your point, the CDC data also highlights that women are struggling the most, particularly as they age. That makes no surprise to any of us in the clinical setting when you factor in the overlapping burdens of caregiving, career stress, and the very real sleep disruptions that are caused by changes in hormones as we age, especially for women and also for men. And so the doctor's orders here, Savannah, stick to a schedule, keep your room dark and cool, put that phone, I try to say put that phone on Do Not Disturb or get it out of the room entirely.
Okay. All right. Good. I know the phone thing, it's tough. And I do think it really matters to not spend the time right before you go to bed on your phone because of whatever that light is doing to your brain. Okay. Here's another one kind of late night bedtime related that eating a snack late, it could be messing up your gut health. This is a study that was presented at Digestive Disease Week. It's a conference of gastrointestinal researchers. That sounds like a party. Dr. Patel, what's the link here?
All right, and it definitely is. This is one of the biggest conferences that most of us look forward to. So this study looked at whether or not chronic stress and late night eating together could actually worsen any of your gut symptoms. We see a preponderance of patients coming in with a lot of abdominal and GI symptoms. So these researchers really first analyzed a large national data set to look at basically 11,000 adults and see whether they had chronic stress. They looked at markers like blood pressure, kind of wear and tear on the body, your physical kind of stress, even what you were doing during activity in the day. And then they looked at kind of the timing of what you ate. And they found, lo and behold, that as people ate, people who are stressed, which is, let's face it, many of us, if you ate in the hours before bedtime, that you actually saw a physical increase in gut symptoms. Those symptoms could be anywhere from constipation to diarrhea, everything in between. So the doctor's orders here, your gut needs a bedtime too. And we're recommending that people have snacks at least 3 hours before bedtime, if not more. And then to make sure that you do everything to hydrate and nourish your body. And remember that your gut also has a mind of its own and that the stress that you're feeling from throughout the day can sometimes work itself out in the manifestation of gut symptoms. Bring it up with your doctor.
Good advice there. All right, we've got this new report from the journal JAMA Pediatrics. I'm not sure that this is surprising at all, but just more evidence of that screen time on kids and the impacts that it can have. Researchers really outlined why parents should be careful about this when it comes to language development. This is for kids under 3. What should we know?
Right. So we generally recommend, I'll say at the top, that if you're under the age of 6, recommend less than 1 hour of screen time. But Savannah, we've talked about how that is unfortunately just not the world that we're in. Many parents and many caregivers have to rely on screen time. I've done it myself with my children. And you use it to have a form of being able to just have the child do something, even if they're educational videos. What researchers found here is that screen time, and especially for children under 3, can actually impact not only their language development, it can actually impact their social interactions, and it can manifest even after the age of 3 in other forms of learning disorders and cognitive capabilities. So I think here's something that we want to just kind of say very simply for doctor's orders. Watch together, because even the act of being with each other and talking about it can be important. Try to limit that screen time as much as possible, and think about the content of what you're showing your child, because that content can matter. There are educational videos, and try to limit it to under an hour under the age of 6.
Really good advice, and I appreciate how realistic it is, because you're right. Sometimes it's just something that parents need as a tool. Dr. Patel, great to have you as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, masters of their craft. One publication is recognizing the 30 greatest living American songwriters, how they narrowed down the list of the world's biggest artists, plus who made the cut. Coming up. We're back now with a look at how two high-profile U.S. companies are threatening to reimagine corporate standards for paid time off and parental leave. Business Insider reports that video conferencing platform Zoom, I'm sure you're familiar with it, and Big Four accounting firm Deloitte are slashing the number of weeks they offer for paid parental leave. Zoom has already rolled out a reduction, while Deloitte is planning to follow suit for select workers starting in January. Business Insider also reports that Deloitte is planning to reduce its paid time off, pension plan, and IVF funding for some workers in support roles like administrative services, information technology, and finance, which experts warn could set a new precedent for workplace benefits. Or will it? We'll find out. NBC News business and economy reporter Ali Canal joins us now with more. Ali, good morning. Okay, so we were just talking about this in the break and kind of understanding how drastic these slashes are. Maybe the policies were super generous before. Where are we sort of landing with these? What changes are we seeing from these companies that I've mentioned that Zoom has already did and what we think Deloitte has coming for employees?
Yeah, and look, these are very recognizable companies. We all know them well. If you take a look at a company like Zoom, you mentioned parental leave being scaled back. So according to this report, birthing parents will now get 18 weeks of paid leave. That's down from as much as 24. And non-birthing parents will get 10 weeks, down from 16. Now, we did reach out to the company, and in a statement, they told us it's, quote, committed to employee well-being and that it frequently reviews its benefits to stay aligned with the marketplace. Now, over at Deloitte, the changes do look a bit more wide-ranging. You talked about parental leave, PTO, pensions, IVF benefits. They're all reportedly being reduced or cut for a subset of employees. Now, in its own statement, Deloitte tells us it also regularly updates its benefits and tailors them to align with the marketplace. So that really seems to be the through line here.
Right.
All these companies are pointing to current market conditions to justify some of these pullbacks.
Maybe theirs were more generous than a lot of competitors in the space, and they're kind of bringing it back down. What does this do to a workforce? How do you see this impacting these companies?
Well, for a lot of these workers, these aren't just nice perks. They're essential when they're choosing to stay in a job or potentially leave a job. And economists tell us that pulling back now could have broader consequences, not just for these workers and their families, but for the larger economy as well. Because on a national level, the U.S. really lacks a standardized paid time leave policy, affordable childcare. And without those kinds of supports, it can make it harder for people to stay in the workforce, particularly women. And that can weigh on labor force participation rates. That could have a ripple effect when you think about economic growth. So there are those larger consequences beyond just the individual worker.
Do we see this as a bigger trend?
So an expert I spoke with told me that she does not.
Okay.
She sees these as more isolated incidences, but she does tell me that there's this power shift in the dynamic. So if you think about post-COVID-19, 2022, there was something called the Great Resignation. A lot of power was with the employee. They were able to easily hop from job to job. Now you're pretty much seeing that exact opposite. So it's one of those things where these dynamics, they're not going to last forever. You could see that flip again, and these companies could be caught flat-footed if they remove a lot of these benefits that are important to employees.
All right. Ali Canal, good conversation. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Well, after the successful Artemis 2 mission earlier this month, of course you remember it, you probably watched it, the race to get humans in space is moving quick. Now, one Southern California business is aiming to be the first American company to put a commercial space station into orbit. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz got a behind-the-scenes look.
Inside a vast clean room in Long Beach, California, a future orbital space station getting the finishing touches.
Would you like to go inside and see it?
Go
With
inside?
Colin? Yeah,
Let's go inside. Oh, there we go. Wow.
This is Haven 1, and while it's a whole lot smaller than the nearly 14,000 cubic foot space station, those who are building it say it's a giant leap in getting more habitable space up into Earth's orbit.
We are a space station builder, and our key goal is to replace the International Space Station and ensure that we have a continuous American presence in orbit.
For the private aerospace company VAST, that means starting with a modular design with the focus on economics and scale rather than expensive specialized systems.
We are doing it in-house, and that allows us to have about 10x the lower cost and about 5x the speed. This was built from raw material.
Like these panels that line the exterior of the space station structure.
To make one structure, we need 35 panels. Each panel has a specific design for handling the loads and the mounting location.
They come to the factory as raw aluminum and are machined here. Max Holt says the completed space station will cost about $150 million. Less if VAST can start building them at scale. And that is a fraction of the more than $100 billion that the International Space Station has cost to date. To put things in perspective, NASA estimates the ISS currently costs $4 billion to operate each year, which would be enough to build 26 of these every 12 months.
It's way too expensive. One of the key goals in transitioning to commercial and retiring the ISS is to have a new model that's much more economically sustainable so that it's much lower cost.
It comes as NASA is retooling for their massive pivot to building a lunar base.
The moon base itself and all the components that go into its assembly will become an extraordinary platform for scientific discovery.
And with the ISS scheduled to be decommissioned in 2030, VAST is hoping to pick up where this storied space station will leave off with a modern twist.
We want this to be a human-centric spacecraft.
Andrew Feustel has been to space 3 times, including spacewalks and a mission to the ISS as commander. He's now lead astronaut at VAST.
These are the sleep quarters.
Wait, these are the beds?
Yeah, 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom.
Oh, man.
They're quite roomy by ISS standards. We call this the common area because we imagine that crew will work together, live together, and do experimental work in here as well. This is our payload wall.
And yes, it's definitely given IKEA Apple Store vibes.
We believe that if you create an environment that sort of connects you back, so these are all soft earth tones that are in here, the concept was, if you can feel like you're back on Earth, you may not feel as separated from Earth.
And come early next year,
this isn't Houston. This is Long Beach, California.
Haven 1 is expected to be placed on top of a SpaceX rocket and launched into orbit on a mission to open a new outpost high above our home. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Well, that was epic. All right, the New York Times Magazine has set out to define the new American songbook. It pulled hundreds of music insiders and brought together a team of critics to identify the 30 greatest living American songwriters right now. The final unranked list spans generations, genres, and geographical influence, but all of the artists are masters of their craft. For more on this iconic list, I'm joined now by Sasha Weiss. She's the deputy editor of the New York Times Magazine. Sasha, good morning. And let me start with a thank you for an unexpected 30-minute Taylor Swift interview that dropped yesterday that took up my morning. Immediately watching it, we were all so excited. And to get her talking about her songwriting was incredible.
It was incredible. We were so happy that she participated. And I think she, too, was excited to talk about songwriting. She's such a consummate artist. And I think getting to talk about the details of how she does it was exciting to her, too.
Oh, it absolutely was. Okay, we're going to get into the full list in just a moment, talk about some others that made it. But first, I just want to understand the process, because obviously there are so many great artists, genres, lyrical styles to choose from. So how did you narrow it down to these 30?
So first, we started with the wisdom of the crowd, because, of course, it's almost a ridiculous task to narrow such an amazing range of artists down to just 30. So we asked hundreds of people in the industry, from, working musicians to DJs to sound supervisors to historians, critics, so many different kinds of people to weigh in. And they did. They sent us ballots. And then we invited 6 New York Times critics to gather in a room for many, many, many hours over many sessions to reflect on what the ballot had shown and to certainly take it in. A lot of the people on the final list were highly balloted names, but also to shape it to reflect the music industry as it stands today and all of the traditions of songwriting that kind of populate our American music.
All right, we've got this gorgeous wall here in our studio that's going to feature all the artists, show us every single one that made this list of 30. Tell us some of the biggest names, anybody you were surprised by, and I'm imagining, even though I'm biased, I mean, you had to have gotten a lot of votes for Taylor.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we have some of the usual suspects, people who define the singer-songwriter tradition, Bob Dylan, Bruce Springsteen, Dolly Parton, Carole King. I mean, these were people that were kind of undisputed greats, highly balloted, and everybody in the room instantly, you know, put them on the list. Paul Simon. We also have, you know, great Motown songwriters like the Holland Brothers and Valerie Simpson and Smokey Robinson, people who made music that we all sing, that we all know. We have bards of, you know, great love ballads like Lionel Richie and Diane Warren. And we have hip hop artists like Jay-Z and Outkast and Young Thug who, you know, innovated in this form that's dominated pop music for the last 50 years and totally reshaped it. So we have a really wide range.
You absolutely do, which is really cool to see, and I think makes it of interest to so many people to find their favorites on this list. You focused on artists who are alive today. Why?
Because we wanted to go out and talk to them. You know, wanted it to be a list that people could argue with and talk about, but we also really wanted to tell readers something about the craft of songwriting. And we wanted to be able to go to these amazing people and say, how do you do what you do? So we ended up talking with 7 of them, also a really wide range from Babyface, one of my favorites, who, you know, wrote many of the love songs of the 90s that we all love to sing at karaoke and weddings, to Lucinda Williams, another favorite of mine, who's just a beautiful crafter of gem-like, very emotional roots music. And yeah, we had conversations with them on video.
Oh my God, you sure did. And like I said, watch the Taylor one, just amazing to get. What a nice little surprise for fans. Who was tough to leave off this list?
Oh my God, so many. And if you're looking at this list and lamenting the absence of someone, just believe me that there were huge arguments in the room about that very person. I mean, Billy Joel was tough. Randy Newman was tough. You know, Joni Mitchell is not on this list, and that's because she's Canadian. But a lot of people in our comments are saying, where's Joni? So there were all kinds of people that we had to leave off because you have to make tough choices when you have only 30.
All right. The Canadian, that's a good shield for that one. Billy Joel, that's tough.
It is tough. I mean, you know, there were definitely arguments in the room. We definitely have people who represent that tradition of songwriting on the list. And, you know, again, we wanted the list to feel broad and we wanted it to feel like it represents, you know, not only people who sit at pianos and write lyrics and you know, write lyrics with their guitar, but people who write collaboratively, people who come out of pop factory writing systems, people who, you know, write with producers. So we wanted a range.
Sasha Weiss, thank you so much for joining me this morning. Everybody's talking about this list. Lucky to have you on. Thanks.
Thank you so much for having me.
Coming up, Mullet Mayhem. We're bringing you down south where thousands of people gathered for a fierce competition centered around the retro business in the front, party in the back hairdo. Who took the crown of the toss? That's up next. ending this hour on the Florida-Alabama state line, where every year thousands gather for the annual mullet toss. NBC News correspondent George Solis explains what it's all about and finds out how to take the crown.
Who's ready to throw some fish? At this iconic state-straddling roadhouse on the Florida-Alabama border, thousands from all ages descend on the beach for a 3-day gathering. That's part beach party, part spectacle, and all Gulf Coast.
You're not going to see this anywhere, just here.
You might think this is a tribute to an 80s retro hairdo.
Go Molitos!
When in reality, it's an homage to this indigenous and plentiful Gulf fish of the same name. This is Floribama's annual Interstate Mullet Toss. Tossing fish! A fusion of fish and fashion, part of a storied tradition going 40 years strong.
My friends, they were all like, we're going to throw some mullets. And I was like, yeah, okay, let's buy one. And then they told me it was a fish, and I was like, oh.
Forget fly fishing. Here, fish fly. How far depends on each competitor. 94 feet!
I've probably been coming to it for 20-something years.
Husband and wife John and Desiree Barbado are both top contenders in this contest of bragging rights.
You got to find the right fish, fold it correctly, make sure it ain't too beat up.
That has participants stand in a 10-foot circle and attempt to hurl dead mullet across the state line into Alabama. It's a measure of skill, strength, and welcome silliness.
You'll have an 8-year-old kid beat an NFL quarterback because it's a slippery fish.
As each year these mullet are thrown, chucked, or lightly tossed thousands of times down the 200-foot course. That is, if the fish doesn't slip from your fingers.
It was very slimy, and I don't think I was expecting the fish slime.
While some animal rights groups have expressed issue with the contest, Floribama officials say no fish goes to waste as they are donated to a local zoo or alligator farm. All proceeds from the toss go to local charities.
All right, no pressure.
We decided to give it a go. First the windup. Toss that mullet. Followed by the catapult of the fish to a respectable 46 feet. And just when you think you've seen it all, out come the ringers.
It's really fun to just come out here, sit around and watch these guys throw, talk a little trash, and have fun with it.
The owners will tell you its staying power comes by staying true to a vision dating back to Floribama's founding.
The Floribama is not a building, it's not a cool name, it is the people. So this thing will go on for the next 100 years because it's the people.
It's a special place. It's a historic landmark for so many people. It's made so many wonderful memories.
Where traditions don't just continue, they soar across state lines. George Solis, NBC News at the Floribama.
Well, wasn't that fun? Thanks, George. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News. Now, stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe is off today. We're happy you're here starting your morning with us. Right now on Morning News Now, pomp and politics on full display in Washington. King Charles, along with Queen Camilla, trading laughs with President Trump and the First Lady at a lavish state dinner overnight, hours after His Majesty served up a powerful message of hope, unity, and strength between nations in his first address to a joint session of Congress as Britain's monarch. But there was still time for subtle stings in all of that pageantry. We will have more on that in a moment. Also this morning, James Comey, former FBI director and frequent critic of President Trump, indicted again by the Justice Department. The controversial social media post at the center of it all that prosecutors argue was a threat on the commander-in-chief's life. Plus, a devastating swath of severe weather tearing across the South this morning. Parts of Texas waking up to a path of destruction left over from several tornadoes that spawned overnight. Hail as big as baseballs in some spots, ravaging communities along the Gulf and Mississippi River. Our Angie Lastman is tracking it all as the danger moves east. That's coming up. And the pain at the pump is still a stark reality for millions nationwide, but are there actually ways to save on gas ahead of the busy summer travel season? We're watching your wallet later on in the hour. We'd love to get you those tips. We are going to begin this hour, though, with a royal visit filled with spectacle, symbolism, and diplomacy. King Charles made history yesterday on Capitol Hill with that landmark address to Congress before capping the night off with a glittering state dinner at the White House alongside President Trump and the First Lady. And today, the tour moves here to New York City with more high-profile stops still ahead. NBC News senior White House correspondent Garrett Hicks starts us off this morning. Garrett, good morning.
Savannah, this was the soft power of the royal family on full display at a time when the so-called special relationship between the two countries is under strain from wars and trade disputes. The king and queen embarking on a transatlantic charm offensive to shore up that unique bond. Overnight at the White House, pomp, pageantry, and politics on full display.
May our two countries stand together forever.
With President Trump and the First Lady hosting King Charles and Queen Camilla at a lavish state dinner, attended by tech titans, sports stars, and top officials from both nations. The king beginning by acknowledging the recent assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
My thoughts and sympathies are very much with you, the First Lady, and all those guests. What used to be called in the last war in the United Kingdom, keep calm and carry on.
But the king mostly striking a lighter note, earning laughs with this joke linking the ongoing construction of the president's ballroom and British soldiers burning of the White House more than 200 years ago.
I'm sorry to say that we British, of course, made our own small attempt at real estate redevelopment of the White House in 1814.
Charles also presenting the president with a bell from a British submarine, the HMS Trump.
Should you ever need to get hold of us, or just give us a ring.
The president praising the king.
It's a true privilege to have you here for this historic state visit.
But also touching on one of the central diplomatic disputes between the U.S. and the UK, the war with Iran.
We're never going to let that opponent ever. Charles agrees with me even more than I do. We're never going to let that opponent have a nuclear weapon.
The dinner capping off a day of ceremonial celebrations, including a troop inspection, F-35 flyover. The president and the king then meeting privately in the Oval Office, and Charles later addressing a joint meeting of Congress.
Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it.
The king also emphasizing the importance of NATO, despite the president's criticism of the alliance for not joining the U.S. offensive in Iran. Charles noting the UK stood by the U.S. in the aftermath of 9/11 and offering this not-so-subtle message.
America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more.
That moment we showed in the piece of the president saying the king agrees with him on Iran is making major headlines in the UK today. In Great Britain, it's generally understood that private conversations with the monarch are meant to remain private. And so while the British position on Iran not getting a nuclear weapon is well known, the idea that the president would speak for the king in discussing it is front page news in the UK today. Savannah?
All right, Garrett, thank you so much. Well, for more on the royal visit, the diplomatic balancing act, what comes next, and to hear about how this is being received across the pond, we're joined now by India McTaggart, royal correspondent of The Telegraph. India, good morning, and let me thank you in advance for dealing with that wind out there. We appreciate you being with us.
It's pretty windy. It's a bit of a pollen storm.
It does look like a gorgeous day there, though. Let's start with how this is being received in London, in the UK. Now, it hasn't been universally popular. There's also a question, though, could it help ease tensions between your Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, and President Trump? What are people saying over there?
Oh, absolutely. I think over here it's considered mission accomplished. The palace said before he left that if he even moves the needle ever so slightly to restabilize the bilateral relationship, that the trip would be a great success. And I think we all saw yesterday that's exactly what he did. Although now the question is the king the only British leader that Trump will actually listen to? So going forward, we don't know how that will actually transpire to his relations with Keir Starmer. But in general, I think the bilateral relationship has definitely been restabilized. That was a reign-defining speech from the monarch that wasn't just a message to the American president, it was a message to the American people as well, not to lose faith in our alliance that has happened over centuries.
So we heard the sweeping speech from the king, touching on NATO, support for Ukraine, the idea that America's words carry this real weight, almost like this subtle message to the president, and of course, all during major global tensions as the backdrop. How would the king's team have put that together?
So we know that the king takes a great deal more interest in crafting his own speeches than his late mother did, actually. I mean, we saw even yesterday, it was more than double the length of his mother's historic speech to Congress in 1991. The government, of course, do put their own strategic points in there for the things that they want to be a success on this trip. But Charles, his tone is throughout, and you can hear it in the jokes that he landed, in the comments he made. Very much it was his own perspective coming through. And actually, if you read between the lines, he really landed some marks, even though it was all niceties and warmth. You could actually, if you read between the lines, as I said, kind of hear the comments on NATO or the comments on the Royal Navy, which Trump has mocked in the last month. So there were really some inherent inference messages throughout.
The tour's going to move here to New York City later today. They're stopping at the National September 11th Memorial and Museum, honoring British lives lost on 9/11 and meeting with families and first responders. Why was that important to the king to include?
It's very important for the king to include. He even included 9/11 in his speech last night, saying, "We stood shoulder to shoulder with you then, as we continue to do now." And he's marked the event before, the terror attack before, in London. He will be meeting families today. He'll meet Zoran Mandami as well, the New York mayor. They will lay a wreath there. It's an important, tragic event to mark. And I think that that was very, again, a bit of deft, soft diplomacy to include in this trip. And then he'll go on to have a King's Trust reception. The Queen will go on to do a literacy engagement, which is very dear to her heart as well. So we are seeing them really hit a number of marks on this trip.
What will success look like overall, and what's the lasting impact from a trip like this?
I think the lasting impact on a trip like this is to remind the American people and president and administration how important our alliance has been, how enduring it has been, even NATO as well, the Atlantic Alliance, how many years that has helped us, the wars that has helped us through, that it is more important now than it ever has been, given the turbulent political climate that we're living in. So again, I think really a reign-defining moment from the king, not just to remind everyone of, our stance together, the bilateral relationship, but also to push forward some of the issues most important to his heart as well. I mean, we had the environment, nature in there. We had his support for Ukraine in there, his passion for the Royal Navy. There were really so many issues that he brought up. So it was a reminder to everyone of our global enduring alliance.
India, can I tell you, somehow miraculously, your hair still looks fabulous.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Great recap of everything while battling the wind. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Great to have you with us. Well, this morning, one of President Trump's longtime critics, former FBI Director James Comey, is facing new criminal charges over a social media post which prosecutors claim threatened the president's life. NBC News Chief Justice and National Affairs correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins me now with more on the indictment and Comey's plans to fight these charges. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. The message from President Trump has been loud and clear, and that's been directly to his Department of Justice. He repeatedly calls for action against what he perceives to be his political enemies. That includes James Comey. DOJ tried once last year with an indictment that was thrown out, and now trying again, a second swing with a different alleged crime in a different jurisdiction.
A new day in court is coming for James Comey.
I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid.
But overnight, the former FBI director remaining defiant.
I still believe in the independent federal judiciary, so let's go.
Comey, fired by President Trump in 2017 over the Russian election interference investigation, has been a persistent target of the president's anger.
He's a dirty cop. Comey, I think he's a dirty cop.
Today, Comey faces serious charges over this message in the sand. The Justice Department says is criminal.
You are not allowed to threaten the President of the United States of America.
A North Carolina grand jury finding Comey knowingly and willfully threatened the life and bodily harm of the president and transmitted that threat across state lines by posting the image of seashells on social media. And it's all about the numbers, 8647. 86 is an old expression that can mean get rid of, and 47 refers to Mr. Trump. Comey posted from his vacation about a cool formation on my beach walk. Mr. Trump and his supporters outraged.
If you're the FBI director and you don't know what that meant assassination.
But Comey claimed otherwise, writing, "I didn't realize some folks associate those numbers with violence, so I took the post down." Current FBI Director Kash Patel said the grand jury knew that, but still charged him.
All of that information was presented to the grand jury.
Comey's defense says they'll vindicate both Comey and the First Amendment.
This is not how the Department of Justice is supposed to be.
So what comes next? Comey was indicted in North Carolina and an arrest warrant was issued there. Senior law enforcement officials are saying to us that there are conversations underway with Comey's legal team about a way for him to voluntarily surrender. We don't have specifics on where and when that would happen, but it would mean he would not be placed in handcuffs. So there's more to track on that. Savannah?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much. On the economic front, gas prices are on the rise again, up more than 40% since the start of the Iran war. Increases were reported in almost every state in the past week alone. It comes as talks between the U.S. and Iran to reopen the critical Strait of Hormuz remain stalled. NBC News chief business correspondent Christine Romans, she joins us with more on this. Christine, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. That's right. Gas prices are once again rising fast across the country. Yesterday's surge was the biggest one-day increase in over a month, and U.S. crude oil topping $100 a barrel for the first time in weeks. All of it means drivers now paying prices not seen since 2022.
This morning, Americans nationwide are feeling a major pinch at the pump.
This is ridiculous. $4.25 for regular.
Regular gas prices surging to their highest levels in nearly 4 years as negotiations to end the war between the U.S. and Iran remain deadlocked. The average cost for a gallon of regular now stands at nearly $4.23, a big blow to American wallets already under pressure.
Saw $3.89, went over to Harris Teeter, saw $4.19. Why not save a little bit of money?
Out west, drivers seeing the highest overall prices, with a gallon of gas exceeding $5 in several states. While in California, prices are averaging nearly $6 a gallon.
$6.59 for 87.
Experts warn the timing couldn't be worse, with the summer travel season just weeks away.
Americans are probably reevaluating their summer travel plans, which could actually further drive gasoline prices up.
The spike as officials struggle to reach a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, a critical route for global oil.
That could eventually lead to gas prices that could approach or set new records.
And even if it reopens soon, industry experts anticipate gas prices to continue rising, as high as $4.50 on average in the coming weeks.
I do think there will be tightness for at least the coming year plus.
Rising jet fuel prices are driving up airfares too, with some airlines already cutting flights ahead of the busy summer season.
And Savannah, when you look at just gas prices up 20 cents in a week, usually we measure gas prices in fractions of a penny going up. So it just shows you what kind of an energy shock the world is seeing because of the war with Iran.
And Christine, also, you're joining us from D.C. today because the Federal Reserve is meeting later for its latest interest rate decision. What are we expecting there?
The Fed is not expected to trim interest rates at this meeting. We're going to be watching to see if the Fed signals a rate hike is equally likely as a cut later this year. That's what all of the Fed nerds will be looking for, how the language changes because of the threat of inflation from the war with Iran. Also, this is Jay Powell's last meeting as chairman. A big question for us is whether he bucks tradition and stays on as a Fed governor on the board until his term ends in early 2028. It's rare, but if he is maybe concerned about outside pressure from the White House on the Fed's deliberations, he could decide to stay on, not as the Fed chief, but as a governor to be maybe a counterweight in the Fed's deliberative body. We'll see a little bit of succession drama there. We'll be watching.
All right, Christine Romans, thank you so much. Well, overnight, another round of powerful storms swept across the country. This marks the 6th day in a row of severe weather for the country's midsection. This time, tornadoes cut a path of destruction through parts of Texas, along with heavy rain and large hail across several states. Candace Sweat from our NBC station in Dallas is in hard-hit Mineral Wells, Texas, just west of Fort Worth. She has the latest. Candace, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. So where we're standing now was the front porch of this mobile home. And this mangled metal here was what's left of the roof of the mobile home. We spoke to the man who lives here, and he tells us that he received an alert on his phone saying take shelter. He stood up to do just that when the storm hit.
Oh, tornado right there on the road.
Overnight, tornadoes tearing across several states, including hard-hit Texas.
We gotta go. We gotta go.
In Mineral Wells, officials reporting at least 2 injuries after a terrifying twister destroyed everything in its path, darkening the sky, debris flying. It's raw power turning buildings into twisted piles of metal.
Oh my God, Jim, look at that.
And completely leveling parts of the small city.
People lost their houses and everything.
Buildings destroyed, a roof even tossed onto the street. The twisters, just the latest in a system of dangerous storms this week that swept across southern states, impacting 26 million Americans. Hail also a big problem, from baseball-sized hail in Texas to Arkansas to Missouri, where these hailstones shattered car windows. Now, cleanup beginning for many communities, from the Midwest back to Texas, left reeling from Mother Nature's wrath. And officials here in Mineral Wells are partnering with neighboring cities and counties to prepare for the recovery and the long road ahead. Savannah, back to you.
All right, Candace, thank you. Stay safe. Well, we've got the latest updates for you on these severe storms impacting the Mid-Atlantic and now making their way to the East Coast. We're going to get a closer look with our Morning News Now weather. Angie Lassman joins us with that. Angie, good morning.
Hey there, good morning. We've got another day of kind of some showers and thunderstorm activity, end of severe weather risk. Here's what's going on as we take a peek outside right now. Notice some of those showers and thunderstorms centered across the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, and really some rumbles of thunder and some lightning across parts of the southeast. Atlanta waking up to wet weather, Jackson, Cincinnati as well. You'll notice some wet roads in Detroit too. The severe risk not quite as impressive as it has been over the past really 6 days or so. Today we've got still the hail on the table and some gusty winds, but tornado risk is low, and it's generally going to be across parts of the Mid-Atlantic and parts of the South, specifically the Gulf Coast stretching out to the southeast and parts of the southern plains. And here's why. We've got this kind of cold front that's going to be shifting its way farther to the east. It brings some of that rain to the northeast and some of those storms along and ahead of it. And same story down across parts of the Gulf Coast, where we'll see those downpours ongoing through the day today. By tomorrow, more of that rain beneficial at that for parts of the South, and we'll see some additional rain across parts of New England. And we keep that rain going across those same regions across the South by the time Friday rolls around. So finishing out April with some really unsettled conditions across that region. It'll be beneficial in both the Northeast and across the South, but we could, of course, see some of those flooding conditions across parts of the Gulf Coast. Meanwhile, chilly temperatures are in place, and they're going to stay with us. We've got 50s in Minneapolis today, below normal temperatures in Cincinnati, 58 degrees in Atlantic City today, and even by tomorrow, most of the country really looking at below normal conditions. 60s for Wichita, 57 in Chicago, 69 degrees in Nashville, and then cooler and average conditions as we roll through the end of the work week and into this upcoming weekend. 53 on Saturday in Cleveland. We've got upper 50s for Saturday in Philadelphia, and Sunday ending up into those 60s. Still holding on to those, flirting with at least those 70s on Friday and into Sunday, but Saturday we'll see some cooler conditions than normal in Charlotte. Back to you.
All right, Angie Lassman, thank you so much. Well, Nick Reiner, the son and suspected killer of his father, actor and director Rob Reiner, and his wife Michelle, is due back in court today. We're expecting to learn more about the upcoming timeline for his trial. It all comes just days after his brother Jake spoke out about the loss of his parents. NBC's Liz Kreutz is in Los Angeles with the latest on all this. Liz, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. This is still a preliminary hearing. No trial date has been set yet, but it could set the stage for what's to come. And yeah, it's all happening just days after Nick Reiner's older brother Jake opened up for the first time about the tragic loss of his parents and the added pain of knowing his sibling is the lone suspect.
This morning, Nick Reiner expected back in court more than 4 months after investigators say he murdered his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, in their Los Angeles home. Today's hearing marking the next step in determining when the case will go to trial.
Nick Reiner was last in court in February when he pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder. If convicted, the 32-year-old could face the death penalty.
We take the process in which we determine whether or not the death penalty should be sought extremely seriously.
This morning's hearing comes just days after Nick Reiner's older brother Jake opened up for the first time in a new essay about the tragic loss of his parents. My world, as I knew it, had collapsed. I was in a trance, he said, of the night he learned of the murders. Adding, I was robbed of so many things that day. My parents won't be at my wedding. They won't get to hold their future grandchild. It simultaneously breaks my heart and enrages me. Jake also sharing these touching family photos, describing the pain of losing both his parents at the same time, and on top of that, having your brother be at the center of it. It's almost too impossible to process. Just hours before the December murders, Rob, Michelle, and Nick Reiner all attended a holiday party hosted by Conan O'Brien, where 2 people familiar with the situation tell NBC News Nick Reiner became disruptive.
Your main job is to keep your child safe. So
over the years, the Reiners had spoken openly about Nick's struggles with addiction and mental health. 3 people with direct knowledge of the case say at some point before the murders, Nick had changed or adjusted the medication he took for a serious psychiatric disorder. Now, as prosecutors push for justice in the case, this morning we could learn more about whether Nick Reiner will be ruled fit to stand trial.
And so far, neither of Nick Reiner's siblings have attended any of the court proceedings. And while the judge did allow cameras in the courtroom for his arraignment in February, this time cameras will not be allowed inside. The key thing to watch for today is if the defense asks for more time to review evidence or if the 2 sides agree that they can proceed with a pretrial hearing. Savannah.
All right, Liz, thank you so much. Let's move now to a new development in the deadly runway collision at LaGuardia Airport. The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey says it plans to install trackers on rescue vehicles at all 3 major airports in the New York area. Last month, a passenger jet and a Port Authority fire truck collided at LaGuardia, killing both pilots aboard the Air Canada Express plane. Well, in a preliminary report about the crash, the National Transportation Safety Board said the fire truck's missing transponder could have prevented the crash by constantly sending signals of its location to the air traffic control tower. In a statement released Tuesday, the Port Authority's chief communications officer recognized how the new technology could have helped and vowed to expand its use across all area airports. There's much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the major change coming to American Airlines this week that might impact how you juice up your favorite devices on board. First, though, after the break, another royal celebration kicking off back in Britain today as Prince William and Princess Kate celebrate 15 years of marriage. More on that next. back with international headlines. In Australia, the government is looking to big tech companies to help fund newsrooms. NBC News international correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome to take us around the world in 60 seconds. Hey, Claudio.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, that's right. On Tuesday, the Australian government announced that they are planning to tax digital media giants to help fund local journalism in the country unless those companies strike direct deals with them, with Australian media outlets first. Now, according to the proposal, companies like Google, Meta and TikTok will be taxed 2.25% of their revenue in Australia unless they sign new deals with publishers to pay for news content, and even greater offsets for making deals with smaller publishers. A Meta spokesperson dismissed the proposal, arguing that news organizations voluntarily post content on their platforms because, she says, they receive value from doing so. Let's move to the upcoming Soccer World Cup now. The International Football Association announced that players who cover their mouth while speaking to opponents during games will be issued a red card and sent off. The new rule was prompted by a dispute at a game last February between Real Madrid and Benfica. After Real's Vinicius Jr. scored, a Benfica player told him something while keeping his mouth covered with his jersey. Vinicius claims it was a racial slur, but no action could be taken for lack of evidence. The new rule will prevent similar episodes from happening during the World Cup. And let's end this tour of the world in Germany, where rescuers are trying to save a stranded humpback whale off the country's Baltic coast. The whale, named Timmy, beached on a sandbank more than a month ago, prompting a race against time to save it. Finally, on Tuesday, the whale was hauled down a channel in the sandy seabed and then swam of its own accord into a barge, which will take it to safety in deeper waters. Well, as the German daily Bild wrote, Savannah, it was a whaleluya moment.
All right, we love that. That's ended with some good news there. You had me worried for a second, but we got there. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Nope.
Well, as King Charles continues his historic visit to the U.S., his eldest son and daughter-in-law are celebrating their own milestone. Prince William and Kate are marking their 15th wedding anniversary today. In that eventful, sometimes tumultuous period, the royal couple welcomed their 3 children. They mourned the loss of Queen Elizabeth. They were rocked by Kate's cancer diagnosis back in 2024. NBC News international correspondent Molly Hunter joins us from Buckingham Palace with more on these years and this happy day. Molly, good morning.
Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. A very happy day. Happy anniversary to Kate and Will. So many years. I can't believe it has been 15, but so many big life changes, as you say. 3 kids, and here is a trip down memory lane. Take a look.
This morning, the Prince and Princess of Wales celebrating 15 years since that wedding captured the world. The two first meeting as college students at the University of St. Andrews in Scotland. Kate famously catching young William's eye at a charity fashion show.
They've both said since then that that moment felt very, very special because they didn't feel that they were under constant scrutiny.
But soon a massive lifestyle change for Kate, dating a prince under the bright glare of the world's media. And finally, that fairy tale wedding at Westminster Abbey in 2011. An estimated 2 billion people watched the wedding worldwide. Celebrities packed the pews. Queen Elizabeth, of course, there, and Prince Harry serving as best man. The 29-year-old bride walked down the aisle by her father, stunning in her Sarah Burton-designed dress, complete with a 9-foot-long train, attended by her sister Pippa. The day sealed with a kiss on the Buckingham Palace balcony.
Beautiful bride, handsome groom. It was just a very magical day with huge global interest.
A busy life as young, working, and increasingly popular royals followed. And when Meghan Markle joined the firm, the so-called Fab Four at that time appeared tighter than ever. Kate and Will welcoming 3 children, Prince George, Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis. Their personalities all on display over the years, little Louis often stealing the show. Holding their family close through big life changes, mourning the loss of beloved Queen Elizabeth, and marking King Charles's ascendancy to the throne. But nothing prepared them for Kate being diagnosed with cancer.
The cancer journey is complex.
She's been amazing this whole year.
Since then, back in the spotlight, stepping out, greeting their adoring public, hitting their favorite events of the year. Despite all the highs and lows, this royal couple still going strong.
And a very happy anniversary to them again. It was very fun to look back at those pictures. I really remember watching it on TV that day, Savannah. And Pippa, of course, her sister holding her train looms very large in everyone's memory from that day. But what a blast to look back at all those pictures and look at her dress and look how far they've come. It's been fun. Savannah?
Oh, certainly. I think it's one of those days where most people remember where they were, who they were watching with. I remember it being in this odd hour here in the U.S. and still getting up to watch it with a bunch of sorority sisters. What a day. Molly Hunter, thank you so much. What a great look back. Coming up, if you can believe it, this week marks 40 years since the world's worst nuclear disaster at Chernobyl. So after the break, we're digging into what really happened on that fateful April night through the eyes of those who lived it. That's next on Morning News Now. Back now with a closer look at what's making news in the world of politics this morning, starting with President Trump's image coming to some U.S. passports. Let's bring in our friend NBC News politics reporter Megan Leibowitz for more. Megan, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yeah, let's start at the State Department, which announced yesterday that it will release a limited batch of passports that will feature a large picture of President Trump. The State Department said it's part of America 250 celebrations, and a State Department official said that this passport version is going to be the default from the Washington Passport Agency while it's available, but the regular design is still going to be available online and at other locations. Now, remember, this is also part of a larger pattern of President Trump's name or likeness being added to places across D.C. like the U.S. Institute of Peace, the Kennedy Center, and on banners outside of government departments. Let's go next to Minnesota, where law enforcement conducted raids tied to the government's investigation into alleged welfare fraud. According to a senior Justice Department official, at least 22 federal search warrants were executed yesterday morning. Republicans praised the raids yesterday, and Democratic Governor Tim Walz also seemed to tout state and federal governments working together. He said in a statement that the raids took place because state agencies, quote, caught irregular behavior and reported it, adding, that is how the system is supposed to work. Finally, let's go to the Hill, where there is another high-profile congressional hearing. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, are set to testify before lawmakers on the House Armed Services Committee. Now, the hearing is about the administration's budget request for the next fiscal year, but lawmakers can ask about anything they want. The hearing is notable because members of Congress are going to have the chance to directly press these top officials about the war in Iran, including topics that could include the state of Iran's military, U.S. weapon supplies, and the Strait of Hormuz. And that's a look at what's making news and politics this morning. Savannah?
All right, Megan, thank you so much. Well, this week marks 40 years since the world's worst nuclear disaster in history. On April 26, 1986, nuclear reactor number 4 at the Chernobyl Atomic Energy Station in the then Soviet Union exploded during a safety test. The explosion spewed fire and radioactive material into the air, killing 2 workers. But then in the months after, more than 24 emergency responders and cleanup workers died from radiation exposure, and hundreds of thousands of residents were forced to relocate. Experts say the area will likely never be livable again because of dangerous levels of radiation. Decades later, some experts say the true story of what happened that night is still in dispute, clouded by secrecy, propaganda, and misinformation. For more on this, let's bring in journalist Adam Higginbotham. He wrote a book about this and what may have caused this explosion. It is called Midnight in Chernobyl. Adam, good morning. I know you're getting rave reviews for this, and what's really so neat about the way that it's reported out is that you spoke with several people who lived through this disaster in 1986, who were there. What did you learn about what happened that night and the days and weeks after, and maybe anything that kind of is in dispute with something we've all been told for a while?
Good morning. What did I learn? I mean, the most surprising thing that I learned, to be honest, was that a lot of the people that were there at the time of the explosion survived for decades afterwards. Because when I went into reporting the story, I imagined that most people, were affected by radiation at the time, would have died within weeks or months of the accident happening. But actually, the human effects of it were not as bad as I had expected.
What do we know about what caused the explosion? Take us to that point in your reporting, because I know there's been a lot of questions swirling.
Well, as you said in your introduction, they were conducting a safety test, which had been planned for a long time and postponed. And the test went wrong, with the result that a runaway chain reaction started in the core of the reactor. And that resulted in a massive steam explosion, which blew the entire lid off the reactor and then blew open the reactor building itself, releasing a cloud of radiation into the atmosphere. And then a fire started, which wasn't put out for 9 days.
You actually went to Chernobyl and the surrounding area when you were reporting, when you were writing your book. I mentioned in the intro to you, some people say it will never be livable again. I mean, what is it like there 40 years later, and what kind of safety measures do you have to take now?
Well, it's a lot safer than it was 40 years ago, because they did effectively clean up the area immediately around the reactor itself. But, the amount of radiation and radionuclides that poured out of the reactor in those 9 days when the reactor was on fire, contaminated not only the territory immediately around the reactor building, but then spread far and wide across Ukraine and into Belarus and into Russia. And although, the natural process of radioactive decay in the 40 years since, it means that it's become a lot safer than it was in the months after the accident, there are still radioactive hotspots that are potentially extremely dangerous in what developed as the exclusion zone, the area of evacuation that spread out around the ruins of the reactor.
What kind of impact has this disaster had on the world's nuclear programs?
Well, I mean, it really, following on from the 3 Mile Island accident here in 1979, the Chernobyl accident really stopped nuclear power development in countries around the world. I think really to the detriment of clean power development, clean electricity generation, because it was an emotional reaction, an understandable reaction to the horror that developed around nuclear power as a result of Chernobyl. But the truth was that the accident that took place in Ukraine in 1986, could really only have taken place there at that time, because it was a uniquely Soviet design of reactor that wasn't reproduced in the West. And the working practices of the Soviet nuclear industry were completely unlike those in the West. So an accident of that magnitude on that scale of that devastation could not really have taken place in the West. But nonetheless, a lot of Western governments stopped the development of nuclear power. They stopped building further reactors, and that continued for decades. And it was only, around the 2010s that there was talk of a nuclear renaissance. And then the Fukushima accident happened. And that persuaded many governments that had started thinking seriously about restarting nuclear programs and leaning more heavily on nuclear energy again, to once again stop. And so that's where we are again today, is that, these accidents continue to overshadow in the public mind the safety of nuclear energy, even though I think that now, if we had 40 years continuous development of nuclear power, the climate catastrophe would not be threatening us necessarily in the way that it is now.
Adam Higginbotham, fascinating conversation, fascinating read. Thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up, an unexpected encore for one late legend of Hollywood when Morning News Now returns. The new film that's using the power of AI to bring Val Kilmer back to the silver screen more than a year after his death, and the creative controversy it's stirring up in the world of entertainment. That's next. We're back now with a new film that's creating a big buzz in Hollywood. It's been more than a year since we lost legendary actor Val Kilmer, but a new indie movie is bringing back the actor in a prominent role thanks to artificial intelligence. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung joins us here in the studio with the details. Kaylee, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Savannah. The late actor is starring in a brand new film brought to life through state-of-the-art generative AI. This decision was made with the blessing of Kilmer and his family, but it is sparking a massive debate about the future of film and the ethics of rapidly evolving technology. So here's a look at the life, the loss, and the digital homecoming of a cinematic giant.
He had the swagger of a fighter pilot.
You can be my wingman anytime.
The soul of a rock star.
Come on, baby, light my fire.
And the grit of a Western legend.
Why, Johnny Ringo, you look like somebody just walked over your grave.
Val Kilmer was one of Hollywood's favorite chameleons.
The bat signal is not a beeper.
And a slew of hits over 4 decades cemented his place as a bona fide movie star.
Sorry, Chief, there it is.
But off-screen, a battle with throat cancer, eventually robbing Kilmer of his signature voice, but not his passion for acting. In 2022, AI technology helped recreate Kilmer's voice for one last heart-wrenching reunion in Top Gun Maverick.
That's why I fought for you. That's why you're still here.
On April 1st, 2025, Kilmer passed away from pneumonia. He was 65 years old. Now, Kilmer is getting an unexpected encore in As Deep as the Grave.
Don't fear the dead, and don't fear me.
This is Father Fenton, a role Kilmer signed on to play in 2020, but was too sick to ever physically film. To finish the movie, Directors Cordy and John Voorhees used generative AI to build a performance from the ground up, using archival footage and family photos.
This is a character that Val wanted to play. He was really clear about that before he passed.
The move coming at a time Hollywood's already on edge about AI taking jobs from working actors. But the filmmakers insist they followed SAG-AFTRA's strict new AI guidelines to the T, relying on consent, compensation, and collaboration with Kilmer's estate and his children, Mercedes and Jack.
So this is not the first digital recreation or AI-assisted performance in Hollywood. Savannah, you'll probably remember James Earl Jones. He let AI regenerate his voice for Darth Vader, and then Harrison Ford. He actually de-aged in Indiana Jones with the help of AI. But this is the most prominent use we've seen of generative AI so far to help someone who is passed come to life again on the screen.
And in a way that looks like pretty realistic. It's
remarkable.
Like quite good.
I think when you have the body of work that Val Kilmer has, that archival footage plus the help of family photos, you're able to make AI smart enough.
Yeah, certainly a talker. Kaylee, thank you. Well, also, as you mentioned, Val Kilmer's family gave their blessing for him to be featured in the film. Earlier this morning on Today, Kilmer's daughter, Mercedes, spoke about this project. Let's listen to some of that.
So this project was offered to him initially in, I think, 2018, before the pandemic. And then the production got stalled because of that. And eventually his voice became weakened by his illness, so he was able to use AI to generate a voice for the character. And then they also got into sort of the creative elements of that and thinking of the character in the film speaks like 1920s Navajo language, which was the language that they were able to sort of recover for the film, which is like, I think, a really like ethical, interesting use of the technology. Like if we're going to have this, we can make things that are expand the possibilities of what we can do as humans, not to replace them, if that makes sense. Anyway, so he was offered this, and then he couldn't act the role, but he really wanted to be involved in the film. My dad was for a long time the head of the Film Commission in New Mexico, so he was involved in bringing a lot of tax credits in the 2000s to the state, and his involvement allowed the project to get funding during COVID, which was a time that they really needed it. So,
you know, Mercedes, I'm sure you're aware there is this ongoing debate right now about artificial intelligence, the ethical use of AI. I know you've gotten some probably unkind comments since the decision was made by the family to allow this to happen. What would you say to people who have been somewhat critical of...
It's interesting that you say that. I think it's so fascinating to see the responses, and they are really justified. I think that's why my dad really wanted to do this, because, you know, my dad would always talk about, as I said to the producer yesterday, like, he would always be like, I wish I got an apartment in Brooklyn in the 80s. Like, coming in from 2018 to now and solidifying structures for actors to own their licensing and to have rights. Like, my dad was very passionate, this is the time before these laws are written to make sure that there's a structure for compensation, to make sure that the actors get paid on par with what they would get paid if they were physically doing it.
Our thanks to our friends at Today for that conversation. Mercedes Kilmer also says her family would likely not do a project similar to this film again, but says they are open to other potential uses of AI in the future. Certainly a talker. Well, time now for Money News. The Special Forces soldier accused of using classified information to cash in is pleading not guilty. NBC News business and economy reporter Allie Canal has our Money Minute. Hey, Allie.
Hello, Savannah. Yes, another development in this wild world of prediction markets here. So federal prosecutors say that a U.S. Special Forces soldier used classified information about a mission involving Venezuela's president to place bets on prediction market site Polymarket, allegedly turning about $33,000 into more than $400,000. Now, the soldier, who has pleaded not guilty, now faces fraud and other charges. He's been released on a $250,000 bond with travel restrictions. Polymarket says it flagged the activity and cooperated with investigators. Meanwhile, if you're flying soon, a new rule to keep in mind. American Airlines will soon require passengers to keep portable chargers visible and within reach during flights and limit them to just 2 per person. It's all part of a broader industry push to reduce fire risk from batteries. The new policy takes effect May 1st. And finally, Subway is getting in on the value game. The sandwich chain is rolling out its first ever value menu with 15 items priced under $5, including deli and protein-packed options like a BLT, Baja chicken, and new spicy pepperoni subs. The move comes as fast food chains look to win back price-sensitive customers, and College Alley would have loved a $5 Baja sub back in the day. But all of these
I love
companies,
Subway.
yeah, I do too. I appreciate it, and they're all really leaning into value. Yeah, College Alley also had her nickname as Pizza Girl, so you know she was frequent.
So she had really great dining choices.
She needed the value menus.
Highbrow. Allie, thank you. Of course. Coming up, it's a Hollywood phenomenon 20 years in the making. After the break, today's Jenna Bush Hager sits down with the legendary cast of The Devil Wears Prada 2 ahead of Friday's big release. That is next. Stay with us. Finally, this hour, the wait is almost over. The highly anticipated movie, The Devil Wears Prada 2, hits theaters this Friday. Ahead of the big day today, co-host Jenna Bush Hager sat down with the legendary cast to talk about the film and get a little behind-the-scenes gossip.
Hey there, it's been 20 years since the original captivated us, so of course we had to catch up with Meryl Streep, Anne Hathaway, Emily Blunt, and Stanley Tucci. We talked about their big return to the big screen, what's changed between them over the last 2 decades, and even some unexpected cameos. The Devil Wears Prada 2 is back, and it's one of the most highly anticipated films of the year. You guys, this movie, I mean, people are so hungry for it.
I am stunned by the sort of appetite and the anticipation and how much the first one meant to people.
Oh, good morning, Miranda.
Hey, Isaac.
It's been 20 years. It's arguably, it has become a classic film, and it endures.
What type of pressure does that add, that people cannot wait for this film to come out?
There's always pressure when you make a movie, but because the screenplay was so amazing, I felt like that actually took a lot of the pressure off. Then it was just back to what we do every time, which is just try to make, hang out and try to make a great script, better, yeah.
2 decades in the waiting, it's the return of glamour, power struggles, and our favorite characters.
Hello?
Well, look what TJ Maxx dragged in.
Sorry, who is this? Do you know her? Do I know her?
What was it like to reunite?
I was thrilled. They were not. I don't know if they were thrilled, but
we kept trying to
Hi, everybody.
Yeah. It was sort of like,
oh God,
she's back.
You know, I think this film certainly changed my life in a huge way. Obviously, a lot has happened in 20 years. We've had kids. He married my sister.
In real life, Stanley Tucci married Emily Blunt's sister, Felicity, in 2012. Y'all are related.
Yeah, we are so related.
We're over-related.
Also in real life, Meryl and Stanley are longtime friends.
I love Stanley, and we had played a lot of charades together at various parties.
Yes, we have. That's right, yeah.
Try not to get Robert De Niro on our team.
Yeah.
Because he's the worst.
He's very...
Oh, but I bet it's so heartwarming.
He's very shy, yeah.
Very shy, and he's just not good at it. He goes,
oh, yeah. Oh, God.
In the long-awaited sequel, Miranda struggles with the decline of print media.
Click, 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 everywhere.
The world has changed significantly. For one, technology has become something we're so reliant on. Does that come to play?
Yeah, of course it does, because journalism has changed. Magazines have changed distinctly. Most of them only exist online.
So much is uncertain.
Yeah.
And that landscape is why it's really kind of fun to revisit these characters, destabilized. And yet it's kind of triumphant in the end.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, don't say that. Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
Don't
Take
listen
that
to me.
out.
Lock up.
Am I having a hallucination?
Hi, Emily. I watched it with Savannah and Hoda, which was so lovely.
Yeah.
And we kept saying, like, that's right down the street from our office. Was that fun to shoot on the streets?
Yeah, I mean,
And wild?
Well, it was happening. It was honest to God a joy to go there and like hear people scream and just feel great about something.
I think it was a nightmare.
There's exciting cameos, including Lady Gaga, Naomi Campbell, and another familiar face.
Well, I am in this film.
Yes, you are. Tried to steal my scene.
I had just arrived, and they were like, Jenna? And I'm like, who? Me? Meryl? Anne? I'm like, wait, what? I couldn't believe it. And it was the fact that y'all welcomed me so lovingly.
If the new film is anything like the first, expect a cultural lightning rod, high fashion, and catchphrases cemented into pop culture.
Oh my God, just hide a feeling for once. What is the line that people ask you most from the first film?
Gird your loins.
Gird your loins.
Now I'll tell you the line.
Just one stomach flew away from my goal weight. The stomach flu one is weekly.
A lot of people ask me if I can spell Gabbana. Can you please spell Gabbana? Hello?
Yes. What about yours?
That's all.
That's all. Yes.
That's what they.
That's all.
You know.
It's a perfect way to end.
I cannot wait to see it. Thanks to Jenna Bush Hager for that story. And you can catch Jenna in the cameo when The Devil Wears Prada 2 comes out. It's going to be in theaters this Friday. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, a visit fit for a king. President Trump welcoming King Charles to the U.S. with open arms for his first visit to the U.S. as monarch.
May our two countries stand together forever for liberty, for justice, and for the glory of God.
We'll tell you all about the ceremony and celebrations that marked the king's trip to the White House and his historic message to Congress, plus where his trip will take him next. Meanwhile, round two, the Justice Department is taking aim once again at one of President Trump's longtime critics.
Threatening the life of the President of the United States will never be tolerated by the Department of Justice.
Former FBI Director James Comey facing a second indictment and now an arrest warrant, this time over a social media post the DOJ says is criminal. The details of the department's latest action against the president's perceived enemies and how Comey is responding coming up. Plus, on the chopping block, companies from Zoom to Deloitte are slashing some of the most prized employee benefits with PTO, parental leave, and pensions all at risk. What these changes tell us about the job market and what employees should know later this hour. And finally, masters of their craft, the New York Times Magazine compiling a list of the 30 greatest living American songwriters spanning generations and genres. We'll let you in on how hundreds of music insiders helped compile this list and who made the cut including one of my favorite artists. I mean, come on, you knew Taylor Swift was going to be on the list of greatest living American songwriters. Duh. Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe is off today. Thank you very much for getting your morning started with us. We're going to begin this hour with a look at a full day of spectacle, symbolism, and diplomacy for King Charles and Queen Camilla, from a historic speech on Capitol Hill to a glittering state dinner at the White House. The king became only the second British royal to address Congress, using the moment to reflect on the deep ties between the United States and Britain.
The story of the United Kingdom and the United States is at its heart a story of reconciliation, renewal, and remarkable partnership.
King Charles also spoke of what he called a time of growing uncertainty, from the war in Ukraine to the conflict with Iran and fears of a wider crisis in the Middle East. The day ended with a state dinner hosted by President Trump and the First Lady, celebrating what both leaders called a lasting friendship between the two nations. But the visit is also unfolding against a backdrop of unanswered questions about the relationship between the king's brother, the former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, and the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. NBC News correspondent Tracy Wilkins has more.
After a full day of spectacle and speeches for King Charles and Queen Camilla, the evening was a celebration of the significant bond between the U.S. and Britain.
Ours is a treasured friendship, an eternal bond, and a true story of extraordinary heroism and skill.
Earlier in the day, both sides of the aisle rose in a resounding welcome for King Charles as he addressed a joint meeting of Congress, the first king to do so and only the second royal, the first, his mother, Queen Elizabeth.
It is an era that is in many ways more volatile and more dangerous than the world to which my late mother spoke in this chamber in 1991.
Though the king does not have political power, he made the point that America does, and with it, a responsibility.
America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more.
He reminded Congress that both nations have won wars together before addressing the ongoing conflict in Ukraine.
That same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people.
Earlier in the day, survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse participated in a roundtable discussion and requested a meeting with the king. His brother Andrew was under criminal investigation and lost his royal title amid allegations of misconduct connected to Epstein survivors.
Virginia was recruited from a property owned by Donald Trump and trafficked to a member of the British royal family. Yet today, survivors are here, sitting with members of Congress, still fighting to be heard.
The king did not meet with the families due to legal constraints, per Buckingham Palace officials, but did address the issue in his speech.
It is the very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today.
Tracy Wilkins, NBC News.
For more on the diplomacy, the politics, and the royal family dynamics at play here, NBC News royal contributor Daisy McAndrew joins us now. Daisy, good morning. Great to see you. Okay, so let's first talk this message to Congress from the king. It was about the bond between these two countries, also, though, about the backdrop of what's happening across the world, across the globe, really feeling increasingly unstable. What do you think he most wanted Americans to hear, and what do you think was a lasting message for members of Congress?
I certainly think there were many diplomatic messages contained within that speech. Obviously, one of the main ones was an ongoing friendship and a desire to continue with the so-called special relationship. But then there were very pointed and obvious comments, not least about Ukraine, calling on the United States to support the Ukrainians in their fight against the Russians. There was talk of NATO, again, underlining the importance as Brits, as we look towards NATO and America's continuing involvement, and many other quite subtle but pointed messages. I think really one of the ones that got the biggest response within the room, within the chamber, was the one reminding the origins of Magna Carta, the origins of a separation of executive powers, and perhaps, again, quite a pointed comment that perhaps that separation has got somewhat blurred.
Daisy, then let's talk quickly. The state dinner, we saw jokes, toasts, this gift to President Trump. What did that moment tell you about the personal dynamic between these two men, and then also the bigger relationship between the two countries?
There was a lot more warmth, I think it's fair to say. Definitely more jokes and more humour in the toasts at that state dinner. Many, many jokes. And also Charles really trying to do his best self-deprecation, which is where a lot of his humour comes. You could see the twinkle in his eye, the sort of pulling the president's leg, whether it was about commenting, saying, you like to say that we in Europe would talk German if it wasn't for your interventions. Well, you in the United States maybe would be talking French if it wasn't for our intervention in the early 19th century. So there were jokes like that. And I think on the whole, they landed pretty well. We know that Donald Trump has a huge affection and loyalty and respect towards the and I think King Charles was really trying to use that to our best advantage.
Daisy, another thing of note, someone the king is not seeing on this trip, his son, Prince Harry, who of course lives here in the United States. How much of a story is that in the palace and in the UK?
Of course, there have been lots of people wondering whether that meeting would happen. And theoretically, timetable-wise, it absolutely could have happened. But I think it never was going to, because this is a visit. It's not a private visit by the king. This is a visit that the king is doing at the request of his government to try to strengthen political ties between the two countries. And if he had requested to carve out some time to meet his youngest son, Harry, during that timetable, that's where all the attention would have gone. You know, Savannah, that you and I would have been talking about that and not NATO and Ukraine and so on. And really, that's why the government would have pretty much vetoed any idea that that would happen, because it would have watered down the political impact of this trip.
A fair point, but certainly something a lot of people, I think, would like to see. Okay, we should talk about the Epstein piece of this. There's this pressure on the king to meet with survivors tied to Jeffrey Epstein. He did not. How does the palace handle that, explain that in the midst of a high-profile visit like this?
Of course, we heard in Tracy's excellent piece just now where she was saying it was because of legal matters that the king and the queen couldn't meet Epstein victims or survivors. Now, of course, that is half the story. And it's a very, very difficult situation, particularly for Queen Camilla to be in, because she has made supporting domestic violence and sexual violence against women and supporting survivors a huge part of her public duties. She's talked about her own first-hand experience of sexual abuse, which was quite a thing over on this side of the pond. So we know that her heart is with those survivors. But again, politically, it would have overshadowed this visit. So I think that was a really difficult decision to make. We know at the garden party that they hosted, the King and Queen hosted at the embassy, the British embassy, charities and survivors were invited to that. And I think that was the nod towards the Epstein survivors. But that's a really difficult issue.
Daisy McAndrew, thank you so much. Of course, this continues today with the king coming here to New York City. We'll keep talking to you. We appreciate your time. Well, the Justice Department has once again secured an indictment against former FBI director and Trump critic James Comey. A grand jury handed up the 2-count indictment yesterday over this photo we're showing you right here. It's of seashells. Comey posted this on Instagram in May of last year with the caption, "Cool shell formation on my beach walk." The shells, as you can see, are arranged to spell out 8647. DOJ officials allege that the message conveyed by the post amounted to a threat against President Trump's life. Comey, who once oversaw the FBI's investigation into Russian election interference in 2016 and who remains an outspoken critic of the president, is denying the charges.
Well, they're back. This time about a picture of seashells on a North Carolina beach a year ago. And this won't be the end of it. But nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid. And I still believe in the independent federal judiciary. So let's go.
For more on this, let's bring in NBC News political reporter Megan Leibowitz. Megan, good morning. All right, so Megan, for anybody who maybe is just listening to us, not looking at the screen, doesn't really understand what this picture is or how a picture of shells could really amount to anything, explain what it is, what these numbers 86 and 47 next to each other may have meant, and what Comey is saying about this, the message that he's sharing, and the charges he's facing.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, Savannah. So he's facing 2 counts. This was a 2-count indictment. He's facing accusations of a threat to take the life of a president and also communicating that threat across state lines via that social media post. So this all dates back to that Instagram post where it said 8647. Now, for people who might not be familiar with what 86 means, it's commonly used in restaurants to mean that they're sold out of something, and it's also used informally to mean cancel or get rid of. So when he had posted this last year, it had created a lot of backlash from the right, people saying that this amounted to some kind of threat against the president. After that backlash, Comey very promptly deleted that post and said that he had not been aware that this had anything to do with political, that people had associated that term with violence and that he condemned violence of any kind as well. So in the aftermath of this latest indictment, he maintained his innocence, and his attorney also put out a statement. You can see that on your screen, where he said that Mr. Comey vigorously denies the charges contained in the indictment, adding, "We will contest these charges in the courtroom and look forward to vindicating Mr. Comey and the First Amendment." Now, both of these counts carry a maximum prison sentence of up to 10 years in prison if he is ultimately convicted of these charges. That's according to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche in that press conference yesterday, Savannah.
Megan, an important component of this case is going to be whether the Justice Department can prove that Comey knowingly and willfully, that's the important part, made a threat against the president. What's the DOJ saying about evidence that they have?
Yeah, that's right. That phrase, knowingly and willfully, is going to be a key part of all of this. So yesterday in the press conference, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche did not share evidence that Comey had knowingly and willfully made that threat. He declined to say the type of evidence that the Justice Department would ultimately bring forward in that case. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell had also pressed Blanche on how the Justice Department will ultimately prove intent. Take a listen to how he responded.
There's been a tremendous amount of investigation. And how do you prove intent in any case? You prove intent with witnesses, with documents, with the defendant himself to the extent it's appropriate. And that's how we'll improve intent in this case.
Now, separately, Savannah, 2 senior law enforcement officials also telling NBC News that Comey is expected to turn himself in to federal authorities in North Carolina later this week.
Megan, also, Comey was indicted less than a year ago, and it's important to talk about this. This was charges of making a false statement to Congress and obstructing a congressional investigation. He pleaded not guilty. A judge then later dismissed that indictment, but the administration's appealing that decision. How are Democrats responding to this new indictment, and how is the fact that there's this shadow of this last one hanging over this impacting anything?
Yeah, that's right. Democrats are expressing a lot of criticism, painting this as yet another example of the Justice Department using the Justice Department to go after the president's political opponent. So we started to hear yesterday some reaction from Democrats on social media. I want to point you to a couple of those examples. One was from Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut, where he accused the president of letting vengeance and vanity pervert our justice system, saying indictments on demand deeply degrade our democracy. Also, Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland calling this case a clear political persecution, also saying that the Justice Department continues to act as the president's personal attack dog and calling this blatant authoritarianism. Now, remember, the Justice Department has pursued cases against other opponents of the president before, including people like New York Attorney General Letitia James. That case had also, that indictment had been tossed, and the Justice Department is appealing that as well, among other cases.
All right, Megan Leibowitz, thank you so much. Well, NBC News legal analyst Misty Maris is here to help break this down and talk about how this could play out in court. Misty, good morning. Okay, we've got a lot to unpack. I'm happy that you're here. Thank you. Okay, let's start on how high is the bar for actually convicting someone in a case like this, which has to do with making alleged threats or over this picture of seashells.
Yeah, so this is really going to turn on the meaning of 86. So what the Justice Department will have to show is that James Comey intentionally threatened to kill or inflict serious bodily harm on the president. And the analysis is going to be whether or not this post was First Amendment protected speech or what we call a true threat. So if this is reckless, unprofessional, even malicious, that's not enough. It has to be an intentional threat to kill. And I think where the Justice Department is going to have their biggest hurdle is the ambiguity of the 86 and what that means. It has multiple meanings. And because of that ambiguity, it's not the friend of prosecutors who have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Do you think the fact that this is the second time the Justice Department has indicted Comey and now on something entirely different is going to bear any weight here?
I think you're going to see that play out in motions filed by Comey's legal team to toss this indictment. They're going to be malicious, vindictive, targeted prosecution. His attorneys will argue that this is just another attempt in retaliation because Trump, obviously not a fan of Comey, tried the first time around with the prior indictment. It failed, and now they're just looking for another legal theory to try and go after him. So I think it's going to play out in pre-trial motions trying to get this indictment thrown out before it ever gets on its road to trial.
If you look at it through that lens, if it is the president directing his Justice Department to just find something on Comey, does this carry more water than the last one?
Well, what I think you see here is that it went before a grand jury, probable cause was found. Probable cause, there's an old adage, you can indict a ham sandwich. But at the end of the day, this case, if it goes to a jury, has to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And what prosecutors are supposed to look at the onset isn't, can we get it over the net from the grand jury perspective? It's, do we really think, based on all of the evidence that we have, that we could secure conviction? That's their ethical obligation. So looking at this is a tremendous uphill battle for prosecutors, unless there's something more, Savannah. I mean, this is just the indictment. Todd Blanchett said yesterday this was almost a year-long investigation. Could there be more out there? Maybe. If there's not, I don't expect this case to get too far.
All right, Misty Maris, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, the battle between Jimmy Kimmel, ABC, and the White House is intensifying. Last night, the comedian doubled down during his opening monologue using a clip from President Trump's speech yesterday where he mentioned his parents' marriage. Take a listen.
They were married for 63 years. And excuse me, if you don't mind. That's a record we won't be able to match, darling. I'm sorry. It's just not going to work out that way.
Wait a minute. Did he just make a joke about his death? My God. We should be fired for that. Only Donald Trump would demand I be fired for making a joke about his old age and then a day later go out and make a joke about his own old age.
Earlier in the day, the FCC directed ABC-owned and operated TV stations to renew their filing for their broadcast license renewals ahead of schedule. That unprecedented move seemingly designed to threaten Disney's ability to broadcast through its own TV stations. NBC News entertainment reporter Chloe Malas explains.
Pressure is mounting for ABC and Disney after an unprecedented move by the FCC, ordering all 8 Disney-owned local stations at major cities across the country to file early license renewals years before their expiration. If the renewals are not granted, they would lose their ability to broadcast. Tom Wheeler served as FCC chairman under President Obama.
Good question. Let me be real specific. It has been 40 years since the FCC revoked a license, a broadcast television license.
The FCC has been investigating Disney, the parent company of ABC, over its DEI policy since last year. A source with knowledge of the matter tells NBC News that Kimmel's recent comments about the First Lady will now be part of the review.
You know how sometimes you wake up in the morning and the First Lady puts out a statement demanding you be fired from your job?
Jimmy Kimmel addressing the latest controversy.
Well, I agree that hateful and violent rhetoric is something we should reject. I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it.
This clash stemming from a joke the late-night host made last week in a sketch about the then-upcoming White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Our First Lady, Melania, is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Kimmel now defending his words.
It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not, by any stretch of the definition, a call to assassination.
Melania Trump called Kimmel's words hateful and violent rhetoric, sentiments echoed by President Trump, who demanded Kimmel's dismissal. The firestorm comes just a month after new Disney CEO Josh D'Amaro took the helm, and 7 months after ABC briefly suspended Jimmy Kimmel Live after controversial remarks about the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. In a statement to NBC News, Disney says they have a long record of operating in full compliance with FCC rules.
I just want to point out here that ultimately, this could play out in the court system for years. And if a decision is made to not renew the licenses of these 8 Disney-owned and operated stations, Disney could appeal this decision, and then it would drag out even longer. And all the while, these stations could continue to be on the air. Back to you.
All right, Chloe, thank you. Well, overnight, another powerful line of storms swept across the South. Texas Governor Greg Abbott issued a disaster declaration for North Texas after a possible tornado tore through the town of Mineral Wells, damaging several neighborhoods. Officials say there were multiple injuries, but so far, no reports of fatalities, thankfully. Meanwhile, in Arkansas, a possible tornado was caught on tape. That storm also produced damaging golf ball-sized hail. In central Illinois, there was more damage as another storm system packing high winds toppled trees and destroyed several homes. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is there with the latest.
Tornado sirens ringing out, dark clouds rolling over Bowie, Texas, as another round of dangerous severe weather sweeps through. Destructive hail slamming the nation's heartland from Arkansas.
We just got pelted in Missouri by a hailstorm.
To Missouri, hail cracking this car's windshield. This tree crashing into a home in Kalamazoo, Michigan. While in Kent County, police say a 39-year-old man died after being struck by a falling tree. Meanwhile, planes fighting a new wildfire in Miami-Dade County, Florida, as Georgia's wildfires rage on, the Pineland Road fire expanding to more than 32,000 acres. Back in the Midwest, strong winds leaving more than 200,000 without power. In Clifton County, Illinois, this funnel cloud seen through flashes of lightning. In Germantown, Illinois, where daylight revealed the devastation after a tornado tore through this community, this is what Michelle Welton's home looks like now, after she raced for shelter as warning sirens blared.
It was so fast, you know. We just heard glass and everything crashing.
The roofs of several homes there now gone. Her neighbors spending the day coming together to clear debris. How do you rebuild?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Our thanks to Shaq for that report. Well, we've got the details now on what to expect from that storm system making its way east with our Morning News Now weather. Angie Lassman joins us this morning. Angie, good morning.
Hey there, good morning. We've got another day of kind of some showers and thunderstorm activity, end of severe weather risk. Here's what's going on as we take a peek outside right now. Notice some of those showers and thunderstorms centered across the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, and really some rumbles of thunder and some lightning across parts of the southeast. Atlanta waking up to wet weather, Jackson, Cincinnati as well. You'll notice some wet roads in Detroit too. The severe risk not quite as impressive as it has been over the past really 6 days or so. Today we've got still the hail on the table and some gusty winds, but tornado risk is low, and it's generally going to be across parts of the mid-Atlantic and parts of the south, specifically the Gulf Coast stretching out to the southeast and parts of the southern plains. And here's why. We've got this kind of cold front that's going to be shifting its way farther to the east. It brings some of that rain to the northeast and some of those storms along and ahead of it. And same story down across parts of the Gulf Coast, where we'll see those downpours ongoing through the day today. By tomorrow, more of that rain beneficial at that for parts of the south, and we'll see some additional rain across parts of New England. And we keep that rain going across those same regions across the south by the time Friday rolls around. So finishing out April with some really unsettled conditions across that region. It'll be beneficial in both the northeast and across the south, but we could, of course, see some of those flooding conditions across parts of the Gulf Coast. Meanwhile, chilly temperatures are in place, and they're going to stay with us. We've got 50s in Minneapolis today, below normal temperatures in Cincinnati, 58 degrees in Atlantic City today, and even by tomorrow, most of the country really looking at below normal normal conditions. 60s for Wichita, 57 in Chicago, 69 degrees in Nashville, and then cooler and average conditions as we roll through the end of the work week and into this upcoming weekend. 53 on Saturday in Cleveland. We've got upper 50s for Saturday in Philadelphia, and Sunday ending up into those 60s. Still holding on to those, flirting with at least those 70s on Friday and into Sunday, but Saturday we'll see some cooler conditions than normal in Charlotte. Back to you.
All right, Angie, thank you so much. We've got an update on that sprawling gambling investigation that led federal prosecutors to arrest dozens of suspects last fall. Former NBA player Damon Jones has pleaded guilty to federal charges for his role in separate schemes involving sports betting and poker. The 49-year-old was accused of giving inside information to gamblers and helping organize rigged poker games. Officials say the schemes brought in more than $10 million. Jones also tipped off gamblers before a 2023 game, knowing that Lakers star LeBron James was injured and would not play. During a court hearing yesterday, Jones apologized and admitted to providing that inside information. Jones was arrested last year as part of a probe into sports betting and illegal poker involving NBA figures and the mafia. Sentencing is set for next January. There's much more to come here on Morning News Now later this hour. Goodbye benefits. Two high-profile companies are slashing top benefits for employees. We'll tell you what's behind the move and what it says about the job market. First, though, on the rise, oil and gas prices continue to hit record highs as the war with Iran continues. How one Gulf nation is further impacting the market and what this means for consumers up next. Welcome back. Oil prices are rising again after the U.S. rejected Iran's latest proposal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The ongoing volatility in oil markets is also being impacted by the United Arab Emirates' decision announced just yesterday to quit the oil-producing cartel OPEC. Now gas prices are at a 4-year high. NBC's Raf Sanchez has the latest from Doha, Qatar.
2 months since the start of the war with Iran, the deadlock in peace talks sending oil prices surging. The average price of a gallon of gas now $4.18, the highest level in 4 years.
It's really taking its toll on people.
Adding to oil market uncertainty, the UAE announcing it's pulling out of OPEC, the group of oil exporters that help set prices worldwide. The UAE says leaving will free it to increase production, which could drive down prices in the long term. But for now, the ongoing closure of the Strait of Hormuz keeping prices up and hurting America's allies in the region.
Iran is just the other side of the Gulf, but on this side, there is growing alarm among Arab states as the Strait of Hormuz remains blocked and their energy exports can't get out.
U.S. Marines boarding and then releasing this commercial ship, suspected of trying to evade the U.S. naval blockade that's squeezing Iran's economy. While the White House showing little interest in Tehran's latest peace offer, a narrow deal to reopen the strait without addressing Iran's nuclear program.
Suffice it to say that the nuclear question is the reason why we're in this in the first place.
Leaving talks stalled and the critical waterway shut. Raf Sanchez, NBC News, Doha, Qatar.
Let's stay on international news now. A suspect in his 80s is in custody this morning after allegedly opening fire at 2 locations in Greece's capital. NBC News international correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome to take us around the world in 60 seconds. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, that's right. Police in Greece say that on Tuesday they arrested an 89-year-old man after he allegedly opened fire with a shotgun, first in a social service office and then in a courthouse in Athens, wounding several people. Now, authorities say the attacker wounded 1 employee at the Social Security office and several people at the courthouse before he fled the scene. Police arrested the man 130 miles from the Greek capital. The motives for the shooting are unclear. Let's go to Sri Lanka now, where Saturday, 22 Buddhist monks were arrested at the airport in the capital, Colombo, after they were found with 110 kilos of high-grade cannabis worth more than $3 million concealed in their luggage. Officials say the Buddhists are mostly junior monks in training in temples across Sri Lanka and were returning from a holiday from Bangkok. It was the largest single amount of Kush, a strain of cannabis, ever seized at that airport. And let's end this tour of the world in Indonesia, where a video shows an orangutan using a canopy bridge built to allow them to cross a busy road. The Sumatran Orangutan Society says the road created a physical barrier between local orangutans, leading to a real risk of inbreeding and eventually extinction. Well, Savannah, one small step for an orangutan, a giant leap for his species.
Wow, that is a cute and funny video. Claudio, thank you very much. Coming up, ain't no rest for the women. New statistics from the CDC are finding that women get less sleep than men. We'll break down the numbers in our weekly medical checkup, along with the doctor's orders on how to get a better night's sleep up next. We're back now with our weekly medical checkup. This week, we've got to look at an interesting new study from the CDC about Americans' sleeping patterns, along with some tips for getting a good night's rest. Plus, a new report out shows that excessive screen time could be hindering your child's language development. Here to talk through these headlines is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, always wonderful to have you with us. We're going to start with one of our favorite topics around here, sleep. So the CDC released 2 reports this morning. One finding women are less likely to get good sleep. The other discovered some people need medication to help them sleep. Tell us more about these reports and give us any tips you've got for a good night's sleep.
Yeah, Savannah, there are no surprises here, but the statistics are equally alarming. We're a chronically exhausted nation from the dual CDC reports. About a third of adults are getting less than 7 hours of sleep. And remember, that's about the average that we recommend. And then to cope, almost 13% of adults are relying on some form of sleep aid, usually a pill, could be prescription, could be over the counter, but that's just to get through the night. And I think just to your point, the CDC data also highlights that women are struggling the most, particularly as they age. That makes no surprise to any of us in the clinical setting when you factor in the overlapping burdens of caregiving, career stress, and the very real sleep disruptions that are caused by changes in hormones as we age, especially for women and also for men. And so the doctor's orders here, Savannah, stick to a schedule, keep your room dark and cool, put that phone, I try to say put that phone on Do Not Disturb or get it out of the room entirely.
Okay. All right. Good. I know the phone thing, it's tough. And I do think it really matters to not spend the time right before you go to bed on your phone because of whatever that light is doing to your brain. Okay. Here's another one kind of late night bedtime related that eating a snack late, it could be messing up your gut health. This is a study that was presented at Digestive Disease Week. It's a conference of gastrointestinal researchers. That sounds like a party. Dr. Patel, what's the link here?
All right, and it definitely is. This is one of the biggest conferences that most of us look forward to. So this study looked at whether or not chronic stress and late night eating together could actually worsen any of your gut symptoms. We see a preponderance of patients coming in with a lot of abdominal and GI symptoms. So these researchers really first analyzed a large national data set to look at basically 11,000 adults and see whether they had chronic stress. They looked at markers like blood pressure, kind of wear and tear on the body, your physical kind of stress, even what you were doing during activity in the day. And then they looked at kind of the timing of what you ate. And they found, lo and behold, that as people ate, people who are stressed, which is, let's face it, many of us, if you ate in the hours before bedtime, that you actually saw a physical increase in gut symptoms. Those symptoms could be anywhere from constipation to diarrhea, everything in between. So the doctor's orders here, your gut needs a bedtime too. And we're recommending that people have snacks at least 3 hours before bedtime, if not more. And then to make sure that you do everything to hydrate and nourish your body. And remember that your gut also has a mind of its own and that the stress that you're feeling from throughout the day can sometimes work itself out in the manifestation of gut symptoms. Bring it up with your doctor.
Good advice there. All right, we've got this new report from the journal JAMA Pediatrics. I'm not sure that this is surprising at all, but just more evidence of that screen time on kids and the impacts that it can have. Researchers really outlined why parents should be careful about this when it comes to language development. This is for kids under 3. What should we know?
Right. So we generally recommend, I'll say at the top, that if you're under the age of 6, recommend less than 1 hour of screen time. But Savannah, we've talked about how that is unfortunately just not the world that we're in. Many parents and many caregivers have to rely on screen time. I've done it myself with my children. And you use it to have a form of being able to just have the child do something, even if they're educational videos. What researchers found here is that screen time, and especially for children under 3, can actually impact not only their language development, it can actually impact their social interactions, and it can manifest even after the age of 3 in other forms of learning disorders and cognitive capabilities. So I think here's something that we want to just kind of say very simply for doctor's orders. Watch together, because even the act of being with each other and talking about it can be important. Try to limit that screen time as much as possible and think about the content of what you're showing your child, because that content can matter. There there are educational videos, and try to limit it to under an hour under the age of 6.
Really good advice, and I appreciate how realistic it is, because you're right. Sometimes it's just something that parents need as a tool. Dr. Patel, great to have you as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, masters of their craft. One publication is recognizing the 30 greatest living American songwriters, how they narrowed down the list of the world's biggest artists, plus who made the cut. Coming up. We're back now with a look at how two high-profile U.S. companies are threatening to reimagine corporate standards for paid time off and parental leave. Business Insider reports that video conferencing platform Zoom, I'm sure you're familiar with it, and Big Four accounting firm Deloitte are slashing the number of weeks they offer for paid parental leave. Zoom has already rolled out a reduction, while Deloitte is planning to follow suit for select workers starting in January. Business Insider also reports that Deloitte is planning to reduce its paid time off, pension plan, and IVF funding for some workers in support roles like administrative services, information technology, and finance, which experts warn could set a new precedent for workplace benefits. Or will it? We'll find out. NBC News business and economy reporter Ali Canal joins us now with more. Ali, good morning. Okay, so we were just talking about this in the break and kind of understanding how drastic these slashes are. Maybe the policies were super generous before. So where are we sort of landing with these? What changes are we seeing from these companies that I've mentioned that Zoom has already did and what we think Deloitte has coming for employees?
Yeah, and look, these are very recognizable companies. We all know them well. If you take a look at a company like Zoom, you mentioned parental leave being scaled back. So according to this report, birthing parents will now get 18 weeks of paid leave. That's down from as much as 24. And non-birthing parents will get 10 weeks, down from 16. Now, we did reach out to the company, and in a statement, they told us it's, quote, committed to employee well-being and that it frequently reviews its benefits to stay aligned with the marketplace. Now, over at Deloitte, the changes do look a bit more wide-ranging. You talked about parental leave, PTO, pensions, IVF benefits. They're all reportedly being reduced or cut for a subset of employees. Now, in its own statement, Deloitte tells us it also regularly updates its benefits and tailors them to align with the marketplace. So that really seems to be the through line here.
Right.
All these companies are pointing to current market conditions to justify some of these pullbacks.
Maybe theirs were more generous than a lot of competitors in the space, and they're kind of bringing it back down. What does this do to a workforce? How do you see this impacting these companies?
Well, for a lot of these workers, these aren't just nice perks. They're essential when they're choosing to stay in a job or potentially leave a job. And economists tell us that pulling back now could have broader consequences, not just for these workers and their families, but for the larger economy as well. Because on a national level, the U.S. really lacks a standardized paid time leave policy, affordable childcare. And without those kinds of supports, it can make it harder for people to stay in the workforce, particularly women. And that can weigh on labor force participation rates. That could have a ripple effect when you think about economic growth. So there are those larger consequences beyond just the individual worker.
Do we see this as a bigger trend?
So an expert I spoke with told me that she does not.
Okay.
She sees these as more isolated incidences, but she does tell me that there's this power shift in the dynamic. So if you think about post-COVID-19, 2022, there was something called the Great Resignation. A lot of power was with the employee. They were able to easily hop from job to job. Now you're pretty much seeing that exact opposite. So it's one of those things where these dynamics, they're not going to last forever. You could see that flip again, and these companies could be caught flat-footed if they remove a lot of these benefits that are important to employees.
All right, Ali Canal, good conversation. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Well, after the successful Artemis II mission earlier this month, of course you remember it, you probably watched it, the race to get humans in space is moving quick. Now, one Southern California business is aiming to be the first American company to put a commercial space station into orbit. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz got a behind-the-scenes look.
Inside a vast clean room in Long Beach, California, a future orbital space station getting the finishing touches.
Would you like to go inside and see it?
Go
With Colin?
inside?
Yeah,
let's go inside. Oh, there we go. Wow.
This is Haven 1, and while it's a whole lot smaller than the nearly 14,000 cubic foot space station, those who are building it say it's a giant leap in getting more habitable space up into Earth's orbit.
We are a space station builder, and our key goal is to replace the International Space Station and ensure that we have a continuous American presence in orbit.
For the private aerospace company Vast, that means starting with a modular design with the focus on economics and scale rather than expensive specialized systems.
We are doing it in-house, and that allows us to have about 10x the lower cost and about 5x the speed. This was built from raw material.
Like these panels that line the exterior of the space station structure.
To make one structure, we need 35 panels. Each panel has a specific design for handling the loads and the mounting location.
They come to the factory as raw aluminum and are machined here. Max Hote says a completed space station will cost about $150 million. Less if Vast can start building them at scale. And that is a fraction of the more than $100 billion that the International Space Station has cost to date. To put things in perspective, NASA estimates the ISS currently costs $4 billion to operate each year, which would be enough to build 26 of these every 12 months.
It's way too expensive. One of the key goals in transitioning to commercial and retiring the ISS is to have a new model that's much more economically sustainable so that it's much lower cost.
It comes as NASA is retooling for their massive pivot to building a lunar base.
The moon base itself and all the components that go into its assembly will become an extraordinary platform for scientific discovery.
And with the ISS scheduled to be decommissioned in 2030, Vast is hoping to pick up where this storied space station will leave off with a modern twist.
We want this to be a human-centric spacecraft.
Andrew Feustel has been to space 3 times, including spacewalks and a mission to the ISS as commander. He's now lead astronaut at Vast.
These are the sleep quarters.
Wait, these are the beds?
Yeah, 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom.
Oh, man.
They're quite roomy by ISS standards. We call this the common area because we imagine that crew will work together, live together, and do experimental work in here as well. This is our payload wall.
And yes, it's definitely given IKEA Apple Store vibes.
We believe that if you create an environment that sort of connects you back, so these are all soft earth tones that are in here. The concept was, if you can feel like you're back on Earth, you may not feel as separated from Earth.
And come early next year,
this isn't Houston. This is Long Beach, California.
Haven 1 is expected to be placed on top of a SpaceX rocket and launched into orbit on a mission to open a new outpost high above our home. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Well, that was epic. All right, the New York Times Magazine has set out to define the new American songbook. It pulled hundreds of music insiders and brought together a team of critics to identify the 30 greatest living American songwriters right now. The final unranked list spans generations, genres, and geographical influence, but all of the artists are masters of their craft. For more on this iconic list, I'm joined now by Sasha Weiss. She's the deputy editor of the New York Times Magazine. Sasha, good morning. And let me start with a thank you for an unexpected 30-minute Taylor Swift interview that dropped yesterday that took up my morning. Immediately watching it, we were all so excited. And to get her talking about her songwriting was incredible.
It was incredible. We were so happy that she participated. And I think she, too, was excited to talk about songwriting. She's such a consummate artist. And I think getting to talk about the details of how she does it was exciting to her, too.
Oh, it absolutely was. Okay, we're going to get into the full list in just a moment, talk about some others that made it. But first, I just want to understand the process, because obviously there are so many great artists, genres, lyrical styles to choose from. So how did you narrow it down to these 30?
So first we started with the wisdom of the crowd, because of course it's almost a ridiculous task to narrow such an amazing range of artists down to just 30. So we asked hundreds of people in the industry, from, working musicians to DJs to sound supervisors to historians, critics, so many different kinds of people to weigh in. And they did. They sent us ballots. And then we invited 6 New York Times critics to gather in a room for many, many, many hours over many sessions to reflect on what the ballot had shown and to certainly take it in. A lot of the people on the final list were highly balloted names, but also to shape it to reflect the music industry as it stands today and all of the traditions of songwriting that kind of populate our American music.
All right, we've got this gorgeous wall here in our studio that's going to feature all the artists, show us every single one that made this list of 30. Tell us some of the biggest names, anybody you were surprised by. And I'm imagining, even though I'm biased, you had to have gotten a lot of votes for Taylor.
Absolutely. We have some of the usual suspects, people who define the singer-songwriter tradition: Bob Dylan, Bruce Springsteen, Dolly Parton, Carole King. These were people that were kind of undisputed greats, highly balloted, and everybody in the room instantly put them on the list. Paul Simon. We also have, great Motown songwriters like the Holland Brothers and Valerie Simpson and Smokey Robinson, people who made music that we all sing, that we all know. We have bards of, great love ballads like Lionel Richie and Diane Warren. And we have hip hop artists like Jay-Z and Outkast and Young Thug who, innovated in this form that's dominated pop music for the last 50 years and totally reshaped it. So we have a really wide range.
You absolutely do, which is really cool to see, and I think makes it of interest to so many people to find their favorites on this list. You focused on artists who are alive today. Why?
Because we wanted to go out and talk to them. Wanted it to be a list that people could argue with and talk about, but we also really wanted to tell readers something about the craft of songwriting. And we wanted to be able to go to these amazing people and say, how do you do what you do? So we ended up talking with 7 of them, also a really wide range, from Babyface, one of my favorites, who wrote many of the love songs of the 90s that we all love to sing at karaoke and weddings, to Lucinda Williams, another favorite of mine, who's just a beautiful crafter of gem-like, very emotional roots music. And yeah, we had conversations with them on video.
Oh my God, you sure did. And like I said, watch the Taylor one, just amazing to get. What a nice little surprise for fans. Who was tough to leave off this list?
Oh my God, so many. And if you're looking at this list and lamenting the absence of someone, just believe me that there were huge arguments in the room about that very person. Billy Joel was tough. Randy Newman was tough. Joni Mitchell is not on this list, and that's because she's Canadian. But a lot of people in our comments are saying, where's Joni? So there were all kinds of people that we had to leave off, because you have to make tough choices when you have only 30.
All right. The Canadian, that's a good shield for that one. Billy Joel, that's tough.
It is tough. There were definitely arguments in the room. We definitely have people who represent that tradition of songwriting on the list. And, again, we wanted the list to feel broad, and we wanted it to feel like it represents, not only people who sit at pianos and write lyrics and write lyrics with their guitar, but people who write collaboratively, people who come out of pop factory writing systems, people who, write with producers. So we wanted a range.
Sasha Weiss, thank you so much for joining me this morning. Everybody's talking about this list. Lucky to have you on. Thanks.
Thank you so much for having me.
Coming up, mullet mayhem. We're bringing you down south where thousands of people gathered for a fierce competition centered around the retro business in the front, party in the back hairdo. Who took the crown of the toss? That's up next. We are ending this hour on the Florida-Alabama state line, where every year thousands gather for the annual mullet toss. NBC News correspondent George Solis explains what it's all about and finds out how to take the crown.
Who's ready to throw some fish? At this iconic state-straddling roadhouse on the Florida-Alabama border, thousands from all ages descend on the beach for a 3-day gathering. That's part beach party, part spectacle, and all Gulf Coast.
You're not going to see this anywhere, just here.
You might think this is a tribute to an 80s retro hairdo.
Go Molitos!
When in reality, it's an homage to this indigenous and plentiful Gulf fish of the same name. This is Floribama's annual interstate mullet toss. Tossing fish! A fusion of fish and fashion, part of a storied tradition going 40 years strong.
My friends, they were all like, we're going to throw some mullets. And I was like, yeah, okay, let's buy one. And then they told me it was a fish, and I was like, oh.
Forget fly fishing. Here, fish fly. How far depends on each competitor.
94 feet.
I've probably been coming to it for 20-something years.
Husband and wife John and Desiree Barbado are both top contenders in this contest of bragging rights.
You got to find the right fish, fold it correctly, make sure it ain't too beat up.
That has participants stand in a 10-foot circle and attempt to hurl dead mullet across the state line into Alabama. It's a measure of skill, strength, and welcome silliness.
You'll have an 8-year-old kid meet an NFL quarterback because it's a slippery fish.
As each year these mullet are thrown, chucked, or lightly tossed thousands of times down the 200-foot course. That is, if the fish doesn't slip from your fingers.
It was very slimy, and I don't think I was expecting the fish slime.
While some animal rights groups have expressed issue with the contest, Floribama officials say no fish goes to waste as they are donated to a local zoo or alligator farm. All proceeds from the toss go to local charities.
All right, no pressure.
We decided to give it a go. First the windup.
Toss that mullet.
Followed by the catapult of the fish to a respectable 46 feet. And just when you think you've seen it all, out come the ringers.
It's really fun to just come out here
sit around and watch these guys throw, talk a little trash, and have fun with it.
The owners will tell you its staying power comes by staying true to a vision dating back to Floribama's founding.
The Floribama is not a building, it's not a cool name, it is the people. So this thing will go on for the next 100 years because it's the people.
It's a special place. It's a historic landmark for so many people. It's made so many wonderful memories.
Where traditions don't just continue, they soar across state lines. George Solis, NBC News at the Floribama.
Well, wasn't that fun? Thanks, George. That's going to do it for this hour of morning news. Now, stay with us, though. The news.
Hey, everybody, good morning. I'm Yasmin Vasugian here in New York. We want to take you now to Capitol Hill, where Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane are set to testify at a House Armed Services Committee hearing. This budget hearing marks the first major opportunity for lawmakers to question the two military leaders since the start of the Iran war just 2 months ago. I want to bring in now Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin, who is standing by for us. Julie, if you will, this thing is just getting up and going. Walk us through some of the expectations here on Capitol Hill today.
Well, Yasmin, this is a big moment, not only because, as you said, it is the first time that Secretary Hegseth will be face-to-face with lawmakers in a public hearing. I should note that he has participated in numerous closed-door briefings since February 28th, the starting mark of this operation in Iran. But this will really be the first opportunity for the public to hear this administration's justification for the war. Of course, Hegseth has held numerous press briefings at the Pentagon, but certainly that was on his own time and his own turf. This time is going to be different. Lawmakers that I've talked to, Yasmin, on both sides of the aisle, are concerned now that this has reached past the 60-day threshold that is important as it relates to the War Powers Resolution. They feel, including Republicans, by the way, like they have not gotten enough details from this administration on what their ultimate objections are with this war. There were a number of headlines recently, of course. The Strait of Hormuz is front and center. The president making recent comments on that. Our Courtney Cuby, who I know is in the room today, had some reporting she can talk about there. But certainly that is going to be a focus of this hearing, as well as the point of it, the Pentagon's budget. There was a significant increase in this year's request as opposed to last year's. And that, of course, has to do with the amount of money, taxpayer dollars, that is being spent every single day on this war. The stockpile that the U.S. currently has, a lot of missiles are being expended in this operation as it reaches and exceeds the 2-month mark. So a lot of questions, Yasmin, that lawmakers are going to have today.
Julie, if you would stand by for us, I want to bring in Courtney Cuby, who's our senior correspondent covering national security at the Pentagon as well. She is just outside the hearing room as this hearing is getting underway, taking a look at the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, now listening to opening statements. Court, I know there's been a lot of activity outside of that room. Code Pink has been there as well. I'm being told that protesters will be arrested if they kind of disturb this ongoing hearing, this testimony. Walk us through what you've been seeing out there.
Yeah, I mean, there's already protesters. It's quite loud in the hallway here, and the marble floors don't help with that echoing. But we've seen protesters out here already. There were people who were chanting, "Let the public in, let the public in advance." The reality is there's only so much seating inside for the public, and there's a huge number of people here. We've seen people who appear to be part of Code Pink based off of their T-shirts and what's written on them. We should expect that we will see some protesters, but the hearing, the chairman of the hearing has already made it very clear that if people protest, they will be kicked out. So we expect that this could be somewhat of a feisty hearing in the coming minutes and hours, Yasmin.
This is likely in part a reflection, obviously, some of the polling that we've been seeing here at NBC News, and that Americans are not necessarily in support of the ongoing war with Iran. As I mentioned, as I came to this hearing, this is the first time we're hearing from the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, amidst this now 2-month-long plus war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. And it's all about a funding increase. That is what essentially Pete Hegseth is going to be asking for here. $1.5 trillion. That is a 42% increase over current funding levels. Walk us through exactly what is being asked for.
Yeah, and that's $500 billion, as you mentioned, more than a 40% increase over the last budget request. And that makes sense that they would need such an enormous amount of additional money, given the amount of expenditure that has occurred throughout the course of this war already. In the first 40 days, excuse me, I'm just going to move a little bit while someone tries to push past me here. In the first 40 days or so of that war, expending a tremendous number of munitions, including precision munitions that are really expensive. And the reality is really bringing down the U.S. military stockpile. But there will be a lot of questions about the decision-making for why the U.S. went to war here. The objectives have continued to shift throughout from that very first night 2 months ago, more than just over 60 days ago, when President Trump went on social media and announced the beginning of this war. The objectives have shifted, and what we know now is some of them were not actually met. While the Iranian Navy and the Air Force were severely degraded, they were not destroyed. The Iranian ballistic missile program also not destroyed. The production capability, yes, badly damaged. But Secretary of State Marco Rubio himself admitting in an interview in the past few days on Fox News that, in fact, Iran retains more than half of its ballistic missile stockpile. Yes, the conventional military capability for Iran is absolutely not decimated by this war, and yet it is costing taxpayers, or it has costed taxpayers, billions of dollars.
You know, Court, you bring up a really good point that I think is important to focus on here, which is the fact that this hearing is taking place in front of the House Armed Services Committee, and yet the president did not seek congressional approval in launching this war in the first place. How much do you think that is going to be a part of this hearing today?
And we do expect some questions on that about whether there should have been a war powers declaration here. Now, what's tricky about this, Yaz, is the war itself, the offensive combat operations continued for about 40 days, but then there's been the ceasefire since then. Now, despite the fact that there is not offensive combat operations in Iran like we saw during the first 40 days of the war, the U.S. military has maintained a robust blockade, and in fact, it has only grown over the course of the past 2 weeks. Now, 3 aircraft carrier strike groups dedicated to enforcing that blockade. We are seeing that it's expanded out across the globe, with ships being stopped outside of the U.S. Central Command area of operations into the Indian Ocean. So how long will that be maintained? And we do expect lawmakers to ask questions about exactly what that's costing taxpayers.
I think amidst all this, Courtney, what's so interesting is while the United States and Iran seem to be at a ceasefire, there is still, as you mentioned, this ongoing blockade that the United States has inside of the Strait of Hormuz, along with a stranglehold that Iran has on the Strait of Hormuz. I know that you have some new reporting now as to the president weighing military options when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. Walk us through what you learned.
Yeah, that's right. So the president meeting with his top national security officials on Monday in the Situation Room. Caroline Leavitt acknowledging the meeting in her briefing on Monday afternoon. But what we now know, according to a source familiar and a U.S. official, is that, in fact, the president was presented with potential options for how to deal with the continuing bottleneck in the Strait of Hormuz. That is, not only is there this U.S. military blockade, but the Iranians are stopping certain ships from going through. Traffic is down to a minuscule percentage of where it was before this war. And we know, according to this official and the source familiar, that in fact options were presented for everything from increasing or decreasing the military size or of the blockade and the enforcement of that blockade, to potentially more aggressive options for the enforcement of that blockade. So at this point, we're told that the president has not made a decision about exactly how to move forward with it. But the question still remains, if in fact they're at this stalemate with these peace talks and this blockade is just continuing, will the president consider restarting offensive combat operations?
Do we have any idea what those more kind of quote-unquote aggressive options that you mentioned are that they could carry out inside the Strait of Hormuz, and what the objective of them would be?
We don't know. I mean, there's been speculation from, think tank experts and people about possible options, but we don't know exactly what he was presented with or what might be on the table here. The goal here, though, is to not only reopen the strait. So I don't understand exactly how the U.S. Navy blockade would fit into this, but somehow reopening the strait in some way so that Iran wouldn't have the ability to try to charge these tolls that they have talked about. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Caroline Leavitt making it very clear in the past few days that the U.S. administration, the Trump administration, does not consider the Strait of Hormuz opened if ships are going to be charged a toll upwards of $1 million just to pass through it by the Iranian regime.
Courtney, when we're talking about this budget that the defense secretary is actually asking for, correct me if I'm wrong, but the big, beautiful bill provided the largest budget so far to the Pentagon, to the Defense Department. And yet now they are asking for $1.5 million, I should say $1.5 trillion on top of what has already been granted for them. How do they justify that when they are inside of a war the president has repeatedly said he is trying to end? That is not going to be a long, protracted war.
So we don't have a whole lot of specifics that we've gotten from the Secretary of Defense or the chairman himself. What we do have are these sort of larger statements that they make about the need to rebuild the military, and they point to that as and frequently criticizing the previous administration for what they claim is the degradation of the U.S. military, without providing specifics on that, by the way. But they claim that they have to rebuild the military, and that's why they are asking for these astronomical budgets. The reality is, we do expect part of this to include some of the rebuilding of U.S. stockpiles. I mean, yes, the munition stockpiles that have been used not just for the war here, for Operation Epic Fury, but for what was used during Operation Midnight Hammer last June. So that was the U.S. military strikes in Iran in June of 2025. They used a tremendous amount of both their offensive and their defensive capability throughout both of those. And then in the defense of Israel in the days after Midnight Hammer, the stockpiles are at a very dangerous level right now, according to officials that we've spoken with, and it's going to cost a lot of money to rebuild them.
You know, Courtney, you and I have been talking a lot throughout the time that this war has gone on, and one of the things that have repeatedly come up is the lack of transparency that you feel as if, and many of our colleagues feel as if, they are not getting from this administration, especially when it comes to the Department of Defense. And you mentioned kind of the quote-unquote degradation of U.S. armed services in the region, in the Middle East. I know we have some new reporting on that, essentially saying American military bases and other equipment in the Persian Gulf region suffered extensive damage from Iranian strikes, and it's far worse than publicly acknowledged and is expected to cost billions of dollars in repair. How much do we know about the damage that has been done to the U.S. military in the region?
It's definitely been extensive. I mean, the reality is we've gotten almost no information from the U.S. military or from the Pentagon about exactly what's been damaged. But, you know, our colleague Gordon Lubold and I got some specific details about what exactly has been destroyed or badly damaged at bases all throughout the region. We're talking seven different bases in the region. Things like the 5th Fleet headquarters. That's the head of the U.S. Navy in the Central Command area. The headquarters building was badly damaged. There were radar systems. There were advanced air defense systems that were badly damaged, if not destroyed. Warehouses, runways, things that were damaged. Some of these things, they didn't stop the U.S. military from continuing this campaign during this war. This was, of course, during the early stages of the offensive operations. But now, during the ceasefire, when there's been this pause and officials have had a chance to look and see what the damage is, they realize we're talking about billions of dollars in damage, potentially years to have to rebuild, and it's much more extensive than we've been told publicly. And when we ask questions about it, we're just told they don't want to let the enemy know what exactly was damaged, so they won't tell us what the damage was. We've been talking to officials on House Armed Services and Senate Armed Services, the kind of people who are supposed to be asking for the accountability here and getting the information like this. They can't get that information either, though, Yaz.
Well, let me ask you this. Is there equal frustration coming from both sides, both from Democrats and Republicans, when it comes to the lack of transparency and the extent to which damage has been done to American assets in the region?
I can't say that it's completely equal across both sides, but I can say it's bipartisan in nature. We've heard from both Republicans and Democrats, both in the Senate and in the House of Representatives, who've been concerned and frustrated by the lack of information that they have been provided about this. I mean, we've seen members writing letters, things about concerns about the lack of transparency about what was done in advance of the war beginning to protect U.S. troops when they were pulled off of these hardened bases and put at these sort of temporary facilities. We know that one of those his facilities in Kuwait was struck by an Iranian drone early on, killing 6 individuals and wounding many others. There are questions about those sorts of things that even the members are writing in letters on the record that they are not getting information and specifics about.
Separate this out for us, Court, for those that aren't following this as closely as you and I have been, as to the expectations of what we will hear from the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who we're seeing on our screens now, versus Joint Chiefs of Staff Chair General Dan Kane. What is likely to be heard from both of them during this testimony today? The positioning, I should say, that they're going to be taking.
So if past is prologue and what we have seen at the briefings that we've had about Iran, or what we've seen in previous testimony from them, Secretary Hegseth is extremely combative with the Democrats to the point where I've been surprised that there are times where the chairman of the committee hasn't actually intervened in some of his comments. But the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, he is always very measured. He's always very professional. He tries to provide details where and when he can. He's a bit of he sort of turns into a bit of a military historian at times when he's talking about these things, comparing the current conflict with things that have happened in the past. He likes to praise the troops. But Secretary Hegseth is the opposite. He is extremely combative in these hearings. I have no reason to believe today will be any different, especially, keep in mind, tomorrow is the Senate Armed Services Committee. That's the first time that he will publicly face Senator Mark Kelly, who he's been engaged in a back and forth with about wanting to decrease Senator Kelly's rank in his retirement because of comments that he's made. Today he'll be facing 2 of the other members of House of Representatives who also were part of the video that Secretary has been so critical of that they made. He calls them the seditious 6.
As you and I have been talking, Court, they have been taking a listen to opening statements there during this hearing. I'm hearing specifically from ranking member, Democrat from Washington, Congressman Adam Smith. And I'm paraphrasing here as to part of what his opening statement is. We're seeing him now on our screens, but he essentially is saying, we know the cost, right? We all see the numbers. We know what the ask is here per the budget. But what exactly are the quote unquote objectives of this war? That is likely, it seems, Court, to be a theme of today's hearing. All right, you want this money, but what are you actually going to do with it, and how does it end, right? You're asking for $1.5 trillion now. What more do you want?
Yeah, you just got it exactly right there, Yaz, with the words, how does this end? The military is supposed to go into a conflict or a mission or an operation with not just a clear objective, but with a question of exactly what are we to accomplish here and how are we to do that? And military officials have openly said that they don't know the answer to all of that, especially as we have watched the military objectives publicly shift from, again, that first night 60 days ago to Trump administration officials. They don't always consistently talk about whether this is there's going to be some effort here to stop the nuclear program. Initially, they weren't even talking about the Air Force. Now they promote the fact that they say that they've destroyed the Air Force, when in fact the reality is at least half of the Iranian Air Force still remains intact. Yes, they have destroyed much of the Iranian surface or conventional navy, but they're small boats that are operated primarily by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. More than half of them remain intact. That could be hundreds, if not thousands of those, because we don't really know exactly how many they have. So the reality is a conventional military capability, as well as the asymmetric one, absolutely still exists here, despite 40 days of active combat operations and a continuing blockade.
You know, the way in which I've been thinking about these small warboats, especially as I just came back from being overseas on the ground there in Beirut, is it's kind of like stomping out ants, right? You get one, and then 10 more seem to come. It seems incredibly difficult for the United States to control the way in which Iran is actually kind of positioning themselves inside the Strait of Hormuz. When you talk about this Court depleted stockpile of weapons right now that the United States is dealing with, and now this ask for more money, and then you think about where we are when it comes to the negotiations and how it feels as if they've stalled out potentially. How much is this stalling out of the negotiations and not continuing on with the offensive a part of the depletion of the stockpiles and the need for money? Do you have anything from your reporting to indicate that they are, in fact, kind of playing off one another?
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I mean, the reality is we don't know exactly what has happened with the Iranian uranium, highly enriched uranium stockpile. The U.S. military took these strikes during Midnight Hammer last June, and they caused significant damage to 3 of the nuclear facilities. But there's no indication that the uranium isn't still buried under there at one or more of those facilities that could theoretically be dug out. Now, it's a logistics hassle. It'd be a huge amount of work, but it's not impossible. And so what's not clear is throughout the course of the military strikes there, both by the United States and the Israeli Defense Forces, there was almost no emphasis on striking nuclear facilities or the uranium stockpile. So that still remains this big question mark. When you talk to administration officials, their argument is, look, the goal here was take out the Iranian conventional capability, and then they won't have the ability to defend a nuclear program. But again, all of this is to say they still seem to have not only a nuclear program, but also the highly enriched uranium in at least one of those facilities that just needs to be dug out if they wanted to continue the program.
Any likelihood here that the Secretary of Defense is actually going to define the objectives? And I ask that because when we have heard from the president repeatedly, even when it comes to this war, we haven't gotten clearly defined objectives either. Not just objectives as to what they're trying to accomplish, but how they're planning to end it, right? So I would be curious to know if the Secretary of Defense actually has that plan, even in his own testimony today, even though he's asking for this huge amount of money from a body that never even authorized the war in the first place.
Yeah, he has been pretty clear about and contentious when you ask him about the objectives. He's been asked about it in briefings about Iran, and he very specifically says this is about destroying their military and destroying their nuclear ability to continue with a nuclear program, but without providing the specifics. And again, his own colleague, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in an interview in the past few days, acknowledged that Iran retains about half of its ballistic missile stockpile. So, and part of that, Yaz, is not because there wasn't an overwhelming amount of fire throughout the course of that. It wasn't because the U.S. military wasn't striking the facilities. It was that some of those missiles and some of the program just was simply buried deep underground. And even with penetrating strikes and bombs, they weren't able to destroy them all. We know that the ceasefire has provided an opportunity for both sides to refit and sort of reload if they wanted to, if in fact combat operations were to restart in the coming days.
Do we know, Court, where the Secretary stands with the President right now? And I ask that because after then Secretary Noma testified on the Hill, she got her walking papers. And yes, we are in the midst of a war. The United States is in the midst of a war with Iran. But I wonder where he currently stands with the President ahead of his testimony today, because this President likes to watch television. He likes to watch news. He likes to audition his secretaries and or his cabinet members to see how they perform in representing his ultimate messaging and objectives in front of the American public.
I mean, the favorite DC parlor game right now is figuring out how everyone stands with President Trump. But the reality is it can change from day to day. We know that there have been ups and downs where the president has been directly and somewhat openly frustrated with his Secretary of Defense. But we have no reason to believe right now that the president is unhappy with him. In fact, when he talks about the war in Iran, he praises the fact that he says they have maintained all of the military objectives that they set out to do here. The reality is, though, Yaz, we know facts that would indicate that that's simply not true when it comes to Iran's conventional military capabilities. And again, we still don't have any reason to believe that their nuclear program could not be restarted if Iran and this new leadership were to decide to do so.
All right, Court, I'm going to ask you to stand by if you can. I'll come back to you in a little bit as this thing keeps going on there. And we're watching what is taking place in this hearing today with the House Armed Services Committee there. And you see Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth testifying alongside Joint Chiefs of Staff Chair General Dan Kane as well. Want to bring back Julie Sirkin, who's standing by for us on the Hill as we are watching this testimony. I mentioned what we heard from the ranking member, Congressman Dan Smith of Washington, a Democrat. And he said, you know, again, paraphrasing here, we know what you want, we know how much you want, but what is the ultimate objective? What else, Julie, have we been hearing from these opening statements ahead of this testimony from Secretary of Defense?
Yeah, well, Congressman Mike Rogers, who is the chair of that committee, he's emphasizing the budget request that came down from the Defense Department. He talked about the capability that the U.S. still has, but we know that in his private comments and his private concerns with other members that I've spoken to, Yaz, that he has raised concerns about not knowing the ultimate objectives of this war from the administration. So that is certainly going to be a focus of his questions today. I also want to point out, as
Julie,
we listen to Hegseth here,
we want to take a listen to Secretary Hegseth now, who's speaking.
Testify in full support of President Trump's historic $1.5 trillion fiscal year 2027 budget request for the Department of War. The president's budget request reflects the urgency of the moment, addressing both the deferment of longstanding problems as well as positioning our forces for both the current and the future fight. We think divesting to invest is a strategy of austerity. I'm honored to appear alongside General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as well as Jay Hurst, our Comptroller, or Chief Financial Officer. I'd like to start by thanking this committee and Congress for your partnership in securing the investments needed for a stronger, prouder, and more secure America. I think what our troops have demonstrated to the world over the last 15 months are a reflection of that. A nation's ability to build, innovate, and support the critical needs of its warfighters at speed and at scale is the foundation upon which its survival rests. However, upon taking office on January 20th, 2025, President Trump inherited a defense industrial base that had been hollowed out by years of America last policies, resulting in a diminished ability to project strength. Under the previous administration, we were focused on offshoring and outsourcing, riddled with cost overruns and degraded capabilities. Under the leadership of President Trump, our builder-in-chief, we are reversing this systemic decay and putting our defense industrial base back on a wartime footing. If you ask anyone at our Pentagon, urgency informs everything we do. We're rebuilding a military that the American people can be proud of, one that instills nothing less than unrelenting fear in our adversaries and the utmost confidence in our allies. We fight to win in every scenario. The $1.5 trillion FY27 budget put forward by the president will build upon the historic $1 trillion FY26 top line and continue to reverse the 4 years of underinvestment and mismanagement of the Biden administration. The $1.5 trillion budget will ensure the United States continues to maintain the world's most powerful and capable military as we grapple with a complex threat environment across multiple theaters. Not to mention, this budget also includes a historic troop pay increase, 7% for lower enlisted, and the budget eliminates all poor or failing barracks. Quality of life for our troops is front and center in this budget as well. By supercharging our industrial capability and transforming how the department does business, we're restoring American commercial dominance at a pace unseen in generations, transforming the defense industrial base from a broken, slow-moving system of the past. We have flipped the Pentagon acquisition process from a bureaucratic model to a business model, 180, decisively moving from an acquisition environment paralyzed by bureaucratic red tape into an outcomes-driven organization focused on delivering the most at cost, at scale for taxpayer dollars. Over the past year, through historic multi-year procurement agreements, smart business deals for things like critical munitions and capabilities, we've sent an unambiguous demand signal to industry partners to build more and build faster. The result has been a surge, a revitalization of our great American factories and a massive reinvestment in the skilled American workers who serve as the industrial muscle behind our warriors. Let me briefly provide you with some concrete high-level metrics of what's been accomplished over just the past few months. These are announced new facilities and investments to support American warfighters, and I would refer you to the screen. The department has helped stimulate more than 250 private investment deals in 39 states, in 180 cities, and 150 companies worth more than $50 billion. It's resulted in 280 new or expanded facilities, more than 18 million new square feet of American manufacturing, and more than 70,000 new jobs in defense. This is the key part of this. These $50 billion of investment in new plants, new assembly lines, and new factories, these are private investments, not taxpayer dollars. By changing our departments, transforming our department's business model, American companies are investing in America with their own money, their own capital, a historic demonstration of American manufacturing and defense revitalization, all again with their capital, not Uncle Sam's. This has never been done before and is long overdue, from a bureaucratic model to a business model. Anyone on the outside looking in at what's been done inside this Pentagon in the last 12 months cannot deny the fundamental transformation at speed, at scale, to innovate and meet the threats of today and tomorrow. These investments equal great things for America, American families, and American workers, and help to ensure that our warfighters are able to defend the American dream and all American made. Together with the help of the policies, updates, and appropriations passed by Congress, President Trump's War Department has begun to turn the lights back on in manufacturing towns across this country, and once again, forging a lethal arsenal of freedom. Where critical supply chains are threatened, the War Department has acted decisively to inject capital, stimulate production, and prevent adversarial exploitation. We are firing up the American economic engine, and at every level of our defense industrial base. Every policy we pursue, every budgetary item we request serves to ensure that the department remains laser-focused on increasing lethality and survivability of our forces from the front lines to the factory floors. This is a historic budget, as you said, Mr. Chairman. This is a fiscally responsible budget. This is a warfighting budget. And speaking of warfighting, the topic of Iran, I'm sure will come up today, which I very much welcome discussing. I look forward to sharing the incredible successes of our military, achieved in a matter of weeks. President Trump, unlike other presidents, has had the courage to ensure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, and he's ironclad in that. We have the best negotiator in the world driving that deal. The biggest challenge, the biggest adversary we face at this point are the reckless, feckless, and defeatist words of congressional Democrats and some Republicans 2 months in, I remind you, 2 months in to a conflict. Lest I remind you, and my generation understands how long we were in Iraq, how long we were in Afghanistan, how long we were in Vietnam. 2 months in on an existential fight for the safety of the American people, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. We are proud of this undertaking. I am proud that President Trump has had the courage to do it, and I look forward to sharing more about what our troops have accomplished. So I thank you again for the opportunity to address this committee. I ask that God would continue to watch over our troops in harm's way, and those that have fallen are always in our memory, and we fight to ensure their legacy. Look forward to answering the questions of this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General Kane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, and members of this committee. Thanks for having me today. I'm honored to be here today alongside the Honorable Pete Hegseth and Honorable Jay Hurst to testify on the President's fiscal year 2027 budget. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm thankful for your continued partnership in support of our warfighters defending the homeland and our interests around the world. It's a privilege to speak with you today about the foundation of America's strength, our 2.8 million members of our joint force. And I'm continually inspired by our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, and Coast Guardsmen, and our civilians standing the watch for our nation, supported always by their families. Each and every one of them could have chosen another path, but they don't. They choose to serve and to do something more important than themselves. And every day they meet the nation's challenges, from combat operations to critical support roles, with the courage, tenacity, and grit that keeps our nation strong and secure. I would also like to express my deep gratitude for the 39 members of our joint force who've passed away during my time as the chairman, including 14 who've passed during Operation Epic Fury. As the Secretary said, we are deeply grateful for each of them and their families, and their names will never be forgotten. As the chairman, my duty is to ensure our civilian leadership has a comprehensive range of military options and the associated risks that to those leaders who make the nation's hardest decisions, and offer my military advice privately. I owe the President, the Secretary, and the Congress the truth at every turn. My blueprint for this role is General George C. Marshall. His commitment to civilian control of the military and nonpartisan military remains a constant standard and something I borrow from often. I strive daily to emulate his candor, delivering the facts to our leaders and telling them always what they need to hear, not always what they want to hear. And once a decision is made, executing it with absolute dedication, and that is the demand of our profession. I sit here today before you representing our incredible joint force, and I want to emphasize my commitment to this committee and the Congress that I will always follow General Marshall's steadfast example by providing clear and candid nonpartisan military advice and working together with our civilian leaders to ensure that our military does the things that we must do, being prepared to deter and defend our nation, and if called upon, win our wars around the world. America's joint force is operational at its core, purpose-built for the realities of a complex and ever-changing world. We are organized, trained, and equipped to execute the most demanding missions across the globe with unrivaled precision. Over the past year, our warfighters have consistently demonstrated exactly what it means to be the most capable, adaptable, and most professional military force in the world. Our shared goals are to ensure the joint force maintains the strategic initiative and advantage, projecting American power and responding to global challenges on our nation's terms. During Operations Rough Rider, Midnight Hammer, Southern Spear, Absolute Resolve, and Epic Fury, the joint force executed globally integrated operations and missions alongside our interagency and international partners. And once our civilian leaders made a decision, we make those missions our own, demonstrating the unmatched capability to seamlessly synchronize our capabilities across all domains, from the seabed to cislunar space and higher. We're able to accomplish these complicated missions and work because we draw from a deep, enduring reservoir of training, professionalism, and commitment. Our operational tempo is high, but we're designed to sustain and rebuild our strength continuously. We build readiness every day. We train professionals every day. We learn and sharpen our edges every day by being learning leaders. And I am incredibly proud to be a member of this joint force team, proud of the team and proud of the commanders. As the chairman and the ranking member both said, we live in complex and dynamic times where global risk is scaling. The complexity of today's modern battlefields demands our constant adaptation, innovation, and partnership with this Congress. As a joint force, we're up to the challenge. We're built for this environment. However, continued success is not guaranteed by past achievements. It must be secured through forward-looking partnerships with Congress. And to drive this pace and change and maintain our superiority, we need timely, predictable, and sustained investment. The resources we discussed today are critical to modernizing our force and ensuring that whatever threats emerge in the future, that your joint force is ready to meet those challenges, to protect our interests and defend our nation. As the Secretary said, the President's fiscal year 2027 budget supports the Department's goals of recharging the defense industrial base and the national industrial base, ensuring our military is ready, securing our military advantage. Within the joint force, the uniform side, our priorities remain the same, ensuring our warfighters are properly armed, globally integrated, and ready, while always taking care of our people. And what truly sets our people apart from other militaries around the world is the 1.8 million members, enlisted members of our force, who maintain readiness beyond reproach and are the envy of every other nation. I'm joined today by the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman, Dave Isom, who's here with me today representing the 1.8 million members of the enlisted force. He is a great American, not an Americant. While we face dynamic and a dangerous world, I have the absolute trust in the extraordinary men and women who come and volunteer to serve our nation within our joint force. They execute the missions quietly every day, and coupled with the American spirit, outthink, outcompete, and relentlessly innovate, we will maintain our decisive edge, but doing so requires your partnership. We stand ready today to answer our nation's call. It remains the honor of a lifetime for me to serve alongside the members of this joint force. And as we sit here today in this important hearing, I ask us all to remember our deployed teammates who are out there right now doing our nation's business. And may we again always remember our fallen, who've given us the gift of an incredible example, and their family members who continue to show us what courage and grit look like. Thank you again for your enduring support, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General. I recognize myself now for questions. Secretary Hegseth, thank you for undertaking the Arsenal of Freedom tour and the great work the department's doing to help enhance our capacity in our defense industrial base. Could you tell us how last year's reconciliation bill helped enable what you have been able to do, and what you think this year's FY27 budget request will do on that front?
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership and your support on that topic. I mean, coming into this position, we fell in on a lot of the reforms you and this committee have been advocating for a long time. Looking for somebody that was willing to run with them, and our department have run with those. And that reconciliation bill last year was kind of the rocket fuel to initiate President Trump's priorities in this department. So we fell in on a department that was focused on a lot of the wrong things, going in the wrong direction. And with reconciliation, we were able to put $22 billion in shipbuilding, $22 billion into Golden Dome, $25 billion into munitions, established drone dominance, which we're continuing to do this day in this next budget funds. So getting in front of that budget cycle, which had been notoriously unpredictable, coming out of the continuing resolution of FY25, to fund this and then a historic bill in FY26, laid the groundwork for this historic budget to ensure that we're not coming at a cold start here. We came into this administration. Reconciliation was a beautiful tool. We were able to use that through that one big beautiful bill to fund the priorities of this department. We spent on $4 billion on barracks, started immediately getting after the quality of life of barracks. Because of the austerity of the Biden administration, we traded off of maintenance, traded off of quality of life to try to fund other things operationally. This budget stops that cycle and both invests in sustainment and modernization, which is something that's critically important. So without that reconciliation bill, I think, Mr. Chairman, we'd be in a very different place. So thank you for that.
Great. Well, as you are aware, the expansion of the defense industrial base is the principal focus of this year's NDAA. So in addition to enacting this budget request that's been submitted, we want to work with you to enhance the department's statutory authorities to improve the capacity of our DIB. What additional changes in law, such as the additional multi-year block buy authority, would you recommend that we pursue in this year's NDAA?
A few aspects of the acquisition transformation that's been undertaken by Undersecretary Duffy in acquisitions and sustainment. So there's some aspects of that we'd like to codify even more. But you mentioned it, multi-year procurement is incredibly important and one of the most important parts of this bill. When this committee and this Congress funds those things, companies are already breaking ground on tens of billions of dollars of new plants. You name we've got 14 in our ammunition council that we're focusing on certain ammunitions. There are 14 that are critical. PAC-3s, SM-3s, SM-6s, THAADs, Patriots, Tomahawks, AMRAAMs, JASSMs, you name PRISMs, you name them. we were building them at too slow and too low a level. Now the companies are going to pay for those factories and those production lines. And when Congress gives those 5 to 7 year demand signals, they'll then fund it, not just, hey, can we get 10 more per month, but can we 2x, 3x, 4x the production, pay for it now, and the companies invest accordingly. So it's been a critical aspect of some of what we've done so far, but we need more of those 5 to 7 year investments.
Great. General Kane, what does the $1.5 trillion budget mean for the warfighter and our ability to project forces and secure our interests around the globe?
Chairman, you know, in my view, this represents a historic down payment on future security. If the budget is approved and ultimately deployed, as we look at the character of warfare changing very, very fast, what's layered in to this budget by our civilian leaders will allow us to start getting ahead of where technology is evolving. And as I mentioned, the character of warfighting is changing pretty quickly. Mass, simultaneity, autonomy, undersea, space, cyber, information, all of those ways that are now manifesting themselves on the battlefields around the world require a higher end of capital investment, and that's why we're grateful for the opportunity to have this budget make its way to the joint force. So it's an important down payment on the future here, sir.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
With that, I yield to the ranking member for any questions he may have.
Thank you. Mr. Hurst, drag you into the conversation here. We have not yet received from the Pentagon the costs of the war. So just for the record, we'd like to get that as soon as possible. Certainly the munitions expended, but also underreported is we've had a fair amount of equipment destroyed, including 2 C-130s with the rescue of our downed airmen. So do you have either A, a cost estimate coming to us anytime soon, or B, a specific supplemental request?
Thank you for that question. So approximately at this day, we're spending about $25 billion on Operation Epic Fury. Most of that is in munitions. There's part of that it's obviously O&M and equipment replacement. We will formulate a supplemental through the White House that will come to Congress once we have a full assessment of the cost of the conflict.
Sure. So you're saying the full cost at this point is $25 billion?
Yeah, that's our estimate for the cost.
Okay. Interesting, because I'm glad you answered that question, because we've been asking for a hell of a long time and no one's given us the number. So if you could get those details over to us, that would be great. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned the nuclear aspect of Iran and the war. And it is worth noting that every president prior to this one, including President Trump in his first term, also prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon without actually having to go to war in Iran. So we need to keep that in mind. But also, since the war started, Iran's nuclear arsenal has not been weakened in any way. And at the moment, in negotiations, what Iran is saying, basically pay us to open up the strait. That's their position, which is completely untenable. I agree. It's worth noting, of course, that the strait was open before the war started. Now we're negotiating to get back to status quo. And Iran's most recent offer is to say, we'll talk about nukes later. So what is the plan to actually turn all of this lethal kinetic action into an improvement in the nuclear situation? Because we haven't gotten there yet. Play it out for us. How does that happen? How does it actually lead to that result?
Well, I would take issue with the premise of the question that nothing was done. Operation Midnight Hammer was a very effective.
Well, I didn't say nothing was done. I said in this war.
Ultimately,
this war started.
Well, under this administration, unlike other administrations, which cut bad deals and pallets of cash with no ability to oversee whether Iran is actually pursuing a nuclear program.
Which is where
we
we're
want
at.
to litigate JCPOA or the Iran deal. Our view, the president's view, is that was a very bad deal.
Okay.
That gave them a bunch of money up front.
What's the future?
To fund, you talked about negotiated deals. Allowed them to fund their proxies and spread Hamas and Hezbollah all around the region, build up nuclear capabilities.
That's great. What are we going to do now?
President Trump has been clear-eyed, from the killing of Qasem Soleimani to the pulling out of the Iran deal to Midnight Hammer and now to this effort to recognize that you have to stare down this kind of enemy who's hell-bent on getting a nuclear weapon and get them to a point where they're at the table giving it up in a way that
so
they never have it.
So they haven't broken yet. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet for all of the.
Well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated. Underground, they're buried, and we're watching them 24/7. So we know where any nuclear material
reclaiming
might be.
my time for
we're
just a
watching
quick second here. We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago, because the nuclear weapon was an imminent threat. Now you're saying that it was completely obliterated?
They had not given up their nuclear ambitions, and they had a conventional shield of thousands of missiles.
So Operation Midnight Hammer accomplished nothing of substance. It left us at exactly the same place we were before. So much so that
their facilities were bombed and obliterated. Their ambitions continued, and they're building a conventional shield.
Let me try again.
It's the North Korea strategy. You know this very well. The North Korea strategy was use conventional missiles to prevent anybody from challenging them so they could slow walk their way to a weapon. President Trump saw Iran at its weakest moment, took an action to ensure, in a way that only the United States of America could do with our Israeli partners,
and yet
to ensure their
haven't
conventional shield was brought
one
to
other
heel,
question,
which we've done.
if I could get to it. So on Ukraine, a year plus ago, your advice, the president's advice, was Ukraine had no cards to play. They should go cut the best possible deal they could. Clearly that was wrong. What did you miss? What did you miss about the conflict between Russia and Ukraine that you didn't see that Ukraine was going to be capable of doing what they've done in the last 14 months?
What we didn't miss, and we're here in this committee, is that Joe Biden, with no accountability, gave hundreds of billions of dollars of our weapons to Ukraine, to an outcome that never would have happened if President Trump was president. So he pulled out our, you guys don't talk about that. Ultimately, President Trump believes there should be a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine.
But you didn't expect Ukraine to be where they're at right now. I'm asking you, just from a strategic standpoint, what
I think the Ukrainians have shown great courage, and I appreciate that Europe is now paying for any weapons that we provide.
All right, I yield back. Thank you.
All right, now I want to remind everybody, everybody wants to get their questions, so we are going to be sticking strictly to the 5-minute rule today. So with that, I recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman Mike Rogers, for your leadership working with President Donald Trump. As the grateful father of 4 sons who've served overseas in Iraq, Egypt, and Afghanistan, I especially appreciate War Secretary Hegseth and Chief of Staff Kane for your competence, service, and success. Military families have never been more appreciated than today, and our enemies of dictators now understand peace through strength. Dictators historically are on the run. With your leadership, President Trump has given Syria a chance with President al-Shara replacing dictator Assad from Damascus, who now lives in Moscow. Dictator Maduro is correctly in a Manhattan jail, as you successfully revealed in Caracas that the war criminal Putin air defenses do not work, the Chinese Communist Party radar failed, and Cuban mercenaries were expendable. The Cuban dictatorship is failing, and the ultimate mass murderer, dictator Khomeini, is dead in Tehran, Iran, joining the 35,000 people he murdered this year. With your leadership, American morale has never been higher, and hopes for freedom of the oppressed people of Iran, Cuba, Russia, and China have never been higher. And it's just an exciting time to be here with you. And Mr. Secretary, we continue to see the growing nuclear threat of our adversaries as they expand their capabilities with the largest military buildup in peacetime in world history by the Chinese Communist Party. How critical is it that we continue, as at the Savannah River site in South Carolina, to develop the plutonium pit processing so that we have modernization?
Well, Congressman, I appreciate that question. On nuclear modernization, this budget funds $71 billion to modernize the triad in ways that we had neglected to do, and our nuclear triad underwrites everything. But I really appreciate your opening statement. I think something that obviously the media doesn't want to cover and doesn't want to talk about is the historic record-breaking surge in recruiting in our ranks. 30-year record in recruiting of Americans wanting to join our joint force, wanting to put the uniform on. We're meeting recruiting goals halfway through the year. We couldn't meet our recruiting goals under the previous administration. Under Joe Biden, Americans didn't want to join the military. We couldn't get it. Now we have to turn people away and push them to the next fiscal year. That's why this budget grows our force by almost 50,000. Ultimately, additional troops into the force that we believe we can recruit. That's the best vote of confidence I can imagine.
Well, hey, even better, hey, Mr. Secretary, you're really understating. Leaving no airmen behind. Hey, what an inspiration on Easter Day. God bless y'all and what you've achieved. With that in mind, too, General Kane, with your VMI military perspective, War Colonel Putin is losing in Ukraine as his 30-day special mission is now 4 years of, as the Secretary has identified, courageous Ukrainian success led by President Vladimir Zelensky. I appreciate that NATO and the EU have unified for Ukraine as the U.S. ranks 17th per GDP in assistance for Ukraine. Ukraine is frontline, stopping War Colonel Putin from resurrecting the failed Soviet Union, rigging elections in Belarus, invading Ukraine, keeping troops in Moldova, and with the Indivashvili invading and rigging elections in the Republic of Georgia. As we're transitioning greater responsibility to our NATO allies, how do we ensure seamless integration to have deterrence during this shift?
Congressman, we're very fortunate to have great leaders out in the European theater right now. General Grinkovich and his leadership team are committed to ensuring that integration and transition takes place in a most combat capable and effective way. Very entrepreneurial leaders out there across the components and with General Grinkovich, and he's doing a great job out there, as the committee knows.
And indeed, as we conclude, historically, President Trump, Mr. Secretary General, you have united the Middle East nations unprecedented to ally with the United States. You have united Latin America, unprecedented to ally with the United States. You've united the Indo-Pacific, unprecedented to ally with the United States, and united NATO and EU, unprecedented to ally with the United States. You're achieving peace and deterrence through strength. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair not recognized. Gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary and General Kane, this morning's Wall Street Journal's lead headline reads, quote, Trump tells aides to prepare for an extended blockade of Iran. It goes on to describe, again, the thinking behind the strategy, but also talks about how prolonging the blockade is going to continue to drive up energy costs all over the world. Given the ever-changing messages from this administration on the war strategy and timeline, I really honestly don't expect you to confirm or deny the Journal's story. But one thing is clear. The number of transits across the Strait of Hormuz has dropped to the lowest level since the war began, and commodity markets have stopped listening to the happy talk, and crude oil prices this morning have risen to the highest level since the war in Ukraine started in 2022. AAA reported this morning that the average price of gas is $4.30 a gallon, up 30 cents in 1 week. Diesel's average is $5.45. My friend Mr. Garamendi says in California it's closer to $8 a gallon. And fertilizer prices have also hammered farmers at exactly the same time they're beginning planting all across the country. Aside from the damage this war has done to American consumers, farmers, and small businesses, I want to focus for a minute on the cost of the war and our military readiness, particularly to other combatant commands. Mr. Secretary, you put out a national defense strategy in January, which listed the threat assessment facing our country. China was #1, with the second largest, most powerful military in the world, of course. Russia's nuclear force, clearly it was #2 in terms of the threat they pose to the homeland. North Korea, which has missiles that actually can reach U.S. territory, was ranked #3, and Iran was described as, quote, and accurately, after Midnight Hammer, that Iran's regime is weaker and more vulnerable than it has been in decades. Again, this was before February 28th, when the decision was made to go into the military strikes on Iran. So today, we have 3 carrier strike forces in Central Command. The Indo-PACOM, which is where Russia and China are operating their navies, 52% of the globe. We have 1 carrier strike group in Japan, George Washington. And the imbalance in terms of just, what our commitments and frankly, what our national defense strategy, is just blindingly obvious in terms of what this war is doing. Gerald Ford is on day 312 of its deployment. They've gone through fires, plumbing problems, and again, an extended deployment, which in my opinion, is hitting readiness as hard as anything I've seen in the time that I've been on this committee. So, General Kane, in terms of, again, the carrier strike groups that are over there, assuming that we get to some end game here, Ford is not going over to the Indo-Pacific to buttress the gap that exists there today. They've got to go back into pretty heavy repair and availability in terms of trying to recover from their deployment. So again, in terms of just, the decisions about where we're putting people and putting really the most powerful part of our Navy, can you explain again what that means in terms of the situation in Indo-PACOM, where China is watching? We saw Mr. Rogers' pretty powerful presentation in terms of the buildup that's happening in that part of the world. How does that align with the National Defense Strategy, which was just put out by this administration in January?
Well, sir, first I want to echo your comments on the Ford Strike Group. Fantastic work by incredible sailors, not just the Ford herself, but the other ships as well, on a historic cruise doing incredible work for the nation.
But excuse me, how does that balance with the national?
Yes, sir. Happy to answer the way I think about this. The national security strategy and national defense strategy are frameworks, but a president will employ national force and power based on the political and security situations that a president deems appropriate to use that military force. There's always trade-offs in all of these things. I'm confident that the president always carefully considers these readiness trade-offs, and I'm sure he has done so in this case based on the military options that we've presented with the associated risks and advice.
To make a trade going after a regime that's weaker and more vulnerable than it has been in decades, which is quote unquote from the Defense Strategies report, does not, in my opinion, in common sense.
Gentleman's time's expired. As you can tell from looking at the dais, votes have been called, so we are now going to stand in recess to the end of this vote. I expect it to take 20 to 25 minutes, but we are now in recess.
All right, we were just taking a listen to the testimony from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, along with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, in front of the House Armed Services Committee. There was certainly some back and forth there with Ranking Member Adam Smith, a Democrat from Washington, and obviously we're hearing some questions there as well from Congressman Courtney, a Democrat from Connecticut as well. A couple things that stood out there as we were taking a listen to some of that testimony was, of course, we finally got the amount to which this war has cost the American people so far, $25 billion, according to Jules Hurst III. He is the comptroller and the chief financial officer for the Defense Department. It seems as if even the House Armed Services Committee had not gotten that number until now, when we just heard it in this testimony. Now, $25 billion so far for this 8-week-long war between the United States and Iran. I want to bring in Courtney Kube now, who is our senior correspondent covering national security, the Pentagon, and standing by for us outside of that room. Court, we just got, as I mentioned, right, the total amount that has been spent so far on this operation, $25 billion. There was also some contentious back and forth between Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and Adam Smith as the congressman tried to drill down on the plan for dealing with Iran's ongoing nuclear program. And of course, kind of checking the quote unquote word that the president himself has used before, even before this war even began, which was that the nuclear program had in fact been obliterated during the operation that was carried out last summer. Walk us through what stood out to you in that particular exchange, and also the price tag that we've heard from this war.
Yeah, so Operation Midnight Hammer, that's the mission that we were talking about earlier. Last June, the U.S. military carrying out strikes against 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. And you'll recall that after that, there were weeks of contention by the Trump administration officials and the president himself that, in fact, Iran's nuclear program had been obliterated. But the reality is the facilities, yes, while badly damaged, the program itself, and it may have been stalled, but the word obliterated would indicate that it was completely completely gone and wouldn't be able to be rebuilt or would need to be completely started from scratch again. And that does not appear to be the case. As we were speaking about before, in fact, it appears that while those facilities were damaged, it's not clear whether the more than 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium was actually even damaged throughout the course. Excuse me, I'm going to keep looking back here because we're waiting to see if either of the officials, any of the officials, walk through here so that we can ask them a question or two about what's been happening in the hearing room. As you mentioned, yes, one of the big takeaways in the very early stages of this hearing was that cost for Operation Epic Fury. Of course, that's the war that the U.S. started in Iran just over 60 days ago, February 28th. We heard from the acting comptroller that it was $25 billion. Now, here's the big question on that. We didn't get an answer to it. Perhaps we will in later questioning here. What exactly does all of that encompass? The comptroller acknowledging himself that that's the estimate for right now, but they don't have a final cost here because they're going to have to replace munitions and things. So what will that final cost be? Does that actually include the replacement costs of those munitions? Things like Tomahawk missiles that they fired off dozens and dozens of them. We know that they lost a number of aircraft, whether it was through accidents or being jammed or shot down by the Iranians. In fact, there were several cases where the U.S. military actually destroyed their own aircraft in the case of the rescue of those two F-15 airmen who went down behind enemy lines in Iran. So while that is a start, there's still a lot of questions. It's also not 100% clear whether, in fact, that total that he gave includes the blockade, which is ongoing, and which, at this point, there's no end date for when that could stop, Yaz.
Yeah, let me just explain for folks what's going on here, because there is a lot going on. So this hearing is currently in recess for a vote for House members to go and vote. As you see, Courtney is kind of looking over her shoulder repeatedly because she, of course, is trying to do her job, as she always is, and waiting, of course, for the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, to possibly walk out, and or the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, as they're taking this 25 to 30-minute long recess. You've been seeing those people that have been walking behind Courtney as well, as she has been talking to me on camera. Those, it seems, are protesters from Code Pink. We have been told that anybody that disturbs the ongoing hearing, as we are hearing from the House Armed Services Committee, will, in fact, be arrested. Those are the women that we've been seeing walking behind Courtney as she's been speaking. Courtney, you and I also spoke about this price tag that we have now heard, $25 billion. The first time, I would say, that we've actually heard that number. Whether or not there's kind of more give than take on that number, we don't necessarily know. Jules Hurst III even mentioning there could be some more give on that than there is take. I want to play for you what we heard from the comptroller from the Department of Defense on that price tag, Court, and then we'll talk.
So approximately at this day, we're spending about $25 billion on Operation Epic Fury. Most of that is in munitions. There's part of that is obviously O&M and equipment replacement. We will formulate a supplemental through the White House that will come to Congress once we have a full assessment of the cost of the conflict.
What I thought, Courtney, was interesting about this price tag and also about Hegseth's opening statement was the way in which he characterized the money that they needed and how it's being spent. And not necessarily pointing the finger at, for instance, the war that has been ongoing for the last 8 weeks, but instead pointing at kind of rebuilding a army, a military that had been degraded during the Biden administration. What did you take from the way in which the Secretary of Defense characterized his opening statement ahead of his testimony?
And that's a common phrase that we've heard from the Secretary of Defense, that he inherited this military that had to be rebuilt after being broken by the prior administration. And yes, we've heard that same sentiment out of President Donald Trump as well, blaming his predecessor for the military being broken without really providing the specifics about that. What the reality is here is, since Donald Trump has taken office, there has been a tremendous expenditure of munitions and stress on the force. Look right now at what's being used for the blockade in the Middle East. 3 aircraft carrier strike groups. That's more than 100 aircraft. That's more than a dozen ships and 3 aircraft carriers dedicated to this mission. We haven't seen that kind of firepower in the Middle East since 2003. So there's a tremendous stress on the force. And just to foot stomp that point, the USS Gerald R. Ford, who just went back into the 5th Fleet area of operations after suffering a fire on board, before it went to Fifth Fleet several weeks ago, it was involved in the Maduro operation. So it was down in Southcom for a while. So the U.S. military has been extremely busy under President Donald Trump, and the reality is that's part of the reason that they're going to have to come up with this supplemental. They have used a tremendous amount of munitions, they have used equipment, and it's not just that it's not just the replacement of the aircraft and the replacement of the munitions. There's stress on those munitions. There's stress on those aircraft. There's stress on those ships. And by the way, there's stress on the force. Thousands of men and women, more than 50,000 of them right now, dedicated to U.S. Central Command as part of Operation Epic Fury. All of that, it takes time and money to rebuild, and that's one of the reasons that the supplemental that the acting comptroller talked about there, it's not even really clear what that's going to have to cost at this point.
Courtney, I just want you to know, I'm not going to leave you in the lurch. The whole time you've been talking, I keep my eyes on the door behind you as well. So I'm going to call out to you if I see anybody walk out, and I'll let you take leave and ask any questions that you need. But Court, if you will, just stand by for me for a moment, because I want to go to Julie Sirkin, who's standing by for us on the Capitol, at the Capitol as well. And Julie, I know that you just spoke, it seems, with her hearing from Ranking Member Adam Smith, who got into it a little bit with Secretary of Defense in the early minutes of this testimony.
He did, yeah. I just talked to him on camera over here a couple of minutes ago. I spotted him leaving the chamber as he was voting. So Court and I kind of covering both ends of this hearing and the Capitol now. I talked to him specifically about that $25 billion number that really stood out to all of us. I know Courtney talked about it, but that is really, believe it or not, in this 60-day mark, the first time Democrats or Republicans, to our knowledge, are really getting that kind of cost estimate from any of these officials at the Pentagon. But that $25 billion number, Congressman Smith says, came out of thin air. He told me he talked to his staff afterwards. He does not believe that figure, that estimate about how much in taxpayer funds has been used and spent on this 60-day mark of the war. He said that doesn't include the equipment loss, the lost weaponry. That, of course, has cost the U.S., as Courtney had pointed out, billions and billions of dollars. I know other outlets had reported, and we had some reporting as well, that this war could be costing as much as $1 billion per day. So according to Congressman Smith, he feels like that estimate is far too short. He doesn't know where it came from, and I feel like that is going to be interesting to see if it comes up again. He also told me that he hopes the rest of this hearing is really used to push Defense Secretary Hegseth on the objectives of this war. That is something he feels like they still have not gotten at this hour-plus mark of the hearing, something he hopes he'll get, but he didn't want to speak to Republicans, who I know, as we talked about, don't have this information either, and certainly want to have it as we enter this threshold past the War Powers Resolution mark that we know Republicans are going to start to get really antsy about. Yasmin?
Did you happen to ask him, Julie, as to how he felt about his Republican colleagues' line of questioning so far in this testimony, Julie?
I did, and he again repeated as diplomatically as ever that he does not want to speak for his Republican colleagues. You know, he did say again he does not feel like they focused enough, and just the hearing generally has focused enough on trying to squeeze those crucial answers out of Hegseth, out of General Kane. You know, Yasmin, I think it's really important for the American public to understand that, again, as we touched on, behind closed doors, in congressional briefings, of course, lawmakers had some kind of opportunity to press Hegseth and others, but this is the first opportunity that Hegseth is not on his turf, not at the Pentagon asking a few reporter questions, but really in the hot seat before his, not his only hearing, by the way, this week. Tomorrow he's going to sit before the Senate to testify again on the budget, and this is going to be a really crucial opportunity for lawmakers to try and get some of those answers they've been asking for. So we'll see if it comes up during the rest of this hearing. We know as recently as Monday that Hegseth and Kane met with some top congressional leaders to talk about some of these details behind closed doors, but certainly with that new cost estimate this morning, I think that is notable, and I think that's going to move the ball forward even a little bit.
It's a busy day on the Hill, Julie. We're inside this break because of a vote that's happening on the House floor. As you mentioned, we're about an hour plus into this House Armed Services testimony. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Secretary of Defense. They're also going to be testifying in front of the Senate Armed Services Committee tomorrow. We're seeing the vote happening on the House floor now, hence the reason why we were in the midst of this break. What are the expectations as to what's going to happen for the rest of the day in this testimony in front of the House Armed Services Committee, Julie?
Yeah, well, it's going to last several more hours. Obviously, in this kind of hearing, when they examine the budget, this is an annual and routine hearing. It's not like Hegseth is here to talk specifically about Iran. And I just wanted to make note of something I thought was interesting. In this 24-page opener, the only mention of Iran was to take an opportunity to criticize our NATO allies and, in Hegseth's words, the little that they have been doing to help the U.S. in reopening the strait, in joining forces on this war in Iran. Pentagon, an operation, by the way, that UK Prime Minister Keith Starmer has not aligned with the president over. We heard just yesterday in the same House chamber a message from King Charles talking about the need to unify, talking about how much NATO has been there for the U.S. after 9/11. I know that King Charles and Queen Camilla are visiting that memorial today. So just to hear the back and forth and sort of the difference of these veiled comments, not directly, of course, the president wasn't addressed yesterday directly, and today Secretary Hegseth not addressing King Charles, but I just think it's interesting that the Pentagon continues to say that NATO allies have not been doing enough, even in something Congressman Joe Wilson said, a Republican from South Carolina. He praised Hegseth on Iran and Venezuela, but he did take an opportunity to criticize the fact that the U.S. By GDP ranked 17th in terms of helping Ukraine, and he said that NATO and European allies stepped in during that time. So a lot of between the lines moments in these hearings, but certainly the big thing, the big focus on Iran, members waiting to see if they will hear the objectives from the administration as they reach past 60-day mark of this war. Yasmin?
Well, if the hour plus that we have heard so far from this testimony in the line of questioning is any indication of what we're going to hear from the rest of the day, it's likely that Iran is going to be top of mind throughout this testimony, even if the Secretary of Defense did not necessarily include much of it in his 25 pages of opening statement. Julie Sirkin, for now, thank you. Thank you to Courtney Kuby as well. We are also following the significant decision out of the Supreme Court relating to redistricting and Louisiana's congressional map in a 6-3 decision along ideological lines. The High Court has just ruled that Louisiana's 2024 map, which created the state's second majority black congressional district, is unconstitutional. The court writing that, quote, the Constitution almost never permits a state to discriminate on the basis of race, with Justice Alito delivering the opinion for the court. The decision marks a major win for Republicans, as Louisiana will now have to redraw its districting map and could have major implications for upcoming elections. For that, I want to bring in senior justice reporter Ryan Riley, who has been following this for us. Ryan, talk about those implications, right, of this decision out of Louisiana. We have a huge election now, just 7 months away come November.
Yeah, it's going to be a real scramble. And remember, Yasmin, before all of this, they originally drew this map that despite Louisiana's population being a third black, that only one of the 6 districts that they drew originally was majority black. And so when they came back in order to sort of comply with the Voting Rights Act, they had drawn maps that created 2 majority black districts. But overall, if you look at the course of the Supreme Court's jurisprudence on the Voting Rights Act over the course of the last decade plus, I mean, they've been chipping away at the Voting Rights Act ever so slowly. And I think this is another big chunk that essentially they're taking out of the Voting Rights Act, which was sort of meant to originally, make voting more equal, give individuals who had been suppressed for generations and for years more power in their own government. And so this is, from a purely political standpoint, you should benefit Republicans, as you sort of mentioned. And I think that, voting rights advocates see this as another sort of clip out of being taken out of the Voting Rights Act, which has already been severely weakened by the Supreme Court since 2013, really.
We're hearing from the Attorney General to Louisiana, Ryan, in which the Attorney General says the Supreme Court has ended Louisiana's long-running nightmare of federal courts coercing the state to draw a racially discriminatory map that was always unconstitutional, and this is a seismic decision reaffirming equal protection under our nation's laws. One of the reasons why I'm looking down right now is because I'm reading this right off my phone as this statement is now just coming in. Talk us through how this could also have further implications on states throughout the country. We've talked a lot about redistricting in California and Texas as well.
Yeah, I mean, essentially what the majority here is saying that these things have to be race blind, right? So factoring in who might have been overlooked in the past is not sort of something that they say, that you basically have to pretend that race doesn't exist. That's not a factor that you can be built in. In fact, the suggestion here is that it's sort of reverse racism to consider those factors. And so I think you're going to continue to see this pushback from voting rights organizations. And it comes at a time when the Trump administration is doing a lot to try to clamp down on and voting across the states by requesting all of this documentation from states, having them send these voter rolls. Some states have proactively cooperated with that. Other states have resisted, and those states have been backed up by courts because courts have found that the Justice Department was going beyond what it had the right to do and didn't have a justification. There wasn't actual allegations of voter fraud. And obviously, if you step back even further, Donald Trump has for over a decade, had these concerns that he proclaims about voter fraud, and that's not something that's ever been disproven because every expert you'll talk to will tell you that voter fraud is not a widespread issue.
Ryan Riley, stand by for me. Want to bring back in Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin. Julie, I lied. I thanked you, and now I'm bringing you back because that's what happens on Capitol Hill. You, it seems, are the center of the universe right now with all that's happening right now. I know you heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson about this decision out of Louisiana and redistricting. What did he tell you?
Yeah, we did. My colleague Brennan Leach was in that big scrum as they move behind me. You'll see them to the House chamber. Let's take a listen to what he said. And it's important not only because he's the Speaker of the House, he's interested to protect his majority come midterms, but also because this district actually borders his in Shreveport, Louisiana. So let's take a listen to what he said, and we'll talk about it later.
The Supreme Court opinion came out. I've obviously not had a time to read through that. I used to litigate these kinds of cases, so I'm looking forward to it. But I just talked to some folks who have gone through it, and they said that this is obviously the right result. They determined that the last map that was drawn for Louisiana was done unconstitutionally, and we've been saying that consistently from the beginning. That was the obvious result. So we'll see what effect it has. We have, as you know, a primary coming up in about 2 weeks. So we'll see if the state legislature deems it appropriate to go in and draw new maps.
Now, Democratic Cleo Fields currently holds that seat. He was reelected in 2024, but as Ryan pointed out, this certainly gives Republicans the edge at a moment where they need one. We've been talking about their narrow majority. It's part of the reason why House Speaker Mike Johnson has such a headache on the floor right now when it comes to separate matters involving DHS funding and FISA reauthorization, that spy surveillance provision. But certainly when it comes to this tit for tat that we're seeing across the country, something that began in Texas at the president's direction. I know there's an additional voting rights component to this specific map and this specific decision from the Supreme Court. But just in the last couple of minutes, we also got news that in the Florida House of Representatives in that state, they actually just passed a new congressional district map that was proposed by Ron DeSantis, the governor there, just this week. And that would give Republicans potentially another edge, potentially 4 additional seats to the House of Representatives. That still needs to go through the Senate, is expected to be tied up in courts, just as we've seen Louisiana and these other states be so far, but certainly a major development. And one that Republicans and Democrats are both paying attention to. The chairwoman of the DSCC, this is the committee tasked with reelecting Democrats in November. She put out a statement already, Susan DelBene, saying that this case may have been brought on by those who seek to suppress the votes of millions of Americans, but she says these schemes will backfire. She talks about how corrupt it is, a targeted assault of voting rights of Black and brown Americans, but she did say that Democrats remain poised to retake the House majority in November. So extremely interesting dynamic happening here as these competing maps move through the courts.
A lot happening, to say the least. Julie Sirkin, thank you. Ryan Riley, thank you as well. We await Secretary Hegseth and General Kaine to resume testimony before the House Armed Services Committee, which is expected to resume after the House finishes voting. We're going to continue to cover this hearing throughout the day on NBC News Now and online at NBCnews.com. I'm Yasmin Vasugian. Thank you for watching. Morning News Now picks up from here.
And yeah, it's all happening just days after Nick Reiner's older brother Jake opened up for the first time about the tragic loss of his parents and the added pain of knowing his sibling is the lone suspect. This morning, Nick Reiner expected back in court more than 4 months after investigators say he murdered his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, in their Los Angeles home. Today's hearing marking the next step in determining when the case will go to trial. Nick Reiner was last in court in February when he pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder. If convicted, the 32-year-old could face the death penalty.
We take the process in which we determine whether or not the death penalty should be sought extremely seriously.
This morning's hearing comes just days after Nick Reiner's older brother Jake opened up for the first time in a new essay about the tragic loss of his parents.
My world, as I knew it, had collapsed. I was in a trance, he said, of the night he learned of the murders. Adding, I was robbed of so many things that day. My parents won't be at my wedding. They won't get to hold their future grandchild. It simultaneously breaks my heart and enrages me. Jake also sharing these touching family photos, describing the pain of losing both his parents at the same time, and on top of that, having your brother be at the center of it. It's almost too impossible to process. Just hours before the December murders, Rob Michelle and Nick Reiner all attended a holiday party hosted by Conan O'Brien, where two people familiar with the situation tell NBC News Nick Reiner became disruptive.
Your main job is to keep your child safe. So
over the years, the Reiners had spoken openly about Nick's struggles with addiction and mental health. Three people with direct knowledge of the case say at some point before the murders, Nick had changed or adjusted the medication he took for a serious psychiatric disorder. Now, as prosecutors push for justice in the case, this morning we could learn more about whether Nick Reiner will be ruled fit to stand trial.
And so far, neither of Nick Reiner's siblings have attended any of the court proceedings. And while the judge did allow cameras in the courtroom for his arraignment in February, this time cameras will not be allowed inside. The key thing to watch for today is if the defense asks for more time to review evidence or if the two sides agree that they can proceed with a pretrial hearing. Savannah.
All right, Liz, thank you so much. Let's move now to a new development in the deadly runway collision at LaGuardia Airport. The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey says it plans to install trackers on rescue vehicles at all three major airports in the New York area. Last month, a passenger jet and a Port Authority fire truck collided at LaGuardia, killing both pilots aboard the Air Canada Express plane. Well, in a preliminary report about the crash, the National Transportation Safety Board said the fire truck's missing transponder could have prevented the crash by constantly sending signals of its location to the air traffic control tower. In a statement released Tuesday, the Port Authority's chief communications officer recognized how the new technology could have helped and vowed to expand its use across all area airports. There's much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the major change coming to American Airlines this week that might impact how you juice up your favorite devices on board. First, though, after the break, another royal celebration kicking off back in Britain today as Prince William and Princess Kate celebrate 15 years of marriage. More on that next. Back with international headlines. In Australia, the government is looking to big tech companies to help fund newsrooms. NBC News international correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome to take us around the world in 60 seconds. Hey, Claudio.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, that's right. On Tuesday, the Australian government announced that they are planning to tax digital media giants to help fund local journalism in the country unless those companies strike direct deals with them.
Hey, everybody, we're following this developing story on Capitol Hill and the testimony of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, along with Secretary Hegseth, Secretary of Defense there in front of the House Armed Services Committee. They have now resumed testimony. Let's listen in.
I'd give you a moment to expound on that, because this is going to be very important, because there's several people who right now in this body are going to be considering their support for 702's reauthorization.
Well, thank you for that opportunity, Congressman. Yes, this department strongly supports the reauthorization of FISA 702. And it is not hyperbole to say many of the most important missions we have executed could not have happened without the intelligence gathered through FISA 702. So we would urge members to support that so we can continue doing the good work of the American people.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate your comments that Iran must never be permitted to obtain a nuclear weapon. There has been many comments that have been made concerning allies who have not assisted or supported the effort. General Kane, there have been many allies who have been essential for us to be able to execute the functions necessary both for Midnight Hammer and for the current ongoing operation. I'd like to ask you to speak for a moment about the essential aspect of the allies that are supporting the effort. There are bases that are necessary, are forward operating facilities, both our allies in the Middle East, both our NATO allies, those in Europe, throughout. We would not be able to undertake this current operation without the use and support of facilities that we have in our bases throughout NATO, Europe, and the Middle East. If you could, for a moment, expound on the integral nature of our facilities that include those bases that are located within our allies.
Well, Congressman, from a purely military standpoint, allies and alliances are important. They allow us. You did a better job than I could on articulating the importance of access, basing, and overflight considerations. You know, who those allies are and the quality of those alliances are left our civilian leaders, but certainly we appreciate those allies who've helped us and assisted us along the way.
General, you would describe them as having been essential.
Yes, sir.
Because it's very important. I mean, we want to make certain that that we treat adversaries as adversaries and allies like allies, especially those that are essential. The king was here yesterday, and as he was speaking, he received a standing ovation when he implored this body to continue our support for Ukraine. In the 2026 National Defense Strategy, it assesses Russia will remain a persistent, manageable threat. It specifically identifies Russia's continued threat to Ukraine, and we have, of course, currently the presidential continued drawdown authority that can support Ukraine, and also the President Trump announced Pearl, the prioritized Ukraine requirements list, and in the FY 2026 NDAA, there is the $400 million that is included in the European capacity building within the defense security cooperation. General, the last time it went on the House floor with respect to funding for Ukraine, there was a vote in the House of over 300 members of the House that supported Ukraine. Could you please give us a description of some of the things currently that we're doing operationally to support Ukraine?
Congressman, a few of those are probably left for classified session. We continue through our security assistance group, Ukraine, to assist with some information sharing matters. UCOM continues.
But you would
to
describe
help.
it as continuous and ongoing and essential for Ukraine, with U.S. support.
So much of the relationship.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary and General Kane, let me begin by thanking the men and women of the United States military for their service and their bravery. I recognize that our service members have performed with extraordinary courage and tactical skill, and they've done incredible things that our country has asked them to. Their professionalism and selfless service are not in question and never have been. What is in question is the purposes and the strategic direction of this war. Mr. Hegseth, as Secretary of the Department of Defense, you are ultimately responsible for the conduct of the Iran war. Any unvarnished review of what is happening right now in the Middle East would reveal a geopolitical calamity, a strategic blunder resulting in worldwide economic crisis. The result of Trump's war of choice is a serious, self-inflicted wound to America. It will take years and a new administration to recover from the grave damage to our standing in the world, as well as our economy and our military. We must remember that 13 Americans have been killed in action, hundreds wounded, and thousands of civilians killed, including more than 100 school children. The risk of this conflict was foreseeable. I'm certain that the Department of Defense knew that it was likely that in a war with Iran would create an international economic crisis by blocking the Strait of Hormuz and thus stopping 20% of the world's oil. Was this existential threat considered? Apparently not. During the 60 days of Trump's Iran war, critical munitions have been expended at an alarming rate, depleting magazine levels below what is thought necessary to hold China at bay. It will take years and tens of billions of dollars to restock. A significant part of the necessary Navy and Marine force in the Pacific has been removed and sent to support the Iran war. Our support of Ukraine has suffered as supplies and defense systems are diverted to the Iran war. America has lost irreplaceable aircraft, radar systems, and strategic bases have been shown to be vulnerable. The continued lengthy deployment of ships, equipment, and personnel has sacrificed readiness. We know what we have lost, but what have we gained? Let's consider that the regime in Tehran is still intact, with new and more radical leadership, as are Iran's ballistic missile and drone forces, as is Iran's ability to rebuild their military industries. Also, as is Iran's coordination with China, Russia, and North Korea, and Iran's ability to choke off global energy supplies, and their stockpile of highly enriched uranium, which they only built after President Trump shredded President Obama's Iran deal in 2017. Secretary Hegseth, you have been lying to the American public about this war from day one, and so has the President. You have misled the public about why we are at war. You and the President have offered ever-changing reasons for this war. You've misled the public about the progress of the war. While the military has executed this war with tactical success, the strategy has been an astounding incompetence, doing immense economic damage to America.
Mr. Chairman,
and the
Mr.
world.
Chairman, with the personal attack on the Secretary, he should have an opportunity to respond.
He certainly
Thank
will.
you.
When
No, at the time you're doing it.
It's the gentleman's time. He can use it as he sees fit and add an extra 5 seconds to Mr. Garamendi's time.
Thank you. You and the President offer ever-changing reasons for the war. You have misled the public about the progress of the war. While the military has executed this war with tactical success, the strategy has been an outstanding example of incompetence. This war of choice is a political and economic disaster at every level. Despite the president's promise to lower the cost of living, gas prices are up 40%, and inflation is soaring. So much for lowering the cost of living. The president has got himself and America stuck in the quagmire of another war in the Middle East. He's desperately trying to extricate himself from his own mistakes. It is in America's and indeed the world's interest that he succeed in that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank our witnesses for joining us today. General Kane, Secretary Hegseth, Mr. Hurst, thank you so much. I want to go to a statement I've been making here for the last several years, and that is we are in the most dangerous national security position that this world has been in since 1939. And we know that it's a critical effort that we undertake to make sure we can deter through the concept of peace through strength. Ms. Secretary, I'd like to start with you. We know that peace through strength has a number of tenets. I think the most important of those is presence. And we know that the United States has the Marine Corps Amphibious Ready Group, Marine Corps Expeditionary Unit, that provides us that presence. We know there are over 2,000 Marines and an aircraft combat unit that are on board those vessels, and they let us do a number of different things. That's the crisis response team that gets to go around the world. Today, as we speak, we have 3 ARGMUs that are deployed around the world. Unfortunately, that's an anomaly. It should be standard. Secretary Hegseth, the President and the combatant commanders need maximum flexibility to respond in multiple places at multiple times to combat and deter these threats. I just want to get your perspective on your goal to make sure we have a persistent 3.0 ARGMU presence, and to look at how we're going to make sure through our shipbuilding plans that we assure that we have the adequate number of amphibs that are being built. I think that number is probably right around 40. And then what are we going to do to make sure, too, that the A-sub-O, the operational availability, is going to be at the level where we can maintain an ARGMU 3.0 with the effort we have to put in to maintain these ships?
So thank you for the question, the substantive question. Ultimately, we support 3.0 ARGMU. That presence right now gives us a lot of flexibility. Yeah. And this budget supports moving in that direction to ensure that this administration and future administrations have that kind of strategic flexibility with the incredible capabilities the ARGMU provides. We saw it in Southern Spear. We saw it on the Maduro raid. We see it right now. It's a persistent capability. So I think you'll find our shipbuilding investments to meet that as well. But if I may. Sure. Yeah. I didn't get a chance. I didn't see a question in the statement from the congressman. I hope you appreciate how reckless it is. When I said reckless, feckless, and defeatist of congressional Democrats at the beginning, that came after watching you say the same thing on CNN this morning, a quagmire. My generation served in a quagmire in Iraq and Afghanistan, years and years of nebulous missions and utopian nation building that led us to nothing. What we have right now, the way you stain the troops when you tell them 2 months in, Congressman, you should know better. Shame on you. Calling this a quagmire 2 months in. The effort, what they've undertaken, what they've succeeded, the success on the battlefield that could create strategic opportunities, the courage of a president to confront a nuclear Iran, and you call it a quagmire, handing propaganda to our enemies. Shame on you for that statement. And statements like that are reckless to our troops. Don't say I support the troops on one hand, and then a 2-month mission is a quagmire. That's a false equivalation. Who are you cheering for here? Who are you pulling for? Our troops are doing incredible work. They've done incredible things for the entirety of this mission and achieved incredible battlefield successes. And you sit there and go on TV for your clickbait about quagmires. It undermines the mission. Your hatred for President Trump blinds you to the truth of the success of this mission and the historic stakes that the president is addressing, which the American people support. Iran's been at war with us for 47 years. You want to talk about a forever war? For 2 months, this president has stared them down. He's going to get a better deal than anyone ever has and ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. I know the American people support that mission, despite your loose talk and words like quagmire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General Kane, I want to quickly go to you. We know all about the need for exquisite platforms, but we know if we're going to close the gap with our pacing threats, we have to make sure we have those expendable and attritable platforms. And we know those nation capabilities are key, and we have to be able to spin them up quickly, because that's the fastest way for us to, again, deter by peace through strength. Give us your perspective on how you see the urgency of getting that capacity not only in place, but getting that ability to go to scale and get those capabilities in the hands of our warfighters.
Sir, I think it's critical, and when I look at what OSW above us is doing, and the Deputy Secretary as well as Secretary Duffy, and frankly, the National and Defense Industrial Bases all rallying around the need to scale, along with the new entrants that are out there who are coming and bringing products to the joint force. A key is capacity.
Time's expired. Chair, now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank witnesses for being here today. Mr. Secretary, it's well known that our Defense Industrial Base and Maritime Industrial Base has declined greatly over time. It's the shipyards. It's many of the things that you already spoke about. In my community, we used to have 3 shipyards, 40,000 workers. We've lost that critical job skills there and 40,000 people who know how to do it. And quite frankly, most of it went overseas because it was cheaper. Well, cheaper doesn't buy the security we need for our industrial base. I championed a provision in the 24 NDAA entitled Enhanced Domestic Content Requirement for Major Acquisition Programs. Had to do with our industrial base making things here in America long before this administration came in. The goal was to strengthen our supply chains and have that critical oversight, push for greater investments, much of what you're doing now on these major defense acquisition programs. So we passed that in a bipartisan manner because we knew that this was critical and things can happen. Lo and behold, here we are. There was a reporting requirement in that calls on you, the Secretary of Defense, to establish an information repository, issue rules, create a fallback process to govern the Department of Defense. We wanted to better understand much of what is being done here, but it's not being reported back to us. I sent to your office on January 8th, followed up on February 4th. We're years overdue on this report that will give us insight onto how we're addressing it. We hear what you're saying, but can you commit that we will get that report to us in the next 30 days?
Unless Jay has additional details, I'll make sure we look into it. Whatever we can get to you as rapidly as possibly, we will. We'll also check with the new Navy leadership and make sure they're complying as rapidly as possible with every aspect that could apply to shipbuilding. That's been our focus on the Navy side.
It's not just shipbuilding, major acquisition programs across the board. This is incredibly important, and they are ignoring this. And 30 days is being generous, certainly. Second issue is you talk about championing the American worker and how important this is. Yet in a memo on April 9th, you terminate all the collective bargaining agreements across the DOD, taking away from hundreds of thousands of workers at DOD their collective bargaining rights that they voted for. There was nothing to indicate there were any issues with any of the bargaining agreements, yet you decided to take away from them. Over the last few years, we have increased the wages for those war fighters, incredibly important. This year, up to 7%. Yet on the other side of this, you talk about supercharging the defense industrial base. We are in this. How do you go and say, yes, we support the war fighters? They can't do their job unless we are building things that they can use. Yet, no evidence to prove that these collective bargaining agreements were a problem anywhere across the Department of Defense under Democrat and Republican administrations. How do you kind of square that circle that you care about this, yet you take away their voice in the job?
Well, certainly, sir, the great workers that whether they're contractors or DOD civilians that do the important work for us, the great ones are going to stay. And we've invested more in merit bonuses for civilians than any administration previous. So if you're doing great work, you're going to stay and you're going to have even more opportunities. But with our ear to the ground in those shipyards and other factory floors, there were issues with collective bargaining, which led to restrictions to the workforce and our ability to move faster.
If I may, just
and in
point out,
that case,
those are
we made the
outside
decision to provide
contractors.
additional flexibility.
You didn't
so that we
take it
can move
away
faster.
from the shipyard workers. You took away from Department of Defense employers where there hasn't been any issues. Let's be clear. Those are independent contractors, and they have their collective bargaining agreements. The ones that work for you.
The ones that work for us should be at will like anybody else based on their performance. And if they're performing well, which I'm sure they are, as you've represented, they will have a job at the department.
But where is the issue that you took away their collective bargaining rights? Why did you do it if it wasn't a problem?
Well, I stated up front, it has been a problem. There are plenty of cases, whether it's contract or inside our own department, where collective bargaining had led to arrangements and agreements that minimize the efficiency and effectiveness of employees at the point of their impact. That's what we were focusing on, and that's why we made the change, which we very much stand behind.
Well, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair, and I recognize the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, I appreciate the department and the administration's focus on expansion and innovation in the defense industrial base. That's particularly important for emerging technologies. For years on this committee, my office has led the effort to ban the procurement of Chinese communist drones, which pose a significant national security threat. And last year, after years of work, this committee finally passed my Countering CCP Drones Act, or Section 1709 of the NDAA, which was fully implemented in December. How does the FY27 budget scale domestic production and deployment of drone systems to ensure the U.S. has the decisive advantage against our U.S. enemies?
Well, thank you for the question. First of all, thank you for your work on that. Critically important. When you look under the hood of the ways in which China is trying to use critical elements of our defense industrial base and supply chain against us, or capabilities in the future that could hamstring us with options for a future president, it's staggering. So drones is one that not only have we recognized, but thanks to your leadership and the leadership of others, we are supercharging in this budget. Conservatively $54 billion in drone and drone dominance and counter UAS. Jay just slid me a piece of paper. If you add it all up, it could be closer to $74 billion. We started a defense autonomous warfare group, to focus on this, but we're going to do even more. We will shortly announce a sub-unified command, autonomous warfare. Drones are so central to the future of warfare and where we get them from that we have to be able to both make the exquisite ones better than anybody else and also the attritable swarm and then the ability to defeat them ahead of our adversary, learning from battlefields like Ukraine and Epic Fury. So thank you for your leadership. It is front and center in this budget.
I very much appreciate all that the department is doing under your leadership. One of the concerns I have is recent reporting indicates that while DJI, which is a communist Chinese drone company, is prohibited from receiving new FCC authorizations, there are still DJI products such as the DJI Avata 360 widely available in the U.S. through major retailers. These received FCC authorizations before my provision in the NDAA was fully implemented. So my question to you is, we need to close this loophole to protect our national security. Will you commit to working with this committee and my office to ensure that these products that pose a significant risk to our national security are no longer permitted, given the evident threat CCP drones pose to U.S. national security?
Congressman, yes, the department will commit to working with your staff and looking at that loophole, which we are aware of. And I missed in my first response, of course, that $54 billion is American-made drone dominance. That is exactly where they need to be, and that's where our focus is.
Great. Another emerging technology that's very important and has a strong tie to my district is quantum computing. China continues to invest heavily in quantum computing, sensing, and secure communications for military advantage. I represent Rome Air Force Research Lab, which is a hub of research when it comes to quantum. Secretary Hegseth, how does the budget proposal position the U.S. to maintain leadership in operationally relevant quantum technologies?
The country that dominates in quantum will dominate the future in C2, in comms, in every way that we fight. And so this makes the maximal investment possible here at home to ensure that quantum compute, and working across the interagency, by the way, this is not just a DOW issue, this is an interagency issue, to ensure that we've got the ability to scale and outcompute adversaries who are racing for the same same code.
General Kane, throughout my time in Congress, I've pushed for the department to optimize its approach to quantum and develop a strategic roadmap. In your opinion, which quantum capability areas offer the most immediate benefit to the joint force and should be priority investments moving forward?
Probably some of the work in crypto and quantum to make sure we can see, sense, understand, defeat, and protect our own stuff. So that's where I'm most interested in it right now, ma'am.
Great, and I also want to use my remaining time. I just want to invite both of you to visit Fort Drum, home of the 10th Mountain Division, the most deployed division in the U.S. Army since 9/11. In the first Trump administration, I had the honor of hosting President Trump, where he signed the NDAA in my district, and it's been a privilege to represent them. So encourage you to visit that installation before the end of this year. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes a gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you and I agree that Iran is a national security threat to us and our allies. Now, earlier you called us feckless for questioning your war. Do you think Congress was smart or feckless when it failed to ask tough questions of the Bush administration and gave them a blank check for Iraq?
Well, if you're trying to compare this war to the Iraq
I'm just asking
war,
you, do
which
you think
the
it was
president
harder
was the first one to call a stupid war, then it's a false comparison.
Okay, well, probably a good idea to ask tough questions. So let me just ask you a few questions. Did you advise the president that we should attack Iran?
We were, first of all, in this position in the cabinet, we never talk about what we would advise the president to do or not.
Do you think the president or you deserve more?
I've been in every meeting.
I understand
with
that,
the chairman
Mr.
and everybody else as those
Secretary, I'm asking
decisions
the
were
questions.
made, and he got every perspective possible when it came.
I'm just asking what your perspective is. Are you afraid to take ownership of this? Do you think it was a good idea or not?
As I've consulted the president, do I think it's a good idea to confront a nuclear bomb in the hands of the? Imagine what the world would look like right now if Iran had a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so let's just
imagine.
Which, by the way,
if
every
they had one,
every
which the
previous
Obama deal was
administration,
going to allow them,
including the first Trump administration,
they had one.
prevented them from having a nuclear weapon. So, listen, how is this war going? Do you think we're winning?
Militarily on the battlefield, it's been an astounding military success.
No, but are we winning the war?
Absolutely.
Okay, so do you call Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz winning?
Well, I would say the blockade that we hold that doesn't allow anything to come in or out of Iranian ports.
Okay, so we've blockaded their blockade. So they blockaded us, and then we blockaded their blockade. That's like saying, tag, you're it. Or, you know, if President Madison had said, well, the British just burned down Washington, but don't worry, we're going to burn it down as well. Chairman Kane, did the military have plans for the idea that Iran might blockade the Strait?
Sure. Thanks for the question. I'll answer it this way. You know, in this job, I have to maintain trust with a variety of constituents.
Okay, I'm just asking if the military had plans.
As always, my point in this is, as I explain the role, my point in this is we always offer a full range of military options that are carefully considered with the associated risks with those options and the considerations therein.
So, Mr. Secretary, did you consider this risk?
Of course, this department has looked at all aspects of this risk. And
so then why did you
this
send the
department
minesweepers, the only minesweepers we had in the Gulf, to Singapore weeks before the war started?
We have lots of capabilities that you may or may not be aware of at the classified level.
Okay, and
to
so,
deal with
by the way, would the
mines.
Trump-class battleships have helped with this?
You're talking about a prospective future battleship, which we welcome in the fleet.
Okay, so you're supportive of the battleships?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How much has Iran profited from your administration lifting the sanctions on Iran when you started this war?
I can tell you Iran is financially devastated right now.
Okay, well,
in conjunction with the Treasury,
they've earned about $14 billion.
Operation Economic Fury. They're at a point where between the blockade and what we've done to them militarily, remember, they don't have a Navy. They can't contest the blockade.
Okay.
Between what we've done to them militarily and financially, they're at a place
$14 billion?
They have very few options.
How many Chinese missiles can they buy for $14 billion? Does that sound like winning?
They're not. We're ensuring, and they're not buying Chinese missiles.
Okay. You know, at the end of the day, this also has a cost to us. If let's say this war costs $100 billion, I mean, you've already said, give us more time. It's only been 2 months. It could go on for 20 years like Iraq and Afghanistan. Let's just say it costs $100 billion. What is that to the average American taxpayer? Do you have any idea?
Well, Unlike foolish previous administrations, it won't go on.
No, I'm just asking.
For years and decades.
But let's just say
sitting in
it's
this
$100 billion.
position, it's hard to imagine how
you know
it was
that?
allowed those things to happen. You were a part of that
the
war.
answer to that?
So was I. I never.
I'm just asking if you
NSA
know what
clearly
your
was.
war
Now I
costs
know
the
what
average
NSA
American
is.
taxpayer.
What is the cost of Iran having a nuclear weapon that they wield?
I'm just
over?
asking if you know the cost of the average American
I'm asking
taxpayer.
you what the
it's about
cost would be
$600.
of that.
So for the American taxpayers out there, my constituents, some of the constituents you wanted to represent in Minnesota, I'm just wondering if they have an extra $600 lying around to pay for your war. I think that's just a question that we ought to ask. Now, quickly, on March 13th in a press conference, you said we will give them no quarter, no mercy. In order for no quarter or no survivors is a war crime under the Geneva Conventions. You understand that's murder. Do you stand by that statement?
The Department of War fights to win, and we ensure that our warfighters have the rules of engagement necessary to be as effective
so
as
just to
humanly
be clear,
possible.
you
which
called
they are.
Democratic members of Congress to be tried for sedition for reminding our troops to follow the law. But when you tell them to commit a war crime, you stand by yourself.
For insinuating that the laws that we're giving them are
Gentleman's
unlawful.
time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. And I'd like to thank you for your commitment to our advancement in space, Golden Dome, and nuclear modernization, all which are critical. And also, I understand we're going to start some reproduction of the MQ-9 Reaper drones, which you, Mr. Secretary, and Ms. Secretary share my great state of Tennessee, and we know the 118th Air Wing, the National Guard operates Field and conduct many of these missions, and they do so with great precision. So thank you for that. Secretary Hegseth, you commissioned as an infantry officer in the U.S. Army National Guard in 2003. You've been deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan, Guantanamo Bay. You have been awarded 2 Bronze Stars, the Combat Infantryman Badge, Joint Commendation Medals, 2 Army Commendation Medals, among other recognitions. You have seen military actions from both an operational and service member perspective. Have you ever seen operations with the scope and scale and complexity of Midnight Hammer, Operation Absolute Resolve, and Operation Epic Fury?
All right, we were just taking a listen to the testimony in front of the House Armed Services Committee of the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, along with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Courtney Kube has been standing by for us at the Capitol. She was actually inside that hearing. She came out for a moment. Courtney, there was some major back and forth, I would say, between Hegseth and John Garamendi, along with Hegseth and Congressman Seth Moulton just now. What did you see and hear in the room that stood out to you?
Yeah, and pretty strong comments from Congressman John Garamendi, as you mentioned, Yaz. He specifically said that the accused Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth of misleading the public about the war and even saying lying about the war. He didn't actually ask a question. He spoke for several moments, but he made the case about why he believes the Pentagon leadership, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, has not been candid about the war to the American people. And then, interestingly, soon after that, a Republican Congressman, Rob Whitman, asked the Secretary of Defense a question, and Secretary Hegseth laid into him and said that he said he had seen an appearance that he had on cable news this morning where he called the war in Iran a quagmire. The Secretary saying, shame on you, you're handing propaganda to our enemies. So interesting, the Secretary in a combative posture with a Republican congressman on the hearing, on the committee as well, Yasmin.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting as well, along with kind of the line of questioning from Congressman Seth Moulton and talking about asking Secretary of Defense if, in fact, he thought they were winning this war. A lot going on here. We're going to continue to cover this hearing throughout the day. Thank you to Courtney Kube.
Hey, everybody. Good Wednesday. So glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, April 29th, redistricting ruling. The Supreme Court deciding to limit the use of race in redrawing congressional maps. What this could mean for the ongoing legal battles in many states.
Terrorist incident. 2 people stabbed in a London neighborhood. The victims both Jewish. The investigation into what the Prime Minister is now calling an anti-Semitic attack.
Facing off, lawmakers grilling Secretary Hegseth and General Kaine on Capitol Hill. The answers they're demanding about the war with Iran.
And cutting benefits. Deloitte and Zoom slashing paid parental leave. Could more companies now do the same?
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Wednesday. We begin right now with breaking news out of Washington, D.C., where the Supreme Court has just ruled against Louisiana's election map, saying the redrawing of a second black majority congressional district was unconstitutional.
In the 6-3 decision, the justices found the district relied too heavily on race. The move could open the door for Republican-led states to eliminate black and Latino electoral districts that tend to favor Democrats. This decision also weakens the landmark Voting Rights Act, which protects against discrimination in redistricting. NBC News senior justice reporter Ryan Riley is following the latest from our D.C. bureau. Ryan, simply put, this is a really big deal because it deals with who gets to participate in our democracy. And when writing about this decision, conservative Justice Samuel Alito said that there may be extreme situations where the use of race can be justified to draw a map, but said that wasn't the case in Louisiana. So what else are we learning about this ruling and why it went the way that it did?
Yeah, so I think, what's important to look back at why we came to this point in the first place, right? So originally, Louisiana had only one majority black district, despite the state being 1/3 black. So what they ended up doing was drawing another majority black district to sort of make sure that voter representation was proportional to the demographics of the state. But what the Supreme Court is essentially saying here now is that race, except as you mentioned, in those extraordinary circumstances, shouldn't be a factor at all, and it does further roll back the Voting Rights Act, and it comes at a time when the Justice Department, the unit that usually pursues a lot of these cases to protect voting rights, is instead going after allegations of voter fraud, which every voting expert across the board will tell you is just not a common phenomenon. It's not the sort of thing that swings elections, and so I think those combined two things, the Supreme Court ruling further eroding the Voting Rights Act as well as the Justice Department's actions, are causing a lot of concerns for voting rights advocates.
Ryan, here's the thing. We have seen redistricting battles across party lines in multiple states, including Texas, California, just yesterday in Virginia. What kind of precedent does this new SCOTUS ruling set potentially for future congressional districts?
I think that all these other states are going to have to factor in this decision, but obviously we're not that far out from a midterm election, and so these battles stretch out over years. This is something that Republicans and Democrats sort of working behind the scenes, even though it's not the sort of thing that typically makes flashy headlines. It's something that is constantly working on, and they're paying attention to behind the scenes. So this is going to stretch out for a while and definitely have impacts across the board as Republicans and Democrats sort of battle this out here for potential control of the House of Representatives as well as the Senate.
Very important repercussions. Ryan Riley, thank you so much.
We have breaking news right now out of Alexandria, Virginia, where any moment former FBI Director James Comey is expected to surrender to federal authorities after he was charged with threatening the life of President Trump. Two sources tell NBC News he will also make his first court appearance today.
Comey posted this photo on Instagram last May. You can see the seashells there are arranged to spell out 8647. The indictment claims that the numbers are a suggestion to kill President Trump because 86 is slang for eliminate, and Trump is the 47th president. But the former FBI director has vehemently denied any ill intent.
I'm still not afraid, and I still believe in the independent federal judiciary, so let's go.
NBC News Chief Justice and National Affairs correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now from the D.C. Bureau. So, Kelly, we are watching. We're waiting for Comey to arrive at the courthouse. This hearing is expected to begin at about 2 p.m. Eastern. What is his explanation for that Instagram post, and what kind of penalty could he face if he is convicted on these charges?
Well, good afternoon. Today, when he surrenders and when he appears in federal court, we will not see the former director of the FBI. That's not the expectation. He would likely just have a meeting inside the courtroom after he goes through the processing that is required now that he has been indicted on a 2 felony count indictment. At the time of the post, he was in
North Carolina on vacation. That was the reason he was near a sandy beach and posted that. And that's why the case will ultimately move forward in that jurisdiction. He said he just thought it was something cool on the sand and that he was not aware that the number 86 or 86 was associated in anyone's mind with violence. It's a probably 100-year-old slang term. Has also been used in restaurants to get rid of something. Lots of things that people can attribute to that. But he claimed he did not know it was associated with violence. And he took the post down. So one of the issues for the Department of Justice will be they will have to prove that he knowingly and willfully chose to post that as an intent to harm the president.
It's interesting because, I mean, Trump has been pursuing Comey for a long time. I mean, this is the administration's second attempt at this point, Kelly, to prosecute him. He was also indicted in the Eastern District of Virginia in September on charges of lying, obstructing a congressional proceeding. What happened there?
Well, that case was dismissed because a judge found that the U.S. attorney for that district in Eastern Virginia was not qualified for the role. She had been a lawyer in the White House. She was placed in that position, and her appointment was described as not following the law. So the case was dismissed. Now, the Department of Justice is appealing that, but they have also not sought to bring the case back to a court or to try to seek that charge. So that has been dormant for a while. This happened in North Carolina because I explained he was on vacation there. So it's two different jurisdictions, two very different allegations of wrongdoing, and a former FBI director who says, in his words, he says, I'm innocent, and he says he trusts in the federal judicial system.
Yeah, he says he still believes in an independent judicial system. Kelly O'Donnell for us there from our D.C. Bureau. Kelly, we appreciate it.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is testifying on Capitol Hill today for the first time since the start of the Iran war.
He's facing questions from House lawmakers on his handling of the war and on whether to boost the military budget next year to $1.5 trillion. Hegseth argued investing in defense spending is a, quote, strategy of austerity.
The president's budget request reflects the urgency of the moment, positioning our forces for both the current and the future fight.
We are also learning the war has cost a whopping $25 billion so far. This is according to a top Pentagon official.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now from her post there on Capitol Hill. Julie, look, there were a few, heated exchanges between Hegseth and those lawmakers, Democrats questioning why we attacked Iran in the first place. What did Hegseth say about what the U.S. is doing to take out Iran's nuclear capabilities and really how successful those efforts are?
Well, that has been his whole tone and tenor of his opening statements as well in the hearing when he was pressed on this. You have to understand that, as you point out, that crucial 60-day mark, of course, the administration has another 30 days that they're able to use before they really have to justify their mission of the war, because Congress then has to get involved under the War Powers Resolution, the War Powers Act. So far, Republicans have been siding with the administration, but certainly behind the scenes even, they don't feel satisfied, like they know the objectives of the war, and that certainly is something that Adam Smith, the top Democrat on the committee, tried to get to with Secretary Hegseth. Take a listen.
Well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated. Underground, they're buried, and we're watching them 24/7. So we know where any nuclear material
reclaiming
might be.
my time for
we're
just a
watching
quick
it.
second here. We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago, because the nuclear weapon was an imminent threat. Now you're saying that it was completely obliterated?
They had not given up their nuclear ambitions.
So you could see there this back and forth that has really started last June, and the Operation Midnight Hammer, that operation the U.S. conducted to strike some of those nuclear facilities, the uranium enrichment sites, an open question of how successful that was. And certainly lawmakers in this hearing not yet satisfied that they got to the bottom of it.
Julie, what about that price tag? Estimated $25 billion spent on the war to date. What are the Secretary's main arguments for expanding the budget even further?
Yeah, well, remember, this is an annual budget hearing. That's really the point of Secretary Hegseth and General Kaine and others being in that room. But that price tag, believe it or not, is really the first time not only that members of the public have heard how much the Pentagon estimates they spent in taxpayer funding since the start of the war at the end of February, but it is also a number that many members of Congress are hearing for the first time, including Congressman Adam Smith. I actually was able to talk to him here because there's so much going on in the House chamber right next to me, votes and a lot of drama as usual in the House of Representatives. But he actually told me me that he doesn't believe that number is accurate. He doesn't believe that includes the equipment and weaponry that has been lost. So members of Congress still asking for questions and answers there, too.
All right, Julie Sorkin reporting live from Capitol Hill. Julie, thank you.
Let's talk about your money now in our Money Minute. Gas prices here in the country are ticking up again, reaching their highest level in 4 years.
This latest increase triggered by the Iran war and the blockade of that key shipping route for oil and gas. NBC News business and economy reporter Emily Lorsch joins us now. So, Emily, where is the national average right now, and who's actually feeling the impact the most?
Yeah, so right now, according to AAA, it's at $4.23 per gallon. That's the highest we've seen since 2022, when Russia's invasion of Ukraine led to months of high gas prices. And experts say it's lower income individuals who are feeling the pinch right now, spending more of their monthly budgets on gas. And if prices keep rising, we could start to see cost increases across more of the economy. And a new passport is going to feature President Trump's portrait. The State Department is issuing a limited edition U.S. passport with this new design as part of the country's 250th anniversary. It will feature President Trump with his image overlaid on the Declaration of Independence inside that front cover. And this comes as other plans are now underway to put Trump's mark on both U.S. bills and coins, guys.
Bills, coins, and passports.
Oh, yeah.
Kennedy Center.
Yeah, and it just continues to go. Airport, I feel like we've been hearing about so many things that he's interested in making his mark on.
Emily Lorsch for us. Emily, thank you so much.
Humanoid robots now handling extra baggage in Tokyo. How this trial run could help fix the ongoing labor shortage there.
But first, a legal showdown between two tech titans, what Elon Musk is revealing in his testimony against OpenAI. You're watching NBC News Daily. We are currently following more breaking news out of London, where police are declaring the stabbing of two Jewish men just earlier today a terrorist incident.
Now, this attack happened in broad daylight. A 45-year-old man is now in custody and facing attempted murder charges. Britain's prime minister said he is appalled and described the incident as an anti-Semitic attack.
It's deeply concerning to everyone in this House. There is now a police
investigation, and I think we all need to do everything we can to support that investigation and be absolutely clear in our determination to deal with any of these offences, the like of which we've seen too much recently.
Sky News correspondent Olivia Guthrie joins us now. Olivia, now this took place in a neighborhood with a large Jewish population. Walk us through what happened here.
Well, indeed, it does have a very large Jewish population here at Golders Green. And at about 11:15 this morning, a suspect was seen running down the street behind me holding a knife. Witnesses saying that he was attempting to stab Jewish people. Two men, one in his 30s and one in his 70s, were stabbed. Police, though, say that they are in a stable condition in hospital. As you say, a 45-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. Police say they had to use a taser during the arrest of the suspect because they allege he was trying to stab officers as well. Now, the Prime Minister has chaired an emergency COBRA meeting here today, and he has said that this is a deeply concerning attack, the like of which we have seen far too many of in recent times, and we are just a stone's throw from where four Jewish ambulances were firebombed in an anti-Semitic arson attack last month. There is a Jewish memorial wall just near here that was the subject of an attempted arson attack on Monday. There have been numerous anti-Semitic incidents that have taken place in the capital. Jewish people here in Golders Green saying that they no longer feel safe here, and this tragic event today, the latest manifestation of those fears.
And the lack of feeling safe where you belong is just chilling. One incident is far too many. Overseas, where you are, even here at home, where we saw the Jewish synagogue shot in Michigan. Olivia Guthrie reporting. I also want to mention that King Charles is aware of this incident. He has sent his thoughts and his prayers to those victims as he is currently here in New York City.
Moving to other news, a court battle between two tech titans. Well, it is all heating up right now. Elon Musk is back on the stand again in his blockbuster lawsuit against OpenAI and its CEO, Sam Altman.
Musk, a co-founder of that company, claims that he was misled into helping launch what was supposed to be a nonprofit dedicated to benefiting humanity. He left in 2018. Attorneys for OpenAI told the court this is all about harming a competitor as Musk builds his own AI company. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung joins us. It was interesting hearing Musk say yesterday it's not okay to sell a charity, essentially. What is OpenAI saying in response to that?
Yeah, he went further. He said that it's basically stealing a charity. Again, what this is all about is two massive tech titans, billionaires going after each other in what could be a very pivotal moment for the future of artificial intelligence. What Elon Musk is alleging is that when he gave $38 million to help Sam Altman stand up OpenAI about 10 years ago, that was on the premise that this was going to be a nonprofit company, and that when OpenAI opened up a for-profit arm of this company, that essentially he slighted Elon Musk in his initial investment. Now, Elon Musk is taking the stand in his second day of testimony. He was saying just a few minutes ago, according to our producers that are in the courtroom, that, quote, I was foolish enough to believe him, referring to Sam Altman. And again, these are two individuals that do not like each other. Elon Musk has tweeted at Sam Altman, calling him Scam Altman in the past. Again, what is the jury, 9 people here, in addition to the judge, going to say here in terms of whether or not OpenAI needs to give up $130 billion plus in money as a result of Elon Musk being slighted here? Again, we'll have to see as this trial goes on.
What's the defense here from Altman and OpenAI, Brian? And talk about the wider implications, what this could mean for the tech industry beyond these two companies.
Yeah, OpenAI denies these allegations, and they say that, first off, they are still a nonprofit. They have an arm of the business that is a for-profit company where there's a minority stake that's owned by the nonprofit. It's a bit confusing, but they moreover say that this is Elon Musk essentially trying to hobble a competitor, as Elon has his own artificial intelligence company, XAI, that's, by the way, a for-profit company. So again, we'll have to see, but again, over $130 billion at stake here. That's more than GM and Ford combined.
Unbelievable.
Important context. Brian Chung, as always, thank you so much.
And stay right here. As we mentioned, the royals are in New York City today. The historic landmarks King Charles and Queen Camilla are expected to visit, and all the highlights from the state dinner. You're watching Daily.
Rain over the weekend brought some much-needed relief for firefighters in Georgia battling those two massive wildfires that are still raging across the southern part of the state. But Governor Brian Kemp is warning the wildfire conditions are expected to last for quite a while. The fires have already burned through more than 50,000 acres of land, destroying dozens of homes as well. Yesterday, crews said the Brantley County fire is now 32% contained. That is up from just 6% the day before. This comes amid Georgia's worst drought in 2 decades. So far, though, thankfully, no injuries or deaths have been reported.
Fresh off the success of the groundbreaking Artemis II moon mission, NASA is already looking into its next launch. The core rocket for the Artemis III mission arrived at the Kennedy Space Center just yesterday. Officials say it will soon be connected to the engine section and its boat tail. This marks the first time assembly operations are taking place at the Kennedy Space Center. The Artemis III mission is scheduled to launch late next year and will test docking capabilities that would eventually be used to land astronauts on the moon. Meanwhile, the Artemis II crew module arrived back in Florida for post-flight analysis, and the astronauts from that mission are set to meet with President Trump at the White House a bit later on this afternoon.
And following that Artemis II mission earlier this month, the race to get humans into space is moving faster than ever.
Yeah, one Southern California business is aiming to be the first American company to put a commercial space station into orbit. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz got a behind-the-scenes look.
Inside a vast clean room in Long Beach, California, a future orbital space station getting the finishing touches.
Would you like to go inside and see it?
Go inside?
Colin? Yeah,
let's go inside. Oh. There we go. Wow.
This is Haven 1, and while it's a whole lot smaller than the nearly 14,000 cubic foot space station, those who are building it say it's a giant leap in getting more habitable space up into Earth's orbit.
We are a space station builder, and our key goal is to replace the International Space Station and ensure that we have a continuous American presence in orbit.
For the private aerospace company VAST, that means starting with a modular design with the focus on economics and scale rather than expensive specialized systems.
We are doing it in-house, and that allows us to have about 10x the lower cost and about 5x the speed. This was built from raw material.
Like these panels that line the exterior of the space station structure.
To make one structure, we need 35 panels. Each panel has a specific design for handling the loads and the mounting location.
They come to the factory as raw aluminum and are machined here. Max Hote says the completed space station will cost about $150 million. Less if VAST can start building them at scale. And that is a fraction of the more than $100 billion that the International Space Station has cost to date. To put things in perspective, NASA estimates the ISS currently costs $4 billion to operate each year, which would be enough to build 26 of these every 12 months.
It's way too expensive. One of the key goals in transitioning to commercial and retiring the ISS is to have a new model that's much more economically sustainable so that it's much lower cost.
It comes as NASA is retooling for their massive pivot to building a lunar base.
The moon base itself and all the components that go into its assembly will become an extraordinary platform for scientific discovery.
And with the ISS scheduled to be decommissioned in 2030, VAST is hoping to pick up where this storied space station will leave off with a modern twist.
We want this to be a human-centric spacecraft.
Andrew Feustel has been to space 3 times, including spacewalks and a mission to the ISS as commander. He's now lead astronaut at VAST.
These are the sleep quarters.
Wait, these are the beds?
Yeah, 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom.
Oh, man.
They're quite roomy by ISS standards. We call this a common area because we imagine that crew will work together, live together, and do experimental work in here as well. This is our payload wall.
And yes, it's definitely given IKEA Apple Store vibes.
We believe that if you create an environment that sort of connects you back, so these are all soft earth tones that are in here, the concept was if you can feel like you're back on Earth, you may not feel as separated from Earth.
And come early next year,
this isn't Houston. This is Long Beach, California.
Haven 1 is expected to be placed on top of a SpaceX rocket and launched into orbit on a mission to open a new outpost high above our home. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Very cool. All right, what if there was a way to put your dad skills to the test? We're going to take a look at the athletic showdown that is celebrating parenthood. Keep it right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks again for joining us and welcome back. It is 12:30 in Portland, Maine, and right here in New York City, I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. Former Attorney General Pam Bondi will testify on May 29th about the Justice Department's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files. This is according to the House Oversight Committee. Democratic members of that committee also say they're attempting to hold Bondi in contempt of Congress for failing to appear at an earlier deposition. President Trump fired Bondi as Attorney General earlier this month.
The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey says that it will install new tracking equipment on all emergency vehicles at New York's 3 major airports. This, of course, comes after last month's deadly crash between a passenger plane and a fire truck at LaGuardia Airport. Federal investigators recently released a report which found the fire truck that collided with the Air Canada plane was not actually equipped with this tracking technology.
Next month, Japan Airlines will begin testing out Chinese-made humanoid robots to help with baggage handling at Tokyo's Haneda Airport. Leaders of this initiative say they hope it will help ease airport operations amid a surge in tourism and labor shortages.
As we speak, King Charles and Queen Camilla are heading to New York City for day 3 of their royal visit to the United States.
Yeah, in about an hour, the British monarchs will head to the September 11th memorial to meet with families, first responders, and honor the dozens of British nationals who lost their lives.
This comes after King Charles's diplomatic efforts were on full display yesterday amid heightened tensions over the war with Iran. But President Trump directly addressed the conflict during the state banquet at the White House just last night.
We're never going to let that opponent ever. Charles agrees with me even more than I do. We're never going to let that opponent have a nuclear weapon.
NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is live here with the very latest. Aaron, it's great to see you. So President Trump's remarks do seem to be raising some eyebrows across the pond. What's the response there?
Yeah, that's right. His remarks, Charles agrees with me even more than I do on the topic of Iran's nuclear capabilities, definitely creating some headlines on the other side of the pond. You know, there was this concern going into this visit that the king would somehow be pulled into the politics of it all. We know that the U.S. and U.K. are both at odds over the U.K.'s support or lack thereof in the view of President Trump for the Iran war effort. Then those remarks, we are hearing from Buckingham Palace released a statement from a spokesperson. Let me pull it up and read it to you. The king is naturally mindful of his government's long-standing and well-known position on the prevention of nuclear proliferation. It is worth noting that King Charles did not mention Iran once in his address to that joint meeting of Congress yesterday. Nevertheless, it is worth noting just how much pomp and circumstance and the red carpet that was rolled out by the White House for the king. The aim of this visit, of course, was to strengthen those transatlantic ties.
But of course, with the context that the king is not supposed to talk about politics, right? Like that's the underlying, overt thing. And so the question was, would this sort of be symbolic in any way of perhaps a political stance? Even the fact that he went to speak in front of Congress, which is an inherently political environment, right?
Exactly. And when it comes to the royals, what is said in private is thought to have to remain in private. The president seemingly yesterday breaking with that tradition. But in terms of what to expect today, all eyes will be on the king and queen once again here in New York City. They'll be visiting the 9/11 memorial ahead of the 25th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. It's worth noting that 67 British nationals lost their lives that day. It was something that the king addressed directly in his speech to Congress yesterday. Take a listen.
In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together.
He also explicitly mentioned Ukraine and the need to support Ukraine. We heard from President Zelensky thank the king on X in a post saying this is exactly what is needed to bring dignified and lasting peace to Ukraine and all of Europe.
Erin McLaughlin, thank you so much. Excellent reporting.
Thank you, Erin. Well, today in Los Angeles, Nick Reiner is expected to appear in court for a hearing tied to charges that he allegedly murdered both his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner.
That Hollywood couple found stabbed to death inside their home back in December. Reiner has been held in jail without bail after pleading not guilty earlier this year. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz is following this hearing for us. Liz, there are no cameras inside this particular federal courtroom today. So what do we expect to happen during this hearing?
Yeah, well, this is really a preliminary hearing. Hey, guys, good morning. It's a preliminary hearing right now. No trial date has been set yet, but today could give us an indication of when a trial could begin. We're likely going to hear from the judge. He's expected to decide whether there's enough evidence to go to trial. It also might be that the defense asks for more time to review the evidence. But if both sides agree and all parties agree, it could be that they set a date for a pre-trial hearing. And like you said, unlike the arraignment in February, which is the last time we saw Nick Reiner in court, he pled not guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder at that hearing. There were cameras in the courtroom. This time there will not be, so we are relying on our colleagues that are there in the courtroom, updating us with pen and paper notes only. And as of now, it appears that this hearing has not yet begun, meaning it's running about an hour behind at this point.
Liz, this is all happening just shortly after one of Nick's siblings spoke out about their parents' murder. What did Jake Reiner say?
Yeah, Jake Reiner is Nick Reiner's older brother, and he penned a really emotional essay on Substack, writing about the night he learned of the murders. He said, "My world as I knew it had collapsed. I was in a trance." And then he went on just to describe how painful it's been to not only lose both of his parents, but he said, nothing compares to losing both of them at the same time. And on top of that, having your brother be at the center of it, it is almost too impossible to process. He said that his younger sister, Romy, will have her own story to share at a later time. We should note that neither of Nick Reiner's 2 siblings have showed up at any of these court proceedings yet. We don't expect them to be there today either.
Liz Kreutz, live in Los Angeles. Liz, thank you so much.
Employee benefits are getting axed at several companies, and Deloitte and Zoom are just the latest businesses to follow suit. In fact, according to a recent report from Business Insider, Zoom is reducing its paid parental leave.
Birthing parents now get just 18 weeks of paid parental leave instead of the 22 to 24 weeks that the company previously allotted. And the report says Deloitte is also cutting down its parental leave benefits for some workers, as well as other perks like annual paid time off, pension plans, and IVF funding. Joining us now to break all of it down, we've got NBC News business and economy reporter Ali Canal and NBC News legal analyst Angela Sanadella. Ladies, so happy that you're both here. Let me start with you, Ali. This is not great news, right? What are companies saying about scaling back these benefits, and is this part of a wider trend that we're going to see?
Well, I think this speaks to the flip of the dynamic that we're seeing within the labor market right now. Now, this is normal. It tends to happen as business cycles evolve. So remember, post-pandemic, 2021, 2022, there was something called the Great Resignation, where a lot of the power was with the employees.
Yes.
They were able to easily hop from job to job. Now we're seeing the reverse. And I did get the chance to speak with one economist, Elise Gould from the Economic Policy Institute. She spoke a little bit more about this dynamic. Take a listen.
What we're seeing is a bit of a weaker labor market. Even though the overall unemployment rate remains at 4.3%, I think workers have a little bit less leverage, and employers are looking at different margins to try to cut costs.
Now, she did tell me that she doesn't see this as a widespread trend. She thinks Deloitte, Zoom, they're isolated instances, but these are big companies, recognizable brands. I reached out to both of them. In a statement, Zoom told us in part it's committed to employee well-being and providing support for new parents, and that it frequently reviews its benefits to ensure that it lines up with the marketplace. Now, meanwhile, Deloitte had a very similar type of statement saying that they also regularly update their benefits to, again, better align with the marketplace. So that's seems to be the through line that these companies are really hanging their hats on.
Yeah.
Angela, are you buying that this isn't isolated? Because I have to say, as a woman who is 9 months pregnant and in the middle of navigating employee benefits, this sounds kind of like a scary thing. Are there any employee benefits that are legally protected?
Yeah, there are. There's mandated employee benefits from a federal and also at a state level. Things like unpaid, though, parental leave if the company's above a certain size, things like Social Security or workers' comp. But yeah, it is really just a patchwork, and there are not great protections for working mothers in this way.
Oh, well, Allie, is there anything workers can do then?
Well, you can form unions, you can walk off the job, some sort of resistance against these things. These are what the experts tell me. But I think for a lot of workers, the benefits, they're not just nice to have anymore. These are essential when it comes to them choosing jobs or choosing to leave jobs. And there's also an economic ripple effect here because 100%. If on a national level, we don't have a standardized paid parental leave policy or affordable childcare. Right. You remove some of those access points, and it's really difficult for parents to work, particularly women, and then that potentially could lower the labor force participation rate and drag on economic growth. So there are much bigger implications here.
And we know that it's not just women who bear the brunt of that, it's women of color who bear the brunt of that, but it also is a question of equality in terms of which employees are even getting the benefits, these benefits in the first place, right? So, Angela, what should a company at least legally consider before deciding to cut a benefit like this?
So look, usually it's a business decision, right? And these companies are just trying to see whether or not the cost per employee are creeping up uncomfortably close to the revenue those employees are bringing in. But I think because there aren't a lot of standard legal protections, business-wise, it becomes, if we are then reducing the productivity of these employees, if we're not incentivizing them to work harder, sometimes that difference between revenue and cost is much smaller than these employers realize.
You know, what kind of protections legally are in place for employees in that situation? Do contracts help protect the employee?
Yes, so contracts can always help. In fact, even offer letters have been found in courts to be binding if they offer certain promises. But that said, if you look at the fine print in your contract, it usually also says things like benefits can be revoked at the discretion of the company at any time. So you really have to look at your contract, and I advise to talk to an employment lawyer.
Absolutely.
Great advice. Allie Canal for us, as well as Angela Sanadella. Thank you both so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, ladies. Well, star of Punky Brewster and Sabrina the Teenage Witch, Soleil Moon Frye, will join us live right here on set to discuss her new documentary short film, why she's throwing it back to the 90s to help highlight children's mental health. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Great.
A powerful new campaign is raising awareness about kids and mental health. Actor and filmmaker Soleil Moon Frye, best known for her role in the 80s TV classic Punky Brewster, teamed up with the Kids Mental Health Foundation to help normalize dialogue around mental health issues impacting children and their families.
Now, this initiative includes a PSA and documentary short featuring the voices of celebrities and athletes who are opening up about their own struggles. The goal is to break the stigma and connect our kids with support. Listen to this.
I grew up with very severe anxiety. I was very concerned with what's wrong with me. There has to be something wrong with me.
I ended up having a panic attack. That was the red flag. I need to start asking for help.
Soleil Moon Frye, actor and filmmaker, joins us now. Soleil, this is such an important topic, and I want to ask about your personal reasons for choosing to join this campaign and really the message that you wanted to send.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I am so honored to be here, and here we are about to kick off Mental Health Awareness Month, and I'm so honored to be a part of this incredible foundation and this amazing journey and this short documentary and PSA. I'm so proud. I've been working with the Kids Mental Health Foundation since meeting them through my dear friend, Angel Carter Conrad, who's amazing, when we made the Carters. And I fell in love with the incredible work they're doing to really create meaningful conversations and offer resources to families. And it's just been a truly magnificent journey.
Soleil, I think they're so lucky to have you because you are such a recognizable figure. You've been like a staple in so many of our minds since the 80s. And you have your own personal experience growing up as a child actor in the spotlight. That must have come with some challenges. How did you deal with it back then?
You know, I've always had such an amazing family. And with the journey of making Kid 90, you know, I had made all these, you know, I documented my entire life growing up, then I put all the videos away. And I realized in looking back at those teen years that not only that I had so many insecurities, but so many of my friends were suffering in silence. It's like we were all going through so many of the same things, but we didn't always talk about it. And so through that journey, I really wanted to share stories and create meaningful conversations around topics that are so important for us to talk about and destigmatize.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, being a kid is hard, being a teenager is hard,
Right?
being a working child or teenager is I can only imagine, very hard. Do you think that today things have changed? Do you think that Hollywood is doing enough to support child actors?
You know, I think we've come a long way, and I think we have so much further to go. I don't think we've begun to really scratch the surface of what's happening with social media, with our kids and devices in front of them, and how anyone can essentially hide behind a screen and say awful things. And I think so many of us go through that as parents, and to not feel so alone, to know there's a place like Kids Mental Health Foundation that they can go to and get the resources they need, and for us to really have these dialogues. The fact that you guys have me here right now to have this conversation means so much, and it means that we are coming a long way and that we can keep going further and further and have these conversations.
Yeah, tell us about your own kids and how you are communicating this message with them, especially in this age of social media, you know, comparing and despairing, all of the challenges they're growing up with now that we didn't have.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, I am just doing my best with the tools I have, you know, and I turn towards the cards that the Kids Mental Health Foundation has a lot. We have conversations around the dinner table with them. But really, we have open dialogues, and I'll be honest, like, this week we went through it. You know, there was different things going on at the home front, and other weeks, you know, it's like, okay, I got this. You know, some days I'm like, yes, super mom, and then other days I'm like, oh, what am I doing? You know, but I think that is the reality of parenting. That's the reality of being a human being. But we don't have to feel shame. We don't have to feel so alone. You know, and so I'm doing my best. But my kids are my biggest teachers. I mean, I'm learning from them constantly. But we have these check-ins, you know, and we have family dinners and we talk about things, and I think it's made the roller coaster of this incredible journey in life a lot stronger because we have those open dialogues.
Soleil, we only have 20 seconds left. One resource or piece of advice you would give other families navigating this?
This, coming together, checking in on each other, saying, how are you today? And really, listening and taking it in. And of course, they can go to kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to
Wonderful.
Soleil Moon-Frey, we're so happy to have you
so much.
on
And please
NBC
check
News.
out the documentary.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Stay here.
Thank you so
You're
much.
watching NBC News Daily.
Thank
So we often talk about mom groups or mom meetups, but what about dads? A group of DC dads found a way to get together while also channeling their inner athlete and test their parenting skills.
Yeah, the Dad Games. It is a competition where fathers go head-to-head, completing challenges like diaper changing and packing one-trip grocery bags. Today's Craig Melvin takes us to the athletic showdown and even tries it out himself.
On your mark, get set, go!
These dads are in it to win it. In an athletic showdown they call the Dad Games.
He might have it, even with the penalty.
But instead of traditional sports, they focus on what dads do best.
Are you a trash can basketball Steph Curry?
Yes.
Are you a diaper change all-star? We thought, like, how about we bring some of these private things that we take great pride in out to the forefront?
Joshua Dubois, a DC dad of 3, dreamt up the idea with a group of friends.
I knew a bunch of dudes who were going through some complex times, right? They had job losses that folks were experiencing, complicated family struggles, and, we could have a panel or we could do something that brought people joy.
The joy-filled games were born. After a few smaller showings, it became clear just how many guys craved a dose of friendly competition.
It's a movement. I had no idea if anybody was going to show up for this thing. We had over 1,000 people there.
1,000 people. And to be clear, this isn't just for dads. Like, when people come, they bring their spouses, they bring their kids.
My kids are the referees, along with other kids in the community. We got dads, we got moms, we got kids, we got granddads, we got same-sex couples, we got everybody.
Sure, dads may walk away with a trophy, but Joshua hopes players take home something deeper.
The goal is to create community among fathers so that guys don't have to walk through life alone. A lot of guys feel isolated these days.
And what's been the response from folks who come out?
A guy came up to me and said, I needed that. That was the best day I've had all year.
And honestly, the games to me is the smallest part of it. It's meeting dads that I otherwise would never be exposed to, realizing how much commonality is between us.
We can sweat, we can, talk a little bit of trash to each other, and then at the end of the day, rely on each other.
Well, it was time to put my dad skills to the test.
You want to do this
I'm
thing?
in.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm in. Let's go. My competitors, 3 fellow fathers, Richard, Pedro, and Scott. First up, the diaper change derby.
First, you're going to take an infant diaper. You're going to apply the infant diaper to the baby doll. Get set, go. All right.
I just did this morning.
Sorry, guys. It was great hanging out.
Oh, no. Admittedly, I was a bit rusty.
Arms and the feet. I don't deserve to win. I don't deserve to win. And great. What? All righty.
Pedro taking an early lead. Our next task, the dad joke battle with some very special judges. There were some hits.
What's the difference between a teacher and a train? One says, spit out your gum. The other says, chew, 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 chew.
And some misses.
Did you guys buy your tickets to the gun show? Kaboom! Kaboom! That was cringe! That was very cringe!
I may have sweetened the deal a bit for the judges.
I also have brought $1 for each of you. I checked the rule book, not against the rules. 26 letters in the alphabet. I only know 25. I don't know why.
Craig Melvin is our dad joke.
Redemption! Redemption!
It was a tie game going into the final matchup for the one-trip grocery bag challenge. A play on any guy's mission to help bring the grocery haul inside as quickly as possible. Boom! In a stunning twist, due to a technicality,
Did you get the water?
No. My clear victory was under review, leading to an unprecedented tied result.
However, he is the Dad Games champion of our heart. Oh! Yeah. Melvin, baby. Craig Melvin. Craig Melvin.
Let me put myself together. I want to thank the Academy.
Yes, yes.
And I want to thank all the great dads out there. This is going to go on my man. Craig Melvin, NBC News.
He's a champ for sure.
All the great dads out there. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Keep it right here. You're watching NBC News Daily. And a reminder, you can always watch us free on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and of course Peacock. Also the Pluto TV and the Fubo, Morgan.
That's right. All of them. Did you say Fire TV? You got it. Oh, here we go. right, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, April 29th. Monarch in Manhattan. King Charles is in New York City after his historic address to Congress in the nation's capital. The visit he's making to the 9/11 memorial right now. And what else is on his schedule?
Breaking news out of London, where authorities say 2 Jewish men were stabbed in a terror attack. The details just in about the suspect.
Decision day. We are waiting to hear if the Federal Reserve will change interest rates and what could be Jerome Powell's last meeting as Fed chair. How all of this could impact your wallet as Americans face more pain at the pump.
To the rescue, heart-stopping video shows the moment a bus driver suffered a medical emergency behind the wheel. The quick-thinking middle schoolers who jumped in to save their classmates.
It is our pleasure to welcome you here to NBC News Daily, where we start in New York City for the 3rd day of King Charles and Queen Camilla's royal visit to the United States.
Right now, the British monarchs are paying their respects at the 9/11 memorial. The couple is expected to speak with victims' families, first responders, and to honor the dozens of British nationals who lost their lives.
All of this comes after the King's trip to Washington, D.C. yesterday, where he stressed the importance of a strong transatlantic alliance in a historic speech to Congress.
NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is here with the very latest. Aaron, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani is also set to meet with the royals. What are we expecting for their big day here in the Big Apple?
Well, the centerpiece of this visit is what you're seeing right now unfold there at the 9/11 memorial. If we can pull up some of those live pictures, the King and Queen paying their respects ahead of the 25th anniversary of the 9/11 attack. 67 British nationals lost their lives that tragic day, almost 25 years ago. They're here to meet with first responders as well as the families of the victims. And Prince Charles referenced 9/11 and the attacks on 9/11, the fact that it was the first time in NATO history that Article 5 was invoked in the wake of the 9/11 attacks. He referenced that as something that underscores the bonds between the United States and the UK. Take a listen to what he had to say in that joint meeting with Congress yesterday.
In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together.
And he also draws a through line between that time and what's happening right now in Europe with the Russian invasion of Ukraine and that ongoing war, particularly poignant because all of this is happening at a time when the U.S. has largely frozen aid to Ukraine. So King Charles using this as an opportunity to emphasize that support for Ukraine at this critical time. To that effect, we heard from President Zelensky posting on X this morning, thanking the king for that support, saying, quote, "This is exactly what is needed to bring dignified and lasting peace to Ukraine and all of Europe." So following this visit to the 9/11 memorial, there are other items on the agenda, including a visit by the Queen to the New York Public Library for a literary event, as well as a trade event. Both are set to attend later in the evening here in New York.
You mentioned Ukraine. What about Iran? Because this was supposed to be a diplomatic visit, not an explicitly political one. And yet the president named the conflict pretty explicitly last night. Let's take a listen.
We're never going to let that opponent ever. Charles agrees with me even more than I do. We're never going to let that opponent have a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so those comments are, raising some eyebrows here and abroad. What's Buckingham Palace saying?
Yeah, well, they're raising eyebrows because the British government and the U.S. government are at odds over the approach to the Iran war. President Trump has been very explicit, criticizing Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, for not doing enough to support the U.S. in the Iran war effort. It is interesting, King Charles, in all of his addresses, has steered clear of mentioning Iran explicitly. Buckingham Palace, in response to the president's remarks last night, releasing a statement saying the king is naturally mindful of his government's longstanding and well-known position on the prevention of nuclear proliferation.
Erin McLaughlin, excellent reporting as this visit is currently underway right here in New York City. We appreciate it.
Erin, thank you. Now to a major ruling at the Supreme Court today that challenges parts of the landmark Voting Rights Act. The justices struck down Louisiana's congressional map, saying it was an unconstitutional gerrymander.
At the heart of the issue here, the state's second majority black district. The conservative justices argue the district relied too heavily on race. NBC News legal affairs reporter Gary Grunback joins us live. Gary, first, I want you to just sort of lay out the dynamics of why this is important in Louisiana, how many, what the percentage of black people is in the state. I mean, because the Supreme Court is ruling today that this could open the door for Republican-led states to eliminate black and Latino electoral districts that tend to favor Democrats. So what does that mean for the balance of power in Congress?
There are a lot of questions that are raised by this Supreme Court decision and a lot of implications that are going to be wide-ranging and as Justice Kagan said today, grave implications. First, short term, we're talking about primaries that are coming up. The Louisiana primary, which now the map needs to be redrawn for, is May 16th. So they have 2 weeks to figure out what they're going to do. They'll likely just probably postpone that primary until earlier in the summer. But there's also other states that are going to have primaries where this is going to be a really significant issue as well. And state legislatures are going to need to figure out what they do here. Longer term, we're talking about, in terms of years and decades to come, what this sort of dismantling of the Voting Rights Act actually means could potentially be the fact that there's going to be less minorities in Congress, less minorities in elected position representing the people.
Gary, the timing of all of it just comes one day after Virginia's Supreme Court paused efforts to redraw the congressional districts there. So how does this Supreme Court ruling now potentially affect elections nationwide?
Well, it's going to affect elections nationwide, especially in some of these Democratic-led states like Virginia, because it was the Democrats here in Virginia that were trying to make this a new map that was going to create 10 Democratic seats and 1 Republican seat here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. But as you remember, the Voting Rights Act back in 1965 was put in place to stop map drawing that would discriminate against the basis of race or color. Justice Alito, real quick, writing in his opinion, says he's allowing race to play any part in government decision-making that represents a departure from the constitutional rule in almost any other context. So that's what Justice Alito had to say today.
All right, Gary Grunback reporting live for us today. Gary, thank you.
Well, staying in D.C., Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is currently on Capitol Hill pushing for an increase in military spending, while the Pentagon's chief financial officer just confirmed that the war with Iran has already cost $25 billion. Hegseth still argues next year's budget should grow to $1.5 trillion. During his testimony, Hegseth touted the military's actions in the Middle East as an incredible success and called congressional Democrats the, quote, biggest adversary we face. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now from her post. Julie, this is actually the first time that Hegseth has formally spoken to Congress since the start of the war. And today he defended President Trump's decision to attack Iran when Democrats were just, asking why. Why now? Why did you choose to do this? What did he say?
Yeah, and he did defend the administration's decision to engage in the military operation, Morgan, at the end of February. Remember, this hearing, as you laid out, is really the first time that Hegseth and General Kaine are in this kind of environment, not on their own turf, but facing lawmakers as they pass day 60 of this war that is important as relates to the War Powers Act. And certainly it is time in the minds of lawmakers, not just Democrats, by the way, but also many Republicans I've talked to, for the administration to be clear with their objectives. Watch what Hegseth had to say, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Are you afraid to take ownership of this? Do you think it was a good idea or not?
As I've consulted the president, do I think it's a good idea to confront a nuclear bomb
to start this
in the
war?
hands of the? Imagine what the world would look like right now if Iran had a nuclear weapon.
How is this war going? Do you think we're winning?
Militarily on the battlefield, it's been an astounding military success.
No, but are we winning the war?
And of course, that is similar rhetoric that we've heard from the president when he said how successful the U.S. has been, that Iran's leadership has been capitulated fully. But certainly we know that this war is not ending anytime soon. The hearing with Hegseth is now in a recess. It's going to resume, and certainly lawmakers are going to continue to press him about those objectives as Hegseth tries to justify more military spending for this war.
And I was just watching earlier today when this alert came through about this whopping $25 billion price tag. I mean, given that quantity, a staggering quantity at this time, why does Hegseth say that we still need to add to our military's budget?
Yeah, and they did pass additional funding, Morgan, back in the One Big Beautiful Bill over the summer. But this year's budget request from the Pentagon is so much more, $1.5 trillion. Of course, lawmakers are used to appropriating large amounts of money for the Defense Department. It is the agency that has the most funding, most taxpayer dollars. But when you talk about that $25 billion number, I talked to Congressman Adam Smith, who is the top Democrat on the panel. He's the one who had that exchange that yielded that answer. And he told me he doesn't even think that's accurate. He thinks it's more than $25 billion because he doesn't believe that number accounts for all of the equipment and weaponry that the U.S. has lost so far in these 60 days of the war. So a lot more questions for Democrats to have answered, certainly for Republicans as well. This isn't Hegseth's last time on the Hill, even this week. He's going to return tomorrow for a hearing before the Senate Armed Services Committee, and I expect those questions to mirror what we heard today.
Yeah, really important questions and timely. Julie Sirkenforth there from her post in Capitol Hill. Thanks so much, Julie.
Well, Morgan, we are less than an hour away from the Federal Reserve announcing whether it will cut interest rates. While the Fed is likely to keep rates steady, today's announcement could really give us some insight into Chair Jerome Powell's plans for the future and whether he will give up his seat on the Fed board when his term expires next month. A key Senate committee voted earlier this morning to advance President Trump's nominee to replace Powell. Today's Fed meeting comes as gas prices hit a new record for the year. The average price of gas up more than 40% since the start of the Iran war, with the national average reaching $4.23 a gallon today, according to AAA. NBC News chief business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now from the Federal Reserve. It's good to see you, Christine. So, today could be Jay Powell's last meeting as chair. What are we expecting to hear from him?
Hi, Vicki. This will be his last time presiding as chair for the Federal Open Market Committee meeting, the people who decide what to do with interest rates after 8 years as the chairman of the Fed. So there's a little bit of succession drama that we'll be watching here. This is a tricky point for the Fed. We're going to be asking and seeing if it sort of shifts what it's indicating about the economy. For a long time, people have been expecting maybe another rate cut down the road here, but potentially maybe the Fed signals today that you could see a rate hike just as easily as you could see a rate cut, given all of the uncertainties in the American economy. So, again, looks like the Fed chief, after a lot of drama about succession, we're expecting this is probably his last time presiding over this meeting and this press conference.
And, Christine, you were just here on set with us yesterday. We were talking about rising oil costs, pushing gas prices up. Now the UAE announcing it's going to leave OPEC Friday, 2 days from now. How long is it going to take before that move potentially brings down prices at the pump here?
Well, the Strait of Hormuz is still essentially closed. So if you pump more oil and you can't get it anywhere, it doesn't really help lower oil prices. And you're seeing oil prices rising again today. You showed the price at the pump for almost $4.23. And we're talking to experts who say if you have some sort of a brinkmanship, a standoff between the U.S. and Iran, and you don't get oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz, essentially you will see energy prices continue to rise. So all of these things we'll talk to the Fed chief about later today to see how does that factor in what the Fed does next with interest rates here.
All right, Christine Romans reporting live from Washington, D.C. for us. Christine, thank you.
And stay right here. Nick Reiner appearing in court today for the murders of his famous parents, Rob and Michelle. What the judge could decide during this hearing.
Plus, former FBI Director James Comey turning himself in after he was indicted again by the DOJ. His response to accusations about a seashell photo at the center of the case. You're watching NBC News Daily. Nick Reiner is back in court today to learn whether he will go to trial for allegedly murdering both of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner.
The Hollywood couple was found stabbed to death in their home back in December. Reiner was last seen in court in February when he pled not guilty to first-degree murder. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz is following the latest on this case for us. Liz, what do we expect to actually happen in this preliminary hearing? Is the death penalty still on the table?
Yeah, hey guys, so the death penalty is technically still on the table in this case, but California has a moratorium on the death penalty, so even though he could be sentenced to death, it's unclear if that would ever happen or what process would be there, but it is on the table. As far as this hearing, I will say we're dealing with a delay. It's a preliminary hearing, but it was supposed to start nearly 2 hours ago. It has yet to start. It's unclear why. We're trying to get some answers on what could be holding this up. And it's all part of the process. This is a pre-trial hearing. The judge is expected to kind of look at the evidence, make sure everything's there and okay to go to trial. The defense could potentially argue they need more time to look at the evidence. But if all parties agree, then they could set a date for a pre-trial hearing today.
Liz, do we know if any of Reiner's siblings are expected to be at this hearing? We understand his brother did speak out about this case earlier this week.
Yeah, as of now, no, we do not believe that the family is there, and they have not attended any of the previous court proceedings. But we did hear from Nick Reiner's older brother, Jake Reiner, in a really emotional essay that he posted last week, for the first time opening up about the pain that he's experienced because of this loss. He described how he was in a trance the night he learned of the murders, and he went on to say that I was robbed of so many things that day. My parents won't be at my wedding. They won't get to hold my future grandchildren. And he said any loss of a parent is devastating, but really nothing compares to losing both of them in this horrific way, with his brother being at the center of it. And he said that his younger sister, Romy, that she will share her own story at a future time. Yes.
I'm curious, Liz, what happens after this hearing, but also how the Hollywood community is reacting, because they were so vocal in their support of this family. I mean, when we first learned of this news, I'm curious how they're reacting to now the legal process.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been crowds of people outside of the courtroom interested, intrigued in this case. And I think we've just continued to hear, especially through the awards season over the past few months, the Oscars, the Golden Globes, just really beautiful tributes to Rob Reiner. And then, of course, his wife, Michelle, who was also beloved. And so, you know, we're just still the community here mourning the loss.
San Francisco's famous sea lions are getting used to a massive new neighbor. Meet Chonkers, the 2,000-pound Steller sea lion that's taking over Pier 39.
I mean, with a name like that, how could you not love him? Now, viral video shows Chonkers jumping out of the water, knocking all of the other sea lions back in. Sergio Quintana from NBC Bay Area shows us the crowd of spectators Chonkers is drawing.
On this sunny Tuesday, the sea lions are putting on their usual show for the droves of tourists who've come by to Pier 39 to check them out. But a few people here have seen the newest, biggest star of this gathering. Linda Helkin is one of those people.
It was massive. Just laying there, and I didn't have a care in the world. Moved around a little bit and laid down again.
She's talking about Chonkers. That's what someone on social media has dubbed him.
The large male California sea lions that gather out here at Pier 39 usually weigh between 800 and 1,000 pounds, but Steller sea lions, that's what Chonkers is, they're about double the size. They estimate that he weighs about 2,000 pounds.
According to the Pier 39 harbor masters, he's come to visit occasionally over the last few years.
He always comes to K-Dock. It's always, one haul out, couple of days, same pattern. But this time he's arrived and stayed for a month. And he brought a friend for a couple of days, another juvenile Steller.
But this month-long residency has made him a bit of a star here. Pier 39's Sheila Chandor says he's likely here now because the bay has plenty to feed on.
Right now, the fact that he's staying this long, I think, means that there's a lot of food source close by to where we are. And it's a good sign, it means the bay's healthy, we've got plenty of fish around.
The worders got out that Chonkers is a sight to see. Doug and Tasha Veal are visiting from Maryland and hoped to get a look after reading an article about him.
He's huge. And I'm guessing loud.
According to the Pier 39 harbor masters, the best time to get a look at him is in the mornings till about 9:30 and in the afternoons and evenings. In the middle of the day, Chonkers is usually out in the bay fishing. At Pier 39 in San Francisco, Sergio Quintana, NBC Bay Area News.
Our thanks to Sergio. All right, it's time for our Money Minute. Home building activity in the U.S. picked up in March, marking the most residential construction that we have seen in more than a year, according to the Census Bureau.
Yeah, now housing starts went up nearly 11% in March compared to a 3% decline that we saw in February. NBC News business and economy reporter Emily Lorsch joins us with more. What do these numbers actually tell us, Em?
So these are indicators that track the health of the housing market, and this data was actually delayed because of the government shutdown. Now, a housing starts when construction starts on a new residential building. So we're seeing a massive spike in March, even though there's been a lot of economic uncertainty. However, there are signs of caution again, with the number of permits for future projects dropping and hitting the lowest it has since last summer. Now, on the roads, General Motors is updating 4 million cars that currently have Google Gemini to now include an AI assistant. That's for some 2022 and newer models. The automaker says it will let people talk back and forth with the assistant in a conversational way and also ask about things like music, directions, and even some random facts while driving. And in Europe, regulators are raising concern about how Meta is keeping younger users safe. The European Commission says early findings show that the tech giant isn't doing enough to stop minors from joining its platforms despite age restrictions. Meta disputes the Commission's claim that 10% of users are younger than 13. The company tells NBC News that it's clear that its platforms are for those 13 and older and that it has measures to remove accounts for anyone who is younger than that age. And as we get excited for the upcoming games, Adidas is bringing World Cup style to pets. The company has introduced a new line of animal-sized jerseys inspired by the national team kits for this year's tournament. The collection includes designs representing Argentina, Mexico, Japan, and Colombia, and they are all available starting on Friday. Guys, I think also with the free, watch parties in New York City here, we'll see about a lot of people matching.
Are you going to get one for your pet? What's your pet's name? Are you going to get one for Moose?
I'm not sure well, obviously it's Team USA, but yeah, actually that's not a bad
Moose
idea.
has options.
I have to get one for yourself, one for Moose. You match, you take photos, put it on Instagram.
Adidas is getting so much love with the marathon shoes.
The shoes
and
we
the
talked about.
Yeah, there's a lot of
market. They're meeting the moment.
They are. Emily Lorsch, thank you so much, Em. Appreciate it.
After 20 years of waiting, your favorite characters from The Devil Wears Prada, guess what? They're back. The cast talks to Jenna Bush Hager about what to expect from the highly anticipated sequel in just a moment. Stay here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Welcome back this Wednesday. It is 12:30 in St. Louis, Missouri, and 1:30 in Richmond, Virginia. We're so glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news. Elon Musk is back on the stand today for more testimony in his lawsuit against OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. Musk co-founded the company with Altman back in 2015 and then left the board in 2018. He's suing to stop it from becoming a for-profit company. Attorneys for OpenAI told the court this is all about harming a competitor as Musk builds his own AI company.
Severe thunderstorms swept through Texas yesterday, damaging multiple homes and businesses and leaving behind a trail of debris. A local state of disaster was declared in the small city of Mineral Wells, 45 minutes west of Fort Worth. At least 2 people were taken to the hospital.
A new video out of Mississippi shows the scary moments when middle school students jumped into action after their bus driver suffered a medical emergency behind the wheel. The driver passed out and several students worked together to steer and put on the brake. Then other students called paramedics. The school district praised the students for acting quickly to stop the bus.
Really remarkable and fast acting. We are following breaking news out of London, where police are investigating the stabbing of 2 Jewish men as an act of terror. This happened just before 11 a.m. local time in a neighborhood with a large Jewish population. According to the police chief, the suspect also tried to attack responding officers who tased the man in response.
The incident comes amid a growing number of attacks against the Jewish community in the UK. London's mayor said he's appalled.
Over the last few weeks, we've seen places of worship attacked because they are Jewish, buildings attacked because they are Jewish, Londoners attacked because they are Jewish. It is incredibly important that those of us that aren't Jewish show allyship and support to our Jewish brothers and sisters.
NBC News correspondent Danielle Hamamdjian joins us now from London. Danielle, police say the suspect has a history of violence, mental health issues. What else did we learn about the suspect and today's attack?
Hey, Morgan. Well, this is Golders Green, a suburb in northwest London. 16,000 people live here. Half of them are British Jews, so home to a big community of Jews. And 2 of them, 2 men, earlier today were stabbed in broad daylight just up the road from behind me. And you can still see a heavy police presence. Now, it happened, as you say, around 11 a.m. 2 men, one in his 70s, the other in his 30s, are now in hospital being treated for injuries. We can see there is video circulating of the exact moment one of the men was stabbed. Police now say that the suspect refused to show his hands to the unarmed police officers who rushed to the scene. They feared he was carrying an explosive device, and so they tasered the suspect before arresting him. A 45-year-old man, they say, with a history of serious violence and mental health issues. Police have now declared this a terrorist incident. They are investigating now whether or not he was deliberately targeting the Jewish community. The man has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder, and he remains in custody. Now, of course, we've been talking a lot about His Majesty the King, who is in New York, attending various engagements, but he is now, of course, following events here in northwest London, and he's put out through a spokesperson at the palace this statement saying that he is deeply concerned in particular about the impact for the Jewish community. His thoughts, he says, and prayers are with the 2 individuals who were injured, and offers his heartfelt gratitude to those who so selflessly rushed to their aid. Morgan?
Danielle Hamamdjian, we appreciate it. Thank you. Well, ABC and its parent company Disney are back under scrutiny after the FCC ordered its owned and operated TV stations to file early license renewals. FCC Chair Brendan Carr suggested the action was tied to a year-long investigation into Disney's diversity, equity, and inclusion practices. But a source is telling NBC News that it was all fast-tracked after Jimmy Kimmel's recent joke about First Lady Melania Trump.
A spokesperson for Disney released a statement saying, "We are confident that record demonstrates our continued qualifications as licensees under the Communications Act and the First Amendment." NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas joins us now. Chloe, walk us through the possible outcomes here, but also how are lawmakers responding to all this?
Sure. So first of all, lawmakers are not happy, and I want to read you a little bit of what people have to say. So the FCC Commissioner
Commissioner Ana Gomez saying in a statement that this is unprecedented, unlawful, and going nowhere, that it is a political stunt and it won't stick. I also want to tell you what Senator Ted Cruz had to say. He said it's not the government's job to censor speech, and I do not believe the FCC should operate as the speech police. Here's the thing. These 8 owned and operated stations that are being called for these early license renewals, they have 30 days to file these applications. And then you're going to see a lot of motions going back and forth. So what does this all mean? It could take years, you guys, for this to all play out in the court system. And ultimately, if in the very slim chance, because I've talked to so many different FCC analysts and people who used to work for the FCC, if it happened that these licenses were not renewed, Disney could appeal that decision, and then you would see it play out in the court system a little bit longer, and these broadcast stations can still air the entire time that this is going on.
Okay.
So it could take a long time before there's any sort of a decision here. Perhaps it is the FCC just trying to mucky things up for Disney and cause a lot of paper and litigation for them on behalf of the Trump administration, but there's nothing to back that up, but that is what some people think is going on.
But it's business as usual for viewers. They're still going to get Disney stations, they're going to get that programming.
They still are.
All right, Chloe Moss, as always, thank you so much.
We also have breaking news here at home. Just minutes ago, former FBI Director James Comey made his initial appearance at the federal courthouse in Alexandria, Virginia. We did not see him on camera, and he did not make a plea since his arraignment technically needs to take place in North Carolina, which is where he was charged.
Comey was indicted by the Justice Department yesterday. He's accused of threatening the life of President Trump. Last May, Comey posted this photo on Instagram of seashells that were arranged to spell 8647. The Department of Justice claims that those numbers were a call to kill Trump, but Comey has vehemently denied any ill intent. NBC News Chief Justice and National Affairs correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now from the D.C. Bureau. So, Kelly, explain what 8647 can be interpreted to mean, and tell us more about what happened at this court appearance with James Comey.
Well, the 47 is easy. He's the 47th president. And the 86 goes back to nearly 100-year-old slang that is interpreted to mean things like get rid of, cancel. And it's been used over the years in different connotations. And some apparently think it means get rid of in the sense of taking a person's life. It is slang, and it has long been thought that. James Comey said he didn't know it was associated with violence. He said so right after it was posted, and there was backlash, commentary and criticism aimed his way. So today he appeared at an Alexandria federal courthouse. As you indicated, this charge is in North Carolina. Why? Because that's where he was on vacation when he took that beach walk and saw the seashells on the sand. I'm told he did not place them that way. He simply saw them there and commented, and that gave the Department of Justice the location from which this case will be prosecuted. It is a threat against the president, which is tough because it includes the importance of intent, knowingly, willfully threatening the life of the president. And then the second charge has to do with transmitting that threat across state lines. And because he used social media, it goes everywhere in the world.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell reporting live. Thank you, Kelly.
We are going to make a sharp right turn and talk about dating. New survey shows that young people are going on fewer dates because of how expensive they're becoming. There's a survey by the Bank of Montreal that says millennials and Gen Z now spend an average of $252 on a night out, marking a pretty big increase from just the year before.
Nearly half of young people surveyed say the price is even getting in the way of their financial goals, which is causing many people to cut back on date nights or to choose lower-cost options like a hike or a picnic. Senior reporter at Yahoo Finance, Brooke DePalma, joins us now. Brooke, great to have you here on Daily. So obviously prices on almost everything are going up, but what is causing the cost for date night in specific to skyrocket?
Vicki, you have to take everything into consideration right here, because when you think about just the cost of a restaurant alone, that's up about 4% year over year. But it's not just once you get to the actual date. Think about what goes into a date. Maybe you're looking for a new outfit, you want to get a haircut. All of those cost more year over year. Then you think about, okay, am I picking my date up? Well, gas now hovering on $4.23 per gallon.
Wow. So when you talk about gas, when you think about even the cost and opportunity cost of dating apps, I mean, what
So much money.
right? I mean, what can people do to find a partner, but like in a reasonable budget?
Yeah, so let's give some options here to cut back on costs, but also still have a little bit of fun. So when you think about dinner prices versus breakfast, it's significantly cheaper. So you're ranging from maybe $10 to $30 to hovering around $50 to $100 for a dinner. So choose breakfast and coffee, and then maybe some time to go for a walk after if things are going well. On top of that,
Breakfast and a walk.
Breakfast and a walk, right?
Okay.
Cheap, low budget.
Okay, now if a man
my
invited
first
me
date
for
was
breakfast, and breakfast.
I did enjoy a good coffee date.
Yeah, listen, yeah, exactly.
On top of that, too, I mean, think about a free option. You have museums that you could get a no cost, also pay what you wish. That could be a good option there. On top of that, too, I don't know if you guys have seen this on social media, but people doing movie nights at home, then going to the grocery store, maybe saying, okay, you pick an appetizer, I'll get the dinner, you get the dessert, and then we'll come meet up at the end.
Grocery store date.
A grocery store date, and then a
Now,
movie
Brooke,
at home.
Now, Brooke, who did you
over a
serve?
movie out.
Suggestions, girl.
Morgan, we are paying
Hold on.
so much for subscriptions,
breakfast
for
and the
services.
grocery store?
Look, Brooke is trying to help us save money.
I'm
Let
trying
her
to ball
just
out on a
be
budget over here, Morgan.
Yes,
Okay.
I mean, you can go all out, you could splurge, but early on, let's set the standards. And I'm trying to ball out on a budget here and trying to manage on how much I'm just going to spend, especially on the first date. You want to keep it kind of low stakes here.
You don't think grocery stores kind of intimate for a first date?
I mean, it may be down the line. You're dating for a while, a few months. A fun suggestion. Okay, instead of going out for a movie, let's do this at home. I have HBO Max. I have Netflix. I pay for all these subscriptions, guys. Let's watch this new movie, maybe even pay for a smaller cost on Amazon Prime.
Maybe a group date.
And then go out. Cook for some friends.
Invites you to his house on the first
I mean, we're not talking first date. We're talking maybe a few, two, three months in.
Before you go, Brooke, because this is going to fly with everybody, balling out on a budget, how do you communicate this without making Morgan be like,
wait, what are you
Well,
talking
thankfully
about?
I'm married, but reverse 12 years. Yeah.
I mean, I think that this is sort of setting the stake low early on. You're saying, look, I want to take you out, nice breakfast date, a nice coffee date, but I'm also not one to splurge excessively. I think setting the tone early on will then help you sort of prepare for maybe deeper, more heavier financial conversations
be
down the
upfront,
line.
is what you're saying.
Be upfront, be honest, be truthful. Say, look, I have this big goal in mind. I'm looking to save for this big trip later on the line. And so I want to be upfront and honest with you. Can we go out for coffee, maybe instead of dinner?
Okay, all right. And then
I feel like you're gonna add like a free FaceTime in there. I feel like there's gonna be like a free FaceTime
I'll
thrown
even
in for
FaceTime
good
you after
measure.
we leave.
Yo, okay,
Keep
Brooke.
things low cost, but still maybe a chance to fall in love.
Breakfast Brooke. I like this. Brooke DePalma, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much,
It's really
Brooke.
fun.
All right, true crime fans, they have a new must-watch, and you may recognize the host. Our own Ellison Barber joins us next to talk about her new Netflix video podcast that tackles some of the highest profile crime cases ripped right from the headlines. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Calling all true crime fans, it is launch day for NBC's own wonderful Ellison Barber, who has a new video podcast out with Netflix. The show is called Allegedly, and it's produced by NBC News Studios.
Each Wednesday, Ellison breaks down a high-profile, high-interest case, along with some of the most trusted criminal and legal minds in the game, and some guests who knew the victims. Here's a sneak peek.
Allegedly is a podcast where we look at contemporary true crime cases, things that are active, that you've heard about, either there's been some sort of update or it's literally going on right now. And it's not just me. I bring along a friend or somebody directly connected to the case that really help us move the conversation forward.
Yes, Ellison, yes.
Ellison joins us now on set. First of all, Ellison, congratulations.
We are so proud of you.
The title is amazing and really on point, captures exactly what you're trying to accomplish here. For all the true crime junkies out there, why did you decide you wanted to lean into this, and how is it different from what we're seeing out there right now?
So, I mean, look, for me, I have long been like an avid true crime watcher, listener, reader, all of the things. And for me, I'm always interested in having as much information as I possibly can. And I wanted to be able to kind of try and show people in a lot of ways the stuff that we do anytime we're all doing a story of like the process of here's this document, I pulled it from this, I pulled it from this, that sometimes we don't have the space or time to do when we're doing reports or pieces, and just kind of like really go through everything with people, with someone that I really respect, trust, or can add insight to help me better understand. Because I really do think when we're talking about difficult cases, information is the best tool that we have, factual information right now, speculation or rumors, to maybe find tools or things that we can prevent it. And so it started from a place of like really wanting to do that and do something that I have always been interested in, because I feel like I learn a lot about myself, about like the type of world I want to live in. Sometimes I'm watching things because I'm like, what are these patterns that I'm looking for? What are red flags? How does the criminal justice system really work? Like all of that kind of came together where I was like, I kind of want to do it too. Like I watch it all the time and think about these different things. And for me too, I'm like, a lot of it really did just come from wanting to kind of make something that I would watch or have fun watching, and then hope other people like it too. And hopefully that style resonates with people as maybe a little different.
It's so authentic to who you are too.
We are all in. Listen, speaking of which, one of the cases that was just gripping the nation was this Gabby Petito case. And that's where you start in episode 1. Let's play a clip for the audience first.
After this phone call on August 29th, where Brian tells his father Gabby is gone, what happens next is the most stunning silence, right?
Right.
Neither parent tries to reach out to Gabby and say, hey, what's going on? We got this call from Brian. Are you okay? We're worried.
If they really did not know that something nefarious had happened, why wouldn't you call her parents and say, this is a concern? Time is of the essence. We better get on this.
I love that you also have the legal experts that we know and love, like Misty Maris. What about this case roped you in?
I mean, look, every case that we're covering are things that have made national headlines that the people are really talking about. This case in particular, I think one of the things, everybody knows the story, right? Everybody knows Gabby's name. We did this episode as our first episode because there have been so many civil lawsuits related to it since a lot of people saw like the Netflix documentary about it. And so there are a lot of details, information in those that we were able to go through. But I think for me, one of the things about Gabby's case is that it is so common, right? In the United States, according to the CDC, 1 in 3 women will experience either sexual violence, physical violence, or stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetime. And when you look at the number of female homicide victims in the United States, about half of them, of women, they are killed by a current or former male intimate partner. It's a story that is something that has the potential to impact everyone in some form or fashion. And I think that is where, for me, this case has all of those layers of that this is one person, there's all this stuff. You can see what happened in like the traffic stop, all of it, but it is an experience so many people have, and there are lessons to be learned from that.
Ellison Barber, excellent reporting. We'd love to see you just expanding the breadth of your reporting and sharing it with so many people, and this incredible partnership and platform. We're really proud of you.
We're so excited for you, Ellison.
Thank you. And make sure you watch the first episode that Ellison was just talking about. It's Allegedly with Ellison Barber, and it's out right now on Netflix. Go check it out.
And you're tackling some of the biggest cases, biggest talkers. We're looking forward to digging into it with you. All right, keep it right here, folks. Much more news straight ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily. The highly anticipated release of The Devil Wears Prada 2 is just a few days away, with the movie set to hit theaters this Friday.
Today, co-host Jenna Bush Hager sat down with the stars of the upcoming film to talk all about their return to their iconic roles 20 years later.
The Devil Wears Prada 2 is back, and it's one of the most highly anticipated films of the year.
You guys, this movie, I mean, people are so hungry for it.
I am stunned by the sort of appetite and the anticipation and how much the first one meant to people.
Oh, good morning, Miranda.
Whitney Isaac.
It's been 20 years. It's arguably, it has become a classic film, and it endures.
What type of pressure does that add, that people cannot wait for this film to come out?
There's always pressure when you make a movie, but because the screenplay was so amazing, I felt like that actually took a lot of the pressure off. Then it was just back to what we do every time, which is just hang out and try to make a great script, better, yeah.
2 decades in the waiting, it's the return of glamour, power struggles, and our favorite characters.
Hello? Well, look what TJ Maxx dragged in.
Sorry, who is this? Do you know her? Do I know her?
What was it like to reunite?
I was thrilled. They were not. I don't know if they were thrilled, but
we kept trying to
Hi, everybody.
Yeah. It was sort of like,
it was like, oh God.
She's back.
I think this film certainly changed my life in a huge way. Obviously, a lot has happened in 20 years. We've had kids. He married my sister.
In real life, Stanley Tucci married Emily Blunt's sister, Felicity, in 2012.
Y'all are related.
Yeah, we are so related.
We're over-related.
In the long-awaited sequel, Miranda struggles with the decline of print media.
Click, 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 everywhere.
The world has changed significantly. For one, technology has become something we're so reliant on. Does that come to play?
Yeah, of course it does, because journalism has changed. Magazines have changed distinctly. Most of them only exist online.
So much is uncertain.
Yeah.
And that landscape is why it's really kind of fun to revisit these characters, destabilized. And yet it's kind of triumphant in the end.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, don't say that. Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
Don't
Take
listen
that
to me.
out.
Lock up.
Am I having a hallucination?
Hi, Emily.
I watched it with Savannah and Hoda, which was so lovely.
Yeah.
And we kept saying, that's right down the street from our office.
Wow.
Was that fun to shoot on the streets?
Yeah, I mean,
And wild?
well, it was happening. It was honest to God a joy to go there and hear people scream and just feel great about something.
I think it was a nightmare.
There's exciting cameos, including Lady Gaga, Naomi Campbell, and another familiar face.
Well, I am in this film.
Yes, you are. Tried to steal my scene.
I had just arrived, and they were like, Jenna? And I'm like, who? Me? Meryl? Anne? I'm like, wait, what? I couldn't believe it. And it was the fact that y'all welcomed me so lovingly.
If the new film is anything like the first, expect a cultural lightning rod, high fashion, and catchphrases cemented into pop culture.
Oh my God, just hide a feeling for once.
What is the line that people ask you most from the first film?
Gird your loins.
Gird your loins.
Now I'll tell you the line.
I'm just one stomach flu away from my goal weight.
The stomach flu one
yeah.
is weekly.
A lot of people ask me if I can spell Gabbana.
Can you please spell Gabbana? Hello?
Yes. What about yours?
That's all.
That's all. Yes.
That's what they.
That's all.
That's
it's
all.
a perfect way to end. Jenna Bush Hager, NBC News.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Thanks so much for watching NBC News Daily.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, April 29th, 2026. Breaking news, a major decision on interest rates as the cost of gas, groceries, and everyday items remains high. What the Federal Reserve just decided and what it means for your bottom line.
Royal welcome. King Charles and Queen Camilla are in New York City for the second leg of their historic visit to the United States. The stops they're making, plus the private comments President Trump shared that have the UK buzzing.
Limited edition, President Trump's face to appear on new U.S. passports. Who will receive them and what's behind this first-of-its-kind move?
Plus, hitting snooze, the CDC says more Americans are struggling to get a good night's sleep, why women are having more trouble catching their Z's, and how we all can try to get more sleep. I definitely need that segment.
I feel that. I feel it. We begin this hour, though, with breaking news about your money.
Just seconds ago, the Federal Reserve Board voted to hold interest rates steady. This is the third straight time the central bank has kept rates unchanged. But overshadowing today's decision is the future of the Fed. This is all but likely Chair Jerome Powell's final interest rate decision as the leader of the central bank. President Trump's pick to succeed Powell is Kevin Warsh, and he cleared a key Senate hurdle this morning, teeing up a final vote in the coming weeks.
One of the first challenges Warsh will face is rising gas prices. The national average for a gallon of regular has now topped $4.23, a nearly 42% increase since the start of the war with Iran. And prices at the pump may not fall anytime soon. The president told Axios he will keep the naval blockade on the Strait of Hormuz until Iran agrees to a deal on its nuclear program. Let's bring in NBC News chief business correspondent Christine Romans. She's at the Federal Reserve headquarters in Washington, D.C. Christine, let's begin with the interest rate decision. Why did the board hold rates steady again, and what does that mean for things like mortgages and car loans?
Yeah, no move in the official interest rate, but plenty of drama nonetheless, because there were four of the governors dissented to this move and the statement that was issued from the Fed. And that's the most who have dissented since 1992. So it shows you there's some disagreement inside the Fed among the governors about what the Fed should be doing here. One governor, a Trump appointee, wanted to cut interest rates a quarter point. Three others wanted to drop something that was an easing bias in the statement, meaning potentially, I guess, that wanted to suggest that the next move could be just as equally a hike as it could be a cut. So you can see some drama there on the board about what to do next. And this is, potentially the Fed chief's last meeting here as Fed chief and potentially even on the board. What he does next, whether he decides to stay on the board, still TBD. We're going to ask him about that in just a few minutes.
And Christine, let's talk gas, because crude oil prices have been surging all day, including after Axios reporting we mentioned on the Strait of Hormuz blockade continuing here. So are we likely to see gas prices continue to go up?
I mean, the short answer is yes here. When we talk to energy experts, they say as long as the Strait of Hormuz is closed and you've got this impasse between the United States and Iran, you are likely to see energy prices continue to rise. According to Patrick DeHaan at Gas Buddy, he says $4.30 to $4.50 a gallon in the near term if you don't have more supplies moving through the Strait of Hormuz. Also, we're having sort of the rollover to a seasonal summer blend of gasoline as well, and that's happening in these last days before May. So that could be one reason why gas prices are going up so much. But the Fed, in its statement, noted developments in the Middle East that are keeping inflation elevated. Global energy prices, something that are keeping the Fed's inflation target out of reach for at least right now. So when we talk to the Fed chief in about 26 minutes, I guarantee you there will be a lot of questions about developments in the Middle East and what that could mean for gas prices and consumer prices for American pocketbooks in the days and months ahead.
We look forward to hearing those answers. Christine Romans, thank you.
Former FBI Director James Comey has just made his first court appearance after being indicted for a second time.
The Justice Department accuses Comey of threatening the life of President Trump. It all stems from a social media post last year. Comey posted a photo of seashells arranged to show 8647 86 can refer to getting rid of something, and some people interpreted 47 as referring to the president. That post was later deleted, and Comey apologized. In a video posted after the indictment yesterday, Comey said he will not back down.
This won't be the end of it, but nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid, and I still believe in the independent federal judiciary, so let's go.
Joining us now, NBC News legal affairs reporter Gary Grumbach is outside the courthouse in Virginia, and NBC News legal analyst Misty Maris with us. Gary, I'll start with you. This hearing took place just within the last hour. Take us through what happened in court and what else the DOJ is saying about these new charges.
Hey there. Yeah, it was a very brief hearing, about 7 minutes in length. He appeared there. He was surrounded by members of his family, about a half a dozen members of the Comey family that were here for this initial appearance for James Comey. His attorney, Pat Fitzgerald, said that they were going to be filing motions for this to suggest this was a selective and vindictive prosecution. That's a similar motion to the one they filed the last time James Comey was indicted. I do want to throw to a piece of sound here from the Attorney General Todd Blanche. He was talking about what exactly the type of evidence they have that they shared to this grand jury to get this indictment. Here's what he had to say.
Grand juries hear evidence. That evidence is not something that anybody can talk about today. But when you talk about whether proof exists, the proof that we have is in the fact that the grand jury returned an indictment.
Now, James Comey did not enter a plea today because he's actually not being charged here in the Eastern District of Virginia. He's being charged in the Eastern District of North Carolina. That's where that photo of seashells was taken.
And to that end, Misty, I want to bring you in first to clarify that photo of seashells. Comey apologized, but also said it's not what many people interpreted it to be. And NBC News, on a different note, spoke with a Justice Department official who said about this case that it was a complete loser and a waste of resources, also predicting that a judge would ultimately dismiss it. Misty, I wonder what you make of this indictment.
Yeah, that highlights some significant issues with this prosecution, because not only does the Justice Department have to prove that Comey intentionally threatened to kill the president or inflict great bodily harm, there's a couple of issues with that. We know what he did after the fact. He recognized that it wasn't the interpretation that he had meant by it and took it down. Also, 86. That's a very, very ambiguous term. That ambiguity not going to be the friend of the prosecutor because it could have so many meanings. So to prove that this isn't First Amendment protected speech versus what the requirement is, which is a true threat, is really going to be a tough one for the Justice Department.
And Gary, while we have you, we just got some breaking news out of that same courthouse in Virginia. This is about the suspect charged in the deadly bombing in Afghanistan in 2021. He's been found guilty. Remind us about the case and what happens now.
Yeah, a lot going on here in the federal courthouse in Alexandria. Mohammed Sharifullah was charged with one count of providing material support to a foreign terrorist organization, that's ISIS-K. He was accused by the prosecutors here in the Eastern District of Virginia of planning the Abbey Gate bombing that killed 13 U.S. service members at the airport in Kabul in 2021. He could spend the rest of his life behind bars. Sentencing will be in the next few months.
All right, Misty Maris, Gary Grumbach, thank you for that.
Nick Reiner is back inside a Los Angeles courtroom today for a hearing.
The 32-year-old is charged in the double murder of his parents, Hollywood actor and director Rob Reiner and Michelle Reiner. The couple was found stabbed to death in their home back in December. Reiner is being represented, Nick Reiner, by a public defender after his previous lawyer stepped down over what he called legal and ethical constraints. Reiner has pleaded not guilty. NBC's Liz Kreutz following this one for us and joins us. Liz, walk us through what happened in court today.
Hey guys, well, that hearing just wrapped up and it was a very, very brief hearing. It also started about 2 hours late. The court did not give a reason for the delay. Nick Reiner was there in court. He appeared to be wearing civilian clothes, yellow shirt, blue pants. He sat there, according to our producer in the courtroom, stoic, didn't particularly show any emotion. And his public defender, his attorney, asked the judge to basically postpone this hearing, saying that they were still waiting for more discovery. The judge granted that request, and so this hearing, which is to set a pre-hearing date, has now been moved to September 15th.
And Liz, Reiner's hearing comes just days after his brother, Jake, released an essay about the loss of his parents. What was said? What was written?
Yeah, his older brother, Jake Reiner, opened up in an essay on Substack. It's his first time really talking about the pain he's experienced through all of this and losing his parents. And he said, I was robbed of so many things that day. My parents won't be at my weddings. They won't get to hold their future grandchild. It simultaneously breaks my heart and enrages me. And he went on to talk about the pain of losing both his parents at the same time, while also, as he said, on top of that, having your brother be at the center of it. It is almost too impossible to process. And he said that his younger sister, Romy, that she will share her own story at a future time. Guys.
We'll look out for that. Liz Kreutz, thank you.
Coming up, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth in the hot seat on...
Hey everybody, good day. I'm Yasmin Vasugian here in New York. The crew of Artemis is being celebrated today at the White House. Their mission, which was tracked by millions around the world, has been a unifying achievement and has brought renewed interest to space travel. We're going to bring you to the White House for that event in just a moment. But first, let's look back at the Artemis crew in action.
And here they are, NASA's Artemis II crew.
We are going for all humanity.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Oh my God. I feel so good. Imagine I was in that rocket.
You guys are talking to us because we're in a spaceship really far from Earth, but you're on a spaceship called Earth that was created to give us a place to live in the universe, in the cosmos. Maybe the distance we are from you makes you think what we're doing is special, but we're the same distance from you, and I'm trying to tell you, just trust me, you are special.
Humanity has once again shown what we are capable of, and it's your hopes for the future that carry us now on this journey around the moon.
We will explore, we will build ships, we will visit again. We will construct science outposts, we will drive rovers, we will do radio astronomy, we will found companies, we will bolster industry, we will inspire. But ultimately, we will always choose Earth, we will always choose each other.
We can unite the world, that's awesome. But we're just the lucky four that got to be on this mission.
And this is the beauty of this program. It brings an international collaboration, sets big goals, and doesn't just talk about them, but goes after them and gets it done.
To all of you down there on Earth and around Earth, we love you from the moon.
Being 200,000 plus miles away from home, like before you launch, it feels like it's the greatest dream on Earth. And when you're out there, you just want to get back to your families and your friends. It's a special thing to be a human, and it's a special thing to be on planet Earth.
Let's go now to the White House, where the Artemis crew is meeting with the president.
Well, thank you very much. We have some people that have captivated the attention of the whole world, not just our country, the whole world. And they're very brave, and that was a lot of rocket under them. I never saw anything like that. We were talking about it. It's I don't know how they do it. I wouldn't want to do it, but it takes people like this to make our country great. And again, I've never seen anything. Everybody I knew, they wanted to see the launch, and they especially wanted to see a successful landing. And Jared, I want to congratulate you, what you've done at NASA. I made a great choice. And if you have any questions for any of us, feel free to ask. But we're very proud of these people. They have unbelievable courage, unbelievable. A lot of other things too, by the way. To get in there, you have to be very smart. You have to do a lot of things physically good. So I would have had no trouble making it. I'm physically very, very good. Maybe a little bit of a problem. I don't know, I'm sure. We'll have to try it sometime. Is a president allowed to go up in one of these missions?
We can get working on that.
We'd have no problem, right?
We can launch more rockets. The opportunity.
We'll have to try it. Congratulations very much. And by the way, their families are over here, beautiful families, and they're in the Oval Office, and they walked in, they said, wow, the Oval Office. Everybody likes the Oval Office. So, any questions, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, it's a great honor to meet all of you. Congratulations, and welcome to the White House. I have had the privilege of interviewing Gene Cernan, the last man to walk on the moon.
Oh, good.
Is that what you would like to do? And Mr. President, do you think that will happen during your second term?
Well, we have a shot at it. I mean, we don't like to say definitely, because then you say, oh, we failed. Because I think we could say we're ahead of schedule. So we have a good shot. We've authorized it. And I think with this team and, with Jared's done such an amazing job at NASA, I think we have a good shot, right? We'll see.
Yes, Mr. President, we have an achievable plan now back to the moon. And we're back in the business of launching moon rockets with frequency. So we just sent Artemis 2 around the moon. We're going to launch Artemis 3 in 2027. We'll protect for up for 2 opportunities in 2028 to return astronauts to the surface of the moon.
I like space. I started Space Force, as you very well know. It's been very, very important. Then they tried to kill it. And actually, the military would not let the Biden administration kill it. They wanted to kill it. And it's going to turn out to be one of our most important things. I think it'll turn out to be one of the most important things they did. But we got involved with NASA bringing it back. And I was saying when I first looked at some of your facilities, they had grass growing on the runways, right in between the cracks of the asphalt. And but not anymore. It's really strong. And what they do, one of the things they do that's so important is for our military offense and defense. And a lot of people say, well, is it worth it? It's really worth it, because what's happened militarily, you see what we're doing militarily, a lot of that comes from space. So it's been pretty great. Good question. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 questions for you. First, on the topic of space, do you have an update on the UFO files and when we're going to be seeing those?
Well, I think we're going to be releasing as much as we can in the near future. For some reason, and I guess it's just a reason it's been in the minds of people for a long time, that is they want to find out about the UFOs and anything having to do with UFO or related material. And we're going to be releasing a lot of things that we have. And I think some of it's going to be very interesting to people. I've interviewed people, my first term primarily, but I interviewed some pilots, very solid people. And they said they saw things that you wouldn't believe. So you're going to be reading about it, yes.
Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Putin not too long ago. Did you talk to him about
today?
Did you talk to him about progress in the space area, and what else did you talk
I didn't
about?
talk about space. No, I talked about Ukraine, and I talked a little bit about Iran. I talked about a few different subjects, mostly about Ukraine, and we had a very good conversation. I think we're going to come up with a solution relatively quickly, I hope.
What does he want
I
to
think
do?
he'd like to see a solution, I can tell you, and that's good.
What involvement does he want to have in the Iran situation?
He told me he'd like to be involved with the enrichment if he can help us get it. I said I'd much rather have you be involved with ending the war with Ukraine. To me, that would be more important, because we're going to have that. Look, we're not going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we've knocked out their Navy, we've knocked out their Air Force, we've knocked out their anti-aircraft, everything, apparatus, everything they have, their radar. They have very little left, and they have some missiles, a small percentage. They have a small percentage of missile-making facilities. We knocked out about 80% of them. The rest could come very quickly if we don't make a deal. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They know it. And just about everybody else does. And so we talked about that a little bit. He doesn't want to see them have a nuclear weapon either. But I had a long talk with President Putin. I suggested a little bit of a ceasefire, and I think he might do that. He might announce something having to do with that. Did he announce it yet?
No, but I was wondering, I was just going to ask you.
No, I asked him about, even if it's a little ceasefire, there's so many people being killed, it's so ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. President. In light of today's Supreme Court ruling on the Voting Rights Act, do you want Republican states in the South to look at redrawing congressional districts before the midterms?
I don't think you have to tell me, when did the ruling come out? I've been with the astronauts. I've been with contractors because we're trying to get the ballroom built ahead of schedule. It's right on schedule. It's ahead of schedule now. I want to keep it that way.
Came out today,
And I was also with commissioning some people, but one of, David Warrington's son, I don't know, you know David, everybody knows David. He's got this incredible son, so he was just sworn in, so we had other things. Tell me about what happened.
Well, some think that the ruling can create more Republican-held congressional seats in the South.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's the kind of ruling I like. When did that happen?
Well, the Supreme Court ruled on it this morning.
Really? Is that right? Tell me about the ruling.
Well, I have a question,
This is
Mr.
CNN
President.
fake news.
On your call with President Putin today, do you think the war in Iran ends first or the war in Ukraine?
Well, we talked more about the war in Ukraine, but he would like to be of help. I said, before you help me, I want to end your war. So we had a good talk. I've known him a long time. I think he was ready to make a deal a while ago. I think some people made it difficult for him to make a deal, but we talked more about Ukraine.
But which war do you think ends first?
That's an interesting question. Coming from you, that's very interesting. Which war would end first? I don't know. Maybe they're on a similar timetable. I think Ukraine, militarily, they're defeated, okay? You wouldn't know that by reading the fake news, but militarily, look, their Navy. So they had 159 ships. Every ship is right now underwater. Typically, that's pretty good. What do you think, Jared? I mean, it's going to be hard for them to make a naval comeback. Okay, now they have an Air Force. Every one of their planes has been shot down or has been decimated. They have missiles, about 82% are gone, and they have drones, and most of them are gone. Most of the factories are mostly gone, and we have tremendous anti-drone equipment now, between lasers and that new, very special machine gun that knocks them out of the air like flies. And we use bullets instead of $1 million, missiles to knock out a $30,000 drone. So I would say Jared would tell me that with everything you just heard, typically we're in pretty good shape. And in addition, their economy is crashing. Their, as you know, their money, they call it their money, they don't have a name for it. Their money is valueless. They've got inflation that nobody's ever seen before. Other than that, I think they're doing quite well. If you read the New York Times, you'd say they're doing wonderfully because it's fake news. Or if you watch CNN, I mean, you cover it all the time. You think they're doing well. Do you think they're doing well where they have no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft apparatus, other than what they may have put there? They may have brought in some light stuff during the ceasefire, and we know exactly where it is, so it'll be knocked out within the first 15 minutes.
You're about to Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to go back to the Supreme Court ruling on the Voting Rights Act. I know you said you haven't seen it.
When did it come out? Just now?
No, it came out this morning, but basically very much narrows the Voting Rights Act.
Was it considered a win for who?
A win for Republicans.
I love it.
Absolutely. But my question...
This is a very good, we can end this news conference right now. I want to read it.
My question for you, Mr. President, is that some Republican governors have not responded in terms of what they're going to do. I guess early voting, for example, in Louisiana.
Republican governors, what?
Republican governors.
What about it?
Early voting begins Saturday there, for instance. Should they redraw the map in the next couple of
I
months?
would. I mean, it depends. I mean, some states don't need to redraw, and some do. I mean, I know what the concept of the ruling, I just haven't seen the result. Yeah, I would say generally I would think that they would want to do it. Some are greatly helped, and some, it didn't make much difference. Yeah, I would say they would do that. They have time to do it. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you, there's a lot of drama on the House floor today. Several bills were stalled, and a rule took 2 hours to pass today, and there's still some tension over the Farm Bill. Do you think that you need to get more involved legislatively on Capitol Hill?
Well, we want the Farm Bill. The Democrats don't. We want security, okay? We need security. We want security. The Democrats don't think we need security. They actually do, but they suffer greatly from Trump derangement syndrome, like at levels that nobody's ever seen. They're sick people. There's something wrong with them. They don't want to pay anybody for security. They don't like ICE. They don't like Border Patrol people. They don't like the people that keep us safe. When they ran this, they let 25 million people into our country, and many of those people were from prisons. They were for mental institutions, drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murders, half of whom committed more than one murder. They think that was fine. I happen to like law enforcement. They essentially want to defund law enforcement, and I don't think the public's going to let them get away with it. You know, we got it all approved in the great big beautiful bill, and they want to renegotiate. We don't like that. Yeah.
Mr. President, the King's speech that he made to Congress, he spoke strongly, forcefully about the necessity for a strong NATO alliance. He also spoke about the necessity to continue to support Ukraine. Did his speech in any way change your thinking on either of those issues?
Well, you have to understand, my thinking is, I think, exactly correct, but I was very disappointed with the fact that when we called on them to give us a little hand, we didn't need it. I actually did it just to see whether or not they'd be there. When we called on NATO to give us a hand with Ukraine, and in particular the most recent, you know, we asked them to do certain things on Ukraine, and we also wanted them to do things with Iran. And on Ukraine, they're very much involved, but they didn't do things the way we would like to see it. You know, it's been going on for a long time. And on Iran, they weren't there. As you know it better than anybody. They weren't there. The King is fantastic. We spent a lot of time together. We had a lot of talk. We talked about this also. And he loves his country, and he's a great king, and he's a great friend of mine. And I think if he were doing that, if that were up to him, he would have probably helped us with Iran. He would have followed the suggestions we made with respect to Ukraine, because, you know, we have some disagreements on Ukraine, and not having to do with NATO so much as European countries. But no, you know, he's coming back tomorrow. We had an incredible evening last night, and he's leaving tomorrow. He's going to come back and see us before he leaves, and you know. But I think he's a phenomenal representative for his country. I think the people in the United Kingdom should be proud. I loved his speech yesterday. I watched it. I loved the speech last night. I don't know about my speech. I thought my speech was okay too, but I thought it was. I think he's an unbelievable king, and by the way, an unbelievable queen. They are a great couple.
Mr. President, this morning, we were talking about how busy you were this morning. James Comey was in court. He self-surrendered. He's now been charged a second time, this time over a social media post with seashells that said 8647. Do you really think that he was endangering your life or threatening your life with that post?
Well, if anybody knows anything about crime, they know 86. You know what 86? It's a mob term for kill him. You know? You ever see the movies? 86 him. The mobster says to one of his wonderful associates, 86 him. That means kill him. It's, I think of it as a mob term. I don't know, people think of it as something having to do with disappearing, but the mob uses that term to say when they want to kill somebody, they say, 86, the son of a gun. I'm trying to keep the language nice and clear. They don't use that term, son of a gun. They use another term. But that's a mob term for kill him. Yeah.
But do you really think your life was in danger?
Probably. I don't know. You know, based on what I'm seeing out there, yeah. The people like Comey have created tremendous danger, I think, for politicians and others. Comey is a dirty cop. He's a very dirty cop. He cheated on the elections. He tried to help Hillary Clinton, as you know. He dismissed a lot of things that he should have proceeded with. I wasn't involved, but he should have proceeded with. No, he's a dirty cop. He's a crooked man, yeah.
Mr. President, you just described there's been disagreement between the U.S. and Keir Starmer on support for Iran. Did your visit with the King smooth that over or create any warmth?
My visit with the King really was just, it was extraordinary. I mean, he's an extraordinary man. He's an extraordinary person. And, yeah, it helps from the standpoint that, you know, when you like the king of a country so much, it probably helps your relationship with the prime minister. But, you know, in that case, the prime minister, I said, do you want to send a little help? He said, no, we'll send it after you win the war. I said, that's not good. That's not good. What do you think of that, Jared? Sending help after we win the war? I don't know, something that bothers me. I don't want to get you guys involved, but I can imagine what you're thinking.
The United Arab Emirates, the UAE, they pulled out of OPEC.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I think it's great. I mean, I think it's great. Like, I know him very well, Mohammed, and very smart. And he probably maybe wants to go his own way. That's a good thing. I think ultimately it's a good thing for getting the price of gas down, getting oil down, getting everything down. They have it all. He's a great leader, actually. So no, I'm okay. They're having some problems in OPEC.
Mr. President, Kevin Warsh passed a hurdle today. The Senate Banking Committee confirmed his nomination. It will go to the Senate floor.
We need
He'll be on the
somebody.
Fed in mid-May. Is it your expectation that he can persuade the other Fed governors to lower interest rates?
Well, we'll
Because
see.
they haven't
I mean,
done
they
so
should,
recently.
because it's a good time to lower them. We're the most prime country anywhere in the world. We're right now having investments made in our country at a level that nobody's ever seen. No other country's ever seen it. Tens of billions of dollars are being invested. Factories, auto plants, AI. I mean, not just AI, because AI is new. We're leading China by a lot in AI, as you know. I'm letting them build their own electric plants. They're building them, otherwise you could never do it. It was a concept that I came up with. I'm very proud of it. And by the way, they're building electric plants that people in the utility industry have never seen before. They're saying, man, that's incredible. So they're building these massive buildings that cost billions of dollars, and they're building their own electric plants. So they're not taking from a source or the old grid, you know, an old grid that wouldn't be able to do it. No, we're leading with everything. But in the history of our beautiful world, there's never been a country that has so much money being invested in it as us. And tremendous number of auto plants, by the way. The auto plants are coming out of Canada, Mexico, Japan, South Korea, Germany. They're all coming to the United States. And the reason is I have a very smart tariff policy. You know, we were taken advantage of for years. We were being ripped off by other countries for years. And those days are over. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, regarding Iran, how long are you prepared to maintain the blockade? Could that go several more months?
Well, the blockade is genius, okay? The blockade has been 100% foolproof. It shows how good our Navy is, I can tell you that. Nobody's going to play games. We have the greatest military in the world, and I built much of it during my first term, and we've been building it since. And the greatest anywhere in the world, nobody even close. And you see that, whether it's Venezuela, and they have a good military in Venezuela, but it was over in one day. It was actually over in about 48 minutes. Iran, the same thing. I mean, militarily, we've wiped them out. They have no military left. It's all the Navy's at the bottom of the sea. The Air Force is never going to fly again. We've got an amazing military. Now they have to cry uncle. That's all they have to do. Just say, we give up. We give up. But their economy is really in trouble. It's a dead economy.
So can you fury and the blockade get Iran to nuclear talks fast enough, or do you think another wave of strikes will be necessary?
I don't know. It depends. We have talks. We're having talks with them now, and we're not flying anymore with 18-hour flights every time we want to see a piece of paper. We're doing it telephonically, and it's very nice. I make a call, or I have my people make a call, and you know the answer. I always like face-to-face. I consider it better. But when you have to fly 18 hours every time you want to have a meeting, and you know what the meeting's all about, and you know they're going to give you a piece of paper that you don't like before you even leave. It's ridiculous. They've come a long way. The question is whether or not they're going to go far enough. So at this moment, there will never be a deal unless they agree that there will be no nuclear weapons. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you considering relocating NASA's headquarters out of D.C.? States like Florida, Texas, and Ohio have expressed interest.
You're going to have to say it differently.
Sorry, are you considering relocating NASA's headquarters out of D.C. once the lease is up? States like Texas, Ohio, and Florida.
Well, the best man to tell you that is the man sitting right over here. You heard that question? With those beautiful ears of yours? He's got great hearing, you know. He's got super hearing.
Trick of the trade, sir.
What's the answer to that?
I think the answer to that is we have 10 amazing centers around the country that all kind of bubble up to contribute to the mission we're able to undertake, like Artemis II. I think in terms of the headquarters, we have a lot of people very interested in our mission. So being here in D.C. gives us the opportunity to kind of interact from all our stakeholders, make sure we make the right decisions for the nation.
Yeah, D.C. is an advantage, I guess, for you. It's got to go around. It's got to see some senators, make sure they keep going, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, probably staying around is not so bad. And importantly, Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. When I came here a little more than a year ago, it was a very unsafe city. And now, maybe even more importantly than that, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And you helped make it hot. You know, you helped make it hot. When a year and a half ago, and I say it a lot, the King of Saudi Arabia, but others also, the King of Saudi Arabia said, Mr. President, a year and a half ago, we thought you had a dead country. We thought the United States was a dead country, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and we do. And believe it or not, I mean, when everybody in the world was watching that incredible performance by NASA, these incredible people behind me, where they get the bravery, I have no idea. But you're a big part of it. You really are. We have the hottest country in the world. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad.
We have been watching the president take questions in the Oval Office alongside astronauts from the Artemis II crew after their historic mission. Trump praising the crew, saying they have unbelievable courage, then quickly pivoting to questions on other topics like UFO files, former FBI Director James Comey's second indictment, and lowering federal interest rates. The president also discussing the wars in Iran and Ukraine, and the president sharing that he spoke to Russian leader Vladimir Putin on Iran and asked Putin to first help end the war in Ukraine. The president saying he thinks the wars in Ukraine and Iran will end on a similar timeline, and also noting that he thinks King Charles would have helped the U.S. with the war in Iran. I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, who's standing by for us. This was supposed to be a meeting about, a presser about Artemis, but the president certainly spent a lot more time talking about wars and the Fed than he did about Artemis, as is to be expected with all that's going on. But nonetheless, before we kind of try and get through what the president said, especially when it came to that conversation with the Russian president, how did the president and his administration celebrate the Artemis crew ahead of the Oval?
Well, certainly, Yasmin. And look, it's a remarkable achievement, not just for the U.S., but for humankind. And certainly this is something that so many people around the country and really around the world had been paying attention to. This is not the first time the president's spoken with the Artemis astronauts. He's spoken with them by phone while they were still on their mission. They actually attended the State of the Union address before they went on their mission. But certainly this is a huge, just a huge recognition to be inside the Oval Office, being congratulated by the President of the United States. The president and his administration also talking about the plans for future Artemis missions, potentially even getting another human moon landing by 2028. So certainly this is something that the president, the administration wanted to highlight, and it was great to see those Artemis astronauts being congratulated right there by the President of the United States in the Oval Office. Yes.
So Gabe, with that, let's pivot the way that the president did and talk a little bit about what the president was asked about in the Oval Office. I want to talk first about his conversation with Russian President Vladimir Putin, in which they discussed both Ukraine and Iran. The president alluded to the fact that Russian President Putin had said he wanted to be a part of the solution when it came to Iranian nuclear enrichment. However, the president said, in fact, he wants to focus more on ending the war with Ukraine. Walk us through what we know about this conversation, how long it went on, and what prompted it.
As we understand that, Yasmin, lasted about an hour and a half. Then this was a surprise. We didn't expect the president to speak with Vladimir Putin today, and he did talk about, that the subject of Iran came up. He did also speak that the main focus of it was the ongoing war in Ukraine, which has been a source of frustration for President Trump, who has, in essence, bragged that he has brought to an end several conflicts around the world, but the one that has seemed to elude him, especially because he talked about ending it so quickly after he took office, is this ongoing war in Ukraine. The president saying he spoke with Vladimir Putin about this. He asked him for what he called some sort of a little ceasefire in the ongoing war. We have no indication that Vladimir Putin is planning on announcing any such thing. But the President Trump also talked about that Vladimir Putin offered to help the United States perhaps take some of the enriched uranium outside of Iran. President Trump didn't seem to suggest that that would be in the cards, but he did confirm that President Putin and himself did talk about the ongoing war in Iran throughout the span of their hour-and-a-half-long conversation, yes.
I thought it was interesting as well, the question that was asked by CNN, Gabe, as to when the president thought both the wars in Ukraine and Iran would end, which would end actually first, because the president said he actually believed Ukraine would end first, but then went on to talk about their successes on the ground in Iran.
Right.
I couldn't quite decipher what he actually meant there. Could you walk us through that moment?
Yeah, and we were actually asking that question ourselves. It might appear that the president did misspeak when he said Iran, when he said Ukraine, that he might have actually meant Iran. We'll try and clarify with White House officials as well, because that would be significant news, right? If the president did say that he believed that Ukraine would come to an end before the Iran war, a war that he put a 4 to 6 week timeline that we now are appearing to be blowing past. However, in the context of what he said, he did then pivot back to what the administration has said, that Iran's Navy has been decimated. So unclear whether he did, in fact, mean to say that he thought the war in Ukraine would end. We'll try and get some clarification from White House officials, yes.
Gabe Gutierrez for us. Thank you, Gabe. Appreciate it. Want to bring in now former NASA astronaut Leroy Chiao. He's a veteran of 4 missions, spending over 229 days in space. So he has the answer to the question that we all want to know. Do aliens exist?
I don't think we've found any. I don't think they've visited us, but I believe personally that there's intelligent life all over the universe. It's just that the universe is so vast, I don't think we'll ever find each other, but it's out there.
Listen, every time I talk to an astronaut, I got to ask that question, obviously, because it's always on top of mind, of course. You know, we played a little bit of a piece as we came to the president in the Oval, and some lines stood out to me in the piece that we heard from the astronauts as they were circling the moon, saying, this is a spaceship called Earth, what we currently live on, and saying, we will always choose Earth. We will always choose each other. What do you think it is, Leroy, about space travel, about the accomplishments of the Artemis mission that unites a country, that brings people together, that leaves us in awe of the place in which we currently live?
Sure. You know, humans are naturally curious. We always have, you know, since early times have wanted to explore, have wanted to know what's on the other side of the mountain, what's down in the ocean depths, and of course, what's up in the stars, what's out in space. And so in particular, when you have a mission like this that's doing something that hasn't been done for nearly 54 years, that is send humans into cislunar space, or the area around the moon, it kind of brings people together because we're interested when other people are exploring. Certainly, we're very fascinated by unmanned probes either to the bottom of the sea or to Mars and all the interesting scientific returns. But when there's a human out there, we identify when a human first went up Everest, right? And so I think that helps kind of put all the negative, you know, things going on pause, and hey, let's all come together and celebrate this very positive event, very significant event.
You have visited with 3 presidents, as I mentioned, spending over 200 days in space. I believe I have a picture of a time in which you visited with a president there, with George W. Bush. What is it like after returning from a mission like that, and then to be applauded, to be celebrated by the President of the United States?
Well, certainly it's a great honor. You know, not every mission, in fact, most missions don't get invited to the Oval or don't get a chance to meet with the president. I was fortunate, you know, my one time to the Oval Office was really a memorable event. It's the only time I've ever been there. And of course, everyone says this, but it's kind of hollowed ground, but it's smaller than you might imagine, but really a great experience. My crew and I were very proud to have been invited.
The president asked quickly whether or not the United States is going to walk on the moon in the next 2 years by the end of his administration, asking Jared Isaacman that, who is the administrator to NASA. Do you think that's a good timeline? You think we'll make it?
Well, I think Jared Isaacman has given us a chance. You know, I, along with many other astronauts, signed a letter of support for Jared Isaacman. He's obviously a very successful entrepreneur. He has self-funded 2 space missions himself, bringing along, various individuals that were helping charities and also advancing, other causes. But, he's a talented person. He's an outsider. And that's the concern I had, is that being a Washington outsider, is he going to get eaten alive? But it doesn't seem like it. It seems like he's doing great, and I think he gives us a chance. He's rescoped several things already. He's changed the way we've done business at NASA for decades in some ways, and I think he's given us a chance. It's still a very, very aggressive schedule trying to get humans back to the moon by the end of 28, but he's given us a chance.
What do you make of this renewed optimism, renewed energy in space?
Oh, I think it's great. I think it's long overdue. You know, we're at NASA, we were a little bit of a victim of our own success. We got used to shuttle launches, we got used to station missions, and now we've got something new, or not necessarily new, but something we haven't done in a very long time, with a new vehicle and a new rocket. And so people are very excited about this. And I think that's good. I think that's good for the nation, it's good for our space program, and it's good for America.
Former NASA astronaut Leroy Chiao, who has spent, again, 229 days in space. We appreciate all the work that you have done. Thank you, Leroy.
Thank you.
We're going to have much more coverage ahead this afternoon on our streaming channel, NBC News Now, and online at NBCNews.com. I'm Yasmin Vasugian. We return you now to NBC News Daily.
Who are you?
I'm Punky Brewster. And who are you?
I'm the manager of this building, Henry Wannemont.
Nice to meet you, Hank.
I am not a Hank. I am a Henry.
That is a scene from the beloved 80s sitcom Punky Brewster. And in today's Mental Health Check, we are talking with the star of that show, filmmaker and actress Soleil Moon Frye, about her current passion project.
Yeah, she's partnering with the Kids Mental Health Foundation for their Kids Mental Health Starts With Us campaign, which kicks off in May, which is Mental Health Awareness Month. It's great to see you, Soleil.
Thank you. I am so happy to be here with you.
When you watch those clips,
I love it. I want to be Punky forever. You know, Punky is like this superhero that I lean into, and oftentimes she helps me through my mental health. So
I get that. You also directed what we're looking at on the right side of the screen there. You directed a campaign that brings voices together. There are actors, advocates, all kinds of famous people, musicians. Talk to us about, well, let's play a clip and then we'll talk about it.
Okay.
Take one.
How are your hearts?
I mean, life's complicated.
Our son is in middle school now. I don't know if I'm doing everything right. You question everything that you do.
You just want to wrap them in bubble wrap, right? And never let them leave the house, but that's impossible.
I grew up with very severe anxiety. I was very concerned with what's wrong with me. There has to be something wrong with me.
I ended up having a panic attack. That was the red flag.
I know this campaign is personally really important to you.
You still get very emotional.
Yeah. What's the feeling and how did you get involved?
I'm so thankful to be a part of this and that we're having these conversations. I love the Kids Mental Health Foundation. I met them through my friend Angel, Carter Conrad, when we did the Carters together. And I just fell in love with the incredible work they're doing and the resources that they provide to families. And I said, please, how can I help? How can I get involved? What can I do? And they gave me the incredible opportunity to be a part of making this documentary in PSA, and I couldn't be more proud to be a part of it. And it was so incredible to bring our friends together and loved ones and to meet new friends and to really continue such an important conversation.
What do you hope this does?
Thank you for asking. I really hope that we can continue to destigmatize these conversations around mental health, for us to open up, for us to lean into each other, for us to talk to our kids, for us to feel like there's resources for us to turn to and to turn to our community. Because I think growing up, I have an amazing family, But I realize so many of us were going through our own, trials and tribulations. And so often we were going through it in silence.
Yeah.
And so to open up these conversations, to really be able to have them in our homes and with our friends and to check in on each other and go, how are you today? And really mean it.
And you're not directing all this so much at the kids as at the parents, right? So that we parents can figure out how to talk. There's actually resources on the website, how to talk to your kids.
Exactly. There's like these incredible conversation cards that the kids and I do, right? And it's wonderful because you can talk to your kids and ask them questions, and they're asking you questions. So it like leads with the parent, right? It's like we're talking about being brave, and I can talk to my kids about, something that I'm going through, and then they get to share with me, and really, really allowing parents to know that these resources are there.
You're clearly starting the conversation. Soleil Moon-Frye, a pleasure to have you. Thank you
It's
so much.
such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes it's nice to have a little more than just caffeine to perk you up in the morning. So how about a song to go along with your coffee?
Rashad Pinkney from our affiliate in Chico, California, tells us about a singing barista who's brewing good vibes, one customer at a time.
Hello, welcome to Starbucks. What are we getting for you?
It's not your average morning coffee run. At this Starbucks on East Avenue, customers are getting a performance with their order.
Good morning, or welcome to Starbucks. Yes, I love her. She is the greatest.
For many in Chico, that performance is the best part of their day.
Running matcha, what else for you? That's all. Okay, $5.95, come on through.
Veronica Davis, known as the singing barista, says the energy customers see is just who she is.
Because I really don't even try. It just comes out, you know.
And it's not just turning heads, it's making a difference.
Makes my day happy, and she always remembers my name and what kind of drinks I want.
Davis says on tough days, that kind of feedback keeps her going.
Happiness is based on circumstance, and it can, whatever makes you happy can go away. But joy comes from above and within.
So I took a ride through the drive-thru myself to see if I can brighten up her day.
Hello, welcome we getting for you today?
Well, I am the Action News Now reporter, and I got a little thirsty. Davis has been with Starbucks for nearly 2 decades and says loving what you do makes all the difference.
You know, if you're going to rise, you might as well shine.
I love it. Rashad Pinckney, thank you. In Mesa, Arizona, a group known for their ugly quilts is sewing for service.
The group recently reached a major milestone of sewing 18,000 sleeping bags to be donated to the unhoused in their community. Chase Golightly at our Arizona affiliate spoke to the group about what this mission means to them.
While their name is unique, these volunteers make it clear.
We are not ugly quilters. We make ugly quilts.
Made up of about 20 men and women, every Thursday they meet at First United Methodist Church in downtown Mesa to make these so-called ugly quilts for a good cause.
It warms my heart to know that we can help someone that is in need and help them through their troubles.
Spokesperson Nona Weiser has been volunteering here for more than 20 years. She says they hand sew sleeping bags for men, women, and children who are unhoused.
In 1991, they started sewing here, and it was all piecework. We're really blessed with donations now.
And then we add the towels and a t-shirt, a hat, and a scarf.
Everyone here has a vital role.
I have to sew them together onto the fabric.
I thread all the needles for everyone, and then I fill the coffee when it's empty.
Two very important jobs, I would say.
Right.
For a cause they're all behind.
We all care about people that are struggling on the streets. You know, we could all be there someday.
There's a real need out there for the homeless. I am able to do something in my retired years instead of just being at home doing nothing.
Amongst the constant sound of sewing, laughter also echoes through the process. The friendships made here, making this fulfilling work go by a little faster.
I live alone, so it's nice that I can come and make friends.
Fun people to work with. We all have kind of the same motivation to help somebody less fortunate than we are.
Leading them to reach a historic milestone.
This is our 18,000th bag.
Donating 18,000 bags, leading to Arizona U.S. Congressman Greg Stanton awarding them a congressional commendation for their continued work.
It was very exciting.
Kind of a golden award for us.
While they are wrapping up for the season, since many volunteers are winter visitors,
yeah, I will miss it. I wish it went on all year.
It's this time together and helping those in need that make them excited to come back again.
What a great story. What a great effort. Chase Golightly, thank you for highlighting it. Well, before we go, time for today's Daily Snapshot. We head to Germany for a heroic animal rescue. You see, that is Timmy, a humpback whale that was rescued just yesterday. He was stranded in German shallow waters since March. You can see here rescuers pulling that whale to a flooded barge, and today German authorities said that the barge carrying the whale has reached Danish waters. It's now making its way toward deeper water in the North Sea to be released. Thank goodness. Yeah. Really beautiful and really important work. More Daily after this. Hi there, everybody. I'm Sinclair Samoa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, April 29th, 2026, royal diplomacy. King Charles and Queen Camilla are in New York City today after their historic first visit to Washington, D.C. His tactful message to President Trump and how his appearances are being received back in the UK.
Breaking news, holding steady. The Federal Reserve decides once again to keep interest rates unchanged. What we heard from outgoing Chair Jerome Powell today as President Trump's pick to replace him clears a key vote in the Senate.
Space stars. President Trump hosts the 4 Artemis II astronauts at the White House today following their historic mission to the moon inside their Oval Office meeting.
And prodigal daughter, stand-up comedian Taylor Tomlinson out with a new Netflix special by that name. I sit down with her for the drink and we talk about her quick rise to fame and how she found stand-up through her church.
Excited to see that conversation, and people can listen too in the podcast.
That's right, anywhere you get your podcasts.
So stick around, but we're going to get started this hour with the royals' visit to the U.S.
King Charles and Queen Camilla are in New York City today with events scattered across Manhattan. This afternoon, the royals attending events for literacy and urban farming. Earlier, the pair paid their respects at the 9/11 Memorial in Lower Manhattan to commemorate the upcoming 25th anniversary of the World Trade Center attacks. 67 British nationals died in the attacks that day.
It's a trip of careful diplomacy for the British royals as the special relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom has strained considerably under the Trump administration. At a glamorous state dinner at the White House last night, King Charles charmed the president with historical jokes and toasted the indispensable alliance between the two nations. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin on set and NBC News royal contributor Daisy McAndrew outside Buckingham Palace in London. Erin, let's start with you. Walk us through the events that the Queen and King have been attending today.
Yeah, well, earlier today we saw a somber note to this historic visit. The King and Queen, you see them there laying flowers at the 9/11 Memorial reflection pools in honor of the 67 British nationals and nearly 3,000 lives lost in the 9/11 attacks. This was something that Prince Charles addressed yesterday when he spoke before that joint meeting of Congress, the importance of the response to the 9/11 attacks. It was the first time in history that NATO invoked Article 5 of collective defense. He underscored how that response united the two countries and demonstrated their security bonds. Take a listen to what he had to say yesterday.
In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together.
After laying those flowers, he also met with dignitaries, including the New York mayor, as well as survivors, victims, families, first responders of that day. From there, we understand the King went to Harlem for an event that took place there. The Queen went to the New York Public Library, where she gifted a Rue doll to the library's famed Winnie the Pooh collection, a joint cultural touchstone, if you will. And then from there, they're expected to come here to 30 Rock for an event marking the trade ties between the UK and the US. And then there's a cultural reception not far from here as well.
Daisy, let me bring you in. This trip by the King and the Queen, it comes at an interesting time, right, for the British royal family. There have been, to put it mildly, some troubles in the family back in the UK. How is this all being received where you are?
I appreciate your British type of underplaying there. Yes, it hasn't been an easy time for the royal family. And of course, a lot of the headlines have been around Prince Andrew, the King's brother. And some of the coverage of this trip to the United States has been followed by questions of whether he should be meeting Epstein survivors and so on. But actually, this trip is at the behest of the British government. The British government called on the King, almost like their not so secret weapon when it comes to diplomacy diplomacy to do what he can to try to smooth over that troubled relationship that you mentioned at the beginning between London and Washington. And I think we saw a really clever diplomatic speech yesterday. He didn't hold back, the King, when he was talking about NATO or Ukraine or the importance of a separation of powers. And yet it was peppered with a lot of flattery, a lot of affection. We know that President Trump is very keen on the royal family. He constantly talks about the motherland and how his mother was very, very keen on the royals, even saying that his mother had a bit of a crush on a young Prince Charles. So you can see that in some ways the King is perhaps pushing at an open door when it comes to the president. But of course, lots and lots of fingers crossed here that that open door will lead to more opportunities to strengthen that relationship.
All right, Daisy McAndrew, Aaron McLaughlin, thank you both.
We have breaking news at the Federal Reserve. For the third straight time, the board has voted to hold interest rates steady.
Chair Jerome Powell said this is his final interest rate decision as leader of the central bank. President Donald Trump's pick to succeed Powell is Kevin Warsh. He cleared a key Senate hurdle this morning, teeing up a final confirmation vote in the coming weeks. One of the first challenges Warsh will face is rising gas prices. The national average for a gallon of regular has now topped $4.23. That's up nearly 42% since the start of the war with Iran.
Let's bring in NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung. Brian, let's start with the interest rate decision. Keeping it steady, the vote was far from unanimous. Walk us through the decision and what it means for our wallets.
Yeah, and I should point out, Kate and Zinkley, that this decision was expected. It's not like the Fed was expected to do anything with interest rates. They held them steady, but it comes at a time where the central bank is deeply fractured. That is what Kevin Warsh, the incoming Federal Reserve Chair, is going to inherit when he begins his tenure not long from now. Again, this was the final meeting for Jerome Powell. But again, the decision today is based off of the current data that we've seen on both inflation and the jobs front, where the labor market has been weakening a little bit, and there are inflationary concerns because of the impact of tariffs as well as the war in Iran, making energy prices more expensive for people that are looking at this chart and wondering how is this going to translate into their daily finances. That means for mortgage rates, which have been very volatile over, let's call it, the last 6 to 12 months, that those mortgage rates are likely to remain elevated with the Federal Reserve not aggressively cutting interest rates quite yet, guys.
So, Brian, even though Chair Powell is likely to be replaced by Warsh soon, he is still allowed to stay on the board, right, as a Fed governor. He spoke about that earlier. What exactly did he say?
Yeah, this is part of the musical chairs that we were watching very closely in this press conference. The Fed Chair Jerome Powell confirming this is his last press conference as Federal Reserve Chair, and he said he will stick around even after Kevin Warsh takes the chairmanship, and the Fed chairman saying he's going to step into a governor role, which he is allowed to do until as late as 2028. He said he's doing so while the Department of Justice clarifies whether or not that investigation into cost overruns on a Federal Reserve building project is going to stay. Here's why the Fed Chair Jerome Powell said he needs to stay on board while that investigation looms.
So I worry that these attacks are battering the institution and putting at risk the thing that really matters to the public, which is the ability to conduct monetary policy without taking into consideration political factors. It is so important for our economy, for the people that we serve, that they can depend over time on a central bank that operates that way, free of political influence.
A stark warning you don't tend to hear from the Federal Reserve Chairman. But again, the top line is he's going to stay on the Fed as a governor once Kevin Warsh becomes the top person there.
Brian, we're seeing not only gas prices rise, but also the price of crude oil. Does this mean high prices at the pump are here to stay for quite a while?
Yeah, prices at the pump hitting the highest since 2022. And there are signs now that with no reopening of the Strait of Hormuz happening anytime soon, that those gas prices will remain elevated. That's a big reason why, as I mentioned, this Federal Reserve is fractured. You had one Fed governor, the Trump appointee, that said he actually argued for an interest rate cut, but because of concerns about these energy prices that are rising and likely will continue to rise, you had 3 members voting against the decision today, saying they didn't like that the statement had a, quote, easing bias. It doesn't mean they wanted an interest rate change today, but it does point to the suggestion maybe some Fed officials could even see an interest rate hike sometime in the future.
All right, Brian Chung for us. Thank you.
Nick Reiner was back inside a Los Angeles courtroom today for a hearing.
The 32-year-old is charged in the double murder of his parents, Hollywood actor and director Rob Reiner and Michelle Reiner. The couple was found stabbed to death in their home back in December. Reiner is being represented by a public defender after his previous lawyer stepped down over what he called legal and ethical constraints. Reiner has pleaded not guilty. NBC's Liz Kreutz joins us now following this. Liz, this was a quick court appearance today. What was his demeanor like, Nick Reiner's demeanor inside the courtroom, and what's next?
Hey guys, yeah, it was extremely brief, and it actually started about 2 hours late. The court didn't give a reason for that, and it ultimately was postponed until September 15th. But Nick Reiner did make an appearance. You can see these sketches here. Earlier, I had said that he was wearing civilian clothes. I should clarify, he was wearing jail clothes of a yellow shirt and blue pants. And according to our colleagues that were in the courtroom, he had a very just sort of stoic demeanor, really didn't show much emotion, was sitting next to his public defender, who asked the judge for more time, saying they were still trying to gather all of the evidence. One of the reporters in the courtroom said the prosecutor said autopsy reports were still pending. So ultimately, the judge granted that request to postpone this hearing till September. And at that point, they'll decide if they're ready to go to a pretrial hearing.
And Liz, just days ago, Reiner's brother Jake penned a pretty emotional tribute about his parents online. Talk to us about what he said.
Yeah, it was really sad. It's an essay that he posted on Substack along with really sweet family photos over the years of them as children. He said that it has just been so painful, obviously, over the past few months. He said the night that he learned of the murders, my world as I knew it collapsed. He said I was robbed of so many things that day. My parents won't be at my wedding. They won't get to hold their future grandchild. It simultaneously breaks my heart and enrages me. And then he went on to describe the pain of losing both his parents at the same time in such a horrific way. But then saying, and on top of that, having your brother be at the center of it, it is almost too impossible to process, guys.
It is for him and for us as well. Liz Kreutz, thank you.
Coming up, former FBI Director James Comey vowing to fight back after being indicted for a second time. What he's saying about the latest charges.
Plus, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth facing lawmakers today for the first time since the start of the war with Iran. His heated testimony on Capitol Hill. That's next on NBC News Daily.
For the first time since the war with Iran started 2 months ago, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth publicly faced questions from lawmakers on Capitol Hill. The secretary and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff both testified before the House Armed Services Committee today. The top Pentagon leaders were asked about the war strategy, the price tag, and how long it would last. One Pentagon official said the war had cost an estimated $25 billion so far. NBC News senior national security correspondent Courtney Kube was on Capitol Hill for the hearing. She joins us now from our Washington bureau. Courtney, Secretary Hegseth was pressed about Iran's nuclear capabilities during the hearing. What did he have to say?
Yeah, and that's because, remember, after Operation Midnight Hammer last June, the Trump administration came out very forcefully to say that Iran's nuclear facilities and capabilities had been, quote, obliterated. Then, fast forward to February when the president approved the war in Iran beginning, the administration then started saying that one of the reasons was to stop Iran from obtaining or pursuing a nuclear weapon. So those two statements have been at odds with one another. That was some of the line of questioning that we heard, including from the ranking member of House Armed Services, Representative Adam Smith. Here's what he had to say about that.
Well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated. Underground, they're buried, and we're watching them 24.
We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago, because the nuclear weapon was an imminent threat. Now you're saying that it was completely obliterated?
They had not given up their nuclear ambitions.
So you can see there the distinction between the U.S. military taking strikes that destroyed Iranian nuclear facilities back in June to actually giving up their ambition. But the reality is this has been a very muddy point since this war began now 60 days ago, Kate.
Courtney, can you kind of summarize for those of us who haven't watched the whole thing, what were some of the other key takeaways from the hearing?
There have been a lot, frankly. I mean, a lot of the discussion has been about the war in Iran. There's been criticism from both sides of the aisle about the transparency or lack thereof. As you mentioned, that we did learn from the acting comptroller that, in fact, the war has cost at least $25 billion. But it's not really clear what all that encompasses, if it includes not just the munitions and aircraft that have been used and expended, but whether it includes replacement costs for some of those more exquisite and expensive munitions that the U.S. has used dozens and dozens at a time, Kate.
All right, Courtney Kube watching all that. Thank you.
We are following a major decision out of the Supreme Court today relating to redistricting and the Voting Rights Act. The justice is ruling that Louisiana's 2024 map, which created the state's second majority black congressional district, is unconstitutional, with the court writing in part that, quote, the Constitution almost never permits a state to discriminate on the basis of race. Let's bring in NBC News legal affairs reporter Gary Grumbach. So, Gary, to start, why was the map originally drawn this way? And talk us through today's decision.
So this was drawn by Louisiana legislature in 2024 to comply with the Voting Rights Act, the very act that is being weakened by today's decision. The VRA was put into place in 1965 in an effort to stop map drawing that would discriminate on the basis of color, on the basis of race, on the basis of language minority status. Justice Alito, writing in this opinion of the 6-3 decision along ideological lines, saying in part, quote, allowing race to play any part in government decision-making represents a departure from the constitutional rule that applies in almost every context. Justice Kagan saying that a court's decision will set back the foundational right Congress granted of racial equality in electoral opportunity. So two very different sides of the spectrum there in a very big decision today, guys.
To that end, Gary, how exactly is this ruling being perceived broadly outside of the court?
Well, it depends who you ask here. The NAACP President Derek Johnson calling it a devastating blow, saying the Supreme Court betrayed black voters. They betrayed America. You've got the Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrell, a Republican, saying this is a seismic decision reaffirming equal protection under our nation's law. And then you've got the White House calling this a complete and total victory for American voters, saying the color of one's skin should not dictate which congressional district you belong in. This is going to impact not just Louisiana, but states around the country as we approach the midterm elections, guys.
Yeah, to that end, briefly, Gary, what impact could this have on the midterms, given how much redistricting efforts we've been seeing?
Well, it's so much is up in the air, right? It depends when your state's primary is, if it's already happened or if it hasn't happened yet. It depends whether you live in a state that traditionally votes Republican or votes Democrat. It's going to be, really a patchwork of different answers across the state, depending on where you live.
Yeah, a lot of changes this year. Gary Grumbach, thank you.
Later, Texas hit hard by another round of severe weather. We'll show you the damage on the ground. That's ahead on NBC News Daily.
And stay with us anytime, anywhere, because we're always streaming free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, including YouTube, Roku, all the places named on your screen. A lot of great write-ups on NBCnews.com. And, oh, did I mention the NBC News app?
Yeah, you can stream us there, too.
The news continues right after this.
It seems like all of a sudden things are moving pretty quickly again in the race to put as many humans as possible into space.
And there's a company in California called VAST that wants to make sure those who break free of Earth's atmosphere have a comfortable place to call home. They're building what could become the next generation space station. NBC News Now anchor Gotti Schwartz stopped by to see it for himself.
Inside a vast clean room in Long Beach, California, a future orbital space station getting the finishing touches.
Would you like to go inside and see it?
Go
With Colin?
inside?
Yeah,
Let's go inside. Oh, there we go. Wow.
This is Haven 1, and while it's a whole lot smaller than the nearly 14,000 cubic foot space station, those who are building it say it's a giant leap in getting more habitable space up into Earth's orbit.
We are a space station builder, and our key goal is to replace the International Space Station and ensure that we have a continuous American presence in orbit.
For the private aerospace company VAST, that means starting with a modular design with the focus on economics and scale rather than expensive specialized systems.
We are doing it in-house, and that allows us to have about 10x the lower cost and about 5x the speed. This was built from raw material.
Like these panels that line the exterior of the space station structure.
To make one structure, we need 35 panels. Each panel has a specific design for handling the loads and the mounting location.
They come to the factory as raw aluminum and are machined here. Max Hote says the completed space station will cost about $150 million. Less if VAST can start building them at scale, and that is a fraction of the more than $100 billion that the International Space Station has cost to date. To put things in perspective, NASA estimates the ISS currently costs $4 billion to operate each year, which would be enough to build 26 of these every 12 months.
It's way too expensive. One of the key goals in transitioning to commercial and retiring the ISS is to have a new model that's much more economically sustainable so that it's much lower cost.
It comes as NASA is retooling for their massive pivot to building a lunar base. And with the ISS scheduled to be decommissioned in 2030, VAST is hoping to pick up where the storied space station will leave off with a modern twist.
We want this to be a human-centric spacecraft.
Andrew Feustel has been to space 3 times, including spacewalks and a mission to the ISS as commander. He's now lead astronaut at VAST.
These are the sleep quarters.
Wait, these are the beds?
Yeah, 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom.
Oh, man.
They're quite roomy by ISS standards. We call this the common area because we imagine that crew will work together, live together, and do experimental work in here as well. This is our payload wall. We believe that if you create an environment that sort of connects you back, so these are all soft earth tones that are in here. The concept was, if you can feel like you're back on Earth, you may not feel as separated from Earth.
And come early next year,
This isn't Houston. This is Long Beach, California.
Haven 1 is expected to be placed on top of a SpaceX rocket and launched into orbit on a mission to open a new outpost high above our home. Gotti Schwartz, NBC News.
Very cool. Thank you, Gotti. Time for some consumer news. United Airlines is launching a new program where members can use miles they earn by flying to pay for rides in a car.
NBC's Emily Lorsch joins us now with today's Money Minute. So, Emily, United and Lyft are saying this is a first-of-its-kind partnership. How exactly does it work?
Yeah, so first you have to link up your accounts. You can do that online on united.com/Lyft. And then after you request a ride on the app, you can select miles as your payment method. Then it will show you how many miles would be applied to your ride. This builds on the company's partnership that launched last year, allowing users to earn United miles on eligible Lyft rides. On the roads, General Motors is updating 4 million cars that currently have Google Gemini to now include an AI assistant. That's for some 2022 and newer models. The automaker says it will let people talk back and forth with the assistant in a conversational way and also ask about things like music, directions, and even random facts you can debate with the assistant while driving. And how do you feel about your luggage being in the hands of a robot? Well, Japan Airlines is testing humanoid robots at a Tokyo airport to help transport bags and cargo. The machines will work alongside human crews, taking on some of those heavier loads on the tarmac. Guys, I'm a carry-on girl, but I do feel like this is pretty harmless, lifting the luggage.
Yeah, I was going to say, after some of the videos I've seen of luggage getting tossed, I welcome it, and maybe it'll give a break to those who have to carry all those bags.
Is it a break, though, or does it take the jobs of the people that used to be doing it?
There's a labor shortage right now, so they're saying that this is really going to help with that, especially during this tourism boom.
Emily, thank you.
And later this hour, today's Jenna Bush Hager sits down with the cast of The Devil Wears Prada 2. Stay with us.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The NCAA is reportedly moving closer to expanding the men's and women's Division I college basketball tournaments from 68 teams to 76. Yesterday, unnamed sources told ESPN that decision to expand March Madness was on track to be finalized soon, pending what they called formalities. The NCAA responded with a statement saying in part that expansion would require approval from multiple committees and no final recommendations or decisions have been made.
Another powerful line of storms are sweeping across the South and Midwest. A disaster declaration was issued for North Texas after a possible tornado tore through the town of Mineral Wells, damaging several neighborhoods. Officials say there were multiple injuries, but so far no reports of fatalities. Meanwhile, in Arkansas, another possible tornado was caught on camera. That storm also produced damaging golf ball-sized hail. And in central Illinois, there was more damage as another storm system packing high winds toppled trees and destroyed several homes.
And police are calling a stabbing attack in London today a terrorist incident. Investigators are looking into whether the attack was deliberately targeting the Jewish community. The Prime Minister previously described that incident as an anti-Semitic attack. The victims, two men ages 76 and 34, were taken to the hospital and are now in stable condition. A 45-year-old man has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. Officials say there's been a rise in anti-Semitic incidents in the area, including an arson attack just weeks ago where several ambulances were set on fire.
Former FBI Director James Comey appeared in court earlier today after being indicted by the Justice Department for a second time.
Comey is accused of threatening the life of President Donald Trump in a social media post last year. Comey posted a photo of seashells arranged to show 8647. 86 can refer to getting rid of something, and some people thought the 47 referred to the president.
The post was deleted. Comey apologized and said he didn't know that it could be interpreted as being a violent message. In a video posted after the indictment yesterday, Comey said he won't back down.
This won't be the end of it, but nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid, and I still believe in the independent federal judiciary, so let's go.
Joining us now, NBC News legal affairs reporter Gary Grumbach and NBC News legal analyst Misty Maris. Gary, let's start with you in Washington. Take us through what happened in court and what next steps look like.
Yeah, it was a very brief hearing, about 7 minutes in length. And what happened was what happens in criminal cases across the country. He was read his rights. He was read the charges that have been filed against him. And then his attorney, Pat Fitzgerald, said that he plans to put forward a couple motions on selective and vindictive prosecution, suggesting that this was not a legitimate charge that should have been filed against the former FBI director, very similar to what was filed the last time James Comey was indicted just last year. As you might imagine, President Trump has some thoughts on this indictment. Here's what he had to say about these charges.
I think of it as a mob term. I don't know if people think of it as something having to do with disappearing, but the mob uses that term to say when they want to kill somebody, they say 86, the son of a gun. People like Comey have created tremendous danger, I think, for politicians and others.
Now, there was no plea entered by James Comey today because he cannot be arraigned in the state of Virginia. The rest of this case will play out in the Eastern District of North Carolina, where those photos were taken.
And Misty, let me turn to you now. Comey's lawyers say they are going to try to argue that this is a vindictive prosecution. What does that mean exactly, and what do you make of that argument?
Yeah, not surprised to hear that. So essentially, it means that they're going to argue and try and get this indictment thrown out, saying that this is not a legitimate law enforcement action. Instead, it's targeted due to political animus by President Trump against Comey, pointing to some of those comments that he's made very publicly, calling Comey a dirty cop. And I think what we're going to see in this motion is talking about that prior indictment, the fact that it failed, it got thrown out. And so now they're just trying a different legal theory. And that all seeks to get rid of the indictment before it ever gets to a jury.
Misty, this indictment is just 2 pages long. Some have pointed to that and said that prosecutors may not have a case here. What do they need to do to prove their point?
Yeah, really, really thin here based on the indictment. Of course, there could be more to come. We don't know. According to Todd Blanche, there's been almost a years-long investigation. But if it's just what we see here, then it's going to be a really tough case because they have to show that Comey intentionally threatened to kill the president or put him in grave bodily harm. So that looks into Comey's mind at the time. The mere term 86 is going to be really tough because it has many different meanings. It's super ambiguous. So it's going to be hard to establish that that's what we call a true threat rather than First Amendment protected speech. So unless there's more, this is going to be real tough for the Department of Justice.
All right, Misty Maris, Gary Grumbach, thank you both.
Today at the White House, President Trump met with the 4 astronauts from Artemis 2 nearly 3 weeks after their historic mission around the moon. This is not the first time the crewmates have talked with President Trump. The astronauts were at the State of the Union speech in February, and the president called them from Earth just after they completed their flight around the moon. Joining us now, NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Monica, the president welcomed the astronauts to the White House. Walk us through what occurred.
Yeah, and he was asked, Clay, interestingly, whether he believes that some of these future astronauts, as part of this Artemis program, could potentially walk on the moon during his term before it ends. The president said he thinks they have a shot at that, but it will depend. And he also had the NASA administrator there alongside those 4 remarkable astronauts. And he sort of weighed in on the possibility of that as well, without wanting to commit to that necessarily, since a lot has to line up. And before 2028, it's unclear whether that is going to be possible. But the president then also took a lot of questions from reporters in the room on other topics in terms of foreign policy and some other matters going on. Clay and Kate.
And to the point of other matters going on, Monica, President Trump has highlighted the importance of America getting back to the moon, but he has also called for cuts to NASA. How does the president square those things?
Yeah, pretty significant science cuts in particular. If you look at the Trump administration's proposal and blueprint for the upcoming fiscal year, there are some really, really deep cuts there, again, to a part of NASA that is more dedicated to research that is different, the White House argues, than the specific moon-focused Artemis program, which actually they want to invest more money, more resources into. So it seems like they can still try to boost that up while also making these other cuts. But remember, it's up to Congress in terms of what actually gets appropriated. And in the past, lawmakers have said they would, or they actually have rejected very, very deep cuts to NASA. Clay.
Monica Alba outside the White House. Thanks.
Time now for my series, The Drink, all about how folks got to the top of their field over a beverage of their choice. I had a chance to sit down with comedian Taylor Tomlinson. She has achieved remarkable success at a very young age with 4 Netflix specials in just 6 years, including her latest called Prodigal Daughter. We talked about that success, how she found stand-up in the first place, and how she navigates a complicated religious past. And be sure to scan the QR code on your screen now to listen to our extended conversation wherever you get your podcasts. Comedian Taylor Tomlinson, welcome.
Thank you.
We're at Dime's Speakeasy in the Gansevoort Hotel. What is your drink?
Almond milk matcha latte. Oh, look, it matches your jacket, too.
Oh,
this worked out well. Screenshot that. Screenshot that right there.
I'm curious, are you starting to be funny when you're a kid?
Yes, there was a woman at our church, shout out Karen, who was taking a stand-up comedy class and told my dad he should take me. But I remember when I started performing in the class, I just knew kind of quickly, oh, this is where I feel the most myself.
You talk a lot about growing up in a Christian household.
Well, I started doing stand-up in churches in high school.
High school?
Yeah. I couldn't perform in comedy clubs until I was 18. And when I was finally able to go to a comedy club, I was like, oh, this is where it's supposed to happen. This is magical.
You get that first Netflix comedy special in your mid-20s. That just doesn't usually happen for people so young, right?
No,
You're
it doesn't.
exceptional.
It's so strange because, even if you're like, yeah, I'm good at this, there's 10 to 20 people that you can think of off the top of your head every time you get an opportunity that you're like, well, all of those people deserve it just as much, if not more than me. And so it's sort of this weird thing where you have to go okay, you just got to work hard and be worthy of the opportunities you get.
Being bipolar, there's nothing wrong with it. Being bipolar is like not knowing how to swim. It might be embarrassing to tell people, and it might be hard to take you certain places. But they have arm floaties.
You've talked about your bipolar diagnosis. You've been really vulnerable, frankly. You've been really open. Is there a reason why you work it into your material?
I mean, I think once I wrote a joke about it that I really liked. I was like, I guess we're talking about this. And it was just such a process, kind of coming to terms with it. And I thought, well, if I'm feeling this way, other people are definitely feeling this way. So it might be good to talk about it on stage.
Because I have religious trauma. Anybody else have religious trauma?
Your fourth Netflix special, Prodigal Daughter, out now.
Lots
of Bible jokes.
Lots of Bible jokes.
Why did you go there?
I started doing stand-up in churches. And it's the one thing that every interview I have ever done, people want to talk about them. And for a long time, I was like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Like, it's embarrassing. And I also had a lot of complicated feelings about the way I grew up. And there were a lot of things about it that messed me up that I was working through. And this special, I was coming at it from a place of, there are things I am grateful for. And I think a big thing was I was so scared that everyone in my life that was a Christian, I was gonna lose them once they found out I wasn't religious and I didn't believe what they believed. But I do have a lot of friends and family members who didn't leave me and didn't abandon me. I mean, my grandma texted me yesterday and said, I watched the special and you're so funny and Jesus loves you.
Taylor Tomlinson, this was so fun.
This was so fun.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Really fun, really interesting conversation too.
Yeah, she was really very open and insightful and talking about how she got those opportunities so young. You heard her say it,
Yes,
right?
she said, I just need to show up and do it well and embrace it.
Right, because she's really good at it. And as we mentioned, you can listen to an extended version of our conversation wherever you get your podcasts. But if you would rather watch the full conversation, you can do that too. Just scan that QR code on your screen or just visit NBCnews.com/The Drink. If you do that, Zinkla, you will see we go bowling because the place where we taped at the Gansevoort Hotel in Manhattan, it's a speakeasy, but they have this 2-lane bowling alley.
Okay.
And so we just picked up a couple bowling balls and
Wait,
started
I love it. Now I gotta know who won.
Well, you gotta watch for that.
That's what we call a tease. Kate, thank you so much. And I got another tease for you, because up ahead, a new series for true crime fans from NBC's very own Ellison Barber. She joins us with a preview of her new Netflix podcast, Allegedly. That's happening on NBC News Daily.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. We head to Germany for a heroic animal rescue. That is Timmy, a humpback whale who was rescued yesterday. He was stranded in German shallow waters ever since March. You can see here, rescuers, we're going to show it, pulling the whale to a flooded barge. Today, German authorities say that barge that was carrying the whale has reached Danish waters. It's now making its way toward deeper water in the North Sea to release the whale. More NBC News Daily. That's a good note to end on right after this.
All right, some exciting news for true crime fans.
Our very own Ellison Barber is the host of a brand new true crime video podcast that is out today on Netflix. It's called Allegedly. It's produced by NBC News Studios. Every Wednesday, Ellison will sit down with a friend, a legal analyst, or someone who knew the victims in a crime to break down some of the most talked about true crime cases. And here with a preview is Allegedly host and NBC News correspondent, our friend Ellison Barber. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
It's kind of a big deal.
It's so exciting.
Talk about what it is and how it happened.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm so excited and honored to get to do it. It's been such an amazing journey, and everybody on our team is just so smart and caring and interesting. I've loved that. And then I'm also I'm terrified because I'm this is crazy. The idea that there's a show with my face on Netflix right now. I constantly, and then I'm afraid. I think I'm afraid. Am I excited? Am I afraid? All the waves. But yeah, for a long time, I've covered crime. I covered it a lot in local news, but I have always been an avid true crime listener and watcher and interested in these cases and what things I think I can learn from them. And this has been just such a great opportunity to try to do it in a way that is sticking to the reporting that we do here every day and the news standards we have here every day, and showing people the totality of what all of us do when we're reporting out even the tiniest thing in a conversational format. I keep saying to people, I feel like the conversations I'm having are the same conversations we all have in the halls in between when we're working on stories. We're just taping it.
During the breaks. And you go really deep into cases, some of which people will remember, like the death of Gabby Petito. First, I want folks to have a chance to listen.
After this phone call on August 29th, where Brian tells his father Gabby is gone, what happens next is the most stunning silence, right?
Right.
Neither parent tries to reach out to Gabby and say, hey, what's going on? We got this call from Brian. Are you okay? We're worried.
If they really did not know that something nefarious had happened, why wouldn't you call her parents?
So without any spoilers, can you talk us through some of the new revelations that you found?
So there have been 3 civil lawsuits related to what happened to Gabby Petito. And a lot of people, I think, remember seeing the Netflix documentary about Gabby Petito. That was before a lot of these things came out and became public. So what we've tried to do is really go through all of the court documents, the depositions, the testimony, different information that has come out through these different civil lawsuits, one of them that is still ongoing in the state of Utah, and really add it to the totality of what we've seen so far from that story. So it's a fuller picture of what really happened there. And it's so relevant because it is such a serious, pervasive issue for so many people. When you look at statistics, the amount of people who are impacted by intimate partner violence in the United States, for women alone, it's about 1 in 3 will experience it in their lifetime. That's over 43 million people. So it is something that even the CDC describes as a public health crisis. So it is trying to just add to the totality of this case that everybody knew and watched and has familiarity with it, to see maybe what can we, me included, learn from it through this new information.
And what can we learn about how we treat people who are going through something like that? We just saw Misty Maris, our favorite, I shouldn't say favorite.
One of our favorites.
One of our favorites, legal analyst here. She was in the first episode with you. Who are some of the other kinds of friends and guests that you'll be having?
So Kristen Gibbons-Fenton, who if you don't know, you should Google her. She is someone who I was covering in for local affiliates, the Bill Cosby case where she delivered the closing remarks when she was 34.
Wow.
She's so brilliant and extraordinary and so caring and compassionate. So I'm she comes on. We have Philip Hamilton, who's a defense attorney who is also just so smart, so easy to talk to. And we also have former FBI agent and CIA analyst Tracy Walter, and then we have people who are directly connected to the case.
Well, we can't wait for more. Ellison Barber, congratulations. You can catch the first episode of Allegedly on Netflix every Wednesday.
There's much more news ahead.
gird your loins because the highly anticipated Devil Wears Prada 2 hits theaters this Friday.
It has been 20 years since the original film captivated us all. So today, anchor Jenna Bush Hager sat down with the legendary cast to talk about their return to the big screen and some unexpected cameos.
The Devil Wears Prada 2 is back, and it's one of the most highly anticipated films of the year.
You guys, this movie, I mean, people are so hungry for it.
I am stunned by the sort of appetite and the anticipation and how much the first one meant to people.
Oh, good morning, Miranda.
Isaac. It's been 20 years. It's arguably, it has become a classic film, and it endures.
What type of pressure does that add that people cannot wait for this film to come out?
There's always pressure when you make a movie, but because the screenplay was so amazing, I felt like that actually took a lot of the pressure off. Then it was just back to what we do every time, which is just try to make, hang out and try to make a great
around.
script, better, yeah.
2 decades in the waiting, it's the return of glamour, power struggles, and our favorite characters.
Hello. Well, look what TJ Maxx dragged in.
Sorry, who is this? Do you know her? Do I know her?
What was it like to reunite?
I was thrilled. They were not. I don't know if they were thrilled, but I was.
We kept trying to
Hi,
get
everybody.
Yeah. It was sort of like,
It was like, oh, God.
She's back.
You know, I think this film certainly changed my life in a huge way. Obviously, a lot has happened in 20 years. We've had kids. He married my sister.
In real life, Stanley Tucci married Emily Blunt's sister, Felicity, in 2012.
Y'all are related.
Yeah, we are so related.
We're over-related.
In the long-awaited sequel, Miranda struggles with the decline of print media.
Click, 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 everywhere. The world has changed significantly. For one, technology has become something we're so reliant on. Does that come to play?
Yeah, of course it does, because journalism has changed. Magazines have changed distinctly. Most of them only exist online.
So much is uncertain.
Yeah.
And that landscape is why it's really kind of fun to revisit these characters, destabilized. And yet, it's kind of triumphant in the end.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say that.
Yeah, don't say that. Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
Don't
Take
listen
that
to me.
out.
Lock up.
Am I having a hallucination?
Hi, Emily. I watched it with Savannah and Hoda, which was so lovely.
Yeah.
And we kept saying, like, that's right down the street from our office.
Wow.
Was that fun to shoot on the streets?
Yeah, I mean,
And wild?
well, it was happening. It was honest to God a joy to go there and hear people scream and just feel great about something.
I think it was a nightmare.
There's exciting cameos, including Lady Gaga, Naomi Campbell, and another familiar face.
Well, I am in this film.
Yes, you are. Tried to steal my scene.
I had just arrived, and they were like, Jenna? And I'm like, who? Me? Meryl? And I'm like, wait, what? I couldn't believe it. And it was the fact that y'all welcomed me so lovingly.
If the new film is anything like the first, expect a cultural lightning rod, high fashion, and catchphrases cemented into pop culture.
Oh my God, just hide a feeling for once.
What is the line that people ask you most from the first film?
Gird your loins.
Gird your loins.
Now I'll tell you the line.
I'm just one stomach flu away from my goal weight. The stomach flu one is weekly.
A lot of people ask me if I can spell Gabbana.
Can you please spell Gabbana?
Hello?
Yes. What about yours?
That's all.
That's all. Yes.
That's what they.
That's all.
You know.
It's a perfect way to end. Jenna Bush Hager, NBC News.
Oh, wow, that was great. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Sinclair Samoa. That's all.
That's all.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington, and that was the closing bell on Wall Street as markets finished the day slightly lower against the backdrop of soaring oil and gas prices from the war against Iran. As President Trump signals he will continue to blockade Iran until it agrees to give up its nuclear ambitions. Markets also closing after the Federal Reserve's decision to leave interest rates unchanged. Chairman Powell speaking to reporters this afternoon, likely for the last time as chair, with President Trump's replacement poised to take the reins. Powell expressing concern about the administration's attacks against him and the central bank, while also cautioning that the conflict in the Middle East is driving up energy prices and causing economic uncertainty. Listen.
The economic outlook remains highly uncertain, and the conflict in the Middle East has added to this uncertainty. In the near term, higher energy prices will push up overall inflation. Beyond that, the scope and duration of potential effects on the economy remain unclear, as does the future course of the conflict itself.
Today, prices at the pump hitting a 4-year high, $4.23 a gallon on average for regular gas. U.S. oil prices spiking as well, breaking $100 a barrel. At the same time, a major international benchmark for oil neared $120 a barrel, its highest level since 2022. In a meeting yesterday, President Trump told energy executives that the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports will continue, quote, for months if needed. That's according to a White House official. Speaking to reporters today, the president doubled down on that strategy.
Well, the blockade is genius, okay? The blockade has been 100% foolproof. It shows how good our Navy is, I can tell you that. Nobody's going to play games. Now they have to cry uncle. That's all they have to do, just say, we give up. We give up. But their economy is really in trouble. So it's a dead economy. They've come a long way. The question is whether or not they're going to go far enough. So at this moment, there will never be a deal unless they agree that there will be no nuclear weapons.
Meanwhile, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was on Capitol Hill today testifying before lawmakers for the first time since the war with Iran began. The defense secretary came out swinging. In his opening statement, he called out Democrats, calling them the biggest adversary in the Iran war.
The biggest challenge, the biggest adversary we face at this point are the reckless, feckless, and defeatist words of congressional Democrats and some Republicans 2 months in, I remind you, 2 months in to a conflict, 2 months in on an existential fight for the safety of the American people. Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. We are proud of this undertaking. I am proud that President Trump has had the courage to do it, and I look forward to sharing more about what our troops have accomplished.
The hearing also comes as the Trump administration is facing a May 1st deadline, at which point the president will need congressional authorization to continue the war. Secretary Hegseth was repeatedly pressed today on the administration's strategy and whether the war has been a success. Take a listen.
How is this war going? Do you think we're winning?
Militarily on the battlefield, it's been an astounding military success.
No, but are we winning the war?
Absolutely.
Okay, so do you call Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz winning?
Well, I would say the blockade that we hold that doesn't allow anything to come in or out of Iranian ports.
Okay, so
always
we've blockaded their blockade. So they blockaded us, and then we blockaded their blockade. That's like saying, tag, you're it.
In that same hearing, the Pentagon's top finance official estimated that to date, the war with Iran has cost $25 billion. Joining me now, our team of reporters, NBC News chief business correspondent Christine Romans, NBC News senior national security correspondent Courtney Kube, NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba, and NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez, who is in Doha for us. Christine, thank you for being here. I have to start with you, fresh off that press conference with Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. A lot going on from the Fed today, including the uncertainty over the Strait of Hormuz. How did markets react today?
We've got oil prices rising today, and that's because of this sort of impasse in the Strait of Hormuz. And the Fed chief told us that inflation is misbehaving. Developments in the Middle East have caused energy prices to spike, and you're beginning to see that filter elsewhere into the economy. So we haven't even seen the peak of that yet. So very closely watching energy prices and what that particular shock is going to mean for consumers and the economy overall.
Yeah, Americans are watching energy prices incredibly closely as well. So the Fed, their big decision today, decided to keep rates unchanged. What's the impact? And take us inside the thinking there. How did they get to that decision?
The inside the thinking is what is the big news here. They didn't cut interest rates, but there were 4 of these decision makers who decided to dissent, who didn't agree with the Fed's decision today for different reasons. That's the most, Kristen, since October 1992. So that means Jerome Powell, this is his last meeting as Fed chief, he's handing over a Federal Reserve that is showing a little more uncertainty, maybe, inside the ranks than we have seen in recent memory.
And finally, Christine, Fed Chair Powell said that he is, in fact, planning to stay on as Fed governor. Talk about that decision and what that could mean for the incoming Fed chair.
It's historic. I mean, this hasn't happened in like 80 years. There is a tradition that if you're the Fed chief, then you leave. You leave the Fed, even if there's more time left on your seat as a governor. And Jerome Powell said he's going to stay on. He's so concerned about the legal attacks against the institution. This is a little bit of what he said.
After my term as chair ends on May 15, I will continue to serve as a governor for a period of time to be determined. I plan to keep a low profile as a governor. These legal actions by the administration are unprecedented in our 113-year history, and there are ongoing threats of additional such actions. I worry that these attacks are battering the institution and putting at risk the thing that really matters to the public, which is the ability to conduct monetary policy without taking into consideration political factors.
Now, the Department of Justice has said that it has dropped its probe into Powell and a big renovation project there. But you can see he is not satisfied that there won't be other legal attacks or a resumption of that probe in the future. He wants finality and clarity and transparency that these attacks are over before he's going to step aside.
Just to put a fine point on it, Christine, this is defiance from the Fed chair.
It absolutely is. And he says that, look, he made a point of saying the insults that we hear, the words that people say, we don't even talk about that inside this institution. It's not a problem. It's the legal attacks that are a problem there. And he will stay on TBD. He said he's not going to be a shadow Fed chair for the next person who's coming in. He's going to keep a very low profile, he says, but he wants to stay there in his seat until these legal challenges are truly and finally over.
Well, just an historic day at the Fed. We're so glad you were there and could bring us all of that reporting, Christine. Court, let me turn to you. Let's talk about this firing hearing that we all watched on Capitol Hill. Defense Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, answering questions. I want to play a little bit more and get your reaction on the other side. Look.
Well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated. Underground, they're buried, and we're watching them 24/7. So we know where any nuclear material
reclaiming
might be.
my time for
just a
quick second here. We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago, because the nuclear weapon was an imminent threat. Now you're saying that it was completely obliterated?
They had not given up their nuclear ambitions, and they had a conventional shield of thousands of missiles.
So Operation Midnight Hammer accomplished nothing of substance. It left us at exactly the same place we were before. So much so that
their facilities were bombed and obliterated. Their ambitions continued.
Just some of the many fireworks today. Court, what were some of your biggest takeaways in addition to that exchange?
Yeah, I mean, that really underscores just how there has been so much confusion about the ultimate military objectives here. And what's really funny to me, Kristen, is the administration has just not done a good job of explaining exactly what they hope to do with respect to Iranian nuclear facilities and their capabilities. And the goal, Secretary Hegseth touched on it a tiny bit there when he said it's about taking out their conventional capability so they don't have the ability to defend a nuclear program. But instead, they get so hung up on arguing about how their facilities were obliterated. They clearly weren't. They were deeply buried. They were badly destroyed in most cases. But there's still no indication that they have not only destroyed the highly enriched uranium stockpile, but that they have destroyed their capability and their ambitions to ultimately get a nuclear weapon. That was just one of the many exchanges that we saw about Iran today that really shows how there is frustration on both sides of the aisle on Capitol Hill about the lack of transparency, about the objectives and the ultimate aims here of this war.
Well, it was just a remarkable hearing. Courtney, let me ask you, because to the key point that you're making about the administration, the president's strategy, did Secretary Hegseth reveal any new information?
No, not really. I mean, we did learn about the $25 billion cost, the price tag of Operation Epic Fury right now, but it's still not 100% clear exactly what that encompasses. So, for instance, is that sort of the burn rate of what they've been going through? So the munitions that they've used, the aircraft that have been damaged or destroyed, just the wear and tear on things. Those ships, 3 carrier strike groups, once they're out on a deployment like that, especially the Ford, they're going to be in the docks for a while, like a year plus. It's very expensive, and there's also the destroyers and everything else. Does that cost also encompass rebuying new munitions and buying new aircraft? All that, it's not really clear. And then we don't even know if it includes the cost of the blockade, which is also extremely expensive and has no end in sight.
And Courtney was also pressed on the firing of the Army Chief of Staff, Randy George. What did he say about that?
And that was another one that was bipartisan. At least 2 Republican members also weighed in on that. One of them was Don Bacon, Congressman, Republican, planning to retire. He's a retired 1-star general, so it's not surprising he's been outspoken. But what was really remarkable about that, it's the first time that we've heard from Secretary Hegseth about that firing, because he's not answered questions before. He didn't deny that he was behind those firings, but he didn't apologize for them either. And he said that it was about cleaning up the department that had been, damaged for years by certain perceptions. So he didn't address it directly, but he didn't deny it.
Well, it was a fascinating day for Capitol Hill. You were there to cover it all.
It's been a long day, a long hearing.
Well, thank you for bringing us all of that information, Court and Christine. We really appreciate it. Great to see you both. Monica Alba, let me turn to you at the White House. I know you've been working your sources throughout the day. What are the discussions that you are hearing? I know that one of the key focuses is whether and how and when the president may decide to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. What are you hearing about that, Monica?
Yeah, we heard a little bit from the president himself today to build upon some of the reporting that Courtney and I have been able to do about what options the president was presented with on Monday in a Situation Room meeting that we've learned a little bit more about. We know that they have been having ongoing discussions about what might happen next, the ongoing blockade, which the president does continue to say he believes is incredibly effective. He says and is arguing that he even believes that the naval blockade could be more effective than, quote, bombing. So it sounds like that is the strategy for the moment, while they still weigh and make a big decision that we understand hasn't been finalized yet about whether the president is going to potentially pursue other options before making a decision about exactly what the next steps are here. But what the president did sort of rule out for now, Kristen, is he said that he wasn't going to be sending his top aides, his negotiating team, in person to any potential negotiations in Pakistan or anywhere else for the moment, saying instead that there have been some communications telephonically over the phone and that those conversations maybe will continue, though it's unclear exactly who's a part of them and where they could go. So it does seem the president is at this crossroads. He's been at them for a long time during the course of this 8-week conflict to make a decision about whether he wants to escalate or whether he wants to pursue a different path. But ultimately, it seems like he's pretty convinced on keeping the blockade in place, at least for now. Kristen.
Well, it's just so striking because you have to wonder what the impact will be on the energy markets and oil and the price of gas, of course, at the pump. Monica, let me ask you, because, of course, the president is facing a May 1 deadline. That's 60 days. By law, he has to then go to Congress, get authorization to continue any military conflict. And I know that there's a big debate about that brewing on Capitol Hill. What do we know about how he's approaching this deadline, Monica?
We have asked the White House this repeatedly, Kristen, and they haven't really told us how they view this deadline that is, as you point out, a clear law that is mandated in terms of notifying and getting and seeking approval from Congress. There is a little bit of a debate, it seems like, about the interpretation of the 60 days, given that there is currently a ceasefire in place. And we know that people like Vice President Vance have been a little bit dismissive about the interpretation of the War Powers Act and whether this is something that would really be necessary, even though it is very clear from lawmakers of both parties that that is what they want and expect the president to do. So we are kind of watching and waiting with everybody else to see exactly how the White House approaches this.
And Monica, just finally, we learned the president spoke to Vladimir Putin today. What can you tell us about that?
And a pretty lengthy phone call, which it typically is, given you have to allow for the interpreters, but about an hour and a half of conversation. And the president himself detailed that they talked about a lot of different things, that they talked about the war in Iran. And he was even asked whether he believes the war in Iran or the war in Ukraine will end first. And the president said, well, maybe they're both going to end on a sort of similar timetable, which really raises a lot of questions about the timing for both of those very serious conflicts.
Certainly does. Monica Alba at the White House, as always, thank you so much. Good to see you. Let me turn to Raf Sanchez, reporting from Doha. Raf, thank you so much for joining us. Take us inside your conversations there in the region. What is the mood with negotiations now stalled?
So, Kristen, in a word, the mood is uncertainty. It's quiet here in the Gulf. It's been a couple of weeks since the skies were full of Iranian missiles and drones. But people here are on edge. They have no idea if or when the fighting might resume. You notice people are flinching when doors slam after weeks and weeks of bombardment here. And there is a real feeling among America's Arab allies here in the Gulf that they are just not in control of their own destiny. They are kind of at the mercy of the United States and Iran. Either side could declare an end to this ceasefire at any point. And of course, the Strait of Hormuz, which is so critical to the economies of these countries, remains shut, and they just have absolutely no sense, like the rest of the world, when it might reopen. Kristen?
Well, and Raf, the president saying he's prepared to actually maintain the U.S. blockade of Iran's ports. What are the implications for Gulf nations? And I believe you spoke to the Qatar foreign minister about that.
Yeah, so the implications absolutely massive. Qatar, one of the world's biggest exporters of liquefied natural gas. Of course, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, some of the world's biggest oil exporters. These are economies that totally depend on getting their energy exports out. And yeah, we had an opportunity to speak to the spokesman for the Qatari Foreign Ministry about U.S. policy towards the Strait. Take a listen to a little bit of that conversation. Would you like to see the United States end its own blockade in the Strait as a way of lowering tensions?
No, let me make it very clear. The closing of the Strait of Hormuz has resulted in economic implications for the whole world. So our focus is on ending that war, on reaching a diplomatic solution that hopefully would mean that you would not resort back to the use of the Strait as leverage. But of course, we call on all parties to open the Strait immediately.
And I asked him whether he was open, his country was open, to the latest Iranian proposal, which is a narrow deal, Kristen, that would reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but it would leave the nuclear issue for another day. He said Qatar, like the other Gulf states, wants to see a comprehensive agreement between the U.S. and Iran to make sure that there is not a resumption of fighting a year from now. But he did say they are open to some kind of incremental deal, which, if it would open the Strait, would be a good thing for the whole region. Kristen.
Just so much uncertainty. Raf Sanchez, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing us your great exchange there. We really appreciate it. Coming up, new details about the assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner and new images released by federal prosecutors of the gunman as he prepared for the attack. Plus, my one-on-one with Democratic Congressman and former Army Ranger Jason Crow about the questions he put to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth today on the Hill and much more. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Welcome back. Turning now to breaking news tied to the Department of Justice. Former FBI Director James Comey appearing in federal court today. Comey surrendering to authorities in Alexandria, Virginia, a day after a grand jury in North Carolina indicted him on 2 counts related to threats against the president. The grand jury saying Comey knowingly and willfully threatened the life and bodily harm of the president. Comey denies the charges and said he is innocent. The indictment stemming from this picture the former FBI director posted on social media last year of seashells on a beach arraigned to say 8647. 86 is a term that can mean to get rid of. And Trump is, of course, the 47th president. This afternoon, President Trump told reporters he believes Comey's post was, in fact, a threat. Look.
Well, if anybody knows anything about crime, they know 86. You know what 86? It's a mob term for kill 'em. You know, you ever see the movies? 86 'em. The mobster says to one of his wonderful associates, 86 'em. That means kill 'em. It's. I think of it as a mob term. I don't know. People think of it as something having to do with disappearing, but the mob uses that term to say when they want to kill somebody.
But do you really think your life was in danger?
Probably. I don't know. You know, based on what I'm seeing out there, yeah, the people like Comey have created tremendous danger, I think, for politicians and others.
It comes as Justice Department officials release new documents and new details about Saturday night's assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, including new photos of the suspected gunman, Cole Allen. You can see them here. The DOJ says he took this in his hotel room, arming himself with an array of weaponry shortly before the attack. Now, other photos include these 2 guns, which investigators say Allen had with him when he was arrested, along with knives and other weapons in his possession. The Justice Department filing also depicted the dramatic moment Allen charged through a security checkpoint 1 floor above the ballroom where the dinner was being held and allegedly opened fire. NBC News senior justice reporter Ryan Riley joins me now. I do want to start with the White House Correspondents' Dinner attack. Let's talk about today's DOJ filing. What stood out to you? And of course, those just really astonishing photos.
Yeah, well, first of all, our colleague Kelly O'Donnell just confirmed that the shot that, according to 2 law enforcement officials, the shot that was fired that struck an officer was fired by the suspect. And that was sort of a question. So this was not a friendly fire.
So this is significant. Let's just pause right here because there have been a lot of questions about who, in fact, struck the Secret Service officer. You are saying that law enforcement officials have now confirmed that they believe it was the suspect.
Yeah, that's according to our own Kelly O'Donnell. And I think, you know, overall, this lays out exactly how he got to D.C. You know, there's some talk about him taking the train. He was taking notes on his trip to Chicago and then to D.C. And then he went into, and he was actually, he read stories about what was happening during the White House Correspondents Association dinner and the weekend, right? So he looked actually at one of the things I found that he looked at a list from the Georgetowner that showed all the events that were happening that weekend. And so, you know, there was a theoretical universe in which he could have targeted some other event and not just the most highly secured component of this, which was, of course, obviously inside of the dinner that evening.
Wow, that's really chilling. And any more details about that photo? He took it in the moments before he decided to carry out this attack. The sense that he was watching it unfold, was confident the president was in the room, right, before he went down.
I mean, the thing that struck me also is it seemed like he was trying to blend in, right? He has like relatively, you know, he has a suit, he has a tie on, right? He has a black shirt on. So it's not as though he kind of might have blended in some respects. And remember, you also had individuals who were undercover in that capacity who were dressed, you know, in the ballroom and around that area in suits who you did not realize necessarily right off the bat were law enforcement who were armed. And so this was a really dangerous situation. He gets right past that initial barricade and then he was taken down shortly thereafter.
Yeah, well, we thank law enforcement for keeping everyone safe. Let me ask you about James Comey, this new indictment. What are the latest steps? He appeared in court today.
Yeah, he made that initial appearance in Alexandria. That's not where the case is going to play out. It's going to play out ultimately in North Carolina. But I did get a chance to question the acting Attorney General Todd Blanche today about this case and asked him how confident he was whether or not this would ultimately result in a conviction, because under the Justice Manual, you're not supposed to bring forward a case unless you actually think there's a high likelihood of you being able to secure a conviction. And he said he's not sure exactly how the jury will ultimately handle this case. He said that it's not smart for prosecutors to predict how any jury will ultimately handle a case. But every legal expert I've talked to across the board, and even a lot of conservatives who normally are very defensive of the president, have publicly posted about how they just don't see this case having any chance of success. It's going to be dismissed at one of these early motions just because, on First Amendment grounds, on retaliation grounds, that this is all driven by the president. So the likelihood that this even gets to the jury ultimately, I think, is pretty slim.
Ryan Riley with a lot of breaking developments for us today. We really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Joining me now is Democratic Congressman Jason Crow of Colorado, who serves on the House Armed Services and Intelligence Committee. Congressman, thank you so very much for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Kristen. Good to be with you.
Well, it's wonderful to have you. I do want to start with the indictment of former FBI Director James Comey. You have also been a target of this administration when they tried but failed to indict you over that video you made. You told troops that they can disobey orders that they deem to be illegal. What was your reaction to this latest indictment of James Comey?
This is another example of the Trump administration weaponizing Americans' Department of Justice against Donald Trump's political enemies, using their taxpayer dollars, people who are supposed to be focused in Washington and elsewhere on cybercrime, on elder fraud, on healthcare fraud, on organized crime, on violent crime around our country, are instead being used to settle scores by Donald Trump. Right? Americans should be upset about this more than anybody else, because it's their money. And it's their prosecutors who are being used and abused for purposes that Donald Trump sees fit in any given day.
Let's talk about the actual indictment. It says that these numbers, we'll put them up on the screen again, 8647, are a threat to take the life of the president. You see them right there in seashells. Legal scholars, though many of them, Congressman, say while the post might show poor judgment, it is protected political speech. How do you see this playing out? Do you have faith in the Justice Department?
Yeah, I think it was a bad idea, but is it a crime? Absolutely not a crime. I mean, I'll have to defer to Donald Trump. He says it's organized crime, slang, and criminal activity. I'll defer to him on that, and he's the expert on those issues. What I do know is that that term actually originated from 1930s diner slang when something was out of order or out of stock. So a lot of interpretations around it, but the larger issue remains the same, in that Donald Trump and his cronies and political hacks now at DOJ continue to do his bidding against political enemies. And it's the American people, it's the rule of law that suffers, right? He came after me back in February. He tried to indict me. He tried to send me to prison. My high crime, telling service members to follow the law and obey the Constitution, right? So that's one of many examples of what this president is doing to erode our democracy in the rule of law in this country.
I want to play something that Republican Senator Thom Tillis said about the Comey indictment earlier today and get your reaction on the other side. Take a listen.
Hopefully there's more to it than just the picture in the sand. Otherwise, I just think it's another example of where we're going to regret this, because we're setting a fairly low bar. And political physics, like I've said around here for years, is what it is. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
What do you make of that equal and opposite reaction? Do you think that there could be such a reaction from Democrats if they were to take back the House, for example, or the White House?
Well, my first reaction is I really hope that more Republicans, other than those who are retiring, like Thom Tillis, stand up and push back on this. Like, we need more than just retiring Republicans to show courage and to help us fight for the rule of law in our democracy. I'm glad that he is, but he's in very, very small company right now. So that's number one. Number two is, no, we're not like them, right? His comment is, oh, well, we're going to come back and do the same thing. No, we're not. Because guess what? We believe in the rule of law. We believe in democracy. Does that mean that we won't pursue accountability? No, we will pursue accountability. We will pursue justice. We will do so according to the law and according to the way that our democracy says it should be done. We are not like them, and we will not act like them.
Okay, let me turn now to the fiery hearing Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth appearing before the House Armed Services Committee, which, again, you sit on. I want to play a little bit of what he had to say when he was asked, what's the biggest threat to Americans right now? Here's what he said.
The biggest challenge, the biggest adversary we face at this point are the reckless, feckless, and defeatist words of congressional Democrats and some Republicans 2 months in, I remind you, 2 months in to a conflict, 2 months in on an existential fight for the safety of the American people. Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb.
And Congressman, I should clarify, that was actually his opening statement. You are, of course, a veteran. You served in the Iraq War. What was your reaction to the argument that Democrats are threatening the safety of the American people?
Well, it's horrible when you have the sitting Secretary of Defense coming before committee in his opening statements, before any word is said on either side of the aisle, and said that we're the enemy of this country, we're the adversary. That kind of tells you everything you need to say. I mean, he is politicizing the military. He is changing the very face of what we have long cherished as a nonpartisan melting pot of this nation. I served 3 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. When I think of America, I still think of the faces of those paratroopers that I served with who are black, white, Asian, Hispanic, straight, gay, Republican, Democrat. We came together and we fought together. We were brothers and sisters. And Pete Hegseth has turned his back on that very notion. But what's more is he's also saying that we don't have the right as members of Congress to actually question wars and conflict. We just get in line and just say it's okay to do whatever they want to do. That's not our role. That's not the Constitution. Again, I served in Iraq and Afghanistan, and to do that, our service members must know, they absolutely have to know, that members of Congress are sitting here in this Capitol asking tough questions, holding people to account, making sure that they're protected. That is our job. That is my commitment to our military men and women, and I will never back down from that.
Did you gain any more clarity on the goal of this war, Congressman, after this hearing today?
No, absolutely not. They still have not told us what their overall goal is. They have not told us what the off-ramp and the end game is, which is exactly why Americans don't support it. This is overwhelmingly unpopular. Donald Trump knows that. Pete Hegseth knows that. So they're just doubling and tripling down on it and frankly, lying to us about what is actually going on. America spent $5 to $8 trillion over the last 20 years, 7,000 American lives, our credibility. Tens of thousands of Americans came home bearing the invisible scars of this battle. The working class bore the burden of this, people that I was raised with and who I fought with. They have had enough. They've had enough of endless conflict in the Middle East, not being able to pay for their groceries, their health care, their housing, their rent and mortgage, while we spend tens of billions of dollars on endless conflict. I've had enough of it, and I'm not going to take their lies. I'm not going to sit there and just get in line, as Pete Hegseth wants me to do, and stop asking questions. I'm going to do everything possible to try to stop it.
I want to ask you about the assassination attempt that took place at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. You serve as the top Democrat in the bipartisan task force investigating the incident and the assassination attempt against President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. And after that incident, the head of Secret Service said that it would spark a, quote, paradigm shift in how it protects the president. Do you think there has, in fact, been a paradigm shift since Butler, Congressman?
I haven't seen that. As you mentioned, I helped lead that investigation because political violence is unacceptable. Doesn't matter where it comes from, doesn't matter what the reason is, doesn't matter who the target is. We must, as Americans, say never, never will we allow it, never is it justifiable. Right? And that's why I agreed to help lead this investigation. We did a comprehensive investigation over about 5 months, released a 180-page report with 37 recommendations for a very fundamental reform on how we protect the VIPs, the president, the vice president, members of Congress. What I want to know, my question is, how many of those 37 specific bipartisan reforms that every Democrat and Republican agreed to unanimously on that task force, how many of those have been implemented? Because we know what we need to do to raise the fences and protect people. The question is whether or not we have actually done that.
All right. Well, Congressman, we will continue to track that angle. Certainly. We really appreciate your joining us to discuss a range of topics. Congressman Jason Crow, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up next, a landmark decision today at the Supreme Court limiting the Voting Rights Act that could pave the way for more Republican redistricting and less representation in Congress for minorities. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Welcome back. Turning now to a major decision from the Supreme Court today. In a ruling that places new limits on the Voting Rights Act, which could have sweeping consequences in the battle for control of Congress in favor of Republicans. In a 6-3 decision, the court's conservative majority ruled that a congressional map in Louisiana, which was drawn to comply with the Voting Rights Act by ensuring the state had a certain number of districts represented by minority voters, was a, quote, unconstitutional racial gerrymander. The ruling opens the door for Republicans across multiple states to now redraw a number of districts currently represented by Democrats. The White House responding to the ruling, calling it a complete and total victory for American voters, and adding the color of one's skin should not dictate which congressional district you belong in. Democratic House Leader Hakeem Jeffries saying the Supreme Court, quote, has taken a blowtorch to the Voting Rights Act and making the case for Congress to pass an updated Voting Rights Act. Joining me now is NBC News senior Supreme Court reporter Lawrence Hurley and senior reporter Jane Tim. Thanks to both of you for being here. Lawrence, let me start with you. Take us through this ruling. What impact does it have on the Voting Rights Act, and just how significant is this?
Yeah, it's a very significant ruling. This case is basically a collision between long-running litigation over Louisiana's congressional district map and the conservative justices' long-held kind of suspicion about the Voting Rights Act and their belief in what they see as being a colorblind constitution. So in trying to draw a new map to comply with the Voting Rights Act, Louisiana added another minority-majority district, making 2, and then that map got challenged from the other side by non-minority voters, and a court struck it down as well. So now this comes to the Supreme Court. Justice Samuel Alito, writing the majority opinion, kind of following up his position in other cases, saying that the Constitution is basically colorblind. You shouldn't really be able to consider race at all in any kind of consideration of the law. The court just about left the door open to maybe some kind of racial gerrymandering claim in the future, but not really. And Justice Elena Kagan, one of the liberal justices, dissented and making the case that, well, really the court didn't leave the door open at all, saying it made Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act a dead letter, effectively.
Lawrence, fascinating stuff. Thank you. Jane, let me turn to you. We're 6 months away from the midterm elections. You've been working to figure out just how much of an impact this decision could have. What have you determined?
Yeah, my colleagues and I have been on the phone all day trying to get a sense of who is going to try and redraw their maps this year. Now, many primaries have actually already begun with early voting or have already been completed. In those states, it's going to be really unlikely that you're going to see new maps this year. And to be sure, the biggest impact of this ruling will come next year when I'd say more than a dozen states are likely to start redrawing their maps. But this year, we know there are some primaries still scheduled for later in the summer. Florida, of course, was doing their map today. But also look at Tennessee, Missouri, even Maryland, a blue state. Other states can still have time to redraw their maps if there is the legislative desire to in these states. Places like Louisiana are going to want to do this. They've made it clear in Alabama. The attorney general there has said they're going to look into this. They have another case that's been appealed to the Supreme Court about that. But this ruling will have far-fetching effects both on these midterms with a few seats that may change hands based on this, as well as in next year when you're going to see just sort of an all-out new era of redistricting with very few rules and guardrails.
Well, that's a great way to put it. We've already seen this big tit for tat over redistricting. The Florida legislature just passed a redistricting plan that would benefit Republicans. That comes on the heels of these legal challenges to Virginia's map being redrawn. Right now, who's on top, Jane?
Well, right now, I think this morning Democrats were on top. This afternoon, I think it's Republicans, whether or not that map has been signed into law. But it's important to say that this is all so not settled. I mean, Florida has a state constitutional prohibition on partisan gerrymandering, and their map, as you can see, is a very red map. They have made no mistakes about this, that they are intending to draw new Republican seats. Governor Ron DeSantis said today that he thinks that the Calais ruling actually invalidates the state prohibition on partisan gerrymandering and essentially trying to use that ruling to get his map across the finish line and through the courts in his state. But of course, this is all going to go to the courts too.
Lawrence, just one more finally before I let you go. We had heard arguments today in a key case at the Supreme Court. What happened there?
Well, in this case, the court was debating the Trump administration's attempt to end what's called temporary protected status for immigrants who've come into the U.S. from Haiti and Syria, which is part of a broader anti-immigration program, as we know, and the administration has also tried to restrict it from other countries as well. And lower courts have blocked it. And as they've done with a lot of other cases, the Trump administration rushed up to the Supreme Court to try and get them to allow them to enact the policy. So we'll be getting a ruling on that soon. It kind of seems like it wasn't clear exactly how the court was going to rule on that case, but we'll be looking for that ruling in the weeks ahead.
All right. I know you'll stay on top of all of it. Lawrence, Jane, thank you both so much. Coming up after the break, we're live on Capitol Hill, where House Speaker Johnson is struggling to corral his Republican conference at a pivotal stretch for his party and the president. This is Meet the Press Now. Welcome back. The House is set to vote on an extension of Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act after clearing a key procedural hurdle earlier today, following hours of deliberation between party leadership and some rank-and-file Republicans who voiced concerns about warrantless surveillance. Joining me now is NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. So, Sahil, the House is set to vote any minute now on this measure. What are the prospects of Congress reaching a deal to reauthorize 702? And talk about the significance of 702 for folks who don't understand.
Yeah, absolutely, Kristen. The prospects have improved dramatically on this FISA Section 702 bill, 3-year reauthorization passing after they got that rule done. This was a long, drawn-out process, about 2 hours on the floor, where a group of conservative rebels had to be placated. One of the issues here was privacy advocates and civil liberties advocates on both the left of the Democratic Party and the right of the Republican Party have demanded reforms to Section 702, specifically protections such as a warrant requirement so the government cannot review the data of American citizens that gets swept up as part of this surveillance. They did not, Republican leadership, put a warrant requirement in here, but they put some more symbolic concessions that appear to have placated just enough Republicans to move this to a vote, including a monthly civil liberties review, a civil liberties protection officer, and beefing up criminal penalties for knowingly targeting Americans. Now, in these sorts of things, Kristen, as you know, they will lose some Republicans, but they'll likely win some Democrats because there's a vast group in the middle that is aligned with the national security establishment and both parties in favor of this program. If it does expire, the government believes that it will lose a really important tool to go after terrorist plots and espionage.
Let's talk about the implications of all of this for House Speaker Mike Johnson. There was a lot of uncertainty swirling around whether this would make it over the finish line. Now it appears it will. Has this strengthened him or weakened his speakership? How do you see this playing out, Sahil?
Well, Kristen, the rule vote is not exactly a major win for Speaker Johnson. It's the equivalent of you and I getting up and going to work. It's an automatic thing. It should happen all the time. It's only an event when it doesn't happen. And this is emblematic of Speaker Johnson and House GOP leaders' struggle to corral this conference. And it happens at exactly the same time that President Trump's approval rating is declining, not just with the public overall, but crucially here in the House of Representatives politically with Republican voters. One recent Associated Press poll showed it as low as 68%. That's just his approval among Republicans. A Fox News poll showed it at 83%, which is lower than the sky-high 90+% that Trump has had over the last year, which was critical to him being able to twist arms and get people in line. So there's also the fact that the president is a little bit distracted from domestic affairs by the war in Iran, as you can imagine, has a little bit less time to make calls here and twist arms.
Sahil, what are the implications of all of this for other Republican priorities like funding DHS? DHS remains shut down.
Yeah, so right after this vote, Kristen, they're going to be voting on the budget resolution that passed the Senate, which begins work on that party line bill to fund ICE and CBP. Remember, they ripped this out of the bipartisan DHS bill because they couldn't come to a deal with Democrats. This is another thing that Speaker Johnson has struggled to win enough votes in the House to do. Many Republicans in his conference have refused to vote on the bill to reopen DHS that passed the Senate unanimously until there's work done, until maybe even the reconciliation bill itself passes. So they want ICE and CBP funded before the rest of DHS is funded, which has slowed everything down. This is another area where Speaker Johnson has been somewhat overrun by his conference because, like the White House, he did want to open up DHS earlier because we're now on day 74 of the shutdown. It's a record-long shutdown, and it could have serious implications for paychecks and create another TSA crisis if it doesn't get resolved soon, Kristen.
Yeah, it's hard to believe it's been 74 days. Sahil, thank you so much. Joining me now to discuss all of this, today's panel, Kadia Goba, politics reporter for Notice, Chuck Rocha, co-host of the Latino Vote podcast and president of Solidarity Strategies, and Ashley Davis, veteran of the George W. Bush White House and author of the new book, The Power Pivot with Grit, Grace, and Growth. Thanks to all of you. Congratulations, Ashley, on your
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, we will have to get
You
that
have a
and
really
read
long
it.
title, and now I have a really long title.
Your title just got longer. Kadia, let me start with you. Sure. Let's talk about what is happening on Capitol Hill. So much uncertainty whether, as Sahil says, this measure, the reauthorization of 702 Surveillance Act, would pass. The fact that it has been held up this long is a problem and speaks to some of the dysfunction.
Yeah, Kristen, let me preface this by saying it's not only the FISA bill. There's also the Farm Bill, and as Sahil mentioned, the DHS bill. Now, members of Congress went through this 2 weeks ago. They spent hours on Capitol Hill with no results and ended up leaving at like 1:30 in the morning, having a failed vote on FISA. So the prospect of this passing has improved because all of them came back to the table, White House included, and, kind of added some more protections, not necessarily the warrant that some of the hard right members are wanting, but I think they've moved it enough to get more Democrats to cover those votes that they'll lose on the right. So it is looking promising is what I'm hearing in terms of FISA. But it has just been an incredible week of frustrated members and ongoing angst.
Speaker Johnson has had so many challenges corralling his Republican conference. Could this undercut his leadership? Could it jeopardize it?
Well, listen, I mean, there are many factions of the Republican Party right now, and obviously you have the extreme right that are very powerful, because even if there are, let's say there's mainly 7, really are able to make a difference because he has such few votes. But what's interesting is Kevin McCarthy is the one that put some of the extreme right on the Rules Committee. Historically, the Rules Committee is made up of the Speaker's allies, so the Speaker has inherited that. I actually think that Johnson pulled off a miracle today, and how it happened, that rule connected both the Farm Bill, FISA, and also this budget reconciliation bill. The Farm Bill was taken, it was passed in the rule, but they're not going to handle the Farm Bill, this ethanol piece for farmers, until after the recess. And so they're just voting tonight on FISA and the budget, and I think both will pass.
Given that, could it actually embolden him, do you think?
Listen, I don't know how anyone can take on this management. I think Nancy Pelosi was the best manager of the Speaker I've ever seen. I think she was a really good manager. But I think the Speaker has done a really good job with the cards he's been dealt.
Chuck, as you know, when you look at the polling, voters don't have a whole lot of confidence in either party. Why should they have more confidence in Democrats if they were, for example, to win back the House, to do a better job when they would be dealing with a Republican White House, and we'd have to see what happens in the Senate?
Sahil made a great comment about the popularity or the lacking of popularity of Donald Trump. I would remind everybody at home that Donald Trump is still twice as popular as the U.S. Congress, no matter which party you're talking about, because folks are frustrated.
Yes,
they're frustrated that they don't feel their lives getting any better. And to your question about why and what Democrats could do, right now in campaigns that I'm running from coast to coast, we're talking about Democrats being a check on the power of the Senate or the president to try to have some compromise to actually get something done. They're hearing about FISA, they're hearing about these things that have to do with DHS, this and that, but none of that says, my friend Ashley will laugh at me, has anything to do with gas prices or has to do with other things, because we have to stay on message about that because that's what the American people feel.
Yeah, how concerned are you? Gas prices went up again overnight.
Yeah, it's a very big concern, and it's a very big concern going into the midterm. I think even talking to many Republicans, I think that they see the writing on the wall, which this is why democracy works. If people are mad, they vote out who's in charge, and I think there will be a major change, at least in the House. I'm not there on the Senate. I think our numbers are a little bit stronger there. But as Chuck's saying, and if Jeffries is the new speaker, which I'm assuming he would be if the Democrats win, I think he may have a bigger margin, which will make it a little bit easier for him to get pieces of legislation through, which won't pass in the Senate.
But with what we just saw with the Supreme Court today, that could change. You were reporting earlier about there could be lines being drawn in the next 30 days that could really change Johnson having more of favor of us having even a smaller majority because they may get rid of 5 or 10 seats.
Kadia, let me turn to you on James Comey. This latest indictment of James Comey for this picture that he posted of the seashells, 8647, basically saying, get rid of 47 being the 47th president of the United States, President Trump. How is this playing out politically? Because what we are seeing is it feels like the partisan divides are deepening over this with accusations that this is a purely political indictment.
I don't see it bleeding into the midterms, but it does.
You don't? Okay.
I do see Democrats, jumping on the opportunity to use the president's talking points about political persecution. And I even heard a Democrat say today that Jerome Powell's investigation is very costly. So there they are tapping into that, affordability element with saying like the government is spending a lot of money on investigations that are going to go nowhere. So, I mean, I don't think it'll resonate with voters. I think it's just a political football that actual lawmakers will have to deal with, in the judicial system, obviously.
Chuck, James Comey is one of those fascinating figures in Washington who has plenty of enemies on both sides.
Thank you for saying it, because I just fixed to jump in, please.
How will Democrats see this moment? You do have legal experts saying this may have been the wrong move, but it doesn't make it indictable.
I asked lawyers last night on TV, and I talked to lawyers a lot, Ashley, but I talked to a lawyer last night about this particular thing and saying, can you just take a picture to a grand jury to get an indictment? And he's like, sure you can, but it doesn't mean that there's proof that that somebody said they wanted to kill somebody. And this is not going to, you're exactly right, it's not going to be an election thing, and you're not going to have Democrats running to James Comey's defense. They remember what he did to Hillary Clinton.
Right.
But they do use this as one more example of his reach of trying to take control of something and the retribution piece. Voters don't like that piece. They don't like to see their government being retributions against anybody. They think that power should be used for the government, not on its citizens.
Ashley, what about that idea of retribution? Todd Blanche is the acting attorney general. He's not the attorney general yet. So the accusation you're hearing from a number of Democrats is this is a move by him to try to get that job. Yeah.
Right, or it's a play to the base that does hate Comey. But listen, I think this started, and I'm not going to pick political sides here. This started with the Russian collusion this has been, the Justice Department has been politicized for way too long on both sides. And I think that this is another political issue that nothing's going to come out of this. I think it's a freedom of speech issue, actually, that is why he probably won't be indicted. But I just think that the Justice Department, when I was in the Bush White House, that's not how it worked. And it's been that way for the last 8 years.
Chuck, pick up on that point, because how does the country step back from what Ashley is describing, which is that there is skepticism on both sides about the Justice Department? I don't mean this Justice Department, I mean in general.
And right now we're moving into a midterm election, and for all of you at home, that's different than a presidential. Normally you have about 40% less people that show up, so it's about turnout and motivation. To Ashley's point, this could be a strategy to get your base to show up when they normally wouldn't, but also to your point, it could get people to step back and go, I'm not even going to show up in the midterms. I'm going to wait till the next presidential, and that's not what we don't want.
Yeah, Kadia, you've said you don't see it playing a huge role in the midterms, and I guess the question is, could it get dropped quickly? My colleague Kelly O'Donnell asked Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, how do you prove intent when you're dealing with a picture, which is part of the point that Ashley's making?
I think Republicans are going to have a hard time defending this and defending that this is a viable case that they should put energy in. And you'll see all of us on the Hill asking Republicans this week whether this is a viable case and should they pursue it. So it's going to put Republicans, I think, in a really uncomfortable position to defend this.
Well, it's always that hallway interview that gets a little tricky.
Sure.
Thank you all so much for a great conversation, Kadia, Chuck, and Ashley. We are back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. There is much more ahead on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with a warning that all those high prices we're seeing are likely to go still higher. That's the word from Jerome Powell today in his last meeting as Fed chair. More on his next moves and what the Fed's moves today could mean for what you'll pay for your mortgage, credit cards, and to fill up your tank. And one of President Trump's biggest political foes just turned himself in after a grand jury indicted him over a picture of seashells. Could James Comey end up behind bars? Plus, we'll show you the moment a passenger on a Delta jet yanked open the plane's door because he wanted off the flight. Then the battle of the billionaires, getting testy in a California courtroom. What went down today when Elon Musk was questioned by lawyers for the company he's suing, OpenAI. And the asylum seekers from Iran fighting to stay in the U.S. as the Trump administration tightens its crackdown on immigration. That's tonight's original later in the show. Hi there, I'm Garrett Haken for Hallie tonight, and we'll start off with the state of your money and the cost of all the stuff you buy. At the Fed today, Chair Jerome Powell says all those price hikes you're seeing, especially with gas, may get worse before they get better, mostly because of the war in Iran. The Fed also kept interest rates right where they are, so the costs of things like mortgages and credit cards should stay pretty much the same for now. Now remember, this is Powell's last meeting as the Fed chair, but he says he's going to stay on as a governor, and that hasn't happened since the 1940s. President Trump's pick to succeed him, Kevin Warsh, just cleared a key Senate hurdle earlier, teeing up a final vote in the next few weeks. One of the top challenges Warsh is inheriting, those rising gas prices, now averaging $4.23 a gallon. Those are the highest since the war in Iran began. This as we're learning that President Trump met with top energy execs to talk about next steps in extending his blockade of Iran's ports. That's according to a White House official who also told me this could go on for months. Let's bring in Christine Roman. So, Christine, you were at the Fed today. The chairman said prices would keep going up, but they're leaving the rates unchanged for now. How should we read the tea leaves here?
You know, he talked a lot about like the 4 big supply shocks that the economy's gone through. You first had the COVID reopening, and then you had Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and then you had tariffs, and now you have this new geopolitical uncertainty in the Middle East. So all of these things driving energy prices higher. But the bottom line, though, the economy is still pretty solid. This is what I asked him. How would you describe the economy outside of the misbehaving inflation? I mean, it's still awfully resilient given all of the blows.
I don't know that you can be awfully resilient. So it's actually quite resilient, I would say, because it's a positive thing. If I can have that amendment, yeah, the growth is really solid across our economy.
He also singled out the big spending on data centers as a big driver of economic growth in the economy right now, and he sees no signs of that slowing down as well. But he was the one who used the word misbehaving. Inflation is still misbehaving, and I had said to him, I'm like,
that naughty inflation.
Yeah, but American families don't feel like it's been misbehaving. Misbehaving is not the word that they would use, I think, to describe it, because it has been a problem for American families since 2020.
It's interesting about the data centers because those are so divisive in so many communities. The chair gets the headlines, but the Fed's a board, it's a group, and there was a pretty divided Fed today. What should we make about the disagreements here? What does that mean?
So there were 4 voting members who did not agree with the statement and the decision. One of them was a guy named Stephen Myron, who is one of a Trump appointee who wanted a rate cut. The other 3, they agreed that they shouldn't move interest rates today, but they didn't want to suggest that the next move was going to be a cut. Maybe it could have to be an interest rate hike because of what we're seeing in terms of inflation. Like you raise interest rates when you're trying to rein in higher prices, and we do have a price shock here. So I think that dissent in the Fed, that is the most dissent, 4 members not agreeing since 1992. So you've got Jay Powell, who's leaving as the chair, going to stay on the board and sort of handing over some internal discussions inside the Fed that aren't necessarily the consensus you usually see.
It's interesting, they're not just disagreeing, but they're disagreeing about what the next course of action would even be within the disagreement. So, all right.
Yeah, there's disagreement within the disagreement, exactly.
Good, great. Well, that'll be fun for the misbehaving inflation. Christine Romans, thank you for that reporting. The deputy director of the FBI briefly turning himself into authorities today after a federal grand jury indicted him over a picture of seashells. You see James Comey leaving federal court earlier today in the back seat of this vehicle here. His attorney said he's going to file multiple motions and ask the Justice Department to hold on to their records. Remember, Comey's facing 2 federal charges, both relating to making threats against the president's life. They're all because of this photo that he posted on Instagram last year. If you can't make it out, it's a picture of seashells he says he found on a beach walk. They spell out 8647. If you've ever worked at a restaurant, the restaurant lingo, 86 can mean something is sold out, or it can mean to get rid of something, like 86 the tomatoes on that sandwich. President Trump is obviously the 47th president of the United States. Here's what he had to say today about this.
Do you really think that he was endangering your life or threatening your life with that?
Well, if anybody knows anything about crime, they know 86. You know what 86? It's a mob term for kill him.
It's another read. You see Comey's family entering court earlier, where he was placed under arrest. He left court today without any conditions for his release. Ryan Riley joins me now. He's been covering all this. So, Ryan, walk us through exactly what went down in federal court today and what comes next for Comey and his legal team.
Yeah, so this was just sort of an initial pit stop in Virginia. This case will ultimately play out in the Eastern District of North Carolina, where you have this pretty Trump-affiliated U.S. attorney who's really been driving this case. And, basically the reason the jurisdiction came about is because that's where James Comey was when he posted that photo of the seashells. He's got a beach house down there, and so that's where this jurisdiction is. That's where it'll play out. But I did get a chance to press the acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche, today about what he thinks about this case, because under Justice Department protocols, you're only supposed to bring a case if you think it's more likely than not that you can actually secure a conviction that will be upheld on appeal. Here's what he had to say when I asked him about the case.
If there's a prosecutor in this country that speaks about what a jury will do, they are not living up to their oath. I know that a grand jury returned a 2-count indictment. I know that this case was investigated for the past year. I do not know what a jury of his peers will do at a trial that will come at some point in the future.
And so a lot of legal experts have just said that this is really going to have a tough time surviving just initial motions to dismiss. But, that's all to come, still down the line.
Well, and one of the motions that Comey's attorneys say they plan on filing is for vindictive prosecution, which seems pretty self-explanatory. How much does the fact that this is his second time getting indicted by the administration play into what might happen there?
I mean, that and every single word that Donald Trump has ever uttered about James Comey are really going to help. This is a strong. I mean, I had one former federal prosecutor tell me that the vindictive and selective memos are really tough. That's a tough burden. It's tough to even get sort of discovery along those lines. But that this is a slam dunk case, right? I mean, if there was ever a selective and vindictive prosecution to be had, this would be it. Just because it's so clear Donald Trump has been driving the ball on this, and there's no comparator cases for seashell cases that they can really point to that are of similar matter, because otherwise, they're T-shirts all over the internet, and as you know, it's a restaurant term as well. So it's just going to be really challenging for them to say that other people are being charged with the same crime, because they're not.
That's fascinating background. Ryan Riley, thank you for your reporting here. And breaking right now, investigators are linking a shot that came from the suspected White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter to the bullet that struck a Secret Service officer. That's according to 3 law enforcement officials familiar with the case against Cole Allen. This comes the same day we're getting a clearer picture, quite literally, of what the DOJ says he was allegedly planning. They dropped these photos as part of a new court filing. They show Allen in what the DOJ says is a hotel room selfie from Saturday night. You can see on his body there the guns, knives, and magazines filled with ammunition. We're also learning from a source familiar with the planning that there are, quote, active conversations going on about rescheduling the Correspondents' Dinner. Let's go to Gary Grumbach, who was part of the group working Saturday night instead of attending that dinner. So what else are we learning from these documents produced today by the government?
So we're learning that this man was an intelligent man who had really planned exactly what he wanted to do and was tracking President Trump even that evening using some public source information that was on the online, using some pool reports and looking at the live streams of what the president was doing at that dinner in the minutes before he went downstairs and attempted to, according to the prosecutors, assassinate the president. We're also learning what he had with him, and there's a laundry list of things that he had with him. Basically, what he had were 2 firearms, one of them a pump-action shotgun, one of them a .38 caliber pistol. He had a ton of ammunition, dozens and dozens of rounds of ammunition for both firearms. He had 2 knives, 4 daggers, needle nose pliers, wire cutters, and a Samsung cell phone, Garrett.
It's a lot of equipment. We're also learning more about what happened Saturday night. Obviously, the information about who shot this agent is important. I think we all had a lot of questions about whether that might have been accidental or friendly fire. Talk about that and what we're learning about exactly how Saturday night played out right around 8:30 as this was all going down.
So there were a lot of questions as to whether this was friendly fire, and we're learning tonight from our own Kelly O'Donnell, according to several law enforcement sources, that this was not friendly fire, that the individual Cole Allen did shoot a Secret Service officer who then returned fire and attempted,
which we see on that video. It's pretty extraordinary.
We do see on the video that you're seeing right now. It's clear they attempted to return fire, but Cole Allen was not hit by any bullets. He said he apparently skinned his knee on his way down. That was the only injury that Cole Allen received.
So sort of a lucky turn of events that he ended up not being able to run through the lobby on his own 2 feet.
Exactly, and you saw from the video, it was a quick move through those magnetometers that were ending up being broken down for the evening. He was very fast on the way, and the president has said as much, that he was concerned about whether or not the ballroom would be safe after that point.
All right, Gary Grumbach, thank you for that. And new video tonight of the moment a passenger tried to yank open an airplane door while the flight was waiting to take off. Watch this.
Get me to the gate. I want off, or I'll take myself off. Okay? Here you go. Oh my God! Oh my God!
Hey, sir, this is the captain. Hey, sir.
Here's the pilot. Oh, here's the pilot. Okay, good.
Sir, this is the captain speaking. We are going to go back to the gate.
Yeah, good idea.
All right, let me bring in Stephanie Gosk on this. So, Stephanie, what more can you tell us about this? It's a pretty extraordinary video.
Yeah, it certainly is, Garrett. I mean, I think a lot of us can probably sympathize with being frustrated when your flight doesn't take off and there are further delays. But this is extreme, and it is unruly behavior, according to Delta. They say they won't tolerate it, that the safety of their crew and their passengers is of their highest concern. And clearly in this incident, there are some potential jeopardies to people's safety. Now, that plane was on the tarmac. It eventually went back, and Delta says that that passenger did actually get off the plane. He got his wish, but he was escorted off the plane by law enforcement. There was also another incident on a Delta flight as well. And again, an unruly passenger on a flight from Miami to Atlanta. Let me play a little bit of that interaction.
Off the plane. Hey, he's not listening.
Once again, folks, please make sure to grab your vitals.
Whatever.
So what's happening there, according to the airline, is that they had given a passenger repeated warnings to get off the phone or they weren't going to take off to Atlanta, and the passenger did not. And that plane had to return back to the gate, and law enforcement greeted them at the gate as well, Garrett. Not a lot of tolerance for that kind of behavior on planes.
Yeah, it's going to really mess up your Sky Miles accumulation, too. Stephanie Gosk on the passengers behaving badly beat. Stephanie, thank you for that. And some breaking news just into us now. Federal prosecutors just filed new charges against a Mexican state governor and 9 other current and former Mexican government and police officials for allegedly conspiring with cartel leaders, including the sons of El Chapo. Prosecutors writing in brand new court documents, quote, "These politicians and law enforcement officials have abused their authority in support of the cartel, exposed and subjected victims to threats and violence, and sold out their offices in exchange for massive bribes." Roca Moya, the governor of the Mexican state of Sinaloa, has long denied accusations of corruption related to the cartel in his state. NBC News has not been able to immediately reach attorneys for all 10 defendants in this case. Let's bring in Jonathan Dietz on this. So, Jonathan, what more are we learning from these new court documents here? Pretty extraordinary case.
Yes, that the governor and 9 current and former Mexican officials, some of them leading state and local police officials, allegedly involved in helping the Sinaloa cartel export drugs, get machine guns and other weapons. And in one case, one former police official accused of helping the cartel carry out kidnappings and murder of DEA informants and his relatives. So that contained in the indictment handed up by the Southern District late this afternoon. Again, the drugs, weapons, and murder for hire type charges filed, which carry up to 40 years in life if convicted. The governor, a short time ago, putting out a statement denying any wrongdoing, saying that the charges are politically motivated. The Mexican government put out a statement saying that they have received an extradition request from the United States for the governor and those 9 officials to be sent back to here to New York to face trial, and that the Mexican government is currently considering that request. Again, the charges carry up to 40 years to life. President Claudia Sheinbaum has not issued a public statement yet. Some of those charged are members of her political party. In the past, she has denied having any knowledge that any political associates are involved with the cartels. And again, in this case, the Sinaloa cartel is accused to be the main player here that was paying millions in bribes to some of these officials. The charges allege several of the officials were literally on the payroll, being paid tens of thousands of dollars a month to help either turn a blind eye to the crimes and of violence and drug dealing that they were involved in, and or literally helping them learn information that was being shared among law enforcement about their drug operations. So again, the Sinaloa governor and 9 others charged, and New York officials looking to have them extradited here to New York to face trial.
How quickly does that extradition process typically go, Jonathan? I could see it almost being a safety issue for the defendants here.
It could take quite a while. It could go relatively quickly. It really is at the hands of the Mexican government now in terms of how cooperative they want to be. We have seen in the past, recent past, that they have sent numerous drug kingpins back to New York and Chicago and elsewhere to face trial. So we await to see what will happen in this case.
All right, Jonathan Deeds for us in New York. Jonathan, thank you. The Pentagon today said that the cost of the war in Iran is above $25 billion now. As the defense secretary appears on Capitol Hill for the first time since the war began. Lawmakers taking the opportunity to square off with Pete Hegseth over how long the war could last and the administration's justification for it.
Well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated. Underground, they're buried, and we're watching them 24.
We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago, because the nuclear weapon was an imminent threat. Now you're saying that it was completely obliterated?
They had not given up their nuclear ambitions.
The backdrop for all of this, President Trump told Axios he's rejecting Iran's proposal to open the Strait of Hormuz, saying he'll keep Iran under a naval blockade until the regime agrees to a deal with the U.S. on its nuclear program. Let's bring in Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill covering this for us tonight. So, Ryan, some fireworks in the hearing. Beyond the drama and the price tag, what did we learn today?
The short answer is not much, Garrett. As you know, the secretary has a way of talking in kind of vague platitudes that don't really get to the specificity that members of Congress are looking for as it comes to the total cost of this war going forward, how much longer it will last, what the stated goals are. In each instance, he found a way to kind of talk around it without giving any kind of specific answers. And it many times felt as though it was offensive that he was being pressed on some of those issues, and he would respond angrily as a result. Listen to one of those exchanges.
The way you stain the troops when you tell them 2 months in, Congressman, you should know better. Shame on you. Calling this a quagmire 2 months in. The effort, what they've undertaken, what they've succeeded, the success on the battlefield that could create strategic opportunities, the courage of a president to confront a nuclear Iran, and you call it a quagmire, handing propaganda to our enemies, shame on you for that statement.
And this is often a tactic that Secretary Hegseth takes when anyone is critical of the strategy or critical of the leadership decisions. He automatically extends that criticism to the individual folks on the battlefield, which many of these Democratic members that were asking specific questions about the war went out of their way to compliment the work of the members of the military, but then separate that out and talk about the questions they had about the overall strategy. It led to quite a few moments like that, where there was tension and back and forth, but as we said before, Garrett, not a ton of substance, and we didn't really learn all that much about the path forward.
And it's interesting pushback on the timing, given it was President Trump's timeline of, the 4 to 6 weeks originally that sort of set the boundaries for that discussion. And on that idea of a timeline, Ryan, the president is technically facing a deadline tomorrow to start withdrawing troops or get approval from Congress to keep going in the war against Iran because of the War Powers Act. Just how real is this exactly?
I don't really think it's all that real, because the only way that this gets enforced is if Congress asserts itself as a co-equal branch of government. And right now, Republican leadership has just not felt all that compelled to move into that space and to actually exert that authority. There is obviously a lot of disagreement as to when this 60 days begins, it ends. There's members of the White House and the administration that are arguing that the temporary ceasefire, for instance, should not count against that 60-day limit. At the end of the day, though, Garrett, unless Congress takes the initiative to actually get involved in this and pass something or do something to try and exert their authority here, it's not really going to matter for much. And it seems as though the president and the administration understand that, because they really haven't made too much of an effort to keep Congress looped in on this process.
It's a story we've discussed in so many other contexts along the way. Ryan Nobles for us on Capitol Hill. Ryan, thank you. We have more breaking news tonight. We're just learning that a person has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder in London. We know the person is a 45-year-old British national accused of stabbing 2 Jewish men on the street in broad daylight. Authorities there are calling it a terror incident, a warning that what you're about to see might be disturbing. Surveillance video caught the suspect walking before lunging at one of the victims near a bus stop. Then nearby, you see him running down the street trying to grab another victim. Police say both men were treated for stab wounds and are in stable condition now at the hospital. We're just getting a look at this new body cam video from the police there showing the suspect being taken into custody. It's a little shaky, but you can see him there confronting officers here. They respond by tasering the man to the ground, then repeatedly kicking him as they try to get him under control. Danielle Hamanjan is in London for us. So Danielle, walk us through these new details. What else are we learning about the attacks and about the man who's now in custody?
Yeah, some pretty dramatic video there. This is a suburb of northwest London called Golders Green, population 16,000. Half of them are British Jews, so home to a very big community for the Jewish population here in London. And it's here that in broad daylight, 2 Jewish men were stabbed. You showed the video of one man being lunged at by the suspect. It happened around 11 a.m. One man in his 70s, the other man in his 30s, both now in hospital, but police say that when they confronted the suspect, he refused to drop his weapon, refused to show his hands. They feared he was holding or had something else other than a knife, perhaps an explosive device, so they proceeded to tasering him, pinning him to the ground and arresting him. Now they've declared this a terror incident. The suspect, 45 years old, it's just come out in the last few minutes that he's a British national born in Somalia with a history of serious violence and mental health issues, and he's now in custody on suspicion of attempted murder. What people here will tell you is that they are shocked that this could happen in broad daylight, but they are not surprised. This is, they say, part of a pattern. We've heard the British Prime Minister talk about describing this as appalling. He said that an attack on the Jewish community is an attack on Britain. I spoke to a man here earlier today who talked about how, you know, some people who are intent on doing harm are equating what's happening in Israel to Jews everywhere, and they are on the receiving end of this abuse and this anger. Take a listen.
It's not a surprise. This has been going on for some time now. All our institutions, our schools and our synagogues have to have security around them, has to have protection from potential violence and terrorism. And it's unacceptable. We have to live in a society like that.
And so authorities are saying that there will be a larger police presence. But as you heard the man just saying that, or he's not alone, that it is not normal to have police outside synagogues and schools everywhere here. Garrett, back to you.
This is not the kind of thing you want to see. Danielle Hamanjan for us in London. Thank you very much. And in just a bit, we'll break down today's Supreme Court ruling that could slash black representation in Congress, what it all means for the so-called redistricting wars. And forget Free Willy. Now time for Free Timmy, how this whale is headed home. Fireworks in a California courtroom today as the richest man in the world was getting combative with lawyers for one of the most influential AI companies. All of it part of a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit pitting billionaire against billionaire. Our team inside court reporting that Elon Musk and an attorney for OpenAI were talking all over each other during cross-examination. At one point, Musk said the attorney's questions were designed to, quote, trick him and mislead the jury. Musk's testimony today outlining the pretty sharp contrast in his relationship with OpenAI over the years. His attorney presenting emails like these from 2018 where company execs called Musk the most overwhelmingly competent person in the world, and another who said Musk had clarity of purpose. Feelings Musk said at the time were mutual. Remember, the reason Musk is on the stand here at all is because he's accusing OpenAI CEO Sam Altman of betraying the company's initial mission by changing the nonprofit that Musk had initially invested in into a for-profit company as it is now. Musk testified that time and time again, Altman and others assured him that this was a nonprofit. OpenAI's team argues that Musk just wanted control and that he ultimately got mad when the company didn't give it to him. OpenAI says the whole reason Musk has filed this lawsuit now is to take a hit at a direct competitor to his own AI company, xAI. If it's confusing, I have good news. Brian Chung has been following this story for us. So, Brian, talk a little bit about Musk's demeanor today, this idea that he got feisty, especially in the last hour of testimony. Not surprising, given what seems pretty personal here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a case that I've been describing as 50% the future of artificial intelligence, but also 50% a schoolyard beef between two people who just don't like each other. You have to remember that this goes back years. In fact, Elon Musk was known for tweeting at Sam Altman, calling him Scam Altman. There's been lots of barbs traded on social media, and now this is going to court. Again, there was some interesting exchanges between the attorneys representing Sam Altman that was cross-examining Elon Musk in his second day of testimony, asking a lot of questions that he was trying to phrase as yes or no questions, and Elon Musk seemingly wanting to not answer them, disagreeing with the premise that these were questions that could be easily answered with yes or no questions. There was a really bizarre, or maybe not bizarre moment, depending on how you view Elon Musk, where he actually asked the questioning attorney, have you stopped beating your wife? Again, posing a hypothetical, saying that that's not the type of thing you can answer with a yes or no question. The judge stepping in during that moment, Garrett, to say, we are not going there. It's just one example of how contentious this particular hearing got and underscores how difficult it's going to be to get some of these answers out of Elon Musk as this goes into day 3 tomorrow.
And this distrust that Musk had with OpenAI came in phases. There was a honeymoon period here, and then things started to go downhill, right?
Yeah, and I think that this is where the viewers need a little bit of background here. Again, I think a lot of people might be eye-rolling like, oh, it's Elon Musk versus Sam Altman. It's just two big billionaires going after each other. But you have to remember, at one point, they were friends. Over 10 years ago, they helped stand up OpenAI together. Elon Musk providing resources, guidance, and also $38 million. Now he's upset that he gave them the money on the premise that this would be a nonprofit company. And then he alleges that he got baited and switched when OpenAI chose to turn this into a nonprofit company that has a very substantial for-profit arm. Again, the bait and switch language comes from a text message that Elon says he sent Sam Altman saying, what the hell is going on? In another particular quote here that caught a lot of attention in his testimony today, Elon Musk compared this to essentially having his car stolen, saying, has the car been stolen or not? I concluded the car had indeed been stolen. The nonprofit had been looted. Elon Musk and his lawyers trying to paint the picture of OpenAI as a nonprofit that took his money and then behind his back said, actually, now we're a for-profit company. Thanks for the money. Again, OpenAI denies all of these claims, and they argue that this is just Elon Musk with his own AI company, xAI, trying to hit the competitors in the ankles here by trying to get them to pay up $134 billion. No big deal.
Yeah, just a drop in the bucket for the world's richest man. Brian Chung, thank you for that reporting. And today, the Supreme Court just dealt a major blow to the Voting Rights Act, and it's likely a win for Republicans ahead of the midterms. In a 6-3 ruling, the High Court struck down Louisiana's congressional map, saying that states can almost never consider race when drawing their maps. Justice Alito wrote in the majority opinion that their map in Louisiana was a, quote, unconstitutional racial gerrymander. Justice Kagan dissenting, quote, the consequences are likely to be far-reaching and grave. And now Louisiana could redraw its congressional map just 2 weeks before voters head to the polls there in the midterm primaries. It's too soon to tell what the total impact of this ruling will have on states all across the country, but it could potentially open the door for other states to redraw their maps too. A Tennessee lawmaker reportedly says she wants to use the Supreme Court's ruling to pass a new map that eliminates a majority black district around Memphis. Lawmakers in the Florida House and Senate just approved a map today that gives big boosts to Republicans in that state, sending the map to the governor's desk to sign. You can see what it would do to the state of Florida there. And it all comes on the backdrop of this months-long redistricting battle all across the country. The handful of other states redrawing their maps in moves that could tip the balance of power on Capitol Hill. Let's bring in Sahil Kapoor, who's been following all this for us. So Sahil, based on this ruling today and what it would mean for the Voting Rights Act and changing some of these, the way some of these districts are drawn to protect minority representation, what states might have a realistic shot at redrawing their maps, perhaps even again ahead of the midterms?
So first, Garrett, the bigger picture. According to sources in both parties I've talked to, only a handful of seats at most are likely to be impacted in the current 2026 midterms, just 6 months away. And the most obvious places are this: Louisiana, where the case was. There are 2 Democratic-held districts that Republicans could try to draw out. In addition, Alabama, 2 Democratic-held districts they could try to draw out. Tennessee, that has a late primary. There's 1 Democratic district they could try to draw out. I've also heard South Carolina mentioned as a possibility. That is still TBD. There are lots of states in the South in particular that are weighing their options right now. There are others like North Carolina, Texas, and Mississippi where primaries are already done, so it's a little too late in the calendar for them to redraw at this time. And of course, this all comes in the midst of an ongoing redistricting battle that just yesterday looked like a wash for both parties before Florida had their say. They're trying to, they passed this new map trying to draw up to 4 more Republican-held seats. Let's show the balance here. It was about 10-10 before Florida had their say. Now Florida could have up to 4 more Republican seats. So between these 2 developments, the advantage here, just in the redrawing map, tilts toward Republicans. And the last point I'll make here, Garrett, is if the landscape stays what it is today, where Democrats are overperforming by about double digits, this might not yield the kind of benefits that Republicans expect, because as the minority leader here on the Democratic side, Hakeem Jeffries, says, he calls it a dummy-mander, which is the trolling term of art in Florida and Texas for trying to draw a district to gain power while diluting existing ones so you lose them.
Right. I mean, we talk about these seats like as soon as the map's redrawn that they automatically go one way, but it's just based on the way voters performed in previous elections. That doesn't necessarily guarantee future results. So can you clarify a little bit, Sahil? So for like a state like Texas, where they've already had their primaries, that means you're not redrawing a map this time around, but we're looking at potentially new maps again next cycle for 2028?
Absolutely, and that's where the biggest impact of this ruling is going to be felt. There's somewhere in the neighborhood of 36 majority-minority House districts that were drawn to be compliant with the section of the Voting Rights Act to protect minority representation. Now that is essentially gone, if you believe Justice Elena Kagan, and states are certainly going to try to redraw their maps. There are a number of states, Republican-held states, particularly in the South, that don't like those districts because they tend to vote Democrat. Those could be drawn out, and we're already hearing a desire among Democrats to go even more aggressive and even more retaliatory in redistricting in blue states like California and Illinois. Suffice it to say, this will accelerate a race to the bottom on redistricting, Garrett.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how it all plays out over these next couple of months. Sahil, I know you'll be all over it, but for now, let's get over to the 5 things. These are the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, former Attorney General Pam Bondi will appear before a key House panel after all. 1 month from today, lawmakers will get a chance to ask her about her handling of the Epstein files. Democrats say it's not even an hour after they filed contempt charges against her. Remember, the DOJ tried to block her testimony, saying President Trump fired her, so why did private citizen Bondi need to show up? But now, Bondi is agreeing to testify, and we'll be watching. Number 2, a scary moment caught on camera. A car slamming into a Twitch streamer. It happened in the middle of a cross-country walk to raise money for a school. He's now recovering at a hospital. Number 3, South Korea's former president faces 7 years in prison. His sentence just issued after he declared martial law in the country. That's on top of a life sentence he already has on separate charges. His lawyers plan to appeal the verdicts. Number 4, you see there the Artemis II crew back on Earth getting the Oval Office treatment today. President Trump congratulated the astronauts on their mission around the moon. He says the U.S. has a, quote, good shot at putting an astronaut on the moon before his term ends. At number 5, free Timmy. The stranded humpback whale spent weeks in shallow water near Germany. Crews just clawed him out. They're now guiding him back to the North Sea. This one we're going to stay on top of, too. When we come back, we'll bring you to a trail of destruction left by relentless storms across the South. Our team in Texas will tell us what they're seeing up close, and how the Pope put his foot down before meeting a nun from his hometown. We'll explain next. Right now, a massive cleanup is underway after powerful storms, including 2 tornadoes, tore through parts of the South. Here's some of the worst of it. About 80 miles from Dallas, an EF3 tornado here, making this area just about unrecognizable. Dozens of homes ripped from their foundations. Somehow, only 5 non-threatening injuries were reported. And as we've been talking about for days, severe weather isn't just an issue in Texas. Check this out in Missouri, after hailstones shattered car windows. Let's bring in George Solis, who's made his way to Mineral Wells, Texas. So, George, the weather has been just relentless across the South. What are you hearing from folks there?
Yeah, hey, Garrett, 6 straight days of severe storms. Here, officials saying it is, frankly, nothing short of a miracle that nobody died. When you talk about an EF3 tornado with winds up to 145 miles per hour, and as you reference, the destruction here is rampant. Buildings looking just like the ones behind me. They are completely leveled. We're talking homes and businesses. Here in Mineral Wells, the epicenter of most of this damage happening around an industrial area. So many people, including business owners, were still working when these tornadoes struck. Some of them riding out the storms even in the building. We actually also spoke to a homeowner a little bit earlier today who rode out the storm inside of their home. They were describing just the frightening scene you can imagine as the twister ripped the roof right off of their home. They didn't know what was going to happen next. Today, the heartbreaking scene as they returned, beginning to find some of their belongings, even looking for pets. And as I mentioned, we heard from business owners who were inside watching this all unfold. Take a listen to what one of them told us.
You could hear the debris. My ears popped. We've got one building in there. It's made out of solid concrete. Put everybody in there and had to wait it out.
It hit hard, and we've had a lot of volunteers. The community stepped up, and they got out here first thing this morning to help clean up.
Yeah, and mentioning all of the help that's coming into this community, officials actually asking people to just wait a little bit. Right now, this area is basically a do not enter zone outside of some press and some of the first responders here and line workers, because they want to make sure they're able to assess all of this damage and make sure they can get to it safely before everybody starts coming back in here to get some of their belongings. But the cleanup here, Garrett, certainly going to be extensive.
Certainly looks that way. George Solis, west of the Metroplex for us in Mineral Wells, Texas. George, thank you. NBC covers hundreds of stories each day, and because it's tough to read, watch, or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they say is going down in their regions. It's a segment we call The Local. Out of our Midwest bureau, one person is dead after a house explosion in Ohio. You see it here, fully collapsed. Neighbors say the blast shook their homes and blew out windows. No word yet on what caused the explosion. Also, from our Southern Bureau, take a look here. Body cam video showing Texas police officers saving a family from a flood. You'd see officers, they're using jumper cables to pull a woman out of a car as it was filling up with water. That mom and her 3 kids are doing fine. The town says its police cars will now have water rescue gear. And also out of our Midwest Bureau, check out the world's biggest White Sox fan and his new gear. Pope Leo getting a delivery from a Chicago nun. But here's the catch. The Vatican would not let Sister Deb wear her own gear. Why? She's a Brewers fan. It doesn't work. Fandom aside, the nun and the small business who provided the jerseys are calling the whole thing truly surreal, I bet. After the break, in tonight's original, our team speaks with asylum seekers from Iran living in the U.S. Why some say life was better back home, even as they fight to stay. To tonight's original now, with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching closely. With so many people impacted by the war with Iran, ceasefire or no ceasefire, tonight we're taking a closer look at a specific, often overlooked group, Iranian asylum seekers. They fled the regime and came to the United States for refuge, but many are now stuck in limbo, in and out of ICE detention, fearing for relatives, their homeland, and fighting for a chance for freedom in the U.S. Yasmin Basugian has their story.
مجبور بودیم یعنی هیچ راه دیگه ای نداشتیم باید می اومدیم بیرون
Farzan Anazi knew she had to leave Iran in 2022 during the Women Life Freedom protests. It was in a street protest like these when she says her sister, standing right next to her, was shot in the face by government forces. Her sister survived the less lethal rounds, but lost vision in one eye. Also, Farzan's husband, Assad, worked for a banned Kurdish opposition party, drawing harassment and beatings from the government. Then in early 2025, charging documents show Assad facing imprisonment for, quote, betrayal, propaganda, and disturbance. That is when they finally decided to flee. They left a happy life and a close family. but they say it was impossible to stay.
کلا زیر سایه جمهوری اسلامی زندگی می‌کردیم دیگه همیشه با ترس با استرس با بدبختی اینا.
Their route to the U.S. took them through Venezuela, Panama, and Mexico. They shared messages with NBC News showing how, along the way, they were extorted by gangs, also saying they were detained by government forces. They arrived at the U.S. border at Eagle Pass, Texas, and crossed. They were apprehended and claimed asylum. It was March of 2025.
My administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown.
میدونستیم که شرایط آمریکا بد بازم مجبور شدیم بیاییم.
ICE data shows hundreds of Iranians were detained in the last year of the Biden administration. Then the government stopped regularly reporting numbers after President Trump was inaugurated. The Department of Homeland Security declined to tell NBC News how many Iranians are currently in custody. Farzaneh and Assad are essentially invisible in government statistics, but their circumstances are very real. The couple was separated in detention. Farzaneh was soon released. She was 7 months pregnant.
بعد این روزی که بچه‌م به دنیا آمد واقعا خیلی خوب بود. اگه همسرم بود شاید میتونست بگم بهترین روز زندگی میشد. ولی جای خالیش همیشه هست. همیشه بود. یعنی تو مثلا
It would have been the best day. It was the best day of your life when you gave birth to your son.
بچه تو به دنیا بیاری ولی مثلا
But you were alone.
Their son Rasan, now 10 months old, has never known his father's touch. Assad regularly FaceTimes with his family from detention. Just a month after fleeing Iran, Assad was sentenced to 25 years in jail there without a trial. Now in the U.S., he sits in ICE detention. It has been a year. He says he's worried for his family's safety as he watches the war play out. Despite his asylum claim and a legal challenge to his imprisonment, Assad is marked for removal. With his home country at war with the United States, he fears for his life being sent back to the region and says the judges here don't believe his documents or anything that he says. They just want to deport him and the other Iranians in detention with him. Even during a ceasefire, the family watches the conflict unfold, fearing for relatives, their homeland, and their own chance at freedom.
The climate for asylum seekers in the United States is poor at the moment, and that's true across nationalities. But I think that for Iranian refugees with pending asylum claims in this country, the fact that the United States is now in an active armed conflict with their country of origin puts them in this very difficult position where they feel the country that they look to for protection no longer seems like a reliable protector.
While their cases drag on, Farzaneh is living with a relative in Tennessee, along with the wife of her cousin, Mina Bashmari, also seeking asylum with her young son. Mina's husband was deported back to Iran in September. She says he fled the regime the very next day, fearing for his life. Now he remains in exile, calling occasionally for brief updates.
Are you afraid that you could be separated from your son?
خیلی وقتا حتی کابوسشو میبینم خیلی وقتا.
Mina was released with an ankle monitor last May.
بهم گفت یا اینو باید ببندی به پاد یا باید بری زندان و بچه‌تو ازت میگیرن و معلوم نیست که چه اتفاقی. خیلی میترسم. Sorry.
It's okay. خیلی سخته.
خیلی.
Her case in limbo as she watches President Trump make statements like this.
To all Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions if possible.
And the president has expressed support for the Iranian people, right? He has said we want to free the Iranian people from this regime. But yet you are here with an ankle bracelet on. Your husband was deported. There are other people like you in the same situation.
من که سیاستمدار نیستم ولی فقط انگار مردم عادی بازیچن. هزاران زندگی از هم میپاشه. هزاران نفر بدون بچه میشن، بدون پدر میشن.
In a statement to NBC News, DHS said that Assad will, quote, receive full due process, adding, being in detention is a choice, and encouraged all people who enter the United States illegally to accept the government stipend of $2,600 and a free flight to self-deport. It did not answer our questions about removing Iranian asylum seekers during a war.
در کل بهتر بودیم قبل از اینکه بیایم بیرون.
For Mina, Farzaneh, and so many others, their homeland in turmoil. their future in the U.S. equally uncertain.
فقط مردم عادی ایران دارن ضربه می‌برن. وگرنه هیچ برنده این وسط نیست.
Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
When we come back, the royal invasion of New York, what the king and queen are up to today in the country's biggest city, and our own Jenna Bush Hager's exclusive interview. Day 3 of the royals' U.S. visit saw the scene shift to New York City for the day, including an emotional first for King Charles and Queen Camilla. The king made his first ever visit to the 9/11 memorial in Lower Manhattan. He and the Queen laying a bouquet of flowers at one of the memorial pools there. 67 British nationals were among the lives lost in the terror attack that took place 25 years ago this September. You see the royal couple were guided by former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg. They also exchanged pleasantries with local leaders, New York Governor Kathy Hochul and current Mayor Zohran Mamdani. I want to bring in Aaron McLaughlin now. So, Aaron, what's some of the significance here of the visit to New York City? Help us understand where this fits in kind of the big picture special relationship between the U.S. and the U.K.
Well, this was another poignant and historic moment for King Charles. Garrett visiting the 9/11 memorial just months before the 25th anniversary of that horrific terror attack, which claimed almost 3,000 lives, including 67 British citizens. It was likely an emotional moment for him. You see him there meeting with first responders. You see him meeting, we also saw him meeting with the mayor of New York. You see them there laying flowers at the memorial. He also left a note expressing solidarity with the American people. And that solidarity was very much a theme throughout this visit. We saw his address to the joint meeting of Congress yesterday, in which he talked about 9/11, how it was the first time that the NATO alliance invoked Article 5 of the treaty, that critical collective defense treaty. He took the opportunity there to sort of reiterate the importance of that alliance to global security, to the security of both the United Kingdom and the United States going forward. So those themes certainly reiterated today, just in the mere visuals of that emotional moment there at the New York, the 9/11 memorial. And then from there, his visit continued on throughout the rest of the city.
They were all over town today. I think pretty close to 30 Rock today, too, right?
Yeah, that's right. We understand, actually, that visit is happening right now. It was a packed day from the 9/11 memorial. They sort of split up. The Queen went to a literary event at the New York Public Library. It was a star-studded event, including the likes of Anna Wintour, as well as Sarah Jessica Parker. Our very own Jenna Bush Hager had the chance to talk to the Queen about literature and the importance of literature, their shared passion. Take a listen to a bit of that conversation.
You've been to a lot of places, to quite a few. We have, but it's been wonderful, and everybody's been very kind and welcoming.
The King went there from the 9/11 memorial to an urban planning event in Harlem, an urban farming event where he even fed some chickens. From chickens, he went to the Titans, meeting the CEOs here at 30 Rock in Midtown Manhattan. We understand right now there's a cultural event where they reunited for the cultural event before heading back to D.C. Garrett.
Just another day in the office for the King, and you can see more of that interview with Queen Camilla tomorrow morning on the Today Show. Aaron, thank you for your reporting. That's going to be a wrap for this hour. Our coverage picks up right now. And we're coming on the air with a warning that all those high prices we're seeing are likely to go still higher. That's the word from Jerome Powell today in his last meeting as Fed chair. More on his next moves and what the Fed's moves today could mean for what you'll pay for your mortgage, your credit card bills, and to fill up your tank. And one of President Trump's biggest political foes just turned himself in after a grand jury indicted him over a picture of seashells. Could James Comey end up behind bars? Plus, we'll show you the moment a passenger on a Delta jet yanked open the plane's door because he wanted off the flight. Then, the new details on a shocking terror